Welcome to day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International Group A. I'm your host, Doa. With me are Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic to start off the day. And Tettles' cat. What's your cat's name? I actually don't even know.
Bert.
Bert? Is it really Bert, or
Yep.
did you just make that up because you want to protect the cat's identity?
No, it's
It is
really
Bert.
Bert.
If you don't know Bert, Doa.
There you go. I didn't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't watch Tettles stream enough, I guess. Sorry, Tettles. But the as you can see, the gates have opened. MDI Dragonflight Group A continues today. Well, we've got a lot to talk about, starting with a bit of a recap from yesterday. We saw a lot of really cool stuff, including Echo, again, putting on a clinic as Echo does in their first dungeons. A lot to talk about, starting out with Temple of the Jade Serpent.
안녕하세요.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty insane pulls, especially at the start from Echo. We saw this whole area just being all put together. You can see just insane damage coming out of the whole group, really. Even Sally was just like at the start just casting chain lightnings, as you can see there. Then later on, I think they were a little bit more conservative.
외국인들도 얘기를 하네. 체인라이트
Bigger pulls if they wanted to.
복수를
Yeah, at the start,
힐 안 하고 체인라이트닝만 쓰고 있다고.
showed what they can do.
Did you kind of have any surprises with the compositions that they were running, or like, because we saw both Ruby Life Pools and Temple of the Jade Serpent, which were time trial dungeons, and so we kind of knew what the comps were coming into this. Was there anything else that really surprised you out of the Echo comp, or no?
I mean, in the Ruby Life Pools, they were playing Mage, right, in the time trials, and then in the actual tournament, they didn't play it, right? So, what's your opinion on that, Sarah? Do you think there's a reason for it? Do you think it's just only a time
I think it
trial
was just a
thing?
I think it was a fortified versus tyrannical thing. Like Mage doesn't have time to ramp on tyrannical keys,
야,
especially.
이거 어제 보면서 조금
It just seems like this comp is so well rounded.
바닥 유도를 이렇게 대충 해도 상관없다는 거.
I think the third DPS.
이 정도로 막 빡빡하진 않았을 텐데 22단이라.
You could see Shadow Priest, probably could see like a rogue there. I mean, you could even throw random things like Havoc Demon Hunter in there for certain keys if you wanted like a magic debuff or something like that. I think the Unholy Feral is a very, very good staple for like super high-end key pushing because they both have a lot of AoE, but Feral's more funnel-oriented, right? So they can do a little bit more damage to the more important targets in the pack, and I think we're going to see a lot of that in probably most of our keys from the high-end teams.
We even saw that with like Team Sui versus Levels. It seems like it's actually been a staple across all of the MDI teams where they've kind of adapted into that Feral Unholy DK staple, like Zyronic was talking about. I think the biggest thing that we saw differences between the teams was surprisingly the healer role. We saw like Resto Shaman and Preservation Evoker most of the time, but I don't think that people really had Resto Shaman on their radar outside of just Temple of the Jade Serpent, but we ended up seeing it a little bit knock-it offensive.
Is
Yeah,
it
and I
just
mean,
those
this
curse
matchup
dispels, or
here-
is there what else does the shaman specifically bring?
I mean, a lot of people have been talking about the Curse spell, but I don't think that's a reason. Like, I honestly think, because they have the Feral Druid, right? Feral Druid does have Curse spell as well. I don't think you
true.
need a second one. So I think they just brought it because of the utility plus the damage that it provides as well, plus the Bloodlust, of course. Now, Evoker would also provide Bloodlust, but I guess they just want that extra utility and maybe also the extra single target damage that we've talked about. But I did want to mention that between Team Sui and Levels that we see right now,
모든 팀들이 왜 이렇게 공간이 안 나왔지?
matchup that we had yesterday, right? It went to
Yeah.
Yeah,
Q1
for sure.
in the end, and it was really close route because we saw some resets of bosses. Unfortunately, could have gone either way, and both of the teams were just really, really close together.
I felt like Levels, if given the given the
이거는
ability to be able
신박하네.
to replay
그렇게
that
넘어가는
series,
거는.
they could have actually have taken that series in a 2-0 fashion. Some of the strategies that they were doing were incredibly dangerous and volatile at times, but if they were able to pull them off, their timer in a lot of these keys would have been pretty good.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I
Yeah,
agree.
they were just pushing so aggressively. It was fun to watch, but it's a super.
님
risky too.
안녕하세요.
But they were really close to
Yeah.
pulling it off.
I think we all pretty much agreed with the fact that if they were going to try to take one of those top 2 spots this weekend, those are the kind of strats that they'd probably have to pull off to beat teams like Echo and Sloth. So yeah, hopefully they can pull it together in the lower bracket and make a run today and tomorrow.
어제
We'll see. They're gonna have to.
경기를 에코 거밖에 제가 안
Going back to
봐가지고
the Resto Shaman discussion, the only other thing
에코
that I
것도
can
막
think of
제대로 본 건 아니고
really
돌리면서
want
막
that
대충
Resto Shaman
봐가지고
for would be the 12-second kick, but I'm not really
다른
sure how
던전에서 이렇게 하는 건
it
아예
could
못
just be
봤네.
like a comfort thing. But I think, yeah, like we were talking about, we're probably just going to see a lot of Resto Shaman and Preservation Evoker when it comes to.
글로벌에서 나올 만한
And then from Legendary and Sloth, we saw both of those teams were the favorites in their matchups as well. Both of them looked fairly good. They
이거
were the 6th and
조금
7th seed coming out
신선하네요.
of this weekend.
거꾸로 갖다 붙이는 거.
Sloth, the only map that we saw the teams play that was the exact same was Knockout Offensive, and Sloth was a little
저거는
bit
진짜
faster
응용이
than
좀
that
많이
map,
나올 수
but
있겠는데.
I think that this is going to be an incredibly close series between Legendary
어픽스에 따라서는
and
조금
Sloth
더
coming
크게
into
붙일
today.
수도 있을 것 같은데.
It's not super clear what team is going to be one of the top 2 teams that are coming out of this cup.
Yeah, I think you've got several different contenders. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, that like Sloth or Legendary could be that second place team. Just kind of a matter of like how things break down in the lower bracket once one of them gets knocked down there, right? Because I think it's safe to assume, and I don't think anyone would fault anyone for doing this, that Echo is probably going to take the group. They still look like a level above everybody else.
레판?
But that
레판
second
있는
place
데가
spot is
슬로스였나?
definitely up for grabs between a few teams. So, the question
이게
is,
여기까지 시야를
because
빼면은
you've got Sloth and
그냥
Legendary,
오네.
I want to ask
룰이.
I'll excuse Ironic. Who do you think the wild card of the second place could be? If we take out Sloth and Legendary, who's the other team that has the chance of getting second in the group? Is it just Team Sui? Is it someone else? Who do you think?
Oh man, it's a tough one.
저게 대학에서
It's either-
시합
for
플레잉
me, it's
해보면
between Levels and
아시겠지만
Legendary. I'm
저렇게
not quite sure.
딱 숨어가지고 한
I'm
점으로
gonna put
모으는 게
Legendary
쉽지가
down
않아요.
Before we saw them play, this was like a pre-weekend thing that we all put together.
Sure.
Uh,
Yeah. I mean, look at my wild card. I still believe though.
think.
다들
I
소속이 있네.
think between those two teams, I'd stick with Legendary.
이 중에서 저는 그
really high-end players on
미-
levels is too, but
믹스
Team
눈이
Legendary has players that have a little bit
예쁘던데.
more MDI experience, especially on the top end. So they're probably, outside of Echo and Sloth, the team that's most likely to make it through this weekend.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, here you see our bracket for
이게
group number A.
보면은
We're gonna see
MDI 가
Echo versus Team Sui first. We're going to see Sloth versus Legendary, and then we're going to go down to the elimination bracket.
상위
We're gonna have 4 matches down
팀하고
there.
하위
It's gonna be our
팀하고
longest
격차가
day of the
너무
weekend, gonna be
심하고
6 matches, but it should be a lot of fun. And
에코하고 몬카
that-
두
it
팀
always seems like the
빼고
lower
나머지
bracket,
팀들의
right, where the
격차도
drama
심해요.
becomes
보면
the highest, 'cause
이게
teams facing
같은
elimination,
상위권이라고
teams
해서
facing having to wait and then compete in that last chance qualifier later
5위권까지
on.
이렇게
And
동등한
you're
레벨을
gonna get a
친다
lot
뭐
of
이런 게
close
안 돼.
matches. Here are going to be the dungeons that we're going to see today. And who knows? Maybe we'll even see a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We have not seen one yet this weekend, but a couple chances today.
그냥 딱
Maybe we'll see a 23 after
2강
all.
한
Maybe
2강
maybe Court of Stars. Who knows?
Well, actually,
한
dude,
2
looking at
중강
match 9, that is a
나머지 약간
massive
이런 느낌으로
just
봐주세요.
dungeons all over level 22. You have not good offensive, which has been a target ban for a lot of teams.
아마 한
and the Azure Vault, so if we
4위까지만
see
그나마 약간 경쟁력이
teams
있고 1, 2위
banning
팀은
other
약간
dungeons, could see the Azure
독보적이고
Vault, just maybe. Just maybe.
뭐 아무튼 어둠땅 때는
Yeah, we
그랬는데
did end up seeing Nakud twice yesterday, surprisingly enough, and we're gonna see it in our first match, Echo versus Team Sui. There's no avoiding it because
Oh.
it's the
오늘
first dungeon of
이조
the
격투가 아니었어?
match.
에코 또 하네?
The Court of Stars ban, the
약간
Alvar Academy ban.
이게
and we're
한조
gonna see
경기를 이틀에
Halls of
걸쳐서
Valor,
하는구나.
and maybe if we get there, Ruby Life.
노쿠도 좀
I'd like to
궁금하다.
see Halls of Valor. I was talking about it yesterday. It's one of my favorite dungeons. It was back
어차피
in Legion. I'm
에코랑
glad it's back now. It's a fun one.
팀스
but
위랑
it's also gonna be a
하면은
tricky one with bursting
3경기는 절대 안 볼 거거든요.
Yeah, and on
I
top
think
of that,
노쿠드랑
that's
용맹 좀
interesting.
궁금하네.
too.
이게 노쿠드하고 용맹 같은
Just let's
경우는
talk about the bans for a second, just
이게
because I mean, Court of Stars we've seen that
용군단
ban before.
던전들은
And I think the
퍼센트
reason why
그쫄
sometimes
병력이
ban
온 맵을
is
다 찍어도 보통 한
it's just like
120%요 정도밖에 안
dungeons, like,
나와요.
there's so many
그나마
crazy
이제
things you can do.
전 병력이 그 전 맵에 있는 쫄을 다 찍었을 때 거의 한 150% 정도 가까이 나올 수 있는 던전들이 이제 노쿠드, 용맹 또 어디서 내나? 하늘빛 정도? 나머지는 그냥 맵에 쫄들이 애초에 적어가지고 풀링을 다르게 가져갈 수 있는 게 별로 없거든요.
Not show what they're doing there. What do you think?
Yeah, it could certainly make sense. I mean, the less they show early on, the stronger they'll be later. And, Echo, I feel
그냥
like in
에코 하는 거
previous events has
보고
kind of had a tendency of play it, enough to get by, but not really go all out until they need to, which is probably the smart thing to do.
네, 저는 오늘 어제 그 뭐야 A조 경기 했으니까 이게 MDI에 아니 레이드 홈페이지에 그 2조 대진이 안 나와 있어가지고 2조 하는 줄 알았더니
Yeah.
I think like if they didn't even practice it at
Maybe,
all, it
yeah.
would have made decent sense, assuming that they win the series. If they don't win the series, then they may be in a little bit of hot water and they may have to ban
노코드가
them for a lot
피웅이면
more.
뭐 사실 피웅은 뭐 없는 어픽스라고
Yeah,
봐도
okay, that makes
We are
되니까.
sense.
gonna get to
It also
see-
makes sense if
폭탄?
they're in the dungeon pool.
Yeah.
The rest of their runs, if they stay in the upper bracket, I guess.
I think the biggest thing is, I think the biggest thing to watch right here is this knockout offensive in the first map. So we saw Sloth put up a
노코드에서
2309.
복수를 쓸지
I
용인을
wonder
쓸지 좀 궁금하네.
either Echo or Team Sui are going to be able to improve on that 2309, and like kind of what time our team's going to be able to present there. We also did see Legendary put up a knockout offensive, but it was a little bit slower at 2322. So I
이게
wonder
루비
if,
같은
you know,
경우는
we'll see some
분노라서
22s
이
potentially out of these
달래기가
teams,
필요해갖고
maybe.
용의를 썼을
Or
텐데
is that like Sloth Legendary
노코드는 달래기는 필요 없거든요.
We're gonna see where it's gonna be like that 23-ish minute mark.
It's definitely one of the longer dungeons. Go ahead, Siren.
Oh, it's long.
If there is a team that is going to do it faster than anyone else,
이게 유틸적인 측면에서는 확실히 용일이 좀 더 좋고 단일딜이 용일에 비해서 복수를 좀 더 세기
Part of the
때문에
problem with knockout offensive as an MDI dungeon is there's really not a whole lot of wiggle room to like pull different things, right? There's like 12 mandatory packs that you have to pull, and you can really only pull them one by one in the dungeon, and that accounts for something like 75% of your trash count. So the extra
아 근데
25%
폭탄이면
you have to
또
pull
다르긴 하네.
either
이게
on top of one of
폭탄을
those trash packs
힐러가
or
깨야
on
될
top of
때는
one. There's really not a whole
용일이
lot
더
like
딜이
gift
세가지고
you can do in that dungeon to
저는
really
이제
set
힐러
yourself
유저다
up for
보니까
teams.
다른 조합들은 별로
Unless you
관심이
find
없고
some way to pull multiple mini bosses
뭐
together,
딜러나 탱커 뭐 쓰는지 별로 관심
it'd
없고
be really hard to
힐러
go
뭐
that
쓰나 이게
faster in
궁금한데
this dungeon. So,
아,
I
이게
mean,
폭탄 때문에
maybe people will find a way to do it.
용일을
Maybe
쓸
Echo has a
가능성이
way
좀
to do it.
높겠다.
It'd be really interesting to see.
Sanguine is such a big landmine in this dungeon too, because there's so many
Yeah.
mobs that either are spam casting or they're like archer style mobs and they're really just difficult to move. And so like if you're not pre-prepared or sometimes
용맹도
you can
폭탄이네.
come in with like a strategy where you're going too large and then you end up like sanguining a pack. You just have to be you have to have super good precision with the packs that you're pulling in knockout. I think it actually takes a lot of time and a lot of practice to be able to do this dungeon effectively.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like where you end up with a lot of those fights on those like hills too, where the sanguine pools can kind of land, can look a little bit tricky sometimes. So you have to be like extra careful with how you pull because you don't want to overlap that way too. Those hills, man.
약간 그 노코드
But,
변경이다.
I'm curious too, if we get all the way to Ruby Life pools, both of these teams played it yesterday. Echo finished theirs 4 minutes faster, a little over 4 minutes faster than Team Sweet finished their run too. So if we get there, Echo has the edge, but
바로
that's a
가네요,
big
이거.
if because Echo's looking strong as we get into our first dungeon of the day.
사실 약간 오른쪽은
Oh, and they are running a
안
mirror
봐도 되고
map here as
왼쪽만
well. I
좀
think this is
용일이네.
might be the first time that we see an
확실히
exact mirror.
폭탄을 깨야 되니까
Everyone was
용일이
doing the
낫나
exact
보다.
One of the first
same,
times for sure, yeah.
DPS. Yeah,
몇 무리
so we've
모으나?
seen a lot of different comps, even in the same dungeons.
폭탄 때문에 또 막 많이
So it's,
물기는 애매한데
Very cool to see that they
두
decided
팩밖에 안
that the
모네.
same comp is the best here. But yeah, both of the teams going into this first
노코드가 1렌 구간은 짧을 게 그렇게 많지가 않아가지고
that mandatory pack together, it looks like, and both of them also committing the bloodlust immediately.
Oh, and I just realized the healers are using potions of shocking disclosure too for AoE damage. I didn't realize they were doing that.
아 이게 확실히 몹이 너무 빨리 녹는다.
Around Zalia there when he popped it on pull. Cool. Well, really, it's all going to come down to sanguine management here, right? And we can definitely see when that sanguine is causing an issue for the teams because, as you can see over on the side of Team Sui, Sanguine Icar is currently doing the most healing of anything in the dungeon right now. Oh wait, is Sanguine Icar streaming?
와 이거 풀링을 용이 해주네.
I don't think
Can we
they
pull
are,
up
but
a
look at
stream of
Echo
Sanguine
actually
Icar?
doing a double pull, it looks like. I think Zalia just pulled one of the mandatory packs, while now
Did he?
the rest of the team, yeah, so they pulled two of those
Okay.
packs together, as you can see, two Lance Masters in here.
확실히
which is probably
잡일은
the biggest
힐러가
pull
다 안
we've seen
되니까
so far
요새.
in this area. So we'll see how they manage that. That's going to be a lot of control, and it's also very difficult to just gather all of these mobs up. Because you have all of these archer mobs, these hunter mobs, they're just really hard to move.
아 젤리아 처음에 풀링했을 그 뭐야 서플링에서 방길 딱 몰아치고 나서 DPS 좀 엄청 높았는데 풀링하고 왔더니 딜 다 떨어졌네.
You can see clicks actually taking quite a lot of damage from those bleed effects, and they just keep charging clicks. They do have the dispel, of course, from the evoker once in a while, but it does have a pretty long cooldown, so they cannot dispel all of them.
Yeah, when you have 4 of those war spears in the group constantly bleeding him, it's pretty much just going to become a healing check for Zalia.
이게 암사가 그 공허의 촉수라는 스킬이 있어요. 약간 어뢰 같은 건데 지금 약간 버그성인지 모르겠는데 암사 어뢰가 맞아도 안 풀리거든요 20초 동안. 그래갖고 노크드에서 엄청 좋아요. 전쟁창 저거 뛰는 거를 암사가 어느 정도 대처를 해줄 수가 있어가지고.
all of the mandatory trash in this area pretty quickly.
그리고 조합
One
자체가
did get healed a little bit. You can see
곡선도
some
하나
damage off on the
있고
right there, but
두루 야드
honestly,
있어. 그
one
태풍도
mob
있고
really like that.
이러니까
Okay, I
띄운
guess
대처가
the
되게
longbow as
좋네.
well got healed. But they can just pull these into the boss. And as long as they knock them away from the boss before they die, they don't have any major sanguine problems.
아 진짜
As long as
히든 구간
they
풀링
finish off
빠르긴
the
하다.
mandatory mobs here, which is probably what they focused on, then it's not too bad.
피움만
Because
아 파나가
yes,
피움을
actually
먹었네.
being
저
pretty
사격
close to the boss, and we also
사격꾼
see this longbow just standing
태풍으로
in
한번
it, now
밀어줬고.
getting knocked out of the pool. Yeah, it really doesn't matter if this longbow is going to heal a bit because they can just like slowly cleave it down. Not going to be that big of a problem. And it also looks like Echo is permanently seeing all of the saboteurs, which is something that we haven't seen from all of the teams just yet. Sometimes on live servers, people end up
22단이라서
seeing them, rooting them,
약간 광역
whatever it
데미지
may
같은
be,
경우는
and
크게
then the boss
부담 있는
fight.
수준이 아니니까.
But it looks like Echo just tries to
얘네가 또
see all of them.
템랩이 되게
So they were
높잖아요.
rooting the
템랩이
first
저 정도
saboteur,
되면은
with the
우리가
Pharaoh
라이브
with,
섭에서
and now
하는
they
그런
switched to root the
데미지라고 해야
second
되나?
one, and now
그런
they're just finishing it
거보다
off. So that is a
그러니까
very
체감
interesting
단수가 한
strategy
마이너스
that
1, 2단 정도가
maximizes
되거든요.
single target damage
템랩이
to the
워낙
boss.
높으니까.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the way it works is
그래서 데미지 체감이
Saboteur will always go
우리
through
라이브
the
서버에서 하는
crossbow that they
한
spawned
20단
on, right?
정도?
So if you
그
just
정도
critical
느낌
like
될
20
거예요.
seconds or so,
얘네 지금
shoot
22단
the
돌고
crossbow
있으니까.
off, you can just let it run. It doesn't really matter. So you can see they're just letting that one go now that they've already shot the crossbow off, root the new one, and they'll keep doing this in a
풀링은
circle,
똑같네.
never
양쪽 다
having to swap to the
29%인 거
Saboteur at
보니까.
all, letting them just pure single target DPS the boss the entire time. I think the only one downside for this is that you can't use the saboteurs to do any like extra 2-target funnel damage to the boss, but I guess they don't really have too much use for that, and if you don't have to swap to a saboteur a single time, that's probably just a better single target increase anyways than whatever the second target would be for funnel. So yeah, this is a really cool strategy, and you can see like the way that they pulled this section of the dungeon so far, they have the same trash count as Team Sui.
1렘은
They're literally
좀
just
특별한 게
half the boss's
없어가지고.
HP bar ahead right now. They are going incredibly fast.
아 정배 쓰고 그러니까 다 매드를 하네.
And one other downside would be, so if they don't kill the boss in the time that they think they can kill it, then they might actually just have a full.
저게 화살만 잘
right?
눌러주면은
Like if the mob,
처음
the boss
풀링
doesn't
했을
die
때
here,
광댐 2번.
they wouldn't be able to
그다음부터는
use another
타입에 그냥 광댐 한 번씩밖에 안 들어오는데
one that shoot the spears, things that he click.
Oh,
저 용일 같은 경우는 단수가 조금 높아져도
Yeah, they would
그냥
be able
변칙
to
한번
use
날리고
the
제감기 한번
ballistas
감아주면은
anymore. So
그 한 번씩 오는 광댐이 커버가 되거든요. 테스팅 2번으로. 요거 MDI라고 적정한 단수를 빨리 도는 타임 어택 대회예요.
Not that far behind, right? They're 35% of the boss behind, but it definitely would require Echo to do some mistakes or have some sanguine healing go off because that double pull that they did with the two mana.
한 팩에다가 뭘 더 붙인 거지? 아래쪽 두 마리하고
caught them up quite a bit and actually saved them a lot.
어디서 데리고 온지를 모르겠네.
yeah, absolutely. Now, again, I want to look at what Echo's doing here because if they can find a way to pull mini bosses together here, that would be very impressive. Of course, the problem is those Storm Surge totems would need to be like burned down, otherwise you're going to have issues with AoE damage, right? So, I'm not really sure how feasible of a strategy that is in this section of the dungeon.
아,
I
그래
guess the
사제가
only
마에가
real
있어.
way you can really speed up this section of the dungeon would be pulling as much of that side trash and maybe this middle patrol on top of the mini bosses. We'll see if they do it here. Nice little rescue there from Zalia to get Mirrors to the trash pack as quickly as possible. Of course, DK is known for being one of the slowest classes in the game, having to waddle around from place to place.
로머 쪽은 어느 풀링에 붙이나?
Yeah, and
very useful for them.
yeah, and I think this area might be like the most difficult area. I mean, all of the areas are difficult to pull mandatory mobs on top of each other.
노프든
Like even the
약간
first area with
심심한데요.
Lancemasters, we haven't seen any other team than Echo really do that before. But this area I think is the most difficult one, just because not only are the mobs hard to move together, and you have the totems that just don't move at all.
그나마 이제 3렘 구간 가야지 뭐가 보이겠다. 여기는.
Because multiple casts going through can easily kill a person, right? All of these storm bolts going off from the mini bosses, but then also from the ads as well. So I can imagine it's pretty difficult to just gather up these different trash packs. As well because they're pretty far apart on top of that.
확실히 트위치는 화질이 좀
Echo so far is not doing anything super crazy in this area. But we'll see if
이게 그 얘네들도 되게 막 더 갖다 붙이고 싶어서 고민을 많이 했을 거란 말이죠. 노프드에서. 이거 이상 뭔가 답을 못 찾았나 보네.
Yeah, also, yeah, that Patrol plus the boss would be. That'd be some interesting.
노쿠든 좀
A
심심한데요.
lot of tank damage I'd have to deal with. Did he just tag it to pull with this group?
여기에
Okay,
로머?
there we go. That makes
뭐
a
이
lot more
정도는
sense.
그냥
You
할
know,
수
this is just
있지.
a three pack. So I think Tettles was.
이
pointing to this as,
노쿠드에서 짤이
overall
새는 게 좀
cooldown time
부담이긴
yesterday.
했나 보네요.
So pulling extra trash mobs
루머가
on
너무
top of
작아.
it
아 방금 젤리아 그
makes sense.
날아가는 거 살짝 삑살이 났다.
Yeah, does make sense. Lots of interrupts, so and lots of tank damage too, because you have two of these arc blades, and they do a lot of tank damage. They have this one tank attack that can only be disrupted, and this arcing strike or whatever we can see right there.
개인적으로 저는 되게 좋은 게 이게 MDI 할 때 시점을 용의를 되게 많이 잡아주더라고요. 확실히 신챔이라 그런지 시점이 대부분 힐러예요. 보면 방금 연번 혼자 맞은 거고.
It almost seems like they haven't left combat once throughout this area. Or maybe even since the start of the dungeon, outside of when they were dragon riding. So, really well done by Echo.
구슬을 힐러가 좀 먹나? 그렇게 막 힐러가 많이 무리해서 먹진 않네.
Yeah, I want to try to compare this run to what we saw yesterday. I'm going to bring up the splits on my other monitor in a little bit here. Echo is definitely at a faster pace than what we saw yesterday, though, right? Like,
오는 것만?
I think the amount of time they saved in the first section alone was easily over a minute with how they double pulled the Lance Masters. So that was nice to see. Hopefully teams will.
확실히 힐러들이 다 똑같아.
This is a long dungeon, right?
처음에 첫 사이클에 정지장 한번 돌려놓고 도감도 털어주네.
That long in last expansion was like the very early other side runs, and those weren't even clean runs. So teams are having clean runs of a dungeon, and it's 23 minutes long. There's definitely room for.
되돌리기는 안 보인다.
Setting a good benchmark for teams to follow. Of course, the bosses themselves on 22 Tyrannical are going to take some time, especially the Raging Tempest. I like that we have the healer POV here, because this is really
아마 이 사이클 정도 볼 텐데.
Check bosses in the expansion, right? Those thunderstorm caster on this boss are definitely a lot of healing to heal through, especially with.
사실 뭐 이넴에서 22단 정도에서 살리는 거는 얘네들은 뭐.
Manages this on his own.
One thing I really like to pay attention to in this boss is these
나오
orbs that
중턱
you can
끊겼네.
see just coming towards the boss. Of course, when the players soak up the orbs, they get a stacking debuff, goes all the way to 10, increasing their damage and their healing done.
이게 사이페 구슬을 냄드에 딱 붙어서 어떻게든 마지막에 하나 이어서 사이페 끝나고 이어가는 게 좀 중요하거든요. 이런 약간 타임어택을 할 때는. 보니까 다른 사람들은 다 했는데 나오가 실패했어.
You just soak them at the very last second, just right before they reach the boss.
완전 붙어서 리필하잖아요.
Just because if you soak it last second, then you can still refresh it with the next wave that spawns. If you soak them too early, your debuff is going to run out, and you're not going to be able to refresh it whenever the next wave spawns. And they did it perfectly on all of their players except tank.
아 근데 신기하긴 하다. 이게 풀템이 되면은 힐러가 단위를 57K 저렇게 뽑을 수가 있나?
Nobody refreshed, but it's okay. The boss is on 2%, so I guess it was.
저게 지팡이의 힘인가? 저는 지팡이가 없어서 딜이 어느 정도 나는지 모르거든요.
Yeah, so I actually have
잘하긴 하네.
now. Sloth's run in this dungeon yesterday. They finished the Raging Tempest off at 11, right after 11 minutes. I believe it was like 11:01 or 11:04, 11:01. But you have to remember, Echo actually pulled that extra trash.
얘네가 템이
그 section of the dungeon, so they have a little bit more trash count here. So same time with one extra trash pack.
본섭에서 세팅할 수 없는.
Now these
디디 헬로.
draggable, but they cast so much that I'm not even really sure it'd be worth it unless you had something like, you know, maybe a.
템 세팅이 그 본섭에서 할 수 없는 세팅을 얘네가 하고 있어요. 그 PVP 템 중에 그 8개 템 세트? 그 무슨 화폐로 사는 그런 템이 있는데 라이브 섭에서는 최대 템 랩이 380 몇인데 여기서는 421 끼고 하거든요. 대섭이라. 그래갖고 본섭 템 세팅보다 유연히 그게 108이었나? 더 높아요.
Yeah, Sanguine is just a big problem in general in this dungeon. I think there's just so many mobs that just stand still and cast forever. Some of them even are not displaceable at all. So if they stand
이게 강화가 아닌데 다 따로 간다 얘네도.
And you cannot displace them, then I mean at that point they're just going to be full HP, right? And there's nothing you can do.
1렘에서 다 갖다 붙이면은 그냥 거점 처리만 해도
displacements, and they also
퍼센트가 다
have
차나 보네.
grips from the DK. They also have the Druid, so technically you also have the Typhoon available as well to just display some of the mobs. And so far they've been doing a really good job on Echo's side. Not too much sanguine
야,
healing
이거
to be
보스
done.
팝업
And now we
쫄들을
see a
약간
little bit of a
한
bigger
번에
pull for Echo
붙여서
as he'll
요렇게
move
가는 그런 각은 잘 안 나오나
trash
보다.
back that is below the hill with the mandatory trash back. And I also assume that they're gonna go all the way up to 100% trash in this area.
아쉽네. 너무 그냥 평안하다. 뭐 램드에다가 쫄 갖다 붙이는 그런
So
것도
we're gonna
없고.
see quite a lot of trash being pulled here.
Or they could go for the other strat that we saw yesterday, right, where they get to, I believe it was like 93% trash count, and then they pull that 5-pack next to the last boss, into the boss too, just to get a little extra free funnel, and then more efficient.
여기까지 그나마 신선했던 건 이넴 딜? 이넴 딜은 확실히 좀 신선한데 중첩을 다 먹고 저렇게 딜을 하면은 아 나도 램드 단위를 50k 뽑을 수 있나?
And that's just kind of how the dungeon's done. You have to find some more efficient way of dealing damage, or maybe a better comp to go.
벨리아 장신구 먹혔는지 좀 봐야겠다.
It's a rough dungeon to find extra time in, that's for sure. And here we go. Yeah, look at this pulling, and again pulling that patrol. Actually, I think they have 2 extra trash packs on top of this one here. You can see a corruptor out there casting so many casters in these trash packs that you have to control and keep everything stacked together with. And of course, with our affixes, you have to make sure that once mobs start to die, you have enough knockbacks and make sure things aren't just casting in sanguine pools.
And then on top of that, you can see now using his shield wall and his last stand, because he's got 2 stacks of that Mortal Strike debuff, that healing reduction on him, and that can be very, very dangerous, especially when you do those bigger pulls where you pull multiple trash packs together, and it just stacks up so quickly, right? I just saw
벨리아가
earlier,
어제랑
he
템플팅이 좀
instantly got 2
다르네.
stacks from that Mortal Strike. So immediately reacting by using those defensives to make sure that he doesn't even drop low at all. Because as soon as you're low HP and you have those Mortal Strikes on you, there's not really much you can do to recover from that. So really well done by now as well.
아 근데 이게 현재 전투예요. 그러니까 미터기가 현재 전투라서 이따가 종합 토탈 DPS를 보여줄래나? 뭐 젤리아가 센 건 맞는데.
Yeah, oh, that was actually perfect timing. Trash dies, boss is instantly ready, RP is done.
오른쪽에 제 뭐라고 읽어야 되냐? 에이지드? 쟤도 세기 짬밥이 좀 있는 애라서.
Is 1824. I think Echo's going to easily be able to beat that.
물론 젤리아가 엄청 위대한 힐러긴 하죠. 젤리아 사제로 레이드하는 거 본 적 있으신 분들은 와, 저 간수 트라이 하는 거를 몇 번 봤었는데 진짜 좀 남달라요. 젤리아 하는 거. 난놈이야, 난놈.
So, of course, they are obviously our veteran team that is known for their, great dungeon control. And I don't think I've ever seen them have too many issues with sanguine. As I say that, of course, Zalia gets flipped by one of the tornadoes. Thank you for that, Zalia.
But yeah, one thing that is also interesting that you guys can check out is their
얘 부양 제가 어제도 봤는데 젤리아가 그 부양 무빙 캐스팅을 되게 활용을 잘해요.
It's an extension on Twitch on the left side of your screen.
그러니까 뭐 확실히 이동해야 될 때만 이렇게 부양을 쓰는 게 아니고
It looks like an actual UI element.
그냥 무빙 캐스팅 시간을 통해서 딜로스를 좀 줄이는 그런 걸 되게 잘하더라고요. 램드에서 전탱보다 세잖아.
Oh yeah, and if you've kept the Twitch stream on your browser.
아까는 중첩발이라고 생각을 했는데 와 진짜 잘하긴 잘한다.
Only the real super fans will have left the Warcraft stream open for that long.
Now, Team Sweet still working on that last trash pack that they still have to do before. Actually, is it the last? I'm not really sure. They definitely are doing this whole area a bit slower. Now, I didn't think they were that far behind in the second area, but now you can definitely see the difference between them. Even though Team Sweet had 0 deaths on the board, I mean, at this point, Echo's.
저는 이런 램드딜 하면은
Team Sweet is still trying to get
폭탄도 쳐야 되고.
A big difference in efficiency and then route. Probably, I also saw sanguine healing pop up on their healing meter on Team Sweet side as well. So their sanguine management hasn't been as great as Echo's was. So
나는 저렇게 뽑을 수 있나? 풀파밍 하면은?
Bigger pulls that we saw, especially in the first area, definitely gave Echo the lead here.
뭔가 지난 시즌은 MDI를 보면서 저 정도 딜은 나도 할 수 있지 그런 게 있었거든요. 그러니까 힐러 딜 기준으로. 좀 넘사벽 있는데? 왜 이렇게 세지?
Just the mini boss by itself. They're gonna have to go around and find, I believe, another like 15% trash count to be done with this area. When they're done with this, they'll be in the low 80s. So, yeah, they've got a
살부를 좀
lot of
더
work
써야
left to do
되나?
in this area, even if they do finish off the boss. Whereas Echo, they have all the trash count they need going to this last boss area, and I do believe with that 94%
유효 치유량만큼 살불이 세지는 거 있잖아요. 뭔가 그거 활용하는 게 저랑 좀 다를 것 같긴 한데.
They're gonna have to do a shadow meld skip, no rogue. So, yeah, that should be pretty easy for them to pull off. They've been doing that since Legion.
Right, but,
94%인 거 보니까 저거 중보 2마리에다 냄드 딱 붙여서 가겠다.
So maybe Jinji accidentally pulled something, had to shadow melt, and now they wouldn't. Oh, I guess they're just pulling them.
Are they just killing these two
You
instead?
think that was their plan all along? I mean, that's also very. I don't hate it, just because these mini bosses. I mean, they don't do. Well, I mean, they can be decently dangerous, right? You have to interrupt them because otherwise, if the cast goes through, they're gonna fear the whole team. It can be pretty dangerous, and then on top of that, they also create, they also charge to areas and create frontals, and I feel like that can be a little bit problematic on this boss. But in phase 1, there's not that much that happens on Balakar Khan. So maybe they think.
근데 여기서 이거 2마리를 도시라고 쓰면은 사이페 진입이 얘네 죽기 전에 들어갈 것
I
같은데.
don't know. It's so hard
그걸부터
to
치는
like
건가?
figure it out. I could see this just being something that they use as a backup strat always if they don't have shadow meld. So maybe this is just like something like, oh well, we don't have shadow meld, we pull this instead of the 5-pack.
How much percentage did the 5?
이게 얘네 중보 퍼센트를 앞에서 분명히 채울 수가 있었거든요. 더 붙일 수 있는데 안 붙인 게 있으니까.
I believe yesterday the team that pulled it was at 93%. Genji goes down here, but because they've played the dungeon completely clean up to this point, they still have 2 battle reses with another one coming up in a minute, so not too big of a deal. And look at the perfect cleave here as well. It makes with the amount of cleave that they have here.
냄드를 먼저 찍어쳐도 중보들이 늦게 죽나 보네. 뭔가 이거는 계산이 좀 돼 있다.
Yeah, that's definitely their intended strat, which is interesting. I thought the 5-pack pull was a little bit.
이런 식으로 정리가 그러니까 냄드들만 했는데 이런 식으로 정리가 되면은 중보를 붙이는 게 냄드 시간이 더 빠르거든요. 분명히 암사나 야드 같은 경우는 붙였을 때 아마 깔때기들 이득이 조금 있을 거라. 무조건 어떤지는 모르겠네.
Yeah, and if we look at the time difference, I believe it was Sloth that had the fastest time in this dungeon before, and it was 23 minutes and 9 seconds that they cleared it in. And Echo are definitely going to be a little bit faster, but not like an insane difference, right? I would say. And I think that's just how no-code offensive is. We've talked about this before. There's just so many mandatory packs that you have to.
방금 진지가 걸렸는데 부숨으로 씹은 것 같고.
It makes up.
이 나이트 엘프 종종 나이트 엘프신 분들은 이번 시즌에 그 숨으로 씹을 수 있는 패턴들이 되게 많아요. 잘 알려지지 않은 거 같은 경우는 용맹의 전당 3렘? 그 도트 데미지 주는 거? 그런 것도 그 숨으로 씹히고.
So a little bit of difference, and we see like a 2-minute advantage for
드워프도 좋긴 한데 나이트 엘프도 그만큼 좋은.
And it's gonna be a 21 minutes 9 seconds clear, so 2 minutes quicker than the fastest run we've seen so far from Sloth.
노쿠드가 42분 던전이었나?
Well, no surprise I suppose from Echo again. Just kind of taking what everybody is doing in a dungeon and then just doing it a little bit faster.
에코 뭔가 좀 압도적이긴 한데.
We were talking about this a lot during the dungeon with Makes as well, where it's Echo just kind of, there's a lot of things going into it, but they just tend to kind of have a little bit of an edge on everything. Everything's just that much more efficient.
맞아, 신선한 건 딱 1렘 구간. 멀리 있는 쫄들 용일이 다 땡겨와가지고.
Okay, this is gonna be really awkward, but I was muted on my browser. Hold on, what did you guys say? Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Tettles? I expect more professionalism from you. No, what I asked.
What did you think of the dungeon,
so
Tettles?
Fried.
It was such a great setup. I wish the deck
I thought
setup.
that this is
Oh.
I thought this is a great dungeon performed by Echo. I thought that they actually did a lot of interesting stuff in the very beginning, and I think that's where they saved a lot of time. But from the other teams, I think a lot of it came down to like dominant mind MC, which is what I wanted to talk about at the beginning of the clip, but I missed because I'm not very smart with the technology sometimes.
Never trust a caster to handle their own audio.
아 궁금한 거는
So some teams have actually been
보니까
killing the first
델리아가
mob on Granite.
그 파열로 만화 차는 특성을 안 쓰더라고요.
So some teams have been killing the first mob on Granite, but they were actually using MC and then just roots to be able to avoid killing them altogether, and that saved them a lot of boss damage. Beyond that, Echo's biggest time saves just came from like pretty good sanguine management. There's not a lot different that you can do in Knock It Offensive a lot of the times. They did a couple of different pulls. I think this Bakar pull
아니네 쓰네.
was something that they that was a little bit unique. They also took these two mini bosses into the boss, which was I thought incredibly smart of them, especially whenever Gingy didn't have that meld available. Overall, though, Echo looked just as surgical as they normally seem. Right? They were running a pretty good strategy. They have now the best time in Knock It Offensive, and this is what you kind of expect out of the #1 seed coming into this weekend.
전전별로 특성이 다른가 보네. 여기는 타나베 포요 찍을 그게 아닌데.
It feels like there's a little bit more risk. Obviously, we did see Gingy go down during this fight just because there's a lot more stuff that can essentially one-shot you. But how do you feel about this versus pulling the pack instead?
이게 트위치에서는 그 뭐라 그래야 돼? 공식 채널? 거기서 방송 틀어놓으면은 특성이나 뭐 아이템 세팅이나 그런 걸 확인할 수가 있는데 이게 실시간으로 적용이 되진 않는 것 같아요. 노코드에서 필요 없는 특성들이 좀 찍혀있네.
And it takes some time to actually just get the pool together. But these two mini bosses, they're really, really easy to get to the boss. Like it really just happens instantaneously. You just pull a boss, pull it on top of the mini bosses, and you can start DPSing. So maybe they just thought it's more efficient to get the damage out on those mobs.
I do also think there's some level of like you have to worry a little bit about sanguine. You probably also lose a little bit of damage from your healer from having to deal with like explosives on a pull that's 6 mobs as opposed to just 3.
얘도 보면 45K거든요.
Wait, where's the sanguinicker healing on this meter?
Good point.
I mean, there's definitely some involved, but we won't worry about that. We don't talk about sanguine healing anymore. Is ironic.
이게 사실 DPS를 보면은 그냥
What do you mean we don't talk about
그냥 조금 센?
It is the most important part of that dungeon.
Spiders of Ascension, all right?
I mean, the one cool thing as well is that Saelia
이펙티브 DPS가 어떻게 93K가 나왔지?
while killing all of the explosives, because I'm pretty sure Saelia was probably doing most of them, right? And maybe now was helping a little bit as well. But yeah, still being able to do so much.
요거는 좀 신기한데. 뭔가 이상하다니까. 여기 있구나. 여기 있구나. 38K 그래.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
차단 5번, 암사 4번. 용일이 차단 5번인데 암사 차단이 4번이야? 이거 좀 심한데?
Or for the other things like knockback interrupts, does that count as well? I'm not actually sure.
I don't think it counts.
플릭스 너무 날먹하다.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. All right. Well, here we go. This is a little bit of live data on a 22 Tyrannical Nakud offensive on the live service. The fastest run was 21 minutes 35 seconds. That's a
라이브 서버의 이 기록은 뭐지?
Average run 27 minutes 48 seconds.
MDI 시간이랑 거의 그건데.
Thanks to Raider.io for these stats.
이것도 에코가 있네.
Average death 6, but we were talking about this a little bit before the show, and on live a lot of people.
에버리지 런타임이 27분이라고.
So in that case, the 30 death runs where things just go disastrous and you just leave. Those don't count towards this
사람들 와우 잘하네.
So these are only completed runs. Keep that in mind.
But who had the fastest run? Because that was really good, right? The fastest run time.
That's 30 seconds slower than Echo's. Why aren't they competing in there?
Yeah.
Who? I want to go.
Maybe they are. We don't know who that is. Yeah.
27분이면 삼성 타임 아닌가? 이상 타임인가?
Nice. Well, we'll find out. We'll see if we can find out who that was. But it's been really fun watching the Evokers play this weekend. That's the spec preservation spec I'm playing a lot this season. It's neat to see the different variations in build. The build in M+ that uses temporal anomaly seems like it's kind of a thing that's become very popular at the high level of keys, but it requires a lot of coordination too. You need people in the relatively right place to be able to hit them with enough, spread the echoes around and things like that. I think of like my own keys at slightly lower levels, where the hunter's like over there and like the warlock's like over there, and it's like nobody's gonna get hit by this. But you know what? In MDI, where you've got coordination, it's a good build. I like to see it. We're going to Halls of Valor. I'm hyped about that. Go ahead.
의왕님 안녕하세요.
Melee comes, right? And I'm pretty sure Evokers are very happy if all of their damage heals are melee, because then they can just...
We like that a lot.
They always know where they are, right? So they can definitely hit all of those frontal cone heals and whatnot. Yeah, Halls of Valor. This is the first time we're going to see this dungeon. And I think it's going to be very interesting. We can see some insane pools.
노쿠드가 뭔가 생각보다 너무 평이했어.
There's many different trash pools you can do, especially in the Fenrir area. You can decide to pull the wolves or the bears, or you can just pull more in that middle area after Himdall as well. So lots of different things they can technically do. So we'll see what they decide. We also have pretty easy affixes. We have bursting, modified explosive. Well,
지난 시즌에 에코가 결승에 질 뻔했거든요. 2대1 결승에서 2대1로
I do think that explosive is going to limit some of your pull.
2대1로 약간 겨우 이겼는데 그런 것 때문에 택틱을 좀 숨기면서 가나? 어차피 이길 수 있으니까.
Shadow Priest was already really good in Halls of Valor as is. I think that you kind of have to be, like you were talking about, careful in that Fenrir area if you're doing like all of the wolves in one singular pull.
뭔가 평가하기가
like standing on the pillar to where they'll make the wolves not leap. If you're doing a strategy like that, you have to be very cautious.
평가라고 해야 되나? 비교하기가 조금 애매해요.
But beyond
야드랑 풍원이랑 조금 비슷비슷.
We are going to see very large pulls.
확실히 누가 우위에 있다고 얘기하기에는 야드를 쓰는 이유는 그냥 유전 3% 같은데? 아니면 우르솔 태풍 약간 이런 것 때문에 쓸 수가 있어요.
The one thing I do like with Evoker Healers
유틸적에서 푸온이 야드보다 낫다고 생각하는. 사실 지금 그냥 광딜러들은 다 비슷해요. 방금도 그 결과로 나왔던 DPS가 그렇게 막 격차가 크지 않았거든요. 그러니까 특정 유틸이 그 던전에서 필요하니까 쓴 거예요. 용맹도 파열의 폭탄이라 뭐 어픽스는 특별히 없고 이게 1렘에 다 갖다 붙여갖고 1렘까지 못 가겠지? 그거를 하면은 조금 신선하겠다. 난이도가 너무 높거든요. 와우 갓게임이네. 이 시간에 공짜 그 말이니까. 이거 어디까지 갈지 좀 궁금하다. 정화긴 하거든요. 짤이 세면은 좀 아파. 한 반피 정도는 빠질 거야 아마.
This is a very, very kick-heavy dungeon, so having access to that
가네. 램드 가네.
very nice. Now, typically we will see this entire first trash pack pull.
정화거든요. 이거
the first boss unfortified. This is some crazy stuff from both.
빈딕 쪽에 바닥 유도되고 저 누가 유도했냐?
Bloodlust committed, obviously.
복술?
And let's see how they're able to pull it off. This might be one of the only pulls of the dungeon where bursting might actually come into play, because there are actually 9 or 10 mobs in here, and they will die at roughly the same time with the AoE the groups have. And of course you have to make sure that not too many of those thunder shocks go.
용맹에서 복술 쓴 이유는 딱 그거네요. 짤이 부족해. 암사가 있으니까. 용맹 같은 경우는 복술이 짤을 혼자서 전담할 수 있는 게 좀 있어요. 그러니까 뭐 룬 혼자 볼 수 있고 그 비술사 짤 복술이 혼자 볼 수 있고.
Yeah, I mean this is an insane pool. This is a 22. 22 Halls of Valor is a key that still, I mean, pretty difficult even for people that do high keys, right?
그러니까 요런 식으로 이게 어픽스가 파열인데 요런 패턴에서 파열 살리는 거는 용일보다 복술이 좀 더 좋아요. 사제가 데무도 있고. 선정술사 2마리 붙이는 거는 데무가 있기 때문에 어느 정도 커버가 좀 돼요, 되기는. 그리고 어픽스가 경화니까 램드 뿔피리가 그렇게 아프지 않아. 팩만 버티면 이론적으로는 할 수 있어, 이 풀리.
On one of the thunder callers to make sure they don't have to deal with both of them simultaneously. So they were mind controlling the thunder caller, just moved it in, using it as a pet basically for a while.
지금
and then as soon as the other
뭐야 팀 위가 하는 걸 안 봤는데 에코코만 지금 계속 보고 있거든요, 저도. 팀이는 어떻게 되는지 모르겠네. 붙이긴 붙였는데 조금 뭘 잡고 붙였나? 또 차이가 왜 이렇게 많이 나지?
Dude, the difference in boss damage just from Prio is insane. Echo fully burned the boss down like you were saying, whereas Team Sui, they focused a lot on the Storm Drake. They wanted that thing.
양팀 다 뭐 데스는 없으니까 좀 잘했네.
Of tank damage because that Storm Drake can just ruin your tank sometimes, right? So it makes sense, but man, Echo gained a lot of time here. They're already done with the boss team, so we still has to chew through 30% of the boss HP. But check out this from Echo here. They're skipping a lot of this trash. Or maybe they were just running past it so that they can pull it together. And yeah, that looks exactly what they're doing. They're still going.
네 팩?
Where are they going?
네 팩이면은 뒤에
Don't tell me
방패가 또
they're still
붙을 수
going.
있긴 한데
They gotta find a way to
여기까지만.
put this all together too.
Yeah,
This is 4 trash packs they have together here.
와 어버렸다. 그래 이 플릭 좀 신선하긴 하고 이게 짧을 게 2개, 4개,
They need to kill this as quickly as possible because they're
다섯
gonna
개.
run out of disrupts.
짧을 게
every
7개거든요.
Because there's just so many casts they have to interrupt. We also have multiple of these thundershocks going off. One of
블러드도
them
없는데?
just now. They're not even dispelling it. Using dwarf racial to get rid of it here by clicks as well. And so
폭탄 너무
many
많아서 한 개씩
explosives
터지고
spawning
있고.
as well that Azalea tries to get to take care of as much as possible. Clicks also using the mind control as well on some of these mobs that they end up not trying to.
아 이거를 광스턴으로 그냥 다 봐버리네.
And yeah, it's really well done by Echo as Team Sui now is gearing up to do.
이거는 이따가 MDT 한번 찍어봐야겠다.
Man, that was. I mean, Team Swee's gonna be pulling
와.
at least 2 packs together. I don't see if they have someone pulling the bottom.
빈스 한 마리, 2마리, 룬 한 마리,
I'm not sure, but even if they
네.
would, that's just
Left and
3
right.
packs that they're doing.
빈스 한 마리, 네
I mean,
마리.
it's still a smaller pull than what Echo did.
룬 하나.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still an insanely
it's still
difficult
pretty
pull, and you can see Ruff is using that
이거는 뭐,
here to do as much damage as
이거는
possible, actually topping the damage meters right
첫
now.
주부터 했던
too.
플릭이니까.
It's just so crazy. Echo doesn't stop though, pulling all 4 of the Shield Maidens up into the Aspirant pack as well. Only 7 mobs.
그래도 여기에 뭘 붙이진 않네요.
Actually 8.
여기에만 붙이진 않네.
Very, very dangerous. Now, are
I
they
cannot
doing the
believe they
Aspirant
didn't
cheese
pull the
here?
mini bosses on top of this pull here. But Team Sui having some issues, unfortunately, as their DK and their healer goes down. Feral follows as well. Only Ruff alive at this
no.
point. This might just be a full wipe. Ruff going down.
Yeah.
So
여기에 신성화 정도 붙일 수 있지 않나?
And yeah,
그래도
this was this big pull that we talked about, right? They didn't pull the 3 mobs at the bottom of the stairs.
뭐야
They pulled
사고
the big
났네.
trash bag on top of the stairs, plus the left side inside the room and the right side. So Echo did something similar, but they didn't pull the right side. They just went all the way to the left, pulling another trash bag there. So I do think that the pull size actually was similar.
네, 신성화부터 붙이네. 맞죠? 이거 신성화 맞지? 좀 정리되고 붙이네.
Right side, which actually I think also includes another
네,
mistake.
뭔가 안 붙이긴 좀 아쉽거든.
So they had just more casters to deal with on Team Sui's side. And
맞죠? 제가 얘기했죠. 이거 신성화 붙이고 싶다고. 이게 보통은 폭풍부터 붙이는데 폭풍을 쫄 처리하기 전에 붙이기 조금 무서워.
And as soon as something goes wrong, somebody goes down, everything just falls apart because the C chain is not going to work out anymore. And yeah, unfortunately for Team Sui, having a full team wipe means they have to go 1 by 1 at this point because they don't have the cooldowns available anymore to do that same again.
이게 지금 경화잖아요. 글로벌 다니시는 분들은 생존기를 엿다가 많이 줘야 돼요. 경화 때는 이 쫄고 간 폭풍이 아파. 델리아도 여기 정보를 쓰잖아요. 정보를 여기서 쓰면은 랜드에서는 한 번 더 쓰기 힘들거든요. 22단이지만 그래도 경화니까 빡센 거야. 역시 대세는 역버프. 대세는 역버프. 아, 잘 됐네. 이게 히리아를 플링하고 이중첩이 되면서 그 왼쪽 폭풍 쪽에 선이 저렇게 꼽혀야 되거든요. 저게 역버프 아주 잘 된 예, 요새 약간 하는. 근데 신성화 쓸 때 양쪽으로 선이 꼽히면은 투툴이 조금 아파가지고.
It does, so they're on the holy side right now. It'll do the holy abilities. But if you do the timing of this
랜드가 빡센 거는 역버프를 안 해줘서 그래요. 그건 탱이 역버프를 해줘야 돼 이제. MDI에서 나왔잖아. MDI에서 나온 건 뭐다? 이 국룰이 되는 거다. 역버프 안 해주면은 이 탱커로서의 자세가 안 되는 거예요. 이건. 역버프를 안 해줬는데 힐러한테 못 살렸다고 뭐라고 한다? 그거는 이제 안 되는 탱커지.
has apparently found a way to do it pretty consistently because they did it in their first try here in competition.
Yeah, really well done. And I mean, if it works out, if the reverse works out, then it's just going to be quite a lot easier. Of course, because as you said,
나는 단일이
does a lot less damage.
용보다 복술이 더 잘 나오는데 얘는 용이 더 잘 나오네, 질리아는. 지팡이가 그렇게 큰가? 뭔가 지팡이 차이 같기도 하고.
Into this area too, using Mindstooth from the Shadow Priest to just walk past some of these mobs, and they actually pulled the Aspirant trash pack on top of one of the mini bosses, Solston. So that is a pretty cool strategy too. And maybe some of the rest of the trash that they skipped, maybe they pulled it on top of the other mini boss, which also seems
여기는
to be
아마
efficient. Unfortunately,
스물로 스킵을 하거나 아니면은 여러 팩을 가야 되는데 어떻게 할래나?
Perfectly because of that team wipe that they had earlier that custom cut a bit of time. But Echo now down with Hersha as they're now moving to the Fenrir area, and they're gathering some trash. So they pull the initial pack on the right plus this Archer pack here as well. So some Thundercallers and the Mystic here as well that they have to interrupt.
팩? 지금 왼쪽도 땡긴 거죠? 왼쪽 땡겼지? 안 보이긴 하는데.
It's pretty difficult, right? Because you have so many casters and so many mobs that are really hard to move. And so far, Echo just did an amazing job making sure they all
앞에서 내 팩 가는 걸 봤더니
make sure they're not losing
내 팩 정도는 뭐 그냥
And that's something that we talk about Echo a lot, right? They
좀
just
들어가고.
efficient because gathering up, like once the pool is gathered, it always seems like okay, well, a lot of teams would be able to handle it once it's all gathered up, right? You assign your interrupts, you just like make sure you use
진짜
your
이거는 복술이니까 할 수 있는
whatnot, and you just
택틱이네요.
coordinate everything.
복술이 아니면 안 돼 이거는.
It's gonna work, and you press your damage buttons, right? But gathering up the pools is something that
주요 자리들이 너무
don't really
많아가지고
think about when it comes to the difficulty of it, because that's probably the most difficult part of all of it. Because pulling 2 or 3 different packs together,
하열이니까 다 매기면서
that's where you lose the most amount of time.
소를 쓰겠지?
Because if there's some caster in the back that you don't manage to
안
gather,
붙이나?
it's not gonna die with all of your AoE spells, and then you have to go and kill it at the end. And at that point, that pull is just not gonna be efficient anymore.
Right. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems with these major pulls, obviously, that you're highlighting. So the fact that they found exactly these exact setups to pull it off perfectly, like I'm sure we could do a clinic on like how they pulled together those four packs when they entered the whole area.
그러니까 늑대 점프를 쓴다면은 아마 펜리를 잡고 할 거예요. 그때는 플링 시간이 좀 줄어드니까.
The caster mobs aren't casting. This is very weird from Echo though. This is a cooldown pull and a half. They're waiting for cooldowns here, just killing.
이거는 용이 내가 봤을 때 애드난 것 같은데. 이거 용을 잡을 이유가 없거든요. 아니 앞에서 그렇게 다 붙여서 잡았는데 용을 왜 잡아? 이거는 내가 봤을 때 누가 무빙 잘못해갖고 애드 났을 것 같은데. 용이 저 슬록을 다 매겨도 퍼센트가 그렇게 크지가 않아요.
What do you think they're going to be doing for trash count? Because they still need about 21% trash count to finish off their trash. Of course, the 4 mobs at the end of the dungeon are worth about 17% or so trash count. So they have to get that 20% from somewhere in this section of the dungeon. You think they're just going to be pulling a bunch of dogs and bears, probably?
I think so. I also
야,
wonder
저
if that's
진지
the
그
reason
숨도 안
why they
써주네,
brought the
진지.
shaman instead of the evoker. I mean, on top of the other, of course,
오른쪽이요? 오른쪽 그냥 지금 램드 잡고 있는 거 아니야?
But having the extra range on the shaman to be able to kill the explosives
그냥
while
힐이야 잡고
standing
있는 거
on
아니에요?
defense might actually be a reason why they brought it.
아 힐이야 잡으면서 뭐 갖다 붙였나?
Another thing I wanted to note as well is
아
that
그러네.
we
뭐
don't have
바닥에
heroes in
시체들이 좀
either of the
있네.
teams, right? No, Echo and Team 3, neither of them playing
저거는
which is something we see a lot.
끝나고 좀
Also Valor
돌려볼게요.
to be
뭐
able
하이라이트로
to
보여줄래나?
just basically stop the leap from happening on
에코
Fenrir.
보느라고
Because
오른쪽
if
거 아예
you
못
have
봤네.
vanish or feign death or anything like that, then the leap just stops and you just don't make the. You just basically don't have the bleed effects.
아
on
힐이야에다
the
몹을
team, which can do
붙였어요?
a lot of damage. But I guess
Yeah,
they
they just
just
have Shadow
figured
Melt
it's
on
not
Gingy, that's it.
necessary. Yeah, they have the Shadow Melt on Gingy, so they have one way of stopping it if the leap is on Gingy. And then other than that, they also have the Dwarf Rachels, I guess. So whenever they do have the bleed on them, they can Dwarf it off if they need to. So I guess they figured that's good enough. But yeah, they just immediately
오른쪽
went to
루트 좀
Fenrir
보긴
Beast 2. They
해야겠다.
didn't
저런
have
거
any oh, yeah.
그러니까 저런
There we
루트를
go. Shadow Melt being used by
제시했을
Gingy,
때
getting rid of that.
에코
And
같은 애들은
afterwards, they'll
카피를
have
되게
some
잘
more
하거든요.
ratios available. But yeah, Team 3 now down with
좋다고
Hersha as well.
생각되면은
But yeah, there's a lot of time they have to
하겠지.
catch up
에코
to.
지금
Who actually
팬리르부터
wants to
바로
be
온
active
거죠?
here, unfortunately.
Nigger, they might not get a
Bypassed
second
them a
lead.
lot of time.
Look how
Oh,
fast this
yeah,
boss is dying.
that's,
They might not get a second leap at
That
all.
boss is dying pretty quickly.
티미는
Oh, they'll get a second leap at the very end here, but they'll have dwarf racials for it. Or
팩인가?
if they're able to shield
팩인가?
them up, it won't be too big of an issue. It'll happen like right after the next claw frenzy. Yeah, this boss is pretty much just dead though, so not too big of a deal.
아 이거는 대회 서비라서 검색하면 안 나와요. 그러니까 얘는 세팅이나 그런 걸 보고 싶으시면은
Was
그
it GG?
트위치에 공식 중계방이 있거든요. 거기 들어가서 왼쪽에 보면은 그냥 화면에서 이렇게 클릭해서 확인할 수
They
있어요.
don't, but I mean, don't play.
Oh, we know nothing about feral druids. That's
Well,
okay.
we're gonna have to
Is that
see what they
happening?
did there, but it looks like they also found a different spot for the wolves.
아,
The rock.
자 지금 새로운 늑대자리 나왔어요. 새로운 늑대자리 이게 더 괜찮다.
Oh
네,
man.
새로운
Of
늑대자리.
course, this means that the dogs don't have any target to jump to because they're technically.
이게
not
늑대를
in line of
플링해
sight
오는
there,
게
right?
시간이 좀 오래
So
걸리거든요.
the dogs will just stay
네, 확실히
where they
팬니를
are.
이속을
It's
받고
nice and
플링을
stacked.
하면
This will
탱커
be a
입장에서
nice,
조금 더 편하지.
solid amount of trash count for them. And then they just have a bunch of bears that they can finish off. Then they'll have to shadow meld skip the guardians, right? The guards. And we'll move on to the last
MDI는
section.
진짜 막
Just clinical,
몇 초
right?
차이로
Yeah,
갈리거든요.
that will be interesting as
이게
well is
지금은 막
how the
예선전이라서
last
그렇게
mini
크지가
bosses are
않은데
gonna
후반
do
가면은
a strategy where you
몇
bring
초
all
차이로
of them
이렇게
at the same
갈려요.
time. That one is a bit more difficult because you need the 4 beers to be able to do that. But then I think it's a little bit more difficult to pull off if you don't have the shroud.
에코가 이거는
It's- I think
자기네들
it's a little
패를
bit
하나
tough
보여준
because,
건데
if you pick up a beer, in case you guys don't know, and you get in combat with the beer on you, then it's actually just going to get removed. So that can be a little bit dangerous.
제 생각에 노쿠드는
And
뭔가
if
좀
you do the shadow meld
숨기고
skip,
한 것
then GG
같거든요.
wouldn't be one of the
에코에서.
people that pick up a beer, of course, but they would still have 4 other people that can. So we'll see how to deal with this. But yeah, now we do see the grizzly pull, the bear pull being done by Now, and look at how well Now is kiting this as well. He's just running in a circle.
나오,
Because he
나오
doesn't
저거 봐봐.
facing
저건
off them,
드리블,
but he actually dropped
저건
incredibly
드리블 하는 게
low
아니고
for a
그냥 맞으면서
second.
딜을 하는
And
건데.
he's trying to kite as much as he can while also staying
아우 저 나오 스타일 중첩 계속 올라가잖아.
having the mobs stay in the same area as much as possible because of all of the ground targeted AoE that they have with the unholy DK as well, death and decay, stuff like that. So very
100%
interesting to see
끝났고
that
이제
Now can
나올
kite
거예요 이제.
not getting hit,
내
but
말이
also
하겠지
just
당연히.
barely moving
많이
the mobs
알려졌으니까.
around as well.
Yeah, just clinical. So let's see what their skip is going to be here. They're at that 84% trash count marker that I talked
어
about.
뭐야? 풀을
They just invis potting? That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like they're just
That
invis
네
potting.
맞아요. 딜로스 안 늘려고 폭탄 연번으로 깨는 거는 제 방송을 많이 보셨으면 저도 그런 얘기를 했을 거예요. 타겟 적을 때 폭탄 건드리지 말라고 복수를 할 때. 복수를 연번으로 깨면은 용일보다 더 좋은 폭탄 딜러예요.
They have the
Yeah, that's
bloodlust.
the
Do you
biggest
think you use it
problem,
on the Four
right?
Kings?
티미는 확실히
I do think
저 자리에서 하잖아요.
Bloodlust is probably an Odin on the damage phase. But
티미는 이 자리에서 하네.
like, if you kill the boss anyway, right? if
이게
you
이
have
자리에서 안 한 게
then
폭탄
it
때문일 수도
doesn't
있어요.
matter. But I'm not
이거
sure if
죽기
they
왜
kill
올라갔다
on a
내려오냐?
22.
탱 터지나?
I'm not sure if you can kill Odin in one phase on a 22 without Lust.
Oh,
But
I'm sure
anyway,
they
they still
can
have a
on
6-minute
fortified.
cooldown, so they can't use it here. I guess we didn't see the cooldown of Bloodlust because they used it on Fenrir.
Oh,
and
yeah.
아 술 다
Fenrir.
탱겼네.
Okay,
It was just not showing when they were on that bridge.
you're right.
But yeah, they are doing that beer strategy where Now is just moving one
자
of the
지금
big
말
bosses
걸라고 보세요.
plus
다 붙어
all of them
있었죠.
to make sure
말
that
걸라고
now
다
they
붙어
can
있는 거야.
activate more.
저게
And the
술을
most
세 마리 다
difficult part of
던진
this
다음에
strategy, when you have
순회
all of
공연을
these big
하잖아요.
bosses,
순회
is
공연
that
하고
now is
나서
taking a
제자리로
lot of
돌아가거든요.
damage.
그때
So
말을
we need to
걸면
keep
이렇게
an
네
eye
마리를
on
다
that
땡겨서 잡을 수가
HP
있어요.
and the defensives that he's gonna use.
근데 이게 순회 공연 할 때 마지막 쪽에 붙이는 게 조금 어려워요. 그래갖고 술을 마지막에 애드 시킬 쫄에다가 살짝 늦게 던져줘야 돼요.
It's actually pretty impressive how much damage these healers can put out when they're really focusing on doing as much damage as possible. And this is a great pull for it, right? Because, Now can prevent a lot of the damage here with cooldowns and just let Zalia cast. I don't think Zalia is really
이게 네
casting
마리
anything
붙이는
for the
게
past 20 seconds. I think that was the first global that we just saw where he wasn't casting a chain lightning, where he actually
이게
healed Now.
힐러는 별로 안
He
어려워요.
casted like
탱커가
3 or
빡세
4,
탱커가.
like almost 10 chain lightning healing rains in a row. It's kind of
이렇게
crazy.
바로 붙였을 때는 이게 한 마리 죽을 때마다 몹들이 강화되잖아요. 네 마리를 한 번에 다 붙이면은 그냥 다 진 스킬밖에 안 써가지고 그렇게 안 빡셈. 탱커만 빡센 거지 탱커만.
But that's okay because the next boss here is Skrevald and Odin as well. I don't think they are necessarily bosses that do that much tank damage.
웬일로 진지가 한 번도 안 죽었는데.
Okay to use all of the defensives
이
on that.
그 에코팀은 진지가 한두 번씩 이렇게 큰 사고 내면서 죽어줘야 제맛인데.
Lots and lots of beautiful banners.
Oh man.
As they wait for
진지가
Skrevald.
노데스니까 이상해.
Fortunately, we reduced the RP for this boss by like what 30 seconds or so in a patch like about a month ago. So could have been worse. We would have had time for a few more banner plants before. But here we are on the God King Skovald. Of course, once you're at this point in the dungeon, all the trash is done. You just have 2 bosses left: the God King Skovald and of course Odin himself. There's a little bit of RP, but yeah, these guys have been going crazy fast. You know what? This dungeon might actually end up being faster than Naka Defensive, which I think is crazy considering how long Halls of Valor actually is as a dungeon.
Yeah, that is actually pretty insane. I mean, some pulls that they've been doing
아 여기서 보세요. 복술이 라이트닝 볼트 번개 화살을 쏘잖아요. 연번을 안 쓰고. 저 깔때기 딜을 배려를 하는 거예요. 그러니까 쫄이 최대한 늦게 죽어야 네임드 딜이 잘 되니까.
Managing to do a pull like that and still somehow being able to do so much boss damage just shows how like efficient Echo is and how risky they're really playing by making sure they're doing the pull as fast as possible, but still just keeping the mobs alive. Because
약간 저게 참된 복술이죠, 저게.
Which makes it infinitely more difficult because you're gonna have so much more to worry and so much more to interrupt.
근데 글로벌 가면은 복술이 저렇게 페인 라이트닝 안 쓰고, 그러니까 연번 안 쓰고 번개 화살만 써도 도적들 막 화약 치고 있고 이런단 말이야. 그런 파티에서는 그런 배려를 할 필요가 없는 거고.
Having that big vibe on that one pull that we saw. Still, I mean that pull, that vibe just cost them so much time, right? I want to say,
yeah,
like maybe like almost 2 minutes, right? Because afterwards they had to pull the trash one by one. It just really cost them so much. Oh, rough.
I feel like another wipe is coming out from there. Just add insult to injury, right as we were talking about them too. That was
저 트랩이 저 덫이 조금 빡세요. 이상한 짓 다 터졌네. 야 저거는 근데 붙인 게 아니라 애드한 게 아닐까요? 붙인 거 같진 않고 애드났겠지. 뭐 퍼센트가 저걸 붙여야 한다는 거긴 한데 아 저게 덫이 되게 빡세요. 더 빡세. 티미가 풀링은 그래도 약간 창의적인 부분이 있긴 있네요. 막 앞에 위안으로 패스하고.
Echo, Odin, please become talkable, please. Yeah, here we go.
We're kneeling
on to the final boss.
용맹의 전당 막냄 같은 경우는 경화가 피통이 더 커요, 막냄이. 제가 그건 수치로 확인을 한 부분. 그래갖고 이 용맹의 전당 하면서 이상하게 경화인데 막냄이 너무 늦게 죽는다 그런 기분 느껴보셨을 거잖아요. 느낌이 아니고 팩트예요, 팩트.
From Jinji to make sure everyone can get through the rune as fast as possible, and they're gonna save all of their offensive cooldowns to make sure. Oh, and they have a thundering as well.
처음에 세포.
They instantly cleared. Yeah, they had to.
Wow. Oh,
because when you get to your rune, you pretty much want to instantly plant, right? So
죽기 가다가 공 맞았다.
to clear after the fact, but here we go. That damage amp is on. They don't have the bloodlust here. They must be going like really fast. Of course, Odin dies at 80%, as is tradition for most bosses in dungeons. And once that 80% mark is hit, the dungeon will be complete for them. Remember, the Naka defensive timer was 2109, so this is going to be
아 이게 86%부터 3창인가 보다.
dungeons we have available this season. And man, just another perfect run from Echo. Look at that.
이게 저 창이 나오는 개수 있잖아요. 창이 나오는 개수가 시간 패턴이 아니고 램드 피통 패턴이더라고요. 세게 돌 때 보니까 어떨 때는 2창이고 그러니까 특정 타이밍에 어떨 때는 2창이고 어떨 때는 3창이고 그래갖고 봤더니 저게 램드 피통 기준으로 86%부터 3창이네. 남의 거를 이렇게 봐야지 보여.
Take the 2-0 over Team Sui.
너무
And
약간
Tettles. I mean, there was just so much to kind of like break down as far as just
Echo.
neat things Echo was doing, just how perfectly everything was kind of executed.
I think that
Maybe
also powers, like, a
only
super unique
Monka
in the sense of,
can
like, there's a lot of tech
beat
that
Echo.
we can and
Monka,
did see in that
Monka
dungeon.
화이팅.
It's
고
not, I
Monka
don't think
고.
that there is anything that we necessarily saw that was like super revolutionary. Now they were tanking the wolves on a different spot than normal, but overall, that was a great run by Echo and honestly a great series. And I think that they're, again, like I said last time, they're looking like the #1 seed with how fast they just went in that HOV. Oh my gosh, Mirror's at 150
목소리 짧아.
DPS in that dungeon. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That's a big number.
이 게임은 해도 모르는 게 계속 나오는데 이번 시즌은 그러니까 이번 확장팩은
Not normally.
매 시즌마다
That is
던전이
not
바뀌기
normal.
때문에
Not normally.
계속 나올 예정이에요.
All right. Well, here's some moments from the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, I
There
think
were many.
that this dungeon, there were a lot of moments that we've added to the replay. We can just kind of talk over some of the stuff. I think that the biggest things that we had from Echo is just like a lot of the cool tech is most of the stuff that I wanted to cover. Obviously, this pull into the first boss.
어떻게 보면 이 풀링이 차라리 쉬웠다. 폭탄이 좀
taking the whole entire pack plus the storm drake into
암사가
the boss
데모해주나?
is something that like this pull in general for your tank is very
이게
and the fact that they were able to deal with it, live the pull.
여기서 전멸했다고 보여주나
And then
보네.
on like the other side,
아까
there were some
티미는
unfortunate things
그
that
냄드에
happened for
갖다
Team
붙였다는 거 그거
Sweet.
좀 보고
You know,
싶은데.
they ruined the whole entire pack because their tank was an elemental.
야
There's nothing we can
탱커
do
미친놈.
about this, honestly.
야 탱커가 방금 개트롤했네 미친놈이.
He's doing top damage. He deserved this.
아, 저 다태아장 친구 좀 쓰지 말라고 진짜.
I would
죽여버리고 싶네.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Zalia
야 룬 2개 깔렸는데 탱커가
chat moving so fast nobody will knows.
다태아 끼고 저 미쉐린 끼고 저기서 비비고 있어.
So it was a
I mean, I
ninja
think,
Wow.
I think we knew.
진짜 뒤통수 개발이 없네 저거.
Like Sarah mentioned
We
it.
love the confirmation.
Tettles was definitely going to say that.
Well, it was slow. Right? Well, okay, so they just like solo pulled it.
Yeah.
It was strange. What did you guys think about the inversion strategy, where you have to like leap across the room to be able to have her just stacking up with the incorrect style debuff to make sure that like the Eye of the Storm and the Expel Light are just doing no damage?
I mean, we've known about this literally since Legion, right? It's just that
전쟁하시는 분들은 이거 돌려서 보세요. 이 약간 지금 나오가 한 게 그 역법도의 정석이에요. 위안으로 패스 해온 다음에 이거를 데리고 와서 이걸 냄드에다 붙였네.
So that's great for them.
역버프를 안 했네 근데.
I didn't see this because we were too busy watching Echo in the run, but this is wild.
I could not believe that they were able to pull this off. Taking all of the shield maidens in the
와
purifier
이거는
and just being able to like heal through all of this at the same time. This is wild for Ross to be able to tank this.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
야 폭탄 야 딜러 아우씨 저 폭탄 터졌으면
Not only the
쌍욕감.
tank damage, but you really have to worry about the frontals from the shield maidens too, right? Like there's a lot that can go wrong there. So it's crazy that they pulled that off.
근데 지원자가
But I
없었네.
mean, Echo also had some insane pulls. Like
지원자를
this Trapper pack. Like if
지원자가
this
있었으면 좀
pull on
빡셌을 것
accident,
같은데.
We're wiping Defenrir, whereas Echo is like, oh yeah, this just seems like an efficient pull to be taking into the boss. Like, all right, this is not normal. And then on top of that, so if you're gonna do this wolf pull, you could actually go either to the post or this rock. But this rock, after having seen it played, seems like it's going to be a lot faster.
이 풀링 할 때 보면은 탱커가 이렇게 끌고 오잖아요. 힐러가 최대한 빨리 힐 한 방 해줘야 돼. 그래야지 이제 이 몹 전체가 그 원딜을 인식을 한 걸로 돼서 그때부터 근딜들이 딜을 시작하면 되거든요. 원딜이 그러니까 힐러가 최대한 전투를 걸어주는 게 중요해요. 저 풀링 할 때는. 안 그러면 근딜들 바로 뛰면서 쓸려버림.
They skipped the second leap from Fenrir when Shinji didn't have Shadow Melt anymore. So what's the feral tech there?
한점 지점 보통은 여기를 쓰죠. 여기 가기 전에 울타리. 거기는 이번 대회에서 저도 처음 봐가지고. 아까 에코가 그 한점 지점 한 데는 그 펜릴이 있는데 뒤쪽 바위 위네요.
So in Karn, Feral can prowl one time.
Oh,
So that's
okay, well
probably
then I
what it
guess
was.
that's it.
뭐 사실 어디에서 해도 상관은 없어요. 그냥 탱커가 풀링하기 좀 편한 거.
Okay.
I'm surprised that I knew that.
Great.
I've been playing a lot of Feral lately.
There you go.
뭐 특별히 스페셜한
I
거밖에
played
없다.
a lot of Druid over the years, but not a lot of Feral Druid. I admit. Yeah. There you go. It's a 2-0 score for Echo over Team Sweet. Team Sweet not out yet. They're just going to go down to the lower bracket. to face, I believe it is, the winner between Lucky 7 and Levels later today. So if you're a Team Sweet fan, they'll be playing a little bit later as well. Now we look forward to our next matchup. It is going to be, who's it going to be? It's going to be Sloth versus Legendary. Right, we talked about that earlier. This one has a chance to be a little bit closer than what we just saw.
Yeah,
Sure, I just want
this
to tell you that
could
now he's not
very-
playing in that one.
He's not.
Yes.
Oh, right, don't. Jeez.
True.
Okay. This could definitely have
But-
네,
implications.
남은
for
팀
who
중에는
wins
슬로스가 그나마 좀
this
강팀이거든요.
bracket, right? These are the number 2 and number 3 seed in the bracket. And, I mean, Sloth, we've been talking about how good Sloth is all weekend already, right? They're a great team. They can compete with Echo. But Legendary is a team that we still have some question marks about. They're a relatively new team when put together. A lot of them are, MDI veterans, but this is the first time they've played together. They looked pretty good yesterday, but they're going to have to play a little better than they did yesterday.
MDT로 에코플링만 한번 볼게요.
This is a great matchup.
에코플링이 조금 궁금해서.
Yep, it's going to be a lot
What
of
are you
fun.
guys
We're
kinda
going to take
thinking?
What are you thinking?
I still am with my legendary prediction.
I think Sloth. I think I chose Sloth as my winner, my runner-up, so I have to go with Sloth.
I don't know.
Ligura?
I think Sloth.
I think it's
What do
gonna
you
be close. It's definitely gonna be 3 dungeons, I think, that we see.
Ooh.
And I think Sloth is gonna win.
All right, it's ironic. Sloth. Okay. Well, there you go. Here's a brief peek at
뭐
what
지금은
we have
딱히
to
볼 건
expect there. We
없으니까.
don't know what the bans are quite yet, but we've got a Ruby Life Pools, Alfgar Academy, Quarter Stars, Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, and Naku Defensive. So a chance to see a couple dungeons we haven't seen this weekend yet.
자, 1번.
In terms of Court of Stars and Shadowmoon Burial Grounds.
이거는 할만해요.
So we'll see.
뭐 전통술사밖에
And we'll see
없으니까.
soon.
자,
Because it's just going to be a quick break, and when we come back,
2번이
the second match
조금
of the day
그랬는데,
begins.
2번.
So see in just a few.
그러니까
on
여기서
MDI.
기술사 하나, 기술사 둘, 룬조각사 3개, 기술사 4개, 천둥술사, 룬조각사 5개, 6개. 짧을 게 6개인데 이게 천둥술사가 한 마리라서 딜이 들어오는 거는 룬조각사 2개인데 이게 룬조각사짜리 스턴으로 보기가 조금 어려워요. 아로새기기가 시전을 완료한 다음에 스턴자를 봐야지 이게 짤이 되거든요. 그래서 아마 룬조각사 한 마리를 술사가 전담으로 봤을 거고 천둥술사 한 마리를 로트에 돌렸을 거고 나머지 룬조각사 하나가 조금 애매한데 그냥 딜로 어떻게 때려 잡았나? 그리고 이 비술사가 방위가 3개라서 조금 빡센데 거기에 룬 드리블도 쳐줘야 되고 이거를 어떻게 했지? 2번이 저는 어떻게 그냥 딜로 녹였나 보다 했는데 이거 다시 찍어봐도 어려운데 22단 경화거든요? 22단 경화? 이거 신기하네. 3번에 이렇게 붙였죠. 그리고 4번에 약간 체인풀로 6번에 이것만 붙인 것 같아요. 이거는 풀링이 아까 안 된 걸로 봤고 6번에 이렇게 갔고 이해가 안 되는 건 이거를 단독 전투를 했는데 아까 펠리를 단독이었죠. 이거 안 붙였지? 그리고 바로 9번 잡고 제가 여기서 약간 에코 거 놓쳐가지고 그 다음에 뭐 이거 했을 거고 76.3 그럼 퍼센트가 맞나? 아 여기서 늑대를 조금 뺐겠다. 뭐 한 요정도? 퍼센트가 살짝 다르긴 한데 84%였는데? 84.07이었는데 딱 요거 같거든요. 아니면 여기서 한두 마리 매겨갖고 여기서 변동이 좀 있긴 할 때? 요렇게 돌았네요. 에코. 이게 이해가 안 가거든요. 그쵸? 이거 애드 맞는 것 같아. 그렇지 않아요? 아니 이거 맞아? 83.7이었어요? 아니야 얘네 올라갈 때 84.003가 그랬거든요 제 기억에. 이거 애드 맞아. 그쵸 이거 애드야. 지금 이게 계속 의문점이거든요. 이거 이거 아니 뭐 차라리 6번에서 이걸 붙여서 잡을 수도 있었고. 아니 램드에다 뭐 황소를 붙여도 되고. 아무튼 아니 요런 3번 2번 3번 이런 풀링을 해놓고 첫 늑대 4마리 붙여 잡았어요? 8번에? 이렇게? 그러면은 뭐 대충 요런 느낌이겠네. 이거 좀 빡세긴 한데 뭐 이거는 어떻게 했나 보다.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Dowie, here, along with Dratnos Nagura, and it makes this time as we get ready for our second series of the day. It's going to be Sloth versus Legendary, and this is going to be a close one. We talked about it a little bit before the break, where these two teams are both kind of gunning for that second place spot in the group, or at least a chance to maybe, you know, get a bit of a upset, I guess you could say, take down Echo in the finals of Group A. It'd be pretty neat to see. But as we look at the bands here, looks like Althgar or Algathar. I keep wanting to say Alethgar for some reason. Algathar.
플러스가 나머지 팀들 중에서는 그나마 좀 세거든요.
Makes, you said you had a chance to talk to both the teams before this one. What are they thinking coming into this one?
레전더리? 여기는 처음 보는 팀이네.
I'm a huge fan of both of the teams, so for me it was really difficult to kind of decide who I'm going to jinx with my caster powers.
이 약간 어둠달 배난 이유가 약간 보이지 않으세요?
Teams, like, are you going to win this series? And I asked Tobo
배난
from
이유.
Legendary, and he was like, yes.
돌려.
So
얘네가
directly
대회를
questions
하는데
asked, and then
이
I
대기
asked
시간이 겁나
the
길어요.
coach of Team Sloth, and he was like, yeah, we'll try.
분명히 언젠가 한 번은 이거 대기하다가 자는 사람들이 나올 거. 첫 경기 하고 막 패자부활전 결승 가고 이러면은 대기를 막 6시간 이렇게 해야 되거든요. 이거.
And you know, we'll see how this one goes.
All right. Well, Dranos, I want your opinion on this one too. It's you know, team
슬로스 끝나면은 바로 에코랑 슬로스 결승할래.
On paper, who do you think's got the edge here?
I don't know. I mean, I think
대진이 만약에 그러면은 저는 에코랑 슬로스까지 하는 거 딱 보고 바로
not overconfidence perhaps, but on paper, yeah, okay, the time trials are really close between these two teams, right? The time trial dungeons, one went faster for one team, one went faster for the other team. The Knockout Offensive, a dungeon we've seen both teams run within 30 seconds, slightly faster for Sloth. I think Sloth have a bit of an edge as well in that they have more experience and history as well. Like they've, you know, had good MDI results in Shadowlands too. So I think Sloth in this matchup, but I don't think it's more than like 60-40. I think it's going to be really, really close.
이거 다 막히면 보이나?
I mean, they're so closely seated, and I mean, yeah, it's a vital match if you look at the tournament structure, right? This is the group that has 2 slots out of it. One of them is going to be very hotly contested by Echo, so Sloth and Legendary are probably fighting against each other for that second one. Whoever wins here gets to stay in the upper bracket, and they are going to get to, if they can just win one of their next 2 matches, get the tickets to the global finals. The loser is going to have to win all 3 matches in order to get to the global finals, so a much tougher climb.
Yeah, you can see we're just in our first group of the 3 that we'll see before the last 10 tournament. So at least you got some chances, right? If you get knocked out here, you get onto the lower bracket. If you get knocked out of the lower bracket, you still have a chance to come back for the last stand tournament in March to try to be one of those final 2 teams to reach the global finals. But we are going to jump into this very soon. Ruby Life Pools is going to be the first dungeon of the series between Sloth and Legendary. Ruby Life Pools, of course, was one of our
어제 루비 하는 거를
well. And it's one we've seen a lot.
처음부터 끝까지 정독한 게 아니라 뭐 그냥 좀 봐야겠다. 어제 나온 택틱들이 오늘 아마 조금 나올 거거든요.
Yeah, and we haven't seen this dungeon from these two teams specifically. Of course, in the time trials they played it, but it's the first time we're seeing it in the MDI from Sloth and Legendary. Now in the Gura, we casted that Echo Ruby Life
양쪽
pulls
다
together,
용일이고.
and we saw what Echo did with the dragons, where they
조합은
played the
똑같네요.
second boss without
흑마가
having done
있네.
any dragons in the ring. Do you think Sloth and Legendary are going to copy that strat by any chance?
레판인 데가 레전더리구나.
It's possible, but there's only so little time they had between yesterday and today that maybe they thought
22단 폭군이니까 흑마가 있는 이유는
room for the second boss is definitely gonna be pretty dangerous. So I wonder though. I would
라자게스
love to
잡을
see
때 좀
that. And it's
대처하기가
also
편하긴
possible that
하거든요.
maybe
흑마가
Alvin
있으면은.
had strategy before Echo did
그러니까
it.
데모
Yeah,
한번
so
흑마 해제 한번
see
이런
what
식으로
they're gonna show
해제를
us.
계속 해줄 수
Both
있어가지고.
teams ended up pulling the
그리고 일단
twin
생석.
boss and a lot
전부
of,
전부는 뭐
versus
죽기도
trash
있고요.
area here. Sloth basically done already. So Sloth dealing with this trash a little bit quicker.
어제 흑마 나온 적이
versus
있었나요?
Legendary. But Legendary also playing a little bit of a different
파악이
style.
광딜이
We
세긴
have Splat
오
on
파악 광딜
Astral
세네.
Warlock here instead of the Feral, which is interesting. Splat definitely like someone that plays a lot of Warlock when it comes to raiding, but he has been playing that Feral Druid as well. So to see that he thinks that the Warlock is better for this dungeon is pretty interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him play Feral yesterday in both of the dungeons.
이게 어픽스가 분노여서 어쩔 수 없이 용일이 다 들어간다. 아 이게 흑마가 경로 해제가 없거든요. 그래도 슬로스 쪽은 경로 해제가 일단 드루가 있어서 이거 힐러 어깨가 너무 무거운데 경로 해제 픽살이 나면은 막내 맞줄들 잡을 때 되게 힘들 텐데. 용가리 잡을 때도 그렇고.
dragons.
Yeah, definitely. 41% now for Sloth.
라자게스 해제 2개 패턴 올 때 경로 상태면은 어떻게 될지 모르거든요.
So very similar, actually 41%. So they have the exact same percentage going into that second boss area. And now there's
양팀 치열하네.
and look at the percentage on the boss too. They're so equal when it comes to boss damage. Sloth very slightly ahead, but you also have to remember that they pulled the boss earlier, right? So Legendary having a lot of
뭔가 조합적으로는
for this boss.
플러스가 조금 더 안정적인 조합인데 레전더리가 흑마 딜이 세다.
22 tyrannical and Ruby Life Pools is a rather quick dungeon with only 3 bosses. So if you can think of these 3 bosses in any way how you make them quicker, I think that definitely is going to give you an upper edge. But of course, you also have to keep up with the bigger pulls. And I'm wondering how that's going to pair out. But for now, it seems like Sloth just has a little bit of an upper hand. But there comes Legendary zooming past. Now they have the lead in boss HP. A lot of damage going out to both teams. But it seems like they should survive that. Wexy dropping really low for Legendary here. But Igloo has him covered.
Yeah, not only does Splat have to do similar or the same damage as a Feral would do, but he also has to do even more.
이게 보면은 왼쪽이 플러스가 램드들이 살짝 뭐야 또 차이가 왜 이래?
The tank's damage, healer damage, and the other damage dealers.
무슨 얘기를 하려고 했냐면은 플러스 쪽에서 지금 저 깔때기들을 계속 시켜주고 있잖아요. 색종을 계속 깨워가지고 그것 때문에 램드들이 조금 더 빨라야지 맞다라고 얘기를 하려고 그랬는데 레전더리가 더 빠르네.
Definitely looks like it's working out for them as Legendary seems to be finishing off the boss a little bit quicker, but it's so close. It might just die at the same time. There we go.
거의 비슷하네요.
I'm looking at the boss split. Yeah, I'm looking at the boss split, and Echo split here was 4-2. So they're just a little
도적이
bit
있었으면 확실히 유의미하게 킬타임이 나왔을 텐데 저렇게 그걸 갖다 붙여줬으면 뭐니 해도 그 깔때기들의 대명사는 아무래도 자맹도적 표폭 절개 표폭 절개라서 플러스가 깔때기 많이 붙여준 거에 비해서 네임들이 그렇게 빠르진 않네요. 라자게스 패스? 이건 패스하려는 거 같네. 라자게스 다 패스하는구나. 그래서 공간이 안 나왔나 어제? 한물이?
Or are they just gonna go with what they have and not pull anything else? Seems like Legendary's on the move.
해무리는 용일이 마저 데리고 오는? 안 데리고 오네?
troll on top of this as well. This is such an insane pull by Legendary. This is gonna be super scary, having double Inferno cast going off from these destroyers at the same time. Plus all of these interrupts that needs to be done on
이게
these casters as well. All of these
이렇게
single
빅풀을
rolls.
하려면은 불정령이 두 마리가
Living bomb going off
필요하긴
as well.
해요. 이게
So these
불정령이
players,
두
they're
마리여야지
looking pretty
저 살아있는
stable so
폭탄으로
far, but if those mobs don't
저
die
주기적인
soon, they're
광스턴을
gonna
매길
run
수가
out of
있거든요.
defensives. And of course also raging being an affix in this dungeon can make these pulls very dangerous. But having the AoE
저게
dispel,
광스턴이 살아있는 폭탄으로 안 들어가면은 딸이 많이
Yeah, for
부족할
sure.
거예요.
Do look at that splat damage. That Warlock was peaking the entire
아무리 잘하는
pull
애들이라고
over the Unholy
해도
DK, who we've
저런
been
거 막 짤
talking
세고
about
그럴
just
때
being really
저렇게
good
완벽하게
for these
살리기
kind
쉽지
of
않아.
pulls. And I think Splat peaked at like 340, 350k, which is insane. Like that's massive amounts of damage that Warlock is bringing in. And we don't see the same type of pull from Sloth on the other side, so we can't entirely compare. But now,
아, 레전더리 저거 한 무리 잡는 거
in the
아쉽겠다.
background for
붙일 게 없어,
Legendary. Now
근데.
I'm wondering, are they going to pull it? Or are they going to play around these? This is really my biggest question in this dungeon. We can see Sloth is also making their way, but they seem to be on a little
생존기가
bit
다
of a safer
빠져서
path
한
with only going
무리만
for
가는
one
건가?
destroyer at a time.
Yeah, Sloth playing a little bit safer at least on their initial pulls.
이거 봐,
where
지금
there's still a
저
possibility
불지옥
that
정령
something crazy
분노했는데
later on.
달래기가 없어.
But yeah, I mean the percentage
그
is
임페르
50
아,
between the
안 쓰고
teams so
죽네.
far, but as soon as this destroyer is going to go down for Legendary, they're going to pull ahead when it comes to the trash percentage. Now they're on their way to pull that last destroyer that they need before they can spawn the boss. And then
이게
even
지금
more
레전더리
trash,
풀링이 조금
another
빡세거든요.
control just being pulled on top of this destroyer for a Legendary.
불지옥 정령 한
And now Sloth
마리에
is gearing up to do their last destroyer
짧을 게
as
조금
well.
많은데
It's gearing
양쪽
up
다
for
이게
so
풀링이
much trash again.
닿구나. 퍼센트도 똑같네 양쪽이. 레전더리가 조금 빠르네요 지금.
We might see both of these teams just not dealing with any of those dragons, which means that the second boss is going to be very dangerous for them with such little space to work.
Yeah, just a little check
근데
with
다
the
털어도 돼요.
percentages. If they're
램드에는
pulling
풀이
everything
필요가
that
없거든.
comes after the second boss, they would need 70.61%. So on our overlay, that should translate to 71, which Sloth is definitely rocking up to. They can even maybe skip that bridge pack and not play any of the dragons. And I suspect Legendary is going to
아
come
이게
out
용을
at
두
very
마리나 안
much the
잡아서
same
자리가
amount.
부족했구나.
And both of these
어쨌든.
teams will now have to deal with this boss. And if you weren't watching that Echo boss yesterday,
처음에 쫄부터 나오고
basically what's happening is
쫄이
they
나왔으면은
don't
이게
have
원딜
as much room as you would know it from your
조금
life
유도를
keys,
해주면
because
좋은데
on the
이게
left and
암사도
on the right
그렇고
of that
용도
boss
그렇고 다
are
진행
these
방향으로
two
저 공을
dragons. So
굴리거든요.
you really need to make sure you know where you're moving and you're maximum
레전더리는
utilizing
그래도
that boss room that
공
you
굴리는 게
have.
유도가 좀 잘 됐네. 저렇게 사이드 쪽으로 공을 저렇게 빼줘야지 공간이 계속 나오는 거라.
All the way on this right side, or as much as they can be on the right side.
야, 이거 관문 깔아놨잖아요.
We also see the gate
저게
being down by Splat,
그
so they can immediately walk out of this area as soon as this destroyer dies.
지옥불 정령이 터지면서 바닥 생기는데 그 이펙트 동안에 공을 유도를 하고 관문을 다 같이 타려고 관문을 깔아놓은 거예요.
Even though Sloth pulled the boss a little bit earlier, just like 1 or 2 seconds earlier, Legendary did manage to get the boss down.
그래서 저도 항상 그 최대한 저 지옥불 정령 터지기 전에 공을 유도를 해주고 공이 유도가 되면 그때 부양을 타거든요. 그거랑 약간 비슷한 그런. 자 보면 지옥불 정령 터지죠. 이때 공이 한번 굴러왔구나. 예, 보면 패턴이 약간 쫄 나오고 공 굴리고 공 한 번 더 굴리고 쫄 나오고 약간 이런 식으로 오거든요 패턴이.
But right now there is so much damage going out to these teams. Specifically the Shadow Priest I'm always worried about. They of course both are pretty safe with defensive still available, but there's just so much damage that's going out on that 22 Tyrannical that they're trying to optimize, right? You don't want to full focus these ads. You want to try and get as much boss
이게 쫄을 찍어치는 게 공략인데 원래
you can slowly but surely see
시간을 줄이려고 애들이 쫄을 다 못 딜시키니까 지옥불 정령이 스킬 2번씩 쓰고 가네.
room that they can still dodge to, and the molten boulders, yeah, Splat going down.
어?
do have
야,
a battle rest
레전더리.
in
야, 너
5
어픽스 안
seconds,
풀었어,
but
미친.
Lipan now also dropping Wexy is
아,
on the floor.
어픽스.
Tubo can maybe pick up Lipan, but there's so much boss HP that they would need to get back here that it's really not working out.
잘했는데, 레전더리. 잘했는데.
Man, that was so unfortunate for Legendary. I mean, Lepan going down. He did actually have a soul stone, so he managed
당연히
to get
에코가
back
이겼어.
immediately.
그거는
Slepen
뭐
just followed immediately
말하지
after
않아도
he
알 수
went
있는.
down. I assume he had aggro as soon as Slepen was dead. And then Lepen did take the soul stone, but just ended up going down again right afterwards. And this is just going to be such an insane
아,
time
이
loss for
어픽스 사고가
Legendary.
MDI에서 이렇게
They did the boss
나면은
again from scratch.
얼마나 빡이
They still
칠까.
don't have space to work with, and this time they don't have any of those cooldowns available. So it's just a tragedy for Legendary. They probably would have finished
그게 폭군이라 랜드 막판에
before
죽어가지고
Sloth,
시간
right?
로스가
Because
너무
they
크다.
were ahead in boss percentage this whole time. But yeah, obviously this huge time loss is going to cost them a lot. Sloth now using those invis potions to get through the trash after that boss, and now they're just gathering up a big pull, lots of channelers, plus the mini boss as well. This is another very dangerous pull for Sloth, and I wonder if they commit Bloodlust or if they're saving it for the last boss.
Yeah, that is going to be a question, and we talked about
이
it before. They
플링이
don't have these
지금
arcane
슬루스가 하고
torrents
있는
available
플링이
to actually deal with the extra shields that go on to Rivali, which is the mini boss here. So they need to be so careful with those as this mini boss spawns. They have a shield.
이게
he
분노의
steals that
대가 되게
shield,
중요한
and then that
플링이라서.
shield goes on to him. So you really need to. You can see them come in right now, but they're going to be able to purge all of them in time. And it looks like they're playing this really, really cleanly. There's one more one more Tempest Channeler in
야,
there.
달리기,
that they
달리기,
need
달리기,
to
달리기.
get down.
달리기.
But Rivali's HP is looking super,
달리기 안
super
해도
fine.
살릴만
And
한가
even
보네.
though there's
폭군이라.
massive ticks, they didn't need to commit that Bloodlust, which is going to pay off so much on that final boss.
아, 근데 루비 이넴에서 탱 죽은 거는
Yeah, really well done by Sloth. They have to
저거는 용
worry
쪽에서
about
약간 미스라고
raging
볼
here,
수도 있어요.
but
단수
it looks like
낮다고
they
좀
managed to
방심했나
soothe
보다.
off most of those raging buffs onto the channelers so that AoE that unavoidable damage is
용일이
coming out onto
그
the
약간
passes.
외생기처럼 쓸 수 있는
There we go.
스킬이
Now they
루비
are
이넴에선
engaging
두
the boss,
개잖아요.
still holding onto this bloodlust,
시간
just
팽창하고
hoping for that
소작의
second
불길 이렇게
phase
두 개가
to make
있는데
sure it's safer
근데
and
MD
also
패턴이
faster
30초마다
because
와서
having, bloodlust
번갈아
for that
가면서 하나씩 주면 되거든요.
fight,
용일을.
having two targets to hit is
한 번
gonna be
출혈 해제
efficient
해주고
for
한
them as
번은
well.
외생기
So
주고
really clean run by Sloth so
그거는
far.
고정이라서 이제 탱이
Legendary
생존기
now
분배만
about
약간
we're close to
출혈
finishing
해제
off
쪽에다
this boss
해주면
as well.
되는데
Yeah, of course. It's such a huge time loss. for them.
이넴에서 탱이 죽은 거는
Very unfortunate
조금
fight for
아쉽네.
Legendary. Otherwise, a very good
안
round
날
goal that
사고인데.
they have. I think, I mean, if they wouldn't have wiped, I think it would have been slightly faster than Sloth, at least up to this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a question for analyst Ratnos once he comes in on how he feels Legendary would have done if there weren't that wipe. But nothing is lost just yet.
네,
Of course,
플러스
there
루비
will be
막내.
another map after that. And
또
if
루비
Legendary managed to
막내에서는
take a win there,
1페이지 때
we're gonna go
1페이지 때
into a third one. But
용
right
이름이
now,
카이라카거든요.
Legendary now also on
카이라카
their
주시를
way
잡아놓는 게
to
중요해요.
that boss area. We're probably going to see them do the same pull that we saw out of Sloth.
카이라카를
Sloth
주식을
should
잡아놓으면은
engage that
1페이지
bloodlust. Here we
때는
go. They're
화염액을
popping
누구한테
it
쏘는지
now that the
타겟을 볼
boss has
수가
been
있어요.
triggered into the second phase. That's going to allow them to be so much quicker here and a little bit safer as this phase is just so much harder with the
아,
extra
이냉 구간에서
divas
1분
going out
30초
and
차이 나.
fire
2분 30초
everywhere.
차이 났네.
Thundering coming in, giving him that tasty 30% buff on top. They need to clear in time. Tundra dropping a little bit low there, but they're managing to do just that. And in 20%, that
힐러
boss
고감
should be
돌렸고
dead.
정지장
Very, very
저장해놨고
clean. I'm gonna jinx
이번
it.
화염액이
Zero
아마
death
정지장
run
터뜨리겠죠?
from Sloth.
Yeah, and looking at the time from
정지장
Sloth
터뜨렸고.
here, the fastest time we've seen so far was from Echo, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. And Sloth, if they finish off this boss soon, are actually going to beat that time. So that means Sloth is going to have the fastest
블러드를
Ruby life pools.
막내회
They
준
finish
건가?
off the boss in the
10분이면
next 21 seconds, which definitely seems like it's something that they can do. So yeah, really,
Come
really
on.
well done by Sloth. I mean, absolutely clean run by them. They have a few more seconds. Yeah, 14 minutes
Yeah,
and 10
there
seconds.
they go.
That's the fastest Ruby life pools we've seen this tournament. And
그러니까 용일 안 해본
their
힐러들은
first dungeon.
그 알게타르 대학 같은 데서 용일이 삼소작 정지장으로 출혈 따다닥 풀어버리는 거 보면 엄청 현타올거려.
So far, 0 deaths despite Meg's best effort to curse them, and it's a great start.
정지장 삼소작이 좀 양심 없긴 해.
But
용일.
It's well, you even said it yourself. You're like, well, I don't want to curse him, but 0 deaths. You know, that's a real thing. The caster curse is a real thing. You got to be careful about saying that stuff. I forget who it was yesterday. Somebody said something like that, and immediately somebody dies right after that. You got to watch out.
Was that Dratnos?
Either way. Yeah.
No, of course
Dratnos
not.
Legendary was right there until that wipe, weren't they?
Yeah, Legendary were looking really good in this as well. I mean, of course, Sloth, huge credit, right? A time faster than Echo in Ruby Life Pools, but I suspect
에코가
Legendary
11분
would have been
대였는데
right there as well. You know,
확실히
one thing that you guys covered that
느리긴
I think is
하다.
really interesting to talk about
에코가
is that Blood Elf
딜 쪽,
versus
그러니까
Dwarf
어차피 풀링은
difference,
똑같을
because
거거든요.
it's not
에코
just the end of
쪽이
the dungeon,
딜이
right?
확실히
Blood
더
Elf gets
센가
value
보네.
on.
그냥
You get
개개인
value
기량이.
here at the start of the dungeon. You're getting it against the ice shields that sometimes go off when you have this many enemies.
어제 본 거랑
To stop
풀링은
all
뭐
those
특별히
casts
다른 게 많이
against
없는 것
something,
같은데.
so using a Blood Elf here can save you a lot of time. Using it on the Flame Dancers as well, killing them instantly upstairs, can be nice. But on the other hand, Dwarf, Lopan, not a dwarf, can't stone form off the
보니까 레전더리가 워낙 어픽스를 끝까지 쓰긴 하네. 이 사고 장면 나오겠다.
And also, Dwarf tends to be a little bit of a better damage race as well for most classes, so that's the flip side. You can see Sloth were using the 2 Dwarfs on their Warrior and DK instead, and you get a little bit of value from stone.
레전더리에서 사고 안 났으면은 이거 초단위 경기에 나왔을 텐데.
Tends to be worth a little bit more DPS, and you can see they're really optimizing their damage here. That being said, first boss died at the same time with the two teams.
근데
right? So
저거
hard to say who got a better start of dungeon.
여기서 깔때기 쓰면 힐러가 해제를 계속 봐야 돼가지고 좀 짜증나.
Legendary once they finished this area, I felt like Legendary got a slight edge. I liked the way that they were setting up these pulls. I liked
그리고
what the
루비는
Warlock was doing.
용이
Damage-wise, obviously,
출 쓰면은 되게
in this area
좋거든요.
was looking
화염에
really
그
solid.
3명 올
But
때나
both teams were pulling the second boss, also basically at exactly
1렘에서
the same
저거
time as
바닥
each other,
깔고
right?
빠질
So,
때나
very hard
저때
to say
구출이 되게 좋아요.
which
그러니까
team
구출 보막 찍는
was
거
pulling
쌍둥이
ahead at
수호자.
this point, and it could have
저는
really
루비 올
gone
때 항상
either
쌍둥이
way.
수호자 찍고 가거든요.
Sloth was getting in there, of course. Both teams skipping both dragons, which after Echo did that, big efficient move. Very scary positioning-wise when you're fighting the start of this boss, but you can see they really know
Very
what they're
scary
doing here,
positioned.
and they're starting their baits on this side, and then they'll move away from Thunder.
아자게스 때문에 자리가 너무 무섭다고
A lot
그런.
of live key routes. We'll just kill that dragon, and then you'll move the other way instead because.
저렇게 라자게스 끄트머리부터 깔고 가는구나. 그래서 공간들이 다 부족했구나.
Here's where things went all awry for Legendary. Here's how this one went down. You can see. They,
저거
here's taking a lot of pressure.
탱커
No
출혈
stone
스킬
form available for that
그거
bleed,
들어가고
ends up hitting
있는데
the wall, and the spell block ends up getting rezzed, but then Thundering debuff is still on him and Igloo. Igloo tries to get in to clear it. Thundering stun
저거는 피
comes out
저렇게
properly,
빠지는데
and
너무
that is the full
안일했다.
wipe there for
저거는 안일했네요.
Legendary, so whenever
그냥
you have
탱커가
teams that are
죽을만
this close,
했어.
then that
아무것도 안
one
쓰고
wipe
저러면
of that
죽어야지.
catastrophic proportion, right, is always going to be enough basically for the other team to take the win here. And Sloth not only took the win, but they took it in
죽을 때
convincing
뭐
fashion.
들고 있었나?
Speed of their dungeon. That might have been good enough to beat Legendary even if Legendary didn't wipe, but it would have been really close if Legendary had been perfect as well. So I think these two teams have shown not only that they have the potential to be neck and neck in this series, but also that they
제가
have the
웬만하면 안
potential to be neck
돌려보는데
and
이건
neck
좀 봐야겠다.
after
탱커
there.
죽을 때 생존기 좀
Here's where
봐야겠다.
things went all
탱커 방벽 2개 있잖아.
for
야,
Legendary.
이거 탱커 방벽 2개 있잖아. 시간 팽창도 있잖아. 야, 이거
Here's how this one went down. You can see.
야, 야 죽기 전에 방벽 쓰면 어떡해? 야 죽기 전에 방벽 쓴 거 보이죠? 이거는 탱커가 대처했어야지. 보통 이 패턴은 광데미지 같이 들어오는 패턴이라서. 그리고 이거는 출혈 데미지인데 주문 맞긴 왜 썼어? 급하니까 막 눌렀네 이거.
Lepan here is
이건
taking a lot of
쌍방과실
pressure. No stone form available for that bleed, and
Or it also
이라고 하기에는
bosses that do quite a lot of AoE damage,
이
right?
탱커
Like
쪽에
the
과실이 더
last
높아요.
boss
방벽
is
2개 있는데 안
Warriors,
쓴
doing
거는
these just constant
이런
AoE
거는
AoE abilities,
잘잘못을
that's
따지고
really
넘어가야
hard to
된다.
be healer, but we know Chord is usually one of the easier keys when it comes to time.
저거는
Doesn't
그러니까 시간
necessarily
팽창을
mean it's
받고
gonna be easy for the
싶으면은
MDI, right? Because
저런
for the MDI, it doesn't
패턴에서는
matter how long
탱커가
the
먼저
time
콜을
of the
해야
key
돼요.
is, it matters
탱커가 콜을
how
해야 돼.
fast you can do it in comparison to the opponent that you're playing against, right? So that
그리고
means
저건
that
탱커가 계산을 못한 게
players is
뭐냐면은
crazy
딱 보이잖아요.
and
주문 맞기를 저때 왜
yeah,
써?
I'm really excited because Chord has so much trash. There's really just so
주문
many
맞기는
things you
의미가
can do
없는데.
and so much variety. So I really wonder what the teams are gonna do.
Yeah, mix.
Yeah, me
What do
too.
you expect? Do you
물리
have any
데미지 들어오고
expectations
있는데
with
주반
this
누른
team
거잖아요.
coming in?
저거는.
See, I'm so scared now to say anything about the teams because I really just want them
자도
both to do
자기도
well.
죽을 것
But
같으니까
that's not
아무거나 막
really
누른
the
거야 지금.
format of a competition. So somebody has to come out on top. Now, given that Sloth took the first map, I'd really like Legendary to take the second one, so we do get a third game.
저런
I
건
think that would be
부검을 하고
super
넘어가야
hype.
된다. 괜히
So maybe
정치
that's what's
당하지
gonna
않으려면은.
happen. But also seeing Court for the first time is going to be interesting. Of course, we haven't seen any teams in there really. It wasn't a time trial dungeon. We can only guess how fast they can go based on what we saw in Shadowlands, and I think both of the teams are good for a surprise.
Yeah, if this ends up being a dungeon that Legendary takes, that means we're going back to Naku defensive again, which is one that it seems like teams have generally wanted
Okay, I
to
take
avoid.
it back.
But I mean,
근데 제가 이번 시즌에는 부검을 잘 안
we
해.
banned it though, so I think both were thinking that they would 2-0
그 약간
if
쇠키
anything
돌다가 저런 거
happens.
부검할
So
시간에
we
그냥
will
쉬는
see.
편이라서.
Legendary obviously doesn't want that 2-0 to happen. They want to get back in this one. Sloth would prefer to end it. Look at that, that elf just hitting those vases. It's okay. Sometimes you just wave your hands in front of a vase, and that works too. Lots of interesting stuff happening in the land of, I forget the name of the city. Either way, the dungeon's starting anyway. Sloth versus Legendary. Let's see if Sloth gets a 2-0 or if Legendary gets back in it.
Yeah, and it seems like this time around.
Right?
Yeah, we love the boat ride. It's so
별궁이
nice.
뭐가 있을까?
No, but this time
신선한.
around, both of the teams in the same team.
별궁도 차단 때문에 복수를 쓰는 것 같고 별궁에 복술이 들어가면은 그 충전소를 복술이 다 볼 수 있거든요. 충전소를 다 볼 수 있고 그
Yeah, for sure. I
그 뭐야?
assume that we're gonna see vastly different
그
rounds. We'll see
여군주
what they do coming
여군주
in.
스킬 복술이 다 볼 수
We
있고
immediately Lepen discharge onto. So there's a little bit of RNG
그러니까
actually
복술
when
한
it comes to these boats.
혼자서 짤
Sometimes
전담할 수 있는 게
you
좀
can have a fast
있어가지고
boat or a slow boat, and if your tank has the slow boat, that's a little bit of a bad luck,
폭군이네.
right?
폭군이면
Because then
호랑이는
it's
뭐
easier,
그렇게
you
위협적이지
can
않고
start later. But it looks like Lepen was the
이게 또
lucky guy,
호랑이도
a
그
legendary
암사가
investor
제가
that
아까
was
노푸드 때
both
말했던
together.
공허의 촉수 써주면은
Slot
안 뛰거든요.
now also gathering at the pool.
언제 패치가 될지
Constructs
모르겠는데
actually on top of this first initial pool with the sabers and the guards. So lots of casts to interrupt on those constructs.
No bloodlust being committed here, but it seems like
플링이
Sloth
크긴
have their
한데
interrupts under control. You can see them in the top left corner.
어피스 뭐
Their
파열의
base is
치명이니까
something
거의 뭐
available
없는
from Mickey,
어피스라고
and I
봐도
believe
되고
that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing the rest of Shaman
레전더리가
here once again. They
여기
just
힘을
bring
조금
that
내네요
short
여기는
CD
플링
interrupt,
화끈하네.
which we heard teams talk about as a really valuable thing. And I also had a chat with Apo, who is the coach of Sloth, yesterday, asking them about the Resto Shaman and Nugget, and he was saying they like it for the interrupt and also for the single target damage it brings. So Evoker a lot more bursty in AoE situations, whereas that Resto Shaman is going to provide a little bit more single target DPS. But Sloth doesn't want to stop. They keep on going with these big, beautiful pulls, and so far it's going great. Legendary just a little bit behind, it feels like, going somewhat slower, I want to say, but I'm curious where they're going to make up that time.
레전더리가 확실히 빠르다. 지금 술사 가죠 저거. 와 일단 네임드 플링을 해놓고 술사할 거 해라.
Yeah, because their first pull, this dungeon can be confusing.
근데 봉화를 지금 다 안 끈 거 같은데.
It looked like they just like they didn't spend too much.
세 마리거든요. 세 마리면은 그냥 깔때기로 쓰고 녹이자. 끈다. 끈다. 아 이게 램드 플링 하고 나서 꺼도 되나 보네. 2개까지는 괜찮거든요. 와도.
While their healer was disabling the beacons, their damage dealers just went down to maybe the frontals or to some cast going through. So Sloth's just not having a great
이거 3경기 가겠네. 이거 3경기 가면은 저 중계진들 되게 좋아하는데. 근데 지난 시즌 MDI 중계 그 했었잖아요. 진짜 개 힘들거든요. 이거 패자전 할 때. 이거 한 대여섯 시간 걸리는데. 경기 막 이렇게 늘어지면은 중계진들 좋아 죽어 이거.
Range player problems, but yeah, definitely Captain Gyardo looking quite low already. Of course, he's gonna go and drink some
약간
poisonous liquid in just a
돌챔스
little bit.
관련자분들이
But Sloth is
윤수빈
trying to play
아나운서랑
catch up
같이
here.
하기
They
싫어하는
don't want
그런
to give up.
느낌이랄까.
Of course, very unfortunate with those 3 deaths. Not only do they have the time that they lost, but they also get those 15 penalty seconds, but they're also on to that boss trying to make time. Now, the question is, where do you get the rest of the percent? Because this dungeon is one of the old dungeons, I feel like, where you
가나?
have so many options of what you actually want to play. And because it's the first
그래,
time that we're seeing this dungeon,
리셋 킬러가 가는 거 약간 국룰돼 갖고
obliged to
저도 되게
mention that
슬프거든요,
the
요즘.
events in this area
아.
are set. All of the teams know what events
킬러
are
죽으러
here.
간다.
It's going to be let me run it through. We have the damage orb, we have cooking, we have brew.
국룰이죠, 요새. 이거 약간 킬러가 리셋하는 사이에 한구 쪽 정리하는 거.
To then go to Telixay and have her mini bosses
킬러도 저
spawn.
광파에 먹고
Legendary
싶다고.
picking up some more count here at the bottom of the stairs.
네, 돼요. 이거 짤 하나밖에 없고 들어올 게 데미지 들어올 게 탱밖에 없어가지고. 그리고 치명의 파열이라 이게 조금 그럴 수 있긴 한데 뭐 흡선으로 넘기겠죠? 흡선에 뭐 자경 쓰면은 힐업 충분히 될 듯? 대무도 있고. 불사 그리고 한 저 정도 정리하면 와요. 와. 와, 그 와중에 저거까지 하는구나. 힐러가 그러니까 팝업까지 생각을 했는데 건너편에 넘어가서 오브젝트까지 열어주는 건 생각을 못했다. 하나 배웠네요. 리셋하러 가서 오브젝트까지 클릭하고 오기. 그러면은 흰기가 조금 유리할 수 있겠다. 저게 건너편에 딜 관련 오브젝트가 있는 게 흰기밖에 없는 걸로 알고 있거든요. 아, 그래? 또 있나? 힐러가 클릭할 수 있는 게? 술사건 이속이고 뭐 전문 기술 쪽에 뭐가 있나 보네. 그거 한번 봐야겠다.
Of course, with that DK, you just have it under control. You can always grip it when it starts casting, so the Inquisitor is not really.
리셋하러 가면서 오브젝트 클릭까지 하고 오는 거는 나의 생각을 못했어요. 힐러로. 그러니까 죽을 생각만 바로 했었는데. 아시죠? 저 빨리 나도 죽고 가서 저 딜하고 있는 딜파이 조금이라도 먹어야 되거든요.
Move on now. On the left side of the screen, Sloth are trying to make way. There was another death. Mickey going down here once more.
결국 때문에 기원사 전문 기술을 생각을 좀 해봐야겠네.
Full team wipe in this poll here, and that definitely wasn't planned. The Ice Storm is just going through, doing so much damage on the entire team, and this is looking really rough for Sloth.
그리고 저게 리셋 그러니까 용일 할 때도 그렇고 보면은 저 리셋하고 오면은 내 쿨들이 다 와 있거든요. 신기는 넘어갈 때 정패를 끼고 넘어가면 한 방에 안 죽어요. 그리고 오브젝트 클릭하러 갈 때 무적을 쓰면 되잖아요.
So they ended up not being able to do as much AoE damage onto them as they wanted to, and they didn't manage to get enough interrupts onto them. So they just ended up dying.
플링 자체는
Ice Storm plus Imps.
평이하네요. 그냥 저 지옥 폭발을 무시하고 다 맞고 딜하는 거 말고는.
But the problem is, of course, that the trash percentage doesn't really mean that much. Since you do have to finish off those.
근데 그건 있을 거예요. 이거 뭐지? 오브젝트 같은 경우가 고정일 거란 말이죠. 이게 대회 서비니까 오브젝트 같은 그런 변수가 있는 그런 것들은 예전 대회 때도 티레너사이드 미로 구간도 그렇고 고정이에요. 그래갖고 아마 무조건 전문 기술이나 그런 거 세팅을 해서 술사가 저거 클릭하고 죽대 이런 계산이 돼 있을 수 있긴 해. 근데 이제 약간 라이브 수업 같은 경우에는 오브젝트가 뭐가 있을지 모르니까 가서 확인해야 되는 뭐 그런 게 있긴 하겠네요. 그러니까 클릭할 수 있는 오브젝트가 뭔지 미리 생각을 해두고 그게 있으면 클릭하고 아니면 클릭 안 하는.
Yeah, percent looking good. They need 93.68, so 94 on our overlay to move on, and they're going to get that. I'm very confident with that Enforcer here, so they can just play it down, make sure the third
힐러가
one
오브젝트
spawns,
클릭을
and then they
하고
should be
오느냐
on their
마느냐가
way
약간
to the bosses. Now, Sloth also have Bulgar spawning on their side.
보다는
They're
소양
trying
같은
to add
그런
some more
느낌이
trash
조금
count on top of
있겠네.
that to
시간
also
조금만
get
지나도.
that percentage.
Yeah, they did pull at
슬로스도 왜 전멸했냐?
dealing with the first midi boss and
어차피 레전더리가 많이 앞서고 있긴 한데.
so definitely making up some time, and now they're dealing with some trash on top of the second mini boss Balgar as well. Balgar probably the most difficult mini boss to deal with.
레전더리 지금 3중보고 슬로스 지금 2중보에 퍼센트도 퍼센트 다 채웠네. 여기는 거의 한 공보 하나 차이면은 1분 정도 차이 나는 건가 지금?
And Legendary is dealing with the last mini boss before they can finish.
인풋을 못 봐서 죽었어요.
And I would say the last mini boss is probably
그러니까 전탱 회방의 심 찍으라고.
really dangerous is the shockwave, that frontal kind of cone that does very
회방의 심 왜 안 찍는 거야?
one-shot you even on a 21 turning.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're the tank, then you probably survive. But yeah, it should be pretty easy for Legendary to deal with that.
Yeah, they're nuking it down. It's nearly that, and then they can move on to Lixay. Like I said, their percentage looking good, so they don't need to play anything else here. They can
뭐
just
이제
go
뭐
boss.
이
That's exactly what they're
뒷구간은
going
뭐 없죠?
to
그냥 미로
do,
찾고
pulling that
끝?
boss here. No bloodlust available. That
아
means
근데
they'll have it for
이게
that final boss,
미로
which I think
찾기로
is
시간을
definitely
많이
the
줄일
harder
수 있을
one.
텐데
To like say just a little bit of coordination and
클릭을
movement, but
4개를
they have so
기본적으로
many
해야 되고
interrupts, it really shouldn't be a problem to get her under control.
그래도 신기는
And
별론가?
as long as they keep stacking, it's really really nice. Only
이게
thing that's a
보세요.
little bit
전전
negative with thundering
시간이
is
클리어가 다
you need
돼도
to spread out, and
13분이란
you wanna
말이에요.
make use of that thundering, and you're
미로
seeing it right
찾기에
now. They're
걸리는
a little bit
시간이
spread out, making
아
sure that they
미로가
can get
고정이라
that
상관이
on
없다.
that 30% buff. They're gonna move in close before the cast comes, and also to clear.
저 오브젝트 찾는 것도
Right now,
고정이려나?
there you go, and that was beautifully done by Legendary. Exactly what we wanted to see, and just one of those tiny interactions where thundering can make a boss fight just a little bit harder.
Yeah, sure. And then of course, if you have those
그건 좀
aces
궁금하네요.
spread
그
out, that's just going to be
범인
a bad time for
찾기가
everyone because all of your damage is not going to hit them anymore.
고정일까요,
And,
아닐까요?
maybe single target interrupts to get some of the imps in, and it can be very dangerous. Also, Grievous, one of the affixes we have in this dungeon, making this boss a little bit more difficult because this boss just does constant AoE damage to your whole group. And that means you're gonna have constant Grievous on your whole group as well.
그렇겠죠? 범인 찾기도
healers
고정이겠지.
definitely have to do a lot of work to keep the group healthy.
아니면 양 팀이 같게 나오거나 위치만 같게 나오면은 그 정도면 괜찮을 듯?
Now they get their costume and they're gonna run in and find the spy. They do not have a demon hunter for spectral side, and they also do not have a paladin for that transmog shield. So they
actually have to search.
Spy normally, yeah.
아, 예, 갔다 오는 거 보니까
running around, and it's always that kind of coordination in these dungeons where it's like I go up left,
그러네.
I go up right, and then
양팀
somebody's like
동일하게
down,
그건.
waiting for the instructions that you get from these little civilians, making sure that
양팀
you're not
동일한
missing
랜덤.
anything. But
오브젝트도 그럼 양팀 동일 랜덤일 수도
definitely need
있겠다.
to find the right one. I'm not sure if anyone triggered the event to make sure the roleplay is a little bit faster. So if you talk to a
이거
bronze
봐.
spy, you get
얘네
40
지금
back,
미로
and
찾는데
then
얼마나
it's a
걸리고 있어.
little bit
이러면 그냥
faster in
신기
the
쓰는 게 더
roleplay.
이득이라니까요.
But yeah, they have found
신기가
it. It's
1분
gonna
줄여줄
move
수 있는
on
거야. 이
here.
정도 시간이면은.
Marked.
그쵸? 이
Very
클릭도
nice.
다 했잖아.
Who found it? Was it Splat?
I think it was
1분 내반가?
at
한
least he's
40초?
walking victoriously next to it.
As a 1 point for Splat. We'll see who the person.
이게 신기가 제일 빠르거든요.
finds the spy. You should write this down, and at the end of the tournament, the winner should get something.
신기 쓰고 고술 쓰는 게 그냥 범인 찾기로 시간 딱 줄일 수 있을 것 같은데 이 정도 잘 쓰면은
Sloth
내
actually
생각에는.
going into this event with a lot of Grievous stacks, but they instantly found the Noble. It seems like it already started running. Mickey is just triggering the event as I just talked about, making sure they get that short roleplay.
약간
out there.
옹룡사에서
But Marky still with the
복술
three
쓰는
Grievous
이유랑
stacks,
비슷한데
just
옹룡사 같은
sitting pretty
경우는
up there waiting for his
바질토
healer
한번
that's
던질
now
때마다
on the
시간이 한
way.
6초 정도
That was
줄어요.
really quick from Sloth.
그러니까 바질토 유지 시간만큼
Yeah,
시간이
that was actually
60%씩 이렇게
really,
계속
well done.
줄이는
So
거잖아.
there's still
이동 속도만큼.
a tiny possibility that they can catch up, but yeah, the
That grip,
9
let's
dash on the
go.
board.
그런
Yeah,
느낌으로
that was
내가
nice.
만약에 이거
By the priest from
조합을
Sloth.
짠다면은
Legendary
저는
already done
결국에
with
신기 될 것
Boss.
같아요.
All
범인
they have
찾기
to do
시간이
now
되게 많이
is kill
끌리네.
that last boss, and they have Bloodlust available. That boss is gonna die in no time. On a 21 tyrannical with Bloodlust, I assume is going to be very quick for legendary. They also have the shaman, of course, who can just
아니면 탱커를 보기를 쓰거나.
charge onto the same spot every time.
보기
so
쓰면
the damage,
되겠네.
you don't have to worry about that at all.
징기를 쓰고.
The
징기
healing
써도
loop,
에반가?
everything
징기?
again, you know, just
Yeah.
you know,
그냥 기사 한 명이 들어가면은
Okay,
던전
okay.
시간이
They are
40초가
also doing
주는데
some of the work,
뭐
'cause with Necromancy,
힐러에서가
you can
아니더라도
actually
어차피
soak
딜러들이 다
the
비슷하고
circle,
탱커.
tornadoes that the boss spawns, so they shouldn't get in the way of the melee camp.
그쵸 이게 보세요.
I
지금
do
던전
think,
시간이
of
15분 컷
course, it's
이렇게
only
나면은
in parenthesis,
에코
only
같은
at
애들은 아마
21,
13분
but I do
컷 낼
think with
거란
Rubius, this
말이죠.
boss gets a lot
13분에
harder just because of the constant
40초면은
healing you need to do when the storms come out.
엄청 크지.
But we are seeing everybody stack away from
40초는
these,
딜을 아무리 세게 한다고
beautiful
해서
job of stacking these
어떻게
images
줄일
on
수
the
있는 그게
side.
아닌데.
Maelstrom coming in, and I think that's doable, right? Like I'm not too worried. Should I be worried?
So the Maelstrom actually does more damage the longer the fight goes on, right? Because the Maelstrom gets replicated by all the images that spawn whenever the boss
아니면
charges.
에코네는
It's
범인을
caps
좀 더
at
잘 찾을래나?
images or 5. But either way, like the first few or the first two,
레전더리가 방금
Maelstroms don't do as much
범인
as
찾는 게 조금
the
느리긴 했어요.
onwards. So the Bloodlust is now being
충-
used.
충분히
helping
약간
to, heal the group a little bit.
시청자분들도
See who's already
설득이
passed the
되고
map at
있잖아요,
first,
지금.
before Maelstrom was even over.
범인
So they
찾는 게 오래
definitely are
걸려가지고.
having a good time. They also have the defensives. Oh, Tobo actually going down to the Piercing Gale. So they have to use that rest to get Tobo back up. Very unfortunately, going to cost them a little bit of time and damage here, as Sloth is now also an advisor Melandris, and they haven't popped Bloodlust just yet. So they have a slight... I mean, there's still a death difference, right? The 45
Yeah.
seconds on the board. So, yeah.
But it's so close. In
Either
comes the
way.
Bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think they're waiting for PI and cooldowns to be ready just to make sure they have as much damage as they can. But also look at the piercing gills for Sloth. They're everywhere. There's no order to this whatsoever. They're just completely YOLOing this boss. It seems like legendary after that small oopsie. I think it might have been because of the thundering. The thundering came in, and Lepan and I think Tubo also had still that
저거
that they
유도를
needed to clear. But yeah, there we go. Legendary killing off Advisor Melandris with a strong lead over
근데
Sloth.
유도를
but
힐러들이
was
하는
partially
이유가
self-inflicted.
뭐냐면은 유도를 힐러가 안 하면 딜러들은
Wow,
유도할 때
legendary
자꾸
ties
저
up
쫄 옆에서 맞아.
They are. We are going to Nakuda.
거기 쫄 근처에 7m 가까이 붙어 있으면은
off Advisor Melandris, and you can see it was
방역
really
딜이
just
세지거든요.
a wipe and a few extra deaths that kind of made the
근데
difference.
딜러들이
there.
그걸
These
안 해.
teams are, playing it as
단수
close as we
21단이었어요.
expected
왼쪽
our
하단에
coverage
단수
of it.
나와요. 어픽스하고.
Yeah, I mean, Legendary looked good in there, although Sloth, their middle section of that dungeon was they accelerated quickly even after some early difficulties, so well played by them as well. But yeah, Legendary put on a really good show in here. I'm excited actually to see some more quarter stars this weekend after that game.
Yeah, I was surprised at how much Sloth.
근데
actually
인풋
caught
잘
up,
사고
considering,
감안해도
the 9 deaths, the time it takes to kind of get reset up again. They
레전더리
made
쪽
the
2번
best of
풀링이
it,
조금
but, in the end,
뺐어요.
Legendary just having a fairly clean run overall, and now we'll see, if they can carry that into the third map, move on in the upper bracket. But let's take a look at some of the bigger moments from the last dungeon.
Yeah, so Sloth got underway with this really big pull right at the start, which is really, it's nice to get a pull like this at the start of the dungeon, get a lot of count early on. Some people like to go Dox as their first pull, but we'll talk a little bit later about why
내가 이거
Dox as the
세팅을
first pull
꺼놨구나.
you can potentially do even better in this dungeon. Whereas Legendary started off with a very small
노쿠드는 그렇게 신선하지
and then went
않았어요.
with that huge pull later in the dungeon. Of course, Sloth ended up having some difficulties on their pull that was in the same sort of area in the dungeon. We started having players die. We had a healer out of range doing the disable beacon, right? And players starting to die. And this ended up being where they lost most of their time. But let's talk a little bit about what you can do after this first boss here. And a lot of people are doing this
이거
on
힐러가
live
리셋하는 거
servers as well.
보여줄래요?
Most healers have the ability to skip past this Guardian Construct. In fact, I think all healers can do it with something. So you can see what this looks like here.
그냥 가네.
It's
어,
Earth Ellie
저렇게 술사 같은 경우는 저렇게 대정 붙이고 가면 돼서. 야, 그 와중에 용폭 한 대 쓰고 가는 건 뭐냐? 야, 저거 용폭 한 대 쓰고 가는 거 진짜 1도 도움 안 되는 거거든요.
You're gonna unlock the gate.
어차피 저걸 잡는 게 아니라 약간 그 와중에 힐러 DPS에 대한 약간 욕심. 야, 용폭 에바잖아. 아, 용폭은 조금 아니지 않았나. 그래도 한 판에 걸린 상금이 조금 될 텐데.
And you can see, well, you can't see, but what they are doing here is they're down on the docks and just doing a bunch of
아니
mobs.
저도
And all
저거
it's on to
용폭
do
안
is
쏘고
frontals,
가요.
and there's an Arcanist that does a Nightfall Orb cast.
저게 용폭 한 대 쏘고 가는 거보다 그냥 늑적으로 쭉 달려서
Kick the seal magic or
빨리
grab it,
합류하는 게 더
don't get hit by
이득이에요.
frontals, and you don't need a healer for while you're doing that. And then as soon as your healer goes through that
빨리
threshold,
합류해서 남의 숟가락을 뺏어
the rest
그
of your
뭐야
group
남의
now
밥장을
comes
뺏어
through here because
먹어야지.
this door is opened, and you can start fighting on this right side.
내 앞에 있는 밥 한 톨
It's a
먹는다고
good idea because you've got three
미턱이
different
그렇게 차이 안
possible,
나요.
spawns
남의
over
거를 뺏어
here, the
먹어야지.
Bazaar goods, the hurt noble, and the mining statue, right? All of those can be up, and that can let you get some of your mini bosses over there. And so, really a pretty good way to play this. Now, I don't recommend doing this on live. Just tanking the Fellbound Enforcers, not line of sighting the Fell detonations. But that's something that on Tournament Realm here, you can see most of them are they just know that they can take it, they can live it, they can heal it with Link. And actually they have Nature's Vigil and Vampiric Embrace to heal through the explosions from the Enforcers as well, so they can just tank it and be a little bit more efficient, not even having to line of sight that. Usually better to line of sight those casts if you can, to pull it near a corner and line of sight it, but super advanced play is to, not even bother with that. But yeah, Sloth were able to pull back much of the lead. Not enough, though. When you factor out the death differential, though, they were only like 20 seconds behind, so it was really, really close, and I think they had a much faster middle of dungeon, but ended up going to Legendary. That means we do get to go to Naka Defensive, our favorite dungeon.
Oh yes,
I do want to say,
everybody's favorite.
I cannot believe they didn't use, like, there were 4 dwarf racials, and
Yeah.
on the last slicing maelstrom they didn't use
결국 두 번째 풀링을 봤는데 이거 같거든요. 이거
Yeah,
Maybe,
them. 4% physical damage reduction.
yeah.
이렇게 찍어 봤는데 이렇게 풀링을 이렇게 하면은 짤 볼 게 결국 소병 2마리예요. 나머지는 짤 볼 게 없어. 그러니까 보토병 갔을 때 뭐 광스턴 한 번 정도? 그러면은 보토병 한 마리는 억제는 세버리고 충전소 짤 복수리 다 보고 그럼 한 마리만 로테를 돌리면 된단 말이에요. 근딜 둘이서. 이런 풀링이 이제 복수리 있기 때문에 가능한 풀링? 뭐 데미지는 이제 논외로 치고 뭐 데미지가 문제가 되는 그건 아니니까. 요 풀링이 27.9%니까 요 풀링을 한 게 레전더리 쪽에서 좀 컸어요. 이러면서 아마 또 피조물 한 마리 죽으면서 여기까지 이렇게 붙었겠죠.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the times of Sloth and Legendary, because they did run Knockout yesterday, and Sloth had that 23:09. Now Echo was in there today and was a little bit quicker than Sloth, underbidding the time that they did with a 21:09, so like 2 minutes. But Legendary had 23:22. So based on the knockouts that we've seen from Sloth and Legendary, the one from Sloth was quicker. But they even messed up as well. Like, they forgot to pull a 3-pack before the 3rd boss. So if they get that fixed, they should be even quicker still. So I'm curious how Legendary ekes this one out, because
노쿠드에서 아까 에코가 1랭 구간에서 힐러들이 다 땡기는 걸 보여주긴 했는데 여기 복술이 나왔는데 복술은 폭탄 주간에는 딜이 살짝 떨어지긴 하는데 폭탄을 연번으로 깨면 얘기가 좀 다르긴 한데 노쿠드는 이 무리가 좀 크단 말이에요. 그래서 연번으로 깨긴 좀 빡셀 텐데 노머랑
See how they managed to gather them up. We see one grip coming in by Tobo here and another one as well.
흑백인가?
Really well
흑백이죠?
done. Everything is nicely stacked for Legendary. Sloth now also pulling everything in. Both of the teams also committing Bloodlust immediately. So we do have a little bit of a difference in comp, right? We have that
양팀 다 두팩인데 여기선 이제 피웅힐을 봐야지. 양팀 다 엄청 상위 그건 아니니까.
Yeah, and I think for both there's really good reasons. Like I said, I talked to the
확실히 DPS가 이렇게 왕창 몰아서 한 번에 갈 때는 초반 DPS가 용 쪽이 훨씬 잘 나와. 네, 야드예요, 야드.
Damage and the interrupts are just much more valuable to us. That's why we're running Resto Shaman. So that's what they're doing right now. And Legendary deciding to stick with the same setup they had going yesterday. So no changes there either. Keeping on that Evoker. Evoker just so much better in that AoE burst that they bring. And I'm really curious to see them fight.
폭탄에 있어서 복술의 장점은 사거리가 길다는 거.
There's a lot of ads that they need to fight Tundra dropping so low. He gets shot by all of those longbows, just completely losing the random lottery here, but the same is true for Vexy, both of them taking substantial damage, and these Sanguine
이렇게
patches
폭탄 뗄
need to
때는
be under
확실히
control.
용
So far,
쪽이 한입
team's doing
빌력이
a
이
beautiful job
타겟이니까.
of that. You were casting the Echo game in the knockout, right? Did you see with, of course you did, the Saboteur tactic?
그리고
Do you think the
피용이잖아요.
teams are gonna do the same
피용이니까
thing?
이제
I think so. It
확실히
definitely makes a lot of sense not having
부죽이
to do
좋죠.
any sort of damage to
죽손이
those
일단
saboteurs.
죽손도 그렇고
Just seeing them, making sure that
똥물도
they don't
그렇고
disable
1랭 구간에
those
특히 저
ballistas.
사격병들
We'll see
땡겨주는
if
게
they
워낙
actually
좋으니까.
do that as well for both sloth and legendary. Now we did talk a little bit about the difference in the healer choice.
혹시나 피용 사고에 용 쪽이
most
대처가 더 좋아서
important
태풍이
healer
어쨌든 있으니까.
is neither the Dress Shaman or the Evoker. It's actually Sanguine Icar. So we'll see.
슬로스가 더 빠르네. 램드 진입이. 예, 마지막 풀링을 슬로스는 램드에 붙였고 레전더리는 이제 램드랑 따로 가는 건데.
Just healing those unmovable mobs to just stand there and just never stop casting, it seems. So we'll see how it goes. But it looks like Sloth pulling some trash on top of the boss as well.
네, MDI는 약간 다른 문제긴 해요. 이거는
Yeah, I'm not sure if one of the saboteurs just killed a ballista in the
1렘에서
background,
복술이
but
로스가 좀
it seemed
많다.
like one was
너무
running
발이
there.
느려.
Either way, they still have some
저
trash to
복술도
deal
발이
with. You
빠른
can see
편인데
Root going off in the
용에
background
비해선 좀 느려.
for
이거 화면이 좀
Sloth
이상하네.
Legendary
이거는
now
제
also
컴퓨터 문제는
onto the
아니에요.
boss. They seem to just chain their saboteur. That means
확실히
there's damage now onto it. It's under the boss. It has been cleaved. It has been dotted. So now they need to kill it, which is just a little bit of damage loss you could argue for, but the grip coming in handy from that DK, making sure it's not going anywhere.
확실히
So they
램드에
finish
쪼를
that
갖다
off. Maybe
붙인
from now on out,
플러스
they're
쪽이
also
조금 더
opting
빠르네요.
to CC these
플링은
saboteurs. Nope,
똑같아.
doesn't seem like a death grip
양쪽 다
coming in from
29%니까.
Tobo. Okay, there it is. Mind control. That should be safe. They don't need to deal with it. You can see it just running back. That's exactly what Echo did. I think it's a beautiful technique, making sure those saboteurs don't get in your ways. And Legendary catching up to Sloth. Trash percent.
3레만
they're
무리를
still a
아까
little bit ahead as the
악경기에서도
Plane Stomper
아니에요,
has
아니에요.
been
그렇게 안
killed off,
하더라고요,
but after
에코도.
that, they should be equal.
Yeah, Legendary doing a good job.
에코도 그냥 한 무리 한 무리씩 갔어요. 그러니까 붙여봤자 한 팩 더 붙이는 정도? 그렇게 과하게 안 하더라고요.
You can finish up this boss quicker. It's of course at 22 tyrannical, so bosses do take quite a bit of time, even for those MDI teams.
3렘 무리 같은 경우는 폭탄에 이제 영혼 뺏기는 거? 그 데미지에 대한 압박이 조금 있나 봐요.
But looking at the damage numbers a little bit, it is interesting to see the difference between, for example, the healers as well. Now, I do think that this boss specifically is probably
죽기가
better than
있으니까
damage, just because
Yeah.
evokers
언데드
are
지배로
usually
약간 그
vulnerable, right?
돌풍
And
쓰는
they
애?
tend to
그런 애를
beat those
조금 더
ballistas,
활용하는
so
그런
they
루트가
have to
나올까
look around.
했는데
So rest
그런
shamans
루트를 막
probably have
활용하진
a little bit
않네요.
of a harder time getting their damage out compared to the evoker, but we'll see how it is on the other bosses.
이게 아까
And it seems like I was a little bit incorrect. Sloth is on
하긴
28% legendary on
1렘은 뭐
29.
그렇다 치고
Now,
아까
hopefully
2렘에서
that doesn't
젤리아가
come back to bite
거의
them. Like I said
50K인가
yesterday, they
60K인가
missed a
뽑았거든요.
pack, which
램드
cost them so
단일딜을.
much time as they needed to go back and play another pack. But we will see
레전더리도
on
보니까 그렇게
to
기량이
the
떨어지는
Raging
팀은
Tempest
아니라
area now.
약간
I
그거
was talking to
감안하고
Tells earlier and I was like, oh, yeah, the horse area. And then I realized
단일
everything
딜량
in
한번
here
보면
is,
좋을 듯?
horses, so that's not a
복수라고
good description.
비교가 확실히 좀
But,
되겠네요, 이거는.
yeah, Raging Tempest area
로프도
on the
이nem에서
way next
양
to
팀이
Fall
기량이
coming
거의
up, and that
비슷하니까.
one's actually pretty dangerous, especially with Sanguine, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of these
아마 두 팀
casters just
중에
really
한
hard to move,
팀이
and
패자조에
extra
가서도 한 번
mobs
더
being
올라오긴
pushed
할
against
거예요.
not
누가
only
올라가려나?
the some
두 팀 중에 한
trash
팀이 다음 판에
downstairs
에코
to
만나칠
swing this
거고
hallway. They also pulled some more
패자전에
from the
올라가서
as well.
패자 결승을 아마 이 양 팀이 더 할 거거든요.
And they're using all of their, or a lot of their offensives, PI incarnation being used as well by Feral, just making sure they finish this up as fast as possible because the waterfall pool as well
이거는 이제
is
토템
usually
쪽을
most
붙이는 건 아니고
in this area, especially
코
you'll
양쪽을
see more
이렇게
stuff,
붙여가면
but it's looking pretty good for Sloth. And Typhoon,
이건 이제 암사가 있으니까
저
폭풍 방패가 그렇게 위협적이지는 않아서
Yeah, for Sloth there was a little bit of sanguine healing there as the mobs are being kited,
어,
but they're able to
이
finish
피용
off
힐량
the
나왔어요.
pack.
지금 피용
On the
힐량
other side,
등장.
Legendary is also just kiting it out.
피용 사고가 나면서 딱 풀링이 밀리죠, 지금. 플러스가 앞서가요, 지금.
So both teams so equal.
원래
now.
시간 차이도
41% for
있었는데
both of
피용
them as
사고까지
they move
살짝
to the
나면서
next poll. And maybe we should talk a little bit about the boss that's coming up because I feel like that's one of the bigger healing checks that we have, at least in the current season. And I'm always so scared for the very first storm.
풀링 순서가
when the
다르긴
hero
한데
isn't stacked up
뭐
on orbs
순서는
yet.
그렇게
So
크게 의미
I
있진
feel like
않아요.
that's where Evoker also comes in clutch because they're just so much more mobile and they can steal some of the orbs quicker.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Evoker also they just have
구슬을
so
안
many
먹네.
burst heal, I feel like if they're prepared properly, I'm just not worried at all. Like I'll just look at my HP, it's like, oh, I'm not even dropping, just like getting 1 or 2 Evoker heals and everyone's full HP. But the problem with Evoker, of course, is that you have a lower range, and especially under Raging
여기는
Tempest,
탱은
it's
피가 빠질 게
more,
없죠. 포쿠지잖아요.
there's orbs everywhere, so you want to spread out and gather them up everywhere. But I assume that in a coordinated group, they can pick the orbs up late, so right before they hit the boss, rather than just running out there as fast as you can to gather them up before the other people can get them. So I'm sure it's gonna be fine for Igloo.
Oh, I would really like to see him just
폭탄 치고 있는
sprint
거지,
for
폭탄.
those orbs, but no, that's not gonna happen. Sloth making their way to the boss area now. There's one more trash pull in front of them that they want to get out of the way.
이게
And,
폭탄 주간이
yeah, these teams are
아니면은
just so close.
요런
Once again,
팩에서는
everything
독수리
looks to
미세하게
be
셀 텐데
mirror-matched here. They're waiting
폭탄
for
때문에
patrol
약간
to come
딜이 서로
in on the
비슷해지는
side
그런
of
느낌이
Sloth.
있네요.
Legendary now pulling this big
곰템이면은 독수리 좀 더 센 게 맞거든요.
something with T.
요 정도
Kodo,
타겟에서는.
Kodo, yeah. There's no T in there.
The Thunder Beast. Thunder Beast. There's a T there.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the patrol on top of the totem pool as well. So a little bit of a different decision.
뭔가
which
속도
trash
차이를
is
비교하기에는
but,
풀링
yeah,
오더가
you
달라가지고
have to
양쪽이
kill the same trash. So
플러스가 좀 더
it will,
빠른데? 이거
make
잡으면
sense
네임드인가?
eventually. Sanguine still being handled pretty well by Sloth. We saw some healing
Yeah, those
coming out
knocks.
for legendary on the water. Yeah, the knocks are really nice, right? We do see a
Yeah.
first typhoon from
근데 차이가 생겼죠? 슬로스는 로머를 안 잡았고 레전더리는 로머를 먼저 잡았는데 근데 퍼센트가 왜 동일한지 모르겠네.
And they still have that patrol, as you can see behind Tundra there, behind the priest. They still have that patrol there, so they didn't deal with it at all.
그럼 로머를
So
어떻게
that
하려고
means
그러지?
either they just have to try to not pull it during this boss fight, or they want to pull it during the boss fight, which I don't think so. because
로머를
I
혹시
don't
냄새
think-
막판에 중첩을 먹이고 나서 붙이나?
Yeah.
I'm curious
그러면은
too. We saw the same thing that
조금
Sloth
이득일
did
수도
yesterday
있는데.
as well, which is just another nice DK tech. I feel like you can AMS and then you don't have to deal with another one of those electrical overloads, allowing you to get a little
확실히
bit more
젤리아가 미친놈이었네.
space just
딜이
for the orbs to get
이
through.
정도 나오거든요,
And
저도.
that's also something the DK, yeah, you can see it right now, can do every second electrical overload round. So just a little
젤리아가
bit of
아까
nice
여기서
tech where the DK
DPS를
comes
거의
in
5,
on top
60K를
of their
찍었단
damage.
말이죠.
But both of those teams are doing their best and their worst, getting that damage onto that boss. The healers definitely need to keep their stacks. Igloo a little bit low on those orbs, but there's so much time before the next storm, he should be fine.
Unfortunately, Marky on the DK didn't manage to.
확실히
refresh,
보면 슬로스가 조금 더 잘하네. 중첩이 안 끊겼어 얘네는. 슬로스는 중첩이 안 끊겼는데 레전더리는 중첩이 끊겨갖고 지금 막 9중첩, 9중첩, 5중첩 막 이러죠. 탱커는 원래 좀 끊기고 여기 힐러도 중첩이 끊겼어 지금. 이러면 딜이 빠지는 거예요. 그래서 복술 쪽, 이쪽 슬로스 쪽도 힐러가 딜이 조금 더 세죠. 중첩 유지 차이 약간. 야드 고양이 중첩 끊겼네. 칭찬하자마자 약간 중첩 끊겨버리는. 무슨 이거 들어가는 건가? 아니 그게? 버그? 버그?
Sometimes
버그?
it happens, but yeah, it does happen. So, but I still get so scared every time. Yeah, you can see it right now.
아까도 얘기를 했었는데 다 붙어있잖아 이렇게. 램드에 오밀조밀 이렇게 붙어있잖아.
Bloodlust being popped for Sloth here, making sure that they
저렇게
have the
해야지.
damage
이거
to finish
끝나고
off that
나서
boss. Same
구슬 나오는
happening for
구슬을 바로
Legendary.
먹고
They also still have some
이어가야
extra orbs to
되는데
soak,
다
looking
끊겨버리는
really
이
nice and fine
약간
here, just making sure nothing gets
야
into
이렇게 다
that boss.
끊겨버리면은
And I think they got all of them. But Sloth just a teeny tiny bit faster here, 10% now. Legendary 2%, 3% behind them as they finish off this boss fight.
중첩이
Bloodlust
다
still running,
끊겨버리는
making sure they get the
이런
most out of it before they
아쉬운
move
모습.
on. Some extra damage going on to the teams, but Sloth kills it first. Moving on with a 6-21 split.
이게 아까 에코 경기에서는 에코 애들이 사이페가 끝나고 중첩을 다 이어서 갔어요.
Very, very even right
그러니까
now.
램드에 딱 붙어서 마지막 구슬을 최대한 늦게 먹은 거지. 그러고 나서 첫 벼락 맞고 나서 구슬을 바로 리필들을 다 했어요. 그런 딜 차이가 나네. 37K. 얘도 뭐 근데 결국 37K 나오긴 했네.
Especially because they try to pull as much as possible. You can see Sloth already pulling the left side trash with the mandatory trash pack as well. So just lots of stuff being pulled on top of each other. You have so many casts that needs to be interrupted with those volleys going through and the death bolts onto the tank. Then on top of that, you have a lot of the mobs that this MS effect, the mortal strike onto the tank, reducing healing taken, which can be very dangerous for tanks, especially if you have multiple.
오늘 뭐 나온 것 중에 글로벌에서 활용할 만한 거는
Yeah,
네.
it's just a lot.
복술이 그렇게 나쁘지 않다라는 거하고 노프드 이뎀에서 그 버프 중첩 이어가는 거는 되게 좀 고단 유저들도 많이 할 듯 이제 완전 딱 붙어가지고 그렇게 하면 아무래도 힐러도 편하고 지금 좀 뭐 구슬 먹으러 돌아다닌다고 막 사방팔방 있긴 하잖아요. 램드에 딱 붙어서 해주는 그런 식으로 하면 힐러가 확실히 편하게 딜러들도 그게 유리하고.
Really nice to see that being done here, but they need to chew through, right? It feels like there's a lot of packs here, and of course you want that percent. Both of those teams should
보시면은 3랭 구간 플링들은 그렇게 다들 무리를 하지 않아요.
Let me check. Yeah, 94%.
사실 뭐 이제 와서 MDI에서 뭐 2팩 정도 간다고 이게 뭐 엄청 대단해 보이고 그러진 않잖아요.
They're doing the mini bosses at Balakar-Khan. They give the same trash count. Both of these teams have Shadow Melt available, so they could technically both melt them off and do the trash pack, or just melt them off and do nothing. So if Legendary goes over those 94, then maybe they're just not doing it at all.
Yeah, and before they get there, still have to deal with a lot of mandatory trash packs here before they can spawn the boss. We did talk a little bit about just tanks having a hard time surviving these packs because of this healing reduction, and I did want to talk a little bit about the difference when it comes to healers and just keeping the tanks alive here. Usually, time dilation, which is the evoker's defensive spell they can put in a tank, is really good. Like time dilation is
그래도 양팀 다 피용 안 매기면서 잘 하네요.
give a tank really. But when it comes to this trash, it's actually not that great when the tank has a mortal strike effect, right? Because yeah, you give the boss.
레전더리가 2렘 시간이 더 빨랐네. 1렘에서 뒤쳐졌었는데 2렘에서 역전을 했네요.
Doesn't necessarily help you that much if you have a healing debuff on the tank, right? Because then
4초 차이야, 4초 차이.
going to be able to get healed away over time. While on the other side, you have the Rest Shaman, which definitely can help out with that SLT, right? Having the Spirit
양팀 다 그 퍼센트도 동일하고
if you have other people in the Spirit Link, it's just going to even out the HP, no matter the healing reduction.
이제 막렘에서 쫄을 붙이느냐 안 붙이느냐.
From the Rest Shaman can really help you out if you ever get in trouble when it comes to defensive cooldowns on your tank.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of those teams now on their way to make it. I was wondering if that Mortal Strike is a bleed effect because evokers can dispel that, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a tank, so I wouldn't know. I'm also not a healer.
I don't think so.
You know, I have that suck melee brain, but I see it on Lepan and it always runs out naturally, so I suspect that it's not dispellable with the evoker bleed dispel, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just a like
설사 방금 펌벅 치러.
damage from it. Otherwise, you would be able to get rid of it. Yeah, and otherwise, dwarf would probably also work. Dwarf Rachel. I don't think it does.
저는 펌폭을 안 찍고
Either way,
하거든요.
though, they are trying to also not have them heal from sanguine.
펌폭을 찍으려면은 포그토 이중턱을 포기해야 돼가지고 안 찍고 하는데.
Sanguine healing 1.5 million almost on this bull, unfortunately.
Okay, so Sloth has their 94%, which means they're now dealing with Tira and Maruk, and they can beeline their way straight to Balakar-Khan.
94%, 92%에서 추가 플릭을 했다는 거는 램드에 안 붙인다는 얘기.
Those 94 coming back to what I said earlier, meaning that they don't necessarily have to pay trash into
아니네.
Balakar-Khan.
슬롯은 바로 램드네. 선택이 갈렸어요 지금. 레전더리는 쫄을 다 잡고 램드를 하려고 그러고 슬롯은 이제 막nem에다가 중보를 붙이는 건데 슬롯가 이기겠는데요? 사고 안 나면?
Where they're going to end on percent if they're just going to make it 100 with that trash, but I don't
아쉽네.
feel like
레전더리
that's up to 100.
잘 했는데.
Probably not, but yeah, Legendary definitely
이거 루트에서 까먹었다.
falling behind quite a bit just because they didn't
막내 맙줄 두 마리가 3% 3%씩 해서 6%거든요. 94%니까 이거는 무조건 막내 앞에 쪼를 붙이겠다는 얘기.
So that means it's still going to be close, right? Because even though Sloth can pull extra trash onto the last boss, it still means
레전더리는 100% 채웠으니까 막내만 단독으로 가겠다. 그걸 하려면은 이제 나이트엘프 그숨이 남아있어야 되니까 아마 야드가 그숨을 계속 들고 있겠죠? 야드의 그숨 때문에 할 수 있는 레전더리 쪽. 슬로스도 할 수 있는데 슬로스는 그냥 램드를 붙여 잡겠다.
Yeah, and something you can see with these tornadoes here, they're going to happen in just a little bit again, is players and melee and players and range are stacking on top of each other, because if you're in the exactly same hitbox, the initial tornado, of course, is not going to hit you, Mickey, but you'll be much more protected from the
이제 레전더리는 기도 메타.
because of course you're stacking, so they're all going in that same
기도
direction.
메타, 기도
which is
메타.
just a little neat
슬로스
technique
사고
for this
나라,
boss,
사고
in case
나라.
you didn't know it yet. I feel like always
막내면서 사고 나라.
because I like them so much. But yeah, Sloth definitely making some percent count here. You can see it coming in here with the Thundering. It's going to give them some extra buff, extra damage. But of course, that also means they need to clear. And for that, somebody needs to move into melee. Is going to be Mickey, allowing Tundra to stay back there, making sure he has that extra range. And now they're going to stack up. You can see Mickey and Tundra moving into each other, and Simpkins, Marky, and Malik moving into each other. And they were saved from those tornadoes.
원딜 지금처럼 막 그 노프드 3렘에서 한 점에 뭉쳐 까는 거 사산 주간엔 하지 마세요. 사산에 강풍화살에 끔살날 수 있어요. 이번 주는 한 점 안 하는 게 좋아. 원딜들은.
Yeah, and Sloth also doing a really good job rotating the defensive cooldowns on that Galewind application. Whenever those tornadoes spawn, it does a lot of initial damage. We saw Simkin rotating, Survival Instincts.
분명히 어딘가의 파티에서는
dispersion even being used.
사고가 났을 거예요. 3렘 그거 원딜들 한 점 하다가.
They're not going to go down to that initial damage. Because even on a 22, this still does a lot of initial damage. It can easily kill you, especially if there's any other damage going on at the same time. If you get a shot from the archer right before, so it can be very scary. But no problem for Sloth.
자 이제 레전더리가 이길 방법은 막렘 붙이다가 사고 나는 거.
So we'll see if they do deal with the mini bosses. They have the Shadow Melt available from Simpkins. And
that's exactly what they're doing, yeah. So if you're watching those mini bosses in the background, you can't pull the boss without taking care of these. So what's going to happen is Simpkins goes in the background, pulls these mini bosses, Shadow Melts them off. At the same time, they're pulling Balaka Khan. And Malik was picking up the trash from the side.
퍼센트가 당연히 중보를 붙일 줄 알았는데 저 짤 두 마리를 붙였어요. 근데 이게 일리 있는 선택인 게 중보를 붙이다가 중보가 저 램드 사이클보다 빨리 안 죽으면은 사고가 날 수 있긴 해요. 어떻게 보면 이게 더 안전해요. 어떻게 보면 이게 더 안전할 수 있어.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important pull for Sloth here because they are ahead, but they have to deal with this trash, right? And if they don't get enough damage onto the boss,
짤이 많이 돼서 막 다들 피가 안 좋긴 한데.
Legendary could technically catch up because Legendary doesn't have to deal with any
탱커
trash
출혈,
just have
탱커
to
출혈 광고 오케이.
already had pulled them, used the Shadow Melt, de-aggroed them, and now Legendary only has to single target the boss. They don't have to worry about Sanguine. They don't have to worry about
에코는 똑같이 이걸 했는데 중보를 붙이긴 했어요 아까.
Around these sanguine pools, still has one defender up that they have to deal with as well. So it definitely costs them quite a bit of damage onto the boss. And
이제는 슬로스 쪽에서 사고 날게. 탱 죽을 뻔했네. 탱 죽는 거 말고는. 저 중보 안 잡고 램드 가는 거는 고단에선 요새는 많이 하고 있어요. 저는 여다가 징크 막 찍어갖고 금 그어놓거든요. 헷갈려가지고.
And then gripped one of the ads
근데
out just before they were about to die,
그럼에도
making sure
불구하고
those
램드 피는 4%밖에 차이가 안 나요 지금. 2%? 이거는 그냥 딜로 따라잡고 있죠 지금.
Both of those teams will need to be
지금
a little bit careful.
레전더리가 천둥어 픽스가 좋게 와가지고
as the mini bosses are both in the background, you don't want to pull them.
따라잡긴 했는데 사이클 진입이 차이가 좀 나네.
Nicely, exactly what Sloth is doing right now, but Legendary is on their heels. They're entering that intermission just like 3 seconds later, and now
누가 바닥 맞고 사고가 나면 이거 지금 사이클 쪽 슬로스 쪽 처리가 좀 안 됐고 좀 늦었거든요.
Yeah, Legendary managed to actually do a lot of damage to Belikar.
55% 쫄 정리되면은 2%
They got them down to 55%.
5% 차이는 크다.
So they're not
5% 차이는
far
크다.
behind. Now they're done with the mission as well. They're gonna pop
10%.
Bloodlust in just a second too. But Sloth already
쭉
has
벌어지고
Bloodlust
있다.
running.
그러니까
They
슬로트
already
쪽 지금
MDI, Incarnation,
어픽스
everything is
때문에.
being used, and the boss is just melting
근데
through Sloth. So Legendary would have to do a lot of damage to catch up here.
레전더리
Sloth is doing
쪽도
so much single target damage right now.
어픽스가 한 번 더 올 거란 말이죠.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the
레전더리도
timers,
블러드
the
있어,
best time
지금.
out of those two teams is
블러드 왜안
Slothus
켜?
with 23:09.
블러드 이제
And
켰어요.
I feel like they're
그래도
going to be quicker than that.
너무 벌어졌다.
So under betting their own time, but still slower than Echo's time, which comes in at 21:09. So
아쉽네.
roughly 1.5 minutes slower than Echo's run that we saw earlier. And Echo, interestingly, opting to play those mini bosses. So I wonder if that's going to be a technique that we see moving forwards. But for now, Sloth is gonna find that damage, is gonna find those 2% that
8%,
remain
6%,
despite the Bloodlust still running for
5%,
Legendary.
4%.
You're gonna take a 2-1 here and move
와,
on to
데스
the
하나
uppers.
차인데 4초 차이.
Wow, that was actually really close.
Yeah, the slimmest of margins. I mean,
와,
it was like a
이거는
4-second difference at the end of the dungeon.
양쪽 다 너무
And,
잘했다.
that was super close. That's the kind of games we like.
데스 하나 차이.
But maybe Sloth likes that one a little bit more. They're moving on in the graphic end bracket. Or graphic, if you decide to combine the words like I did.
확실히 복술 쪽이 딜이 좀 낮아요. 폭탄
I
때문에.
like the word graphic.
이거는 힐러 선택에서 갈렸다고 봐도 딜은
Wow, yeah,
토탈
both
보면
teams
비슷하거든요.
substantially
탱이 슬로츠가
faster
좀 더
than they
세긴
were yesterday
했는데
as well, right? This is an incredibly clean run. Both teams really came to win, but Sloth just
이거는 뭔가 조금
hang on.
아쉽다.
Yeah, less than
4초는
four.
진짜
Math?
Less than 4 seconds separating the two teams. I was looking at those milliseconds, trying to figure out which side of the 4 it was on, and I'm confident in my answer. It's less than 4. Very, very close.
You are correct.
이 와중에 암사짤 한 번, 암사짤 세 번, 진짜
Definitely the closest
암사들은
run we've had yet.
안 되나? 짤이?
And it really came down to some tiny little
짤이
differences.
그렇게
So, I
그렇게
mean, we're
없었나?
gonna get into
한 번, 세
breaking
번은
some
너무한 거
rules in
아니에요?
a moment, but I want to ask you, Dranos, like right away, like, what do you think made the difference? We did see
야,
tiny
계속 암사 짤만
variations
보이네.
between runs, between pulls. We saw Legendary at 100%
한
before
번?
they got to the boss. Sloth pulled that last pack. When you break it down, what do you think it was?
I actually feel like
노크도 막렘 리셋하는 방법은요. 딜러가 먼저 중보를 치고 탱커가 풀링을 하면은 탱커가 풀링 그 램드가 풀링 됐을 때 구슴이나 소멸하면 돼요. 뭐 구슴 소멸 투명 아무거나 되고. 풀링 순서가 중보 먼저. 중보 치고 막렘 치고 구슴.
Here you can see what Sloth have in mind for starting the dungeon, right? It's not that 6-pack or the huge 7-pack patrol, right? They're actually grabbing this little side pack over here, which I only recommend if you have the DK so that they can grip these longbows in, right? You have a lot of longbows in that pull, making it happen. Whereas this was the idea instead that Legendary had, and one of the benefits
암사
of
뭐 약간
Legendary
마주 셔틀
here
느낌이
having
있긴
the middle
하지만
patrol, the patrol that kind of goes through the
그래도
middle of
짤
the
한
boss
번은
area. But one of the
너무하지
ideas that
않나?
Sloth has that I think is really good is that by not pulling that middle patrol, you actually get to do it with boss, right? You can see that that's what Sloth get to do here, and it's sketchy on Sanguine Week to do this, but if you can do it right, you're getting an opportunity to do trash with boss, and that's usually a time save. And Sloth's kind of whole strategy was based around doing trash with boss here, trash with boss on last boss, and I mean, it's hard to say because like I feel like trash with boss should be worth more than 4 seconds over a dungeon. So
그게
I'm not
그래서
sure, maybe the benefits of the extra safety, the extra single
탱커하고
target you can see here. So Legendary yesterday, they actually had a smaller pull in this area, but after Sloth did
그 중복 풀링하는 그 두 사람 빼고는 아무 행동도 하면 안 돼요. 그 둘만 이제 딱 하고 풀링한 다음에 리셋 되는 거 보고 나머지가 진입해야 돼요. 전투가 따로 걸려요. 근데 이게 시간 차이가 4초밖에 나지 않아서 뭐 복술의 이유를 보여줬다라고 하기에는
before Legendary do by quite a bit. Legendary on the
그냥
other hand
슬로트 쪽이 운이 좀 더
getting
좋았다.
100% count while Sloth is busy doing this boss. And so
그냥
that
굳이
means that
차이를
Legendary are gonna
가르자면은
have to pull onto the last bosses.
막nem에
As
쫄을
I saw,
붙인 게 조금 더
they're gonna have
빨랐다.
to do either the two mini bosses or that 5-pack patrol. They get to just focus purely on single target on the last
레전더리
boss.
쪽은
But on the other hand, these comps are really
앞에서
well
%100%
situated
채우고
to be
가는
doing
게
sketchy pulls onto
그렇게 할
bosses, right? When
거면은
you look
그래도
at the
3렘에 좀
toolkits
갖다
you have
붙였어야
available
되지
to you,
않나.
it's not just the DPS, right? It's not just
그러니까 이
that,
전투가
oh,
너무
we have
손해였어요.
classes like
이
Herald,
전투를
Shadow, like Unholy, that
어떻게든 좀 램드 쪽에
are
가서
happy
램드
to have extra
전투를
targets involved in
약간이라도,
polls,
그러니까
but it's
이
also you have
플링을
a Herald
하면서
or
램드
Witcher's
전투를
Vigil, you have a
시작했으면은
Shadow Priest with Vampiric Embrace,
대전거리가
right?
이겼을
So
거예요.
if you get to
약간
make a
차이를
poll
내면서.
that
근데
is
이 단독
normally
전투가 너무
too much
아쉬웠죠.
to handle, you know, that normally just
그러니까
has
그럼에도
random
불구하고
things going
4초밖에
up and
차이가 안
puts somebody
났으니까.
40% health and they're dead in the next global. Stuff like Nature's Vigil, Vampiric
그러니까
Embrace
약간 이
really make those
전투를
polls possible. And so I think that the
그러니까
thing I
원래
like about
이렇게
what Sloth wrote was that they
방금
found a
플링이
way to
끝난
kind of
자리에서
make use of
램드까지
every
오는
single
사이에도
target
원래
turn
쫄이
with the
있잖아요.
with
그
the
쫄이라도
Vampiric
차라리 램드
Embrace.
좀
And
붙여줬으면은.
also then of course getting to do this massive pull. So the way you do this is anytime you want to skip, which both teams
지금
do, these
나오죠?
two, you need to pull those two, then pull Balakarkhan, then
야드가
have whoever
땡기고
pulled those
램드
two,
플링 한 거 보고
Shadow Meld,
계속
Invis, Vanish, Feign Death, something like that. And then those two will be left alone. Otherwise, you're going to get them with the boss because they do pull when the boss pulls. If they're
와
not
이거
on
좀
that already.
아찔한데?
And they pull with your whole group in that case.
그리고 이거 나왔죠? 이 바위에다가 박으면은 그 자리에서 넉백 그 뭐야 박치기 하고 끝나요. 요 바위 체크 포인트.
DPS number looks a lot higher than the Shaman's DPS number for Sloth, but you have to factor in that the Shaman wasn't DPSing at the start of the pull, right? The Shaman was healing because there were 5 extra mobs in there, but the rest of the group was getting to do way more damage as a result. And yeah, they end up killing this boss 4 seconds earlier, but
예, 바위에 박는 거는 글로벌에서 충분히 써먹을 만하죠. 이게 좀 MDI가 한번 열리고 나면은 저런 식의 약간 꿀팁들? 그런 게 글로벌에 많이 퍼지죠.
That could be crits, that could be execution, that could be sanguine healing, or that could be strategy as well. It's some combination of those factors could be pointing in either direction with a result this close.
노코드는 뭐 엄청나게 막 대단한 플릭이 나오진 않았어가지고.
The Bloodlust got hit a little bit later than maybe it could have for Legendary, and that's one of the things when you've got a dungeon that ends up so close that could be a thing you could point at, that maybe that would make the difference. But we're talking about like millimeters here, you know, we're talking about like nitpicking tiny little details, but you know, that's the fun part when it's so close, right?
세월을 조금 맞으셨네.
Any comments
작년에 되게 아름다우셨는데.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for us as like an outsider, like looking at the two teams being so close at the very end, that one bloodlust timing could have
저는
actually
약간
won it,
이
right? But
믹스
obviously they
누님
didn't
취향.
know how close it is, and they're in a precious situation. There's just so much going on, and just hitting the bloodlust 4 seconds late, that's usually something that we don't even care about when it's not that close, right? But this, because it happened at the very end, we noticed it, and I'm sure there were so many other mistakes or smaller issues that cost them some time here and there, right? And any mistake they made of somewhere else would have also probably saved them 4 seconds, right? So I wouldn't focus too much on the bloodlust, honestly, just because you know, things like that just happen.
Also, 4 seconds of bloodlust isn't 4 seconds off your timer, right? Like so.
오늘 아마 이게 마지막일 것 같네. 내일 패자전 이렇게 하려나?
Save them maybe a second or two.
Well, that means that Echo and Sloth are going to fight it out in the semi-final of the upper bracket to decide who goes to the finals of Group A, and it does mean as well that Legendary will go down to face the winner of our next series, which is going to be Lucky
오늘 이게
7
왠지
versus
마지막일래나?
Levels as we
몇 시간
move
했지?
down to the I'm not going to say the maw, not the maw, down in the underworld of the elimination bracket. And see who is able
잘하면
to
이게
survive there.
마지막이고
And,
내일
here's where it
패자전하고
gets exciting.
끝나겠네.
I mean, we've had some great games so far, but now it's a battle for
패자전은
survival.
사실 그렇게 크게 안
Sure,
봐도
there's
돼.
a last chance qualifier, but still, you know, it gets serious down in the lower bracket, doesn't it?
I'm really excited to see levels again, and that's
에코랑
nothing against
슬로스가
Lucky
마지막
7. I
경기일
think they
듯?
were also really fun to watch, although they were getting beaten by Echo, which is always like a team that goes against Echo. You never really see much because Echo's so fast, but Levels had some really daring and aggressive pulls, and if they manage to clean those up a little bit, then I feel like they could definitely be a force to be reckoned with, and I do want to see them.
Yeah, I think in Lucky 7's favor, they knew they were up against Echo for their first series.
Yeah.
If I was in that position, if I was looking at my bracket, I would not be practicing any of those maps. I would be practicing the lower bracket maps. Now, maybe that's, you know, not playing to win the tournament or whatever, but you know, let's be real here, right? Like you're up against Echo, so I would be really focusing on this lower bracket series, trying to get an extra win there. So I think that they.
슬로스가 뭔가 잘하기는 했는데 뭐야? 멈췄다 잠깐.
this is probably going to be their best chance to take it.
I was trying all weekend. So
어,
hard.
뭐야.
I'm telling you, see, you
패자전을
can't
하네.
trust casters or hosts with their own audio controls. This is just a result of remote broadcasting. Can't trust us. Sorry, production. That's on me. We're gonna take a quick break while I figure out how to click a mute button.
오늘
I'll see you in
일정을
a
조금
minute. I'll accept
봐야겠네요.
for slot.
만약에 에코가 더 안 하면은 뭐 굳이 오늘 끝난 거예요? 그러면은 패자전 2경기 하고 끝나겠네. 플러스가 6이고 레전더리가 7이었구나. 아니에요. 에코가 1등을 주기에는 몬카가 되게 잘해요. 몬카도 약간 언터처블 느낌으로 잘해요. 그래서 2강이라고 보시면 돼요. 그리고 실제로 지난 대회에서 택틱에서 몬카가 이겼거든요. 근데 몬카가 실수가 나갖고 졌어. 그러니까 택틱이 몬카가 더 좋았는데 이게 심연이었나 역병에서 사고 나갖고 졌거든요. 얘 부검. 야 탱커. 야 탱커 씨. 이게 3, 4위가 조금 더 잘해야지 보는 사람들 입장에서는 훨씬 더 재밌을 텐데 3, 4위 팀이 기량이 살짝 빠져요. 그건 맞지. 이번 시즌 뭐 근데 또 모르죠. 더 뭐 이를 갈고 나왔을 수도 있으니까. 그래도 아마 상위 한 4개 팀까지는 다 스폰 받고 그런 애들일 거라서. 에코 2팀이에요 혹시? 몬카가 2위 맞죠? 예선. 볼까? 그 예선 결과 좀. 아 퍼플렉스드랑 도넛? 퍼플렉스드가 도넛보다 좀 세긴 한. 치즈는 처음 보네요. 치즈가 처음 본다. 프레그넌스. 그러면은 치즈가 합친 애들 아니에요? 다른 애들은 다 모르겠는데 멤버를. 그러니까 퍼플렉스랑 도넛은 원래 있던 팀들이고.
Hey, we are back, unmuted,
피드가
and ready
새로
to
나온
go.
팀인
And
것
the Mythic
같은데.
Dungeon International goes
뭐
over here with
합쳤다는.
Ratnos and Tettles as we dive deep into
네.
the elimination
프레그넌스 있는 거
bracket. It's going to be
보니까.
Lucky 7 versus Levels first. Lucky 7 coming in here is one of our lower seeds, obviously. They ran into Echo in their first game at MDI. A little bit rough. They said coming into this one that they were showing up to have fun and play as a group of friends anyway. So they've still got a chance to get through. Levels looked good yesterday, though. But they had a couple moments where maybe they went a little bit too hard. Do you think they pull back, or do you think they just try to execute today, Tettles?
So, I mean, my general read on it was like, Level's strategy, especially in their games versus Team Swede, the strategies that they were implementing were a lot more aggressive and would have yielded, you know, multiple minutes faster of a time than Team Swede. But just their execution was a little bit inconsistent, and that cost them a wipes in a couple of dungeons. I remember the Temple of the Jade Serpent one is the one that stands out to me the most. They pulled all the trash into the last boss, and they just ended up getting punished and lost that map because of it. So I think that Levels actually has a lot of potential if they're able to actualize it. For Team Lucky 7, you know, I thought that they were pretty decent. I think that they definitely had the issue of running into Echo in the first round, which is why they ended up looking a little bit slower. But they didn't make too many mistakes.
예선 보니까
No, they didn't look too
시간
bad.
차이가 좀
We
나긴
have a
나네요.
double Nakud ban for this time, so we're not going to see that dungeon in this one. We might see our first Shadow Moon
루비는 더 안 보고 싶고.
going to map number 3.
야.
But what do you think, Dratnos? Is this going to be a
제가 미리
three dungeon
얘기하는데
or a two dungeon affair?
혹시나 3경기 가게 돼서 이 어둠달 나오면 저는 바로 자러 갑니다. 이거. 나는 이걸 보면서 깨어있을 자신은 없다. 대학은 살짝 궁금하고 제가 어제 대학 경기를 하나도 안 봐가지고 3경기 3경기 가서 어둠달 나오면 이건 바로 우리 헤어질 시간.
Lucky 7 were not looking bad in Ruby Life Pools. Lucky 7's Ruby Life Pools yesterday, I think would have.
어제 대학 루트 나왔던 거 살짝 보긴 했는데 풀링 약간 초코로 건너편에 붙여주는 거?
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? We have a very small set of games that we've seen Levels play in. We don't actually know how inconsistent they are, how likely these wipes are to happen. Sometimes as well, you know, as you're having your first set of games, on a weekend, you can have extra nerves. Stuff can go wrong that just you never seen in practice, and it just happens. And it happens the first time you play on camera. That's a well-known phenomenon in MDI. So maybe they've got that under control now, or maybe we're going to see again kind of a repeat of that matchup against Team Sui, where it's just a case of, you know, the slow and steady versus aggressive and too aggressive.
I selected Levels as my wildcard pick, and I actually feel pretty good about Levels as my wildcard pick overall for the course of the whole entire weekend because they have so much potential. But like Dratnos literally just stated, they have to be able to be consistent with their polls.
라디언트님 안녕하세요.
Mistakes that caused them wipes.
Here we go.
고수리 나왔네. 고수리.
Who survives?
That is an
is that
enhancement
고수의
shaman
이유.
and a vengeance demon hunter for Lucky 7. The enhancement shaman comes in, and the one tank that loves Wind Fury the most, the prot warrior, is not there.
고술까지는 이해를 했는데 악탱이 나왔다는 거는
tragedy here for Lucky 7.
So Paraping was
럭키 세븐은 이제 내가 잘하는 걸 한다. 아, 그쵸. 제가 지금 그 얘기를 하려고 했는데 내가 원래 하던 탱이 악탱이다 이런 느낌.
Yeah. Do you think he's got like an RGB keyboard that like based on his procs is
내가 원래 하던 탱이 악탱이고 내가 원래 하던 딜러가 고술이야.
I know you can get keyboards
그런
to do that,
느낌이죠.
right? You can hook them into WoW and they can see like your cooldowns and stuff, your health.
도적도?
Yeah.
네, 캐릭 하나 들고 온 것
red
같아요.
is every single time he presses black powder, it like shoots out a multicolor affair every single time he procs cheat death, and so that's why you see it procking red so often because we're black powdering. No eviscerates are to be cast here.
Yeah, black powder secret technique, no eviscerates.
이거 봐봐.
That's how we rode.
용은 무조건 변신해.
On the other hand, have gotten
노음이죠?
boss a little bit ahead of Lucky 7.
얘도 노음이야.
It's hard
근데
to say a
용은
standard
어쩔 수
comp because
없다.
we've seen so much difference in choice here, but the Prot Warrior, of course, the more standard
죽어도
choice
용가리는
for tank.
못하겠어.
The Destro
나도.
Lock as well has been something that several teams have used in this place, although notably not all teams.
So-
neither team using something like the Feral Druid as well. So, and no Shadow Priests in sight also is a bit of a difference than what we've seen from some other teams.
아 근데
Levels played
그 약간
Death to Lock all
상위
of their dungeons
한
yesterday.
7, 8위 위 되는
I think so.
팀들은
Yeah, I think that they were on the Destro Lock train.
전부 다
I
수합이
feel like Destro
가능해요.
is
그러니까
normally pretty
다 할 줄
underrated.
알아.
Now we did see Legendary in the last series. They ran the Destro Lock in Ruby Life Pools, but Destro is just, I would say, pretty
약간 본캐 개념이
in a
없죠.
lot of these dungeons.
걔네들은.
Now there are some situations. I think that their single
진지는 본캐가 냥꾼이라고 하기에는 냥꾼도 그렇게 막 저렇게 치게 잘하진 않아서.
But I think that the Destro Lock, if you're
자, 에코에서 1데스가
just
나온다?
Destro
누구겠어요?
dungeons, you're not upset about that.
Yeah,
아, 진지를
in many
까는
ways,
건
this
아닌데
dungeon in
진지 약간
particular,
개그
Destro
캐릭
Lock
느낌이
dungeon, right?
있잖아요.
You've got this first boss that has
에코에서
probably
1데스가 나온다?
segments
그거
in
무조건
the mini boss,
진지거든.
and it's a phenomenal havoc target. But also you have the second boss that's a two-target affair.
근데 야드는 약간
and the third
신선하긴
boss is
해요.
also two targets. So
근데 진지가 야드까지 할 줄은
phenomenally good
몰랐어.
for the ability havoc out of the
야드는 연습을 좀 하긴 했을 때.
Ever since they added havoc
We
to
need
the
a power
hunters, you can't just say
infusion.
havoc anymore.
need a
Yeah,
power infusion
power infusion would be good. That would be cool. To
아,
see.
이거-
We saw teams using the healing priests in time trials in this dungeon. Towards the
랜드들
end.
차이가 많이
That
나죠.
power infusion
뭐 풀링
actually
차이가 있긴 한데
fire mages that
이게
they use as well.
레벨스는 이 도시락을
Such a
주잖아요.
cool
아니, 도적이
set
있는데
of
왜 도시락을 안
decisions that
주는
you get in
거야?
these dungeons based on all these different
어?
components
럭키
that all
세븐
seem to
어?
be good.
도시락
I mean, in
도시락
Headshot,
줘야지
we're seeing
도적이
that Lucky Seven
있는데
as well. It's doing something similar to those Shadow Priests and the Feral Druids with Ancestral Guidance too, so you get to heal yourself up and heal the group up with that cooldown. Which
기원사는
levels
신템이라 아마
notably
더
is
너프하진 않을
a
거예요.
DPS healer cooldown that has
전탱도 더
been
너프하진
present in
않을
most
듯?
comps.
So one of the
뭐 이
big
시즌 뭐
advantages of,
중반
enhancement
넘어갔는데
options
여기서 밸런스 조정은 다른 캐릭을
Ruby Life
상향해
Pools
주겠지
was-
기존 캐릭터를
I
너프
generally
시키는
think
거는
Ruby Life Pools
조금
is one of the better dungeons for enhancement, because you have like those destroyers.
쓸 수 있는
those big
정도로 너프를
LEs
시킬 거예요. 아마
Like you can
그
funnel
어둠 땅
them pretty
3시즌에
hard.
파악이
Now we have
너프됐던
some teams
것처럼
fairly
그래도 파악
large
다
Ruby
했잖아요.
Life Pools, and so maybe funnel is just
약간
a
그
little bit less valuable.
정도
And enhancement,
너프겠
I think that this is the reason that we're not seeing an
네,
enhancement
예상해요.
because like on
그래 이렇게 도시락을 계속 줘야지 그래야지 도적이 세다고. 여긴 도시락을 안 주잖아요.
But enhance is still a very popular pick.
럭키 세븐도 도시락 달라고 배고프다고 지금.
Yeah, it is a really good.
야 도시락이 옆에
all-around
있는데 왜
choice.
도시락을 안 주는 거야?
You're bringing the Bloodlust, which I guess this group
또
doesn't need because
까줘.
you've already got the Evoker, but you're bringing Ancestral Guidance and, like you said, fantastic funnel.
도시락
damage,
먹은 레벨이 지금 훨씬
fantastic target as
빨라요.
well, so really good. I mean, on this boss as well, you can see that they
이거는
made good
그냥
use of the
도시락 차이다.
Webster funnel as well, so getting some good extra damage into the boss. It is going to be levels who take down the boss first.
아니 뭐
but look
그
at the
조합이
cash
무슨
count.
상관이야. 일단
Lucky
도적이
Seven
있으면
had
줘야지.
4% more at the start
아니면
of the
도적을 왜
dungeon,
꺼냈어?
so I think you'd rather have the 33%
그리고 이거는 약간 글로벌 쐐기가 아니고 MDI잖아 MDI.
I don't think levels are that
도적이
far ahead.
지금 밥
Certainly
달라고
they're not
계속
far enough ahead
좀-
to commit a wipe and still win the dungeon.
So some things that we have seen this weekend are teams electing to skip these dragon mini bosses. Which
자,
dragon mini
다시
bosses to skip is not
한 번 더
always a
얘기를 하자면은
decision, especially
이거
this
그
season.
냉기 폭탄 걸릴
In addition to
때
that, we saw Echo
용일은
actually skip both of those
구출
dragons.
쌍둥이
Now, we
보호막
do know that that's
찍고
not going to
구출로
happen for
나오면
these
되게
teams.
좋아요.
We
이게
know that it's a
구출로
situation
나오면서
where they don't
나한테
have enough
보호막이
time to be able
쌓이고
to skip both of the
구출을
dragons.
걸어준
We see
사람한테도
right now,
보호막이 쌓이기
Levels is
때문에
just
힐도
walking
여유가
past Thunderhead.
생기고
They jumped up on that railing and they were looking to skip him, or maybe
그리고
they
이동기 없는 사람 끄집어내줄 수도 있어요.
Hey,
구출
look at
보호막을
this.
찍으면.
I see.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, we saw Sloth and Legendary both skip Double Dragon as well, so it's interesting to see that these teams are
여기
more interested
나자겟을
in the
잡네요.
dragons. I think the dragons are safer count, because if you're not doing dragons, you
Okay.
have to do really big pulls to get your count, right?
야 폭탄! 야 폭탄 왜 따라?
Dragons, as dangerous as they are, they give a lot of count. And they also free up your second boss space, so you don't
나자겟스.
have to be as precise when you're
뭐
doing that
일단
count
패턴은
there.
넘어갔네.
But generally, the downside of the dragons is that, like, time efficient wise, they're not the most efficient things in this dungeon. You would rather, consolidate pulls with just adding multiple cinder weavers into like a
구출
destroyer or something
약간
like that.
저도 초반에는 적극적으로
Looks like
쓰다가
Levels'
This
answer
is
is a
an-
chain
I don't think
pull
this is
with
구출
that.
사고 하도 나갔고 그 다음부터는
Lucky
약간
Seven are just
정해진
gonna be
패턴만 쓰긴
fighting
하는데
all by itself, and then potentially this will. Oh, actually, okay, just a Scorch Sun coming in as well, not going all the way into the next pack. So yeah, Lucky Seven on a much more kind of live key route, right?
MDI 재밌는 거 다
Fighting
끝났어요.
by itself, and then you can
에코
keep on walking
끝났어,
around
오늘.
the ring. Although even still, we are going to see a death come out. It is a battle res used as well. Releasing here is annoying because you have a very long dragon flight up. So they are going to chain low on health here on this dragon into the next pull, try and keep the pressure on, but levels are pretty far ahead in the dungeon right now. They're an extra pack and a half or so up in the dungeon. They're
약간 용랭이 아까 좀 재밌었고
I wonder if it looks like we may have a
나머지는
opportunity for a
약간
pre-cloak here
그런 거
with
있죠.
Lucky 7 as well.
예측이 가능한
On Thunderhead,
예측
they were
가능한
that.
범주 안에 나오는
Alternatively, they could just save it and say dispel me, and then just deal with Thunderhead damage like
뭔가
that.
신선한
They just
거는
keep
안
saving
나오고
cloak.
있어갖고
These destroyers are generally the most dangerous part of this ring. So Thunderhead on live is done by itself, but like the destroyers with the Inferno damage is incredibly high. It is a 22 tyrannical, so it should be a lot more manageable, especially at these players' gear levels. But it's not something where you're like doubling up a destroyer is very dangerous.
Yeah, destroyers do so much unavoidable group-wide
아까
AoE.
어느 팀이었지?
It can be a
그쪽
lot to try and heal through.
레전더리였나? 거기 흑마는 되게 셌었는데
Guidance from Static to help out
Yeah,
with
that's
that,
true.
but levels are left with just. I mean, the thing about levels as DPS comp is okay. You can look at those 3 DPS and you can be like, okay, none of these are RNG,
레벨 이거 붙었다
or
이거
Nature's Vigil or Vampiric Embrace, but they are all extremely durable, right? You've got Cloak of Shadows, you've got Feint,
데스윙
you
붙었다
got,
데스윙
you got Rogue, you know, Cheat Death. You've got a Warlock.
Rogue.
That's not a class that can die. And you've got a DK. That's also not a class that can die, right? So
이게
potentially you just don't need that, right? You're just using defenses.
달래기가
not the player's ability to heal the rest of the group, but just the player's abilities to heal themselves.
달래기가 어디
with,
들어가야
Death
되지?
Strike and with
데스윙에
Warlock.
들어가는 게 맞겠죠?
Then you can kind of
잠깐만 이거 달래기 했어. 그러면은 달래기가 빠졌거든요? 이 데스윙 경로했을 때 도적 달래기가 오나? 이 정도면?
For levels.
It's a lot of count. So one of the big things with Flame Gullet, and actually, I like
아무리
that
폭군이어도 얘 50% 밑으로 떨어졌을 때 달래기 없으면
Flame
조금
Gullet is especially dangerous once you push him into that 50% threshold and he starts stacking
아,
up his
맞겠다.
blood stacks, and then once he starts to get a little bit around like 10 or so, then he starts to do an insane amount of damage even on like a 22.
달래기 들어갔고
But like they also have an enraged dispel, and they should be able to get this dealt with by himself. I think this is fine from levels with.
이게 제가 달래기 클을 안 할 때는 그 분노가 그렇게 신경이 안 쓰였는데 이게 용은 달래기가 되니까 계속 보이더라고요.
Lucky 7
분노하는
on the
게.
other hand appear to be more interested in skipping the dragon, so maybe still about a pack behind in terms of time. We'll see how well this big pull works out for levels. They're going to take this destroyer into this patrol.
If Levels has a mistake, I mean, Lucky 7
용을 뭔가 싹 다 잡아갖고
oh yeah, they're in a position to where they're able to capitalize. I mean, it's still not clear who's actually going to win this. This enhancement shaman has been doing work in this
레벨스가
area.
럭키 7보다는 좀 잘하는데?
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that the enhancement shaman is bringing out, and like you said, a critical characteristic of that damage that doesn't show up on the details meter is that a lot of it is being done to the destroyer, right? So the destroyer, you see a lot of groups, the destroyer is at 40% health when the rest of the pack is dead. But Lucky 7
힐러는 악탱이라
at the same time as they get off because
악탱 힐하기 좀 빡센데.
shaman is doing so much extra damage to that priority target.
Look at this. Levels grabbing some of these Scorchlings on pull to allow for a little bit more funnel damage from that like Unholy DK and that Subtlety Rogue to be able to just get a little bit more boss damage. The Destro Lock mostly cares about the second target for Havoc, which is present a lot, especially with these Firestorm ads.
5에서 3이나 2위로 뽑았겠죠?
Searing Blows there is going to be stone formed by Nubo. It is a bleed, even though it looks like a fire thing, it is actually a bleed that it leaves behind.
그냥 뭐 라자게스 붙이는 플링이나 그 데스윙 붙이는 플링 무난하게 한 거 봐서는
This boss is actually incredible.
기량이 떨어지진 않는데?
Yeah.
A lot of like this fight, especially for tanks and healers, is really
램드피 70%니까 이거 잡는데 한 1분
and that can drop
30초?
your group incredibly low. And then on top of that, like Dratnus was
2분,
saying,
쫄 정리
if you
1분,
have both of those things together,
막냄
either have, like,
1분
TD
30초에서
on your
2분
tank, or they're not, like,
14분
getting active heals, or they don't have,
때
like, Stone Form to be able to remove it,
후반에서
they can't
15분
die,
때 초반
Dratnus.
나올 듯?
Oh yeah. I mean, never in my groups, of course.
그럼
but,
아까
I've
슬로스가
heard in theory that tanks can die to that bleed.
Hypothetically,
루비가
that would never
14분이었나?
happen to
Hypothetically
you,
speaking,
but-
it is, especially prot warriors, it can be really nasty. You know, bleeds are kind of one of the weaknesses of the spec. That's part of
루비에서
the reason
30초
it
차이면은
works so well
뭔가
here. Lucky 7 are playing
Yeah.
that Vengeance Demon Hunter.
에코가
instead.
14분
Vengeance Demon Hunter has
20초였어요?
some nice self healing. You also have the ability to cycle cooldowns pretty well against it. Although with Last Resort,
예선이랑 단수가
unavailable
다르구나.
against Lucky 7, it is still going to be dangerous. It's definitely still going to be something that they need to look out for.
This is getting quite close between the two teams. Levels has, around a 40% boss HP lead, which I would definitely I think that they're in a solid, like, what, probably 45 seconds to a minute advantage over where Lucky
아,
7 are.
에코
But if
12분
Levels start to have
43초.
deaths, especially as this fight goes
아니네.
later,
아, 14분 20초 맞네.
it's a part where Lucky 7 should be able to capitalize on it.
14분
assuming
20초
their mistakes.
맞네요.
However, Levels is doing a great job of dropping AMZ on top of the
플록스가
baiting the
14분
ads in a good spot.
10초였네.
They're making sure that that boulder gets shot in the correct direction back into that previous fire area. And so, I mean, Levels are making this look surgical with how their movement is being done.
Another important thing to mention here is the mob count. 73% for Lucky 7 means they're not going to be able to skip those 2 warriors in that lightning channeler, whereas Levels are going to be able to skip those enemies. So Lucky 7 needs to do either another pull.
네, 에코는 뭔가 확실히
channeler warrior. Whereas I
네,
think
패를 숨긴 느낌이 조금 들었어가지고.
But I don't think they can skip channeler with 73%. I could be misremembering or misunderstanding what they're planning here, but I think that the 73-76% difference is going to be an important one, and we'll see exactly what pulls come after this boss for the 2 teams.
That Tempest Channeler, especially with how the teams have been looking to do Ruby Life pulls into sections so far, a lot of them are just like, you know, they're merging the last couple of pulls into one singular pull, and that's been the most efficient thing. Whereas if you have to do that Tempest Channeler that's in the back, you end up breaking it into either 2 or 3 pulls.
On the other hand, doing that all as one pull was what wiped Levels last time they were
이넴 잡고 나서 어느 팀이든 뒷무리를 한 플링에 끝내고 갔으니까 데스윙이랑 라작에서 잡는 게 그렇게 이득은 아니네요, 확실히.
We'll see how this works out for Levels. This is going to be the pivotal moment of the dungeon over on the right-hand side. You can see they're setting up here.
여기 다른 팀들 다 통을 넣고 갔잖아.
Shroud, and you hop around the side here. Avoid walking right on top of those Storm Warriors. And this Tempest Channeler as well. Hug the side. And this is the rest of the dungeon here. Actually, it looks like they maybe don't need those 2 warriors. So maybe the 2 warriors there is actually just the difference that Lucky 7 need to grab, the 2 middle warriors.
So with the 2 warriors into that pack, it's 23.94%.
Okay, so they actually
얘 보면 에코랑 슬로트는 블러드를 냄드에다 썼었죠? 아마?
Exactly.
이 플링에다 안 쓰고.
Yeah, on level side. I think that Lucky 7's actually going to need the Tempest Channeler as well, like you were saying, because that's 23.36%.
Okay, that...
or 26.36. I don't know what I said. I think I said the wrong number.
Yeah, 26.
블러드 여기 빠졌으면 전투 시간 16분,
Levels are
16분 때
getting
나오겠구나.
ready to summon the boss here, and then they could potentially even take those warriors into boss. They were in a little bit of a bad spot to pull them into this pull, but yeah, 96%, and here come the warriors and the boss, and that's going to be Levels ready here. They made that pull that they wiped 2 last time work out, although this last boss is not an easy one. This is one of the harder bosses in the game right now, and it is also tyrannical, so with good play, it's very manageable, but it's one of the scarier ones out there.
이렇게 도시락 챙겨주는 거 보면은 레벨스가 쐐기를 확실히 아는 팀이긴 하네요. 쐐기 산밥이 그래도 있는.
These warriors are actually scary, especially with the boss putting the flame spits onto players. You actually do see the rogue from Levels here. He doesn't have cheat death. He got hit by one of those thunderclaps. If he kind of gets combo with the flame spit and thunderclap and isn't able to either like pre-cloak it or like he just drops incredibly low, I could actually potentially see a death here if you're not playing these warriors perfectly, because they are very, very easy to mess up, especially whenever you have the wind blowing you like this. But Levels are making it look really solid. This is looking good for them.
아, 흑마를 왜 이용을 했나 했는데 야, 다른 앞플링들에서 다 비슷하다 치더라도 막nem에서 흑마가 확실히 유리하네요, 이 타겟이라. 원거리 이 타겟이라 또. 베올라는 저렇게 멀리 날아가도 들어가지 않나? 이유가 있네.
But for time, maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you need to just push as soon as you can.
Something that's also kind of important to note here is if we're looking at the bloodlust differential between the 2 teams, Levels lusted 2 minutes ago whenever they were doing this large pull on the platform, whereas Lucky 7 do have their lust available for the boss. This is one of the most dangerous bosses of the game.
변신 안 하고 할 수가
They caught a
없어.
couple of nerfs early on, but I remember seeing, especially early expansion, people saying that this is the boss and this is the dungeon that has been walling them the most, and they weren't able to really get through this encounter. Now, the flames.
저도 기원사로 던전 입던하면은
so it should be a little bit easier.
항상 그 원자 제 측정기 누구 있나 물어보고.
I would like to see this die within, you know, like 2 or 3 flame spits, but without lust, I wonder if we're going to go even further than that.
Yeah, this
이
is gonna be
불바닥이
scary.
2단
They've got
점프로
to make sure that they
넘어가진다고
can live through
하더라고요.
the triple
몰랐는데.
flame spits, and players are going to start rotating
저게
defenses.
부양만 그
Yeah.
부양이나 미프만 써도 이 바닥을 안 밟는데요. 그러니까 저도 해보지는 안 하는데.
available as well, so presumably one of those will get used soon, and there it goes. Followed by all the DK cooldowns. Beautiful. This is going to start melting the boss. Yeah, last flame spit comes out. Rally used by Nubo. Emerald Communion is also going to be the answer here, and that combines to be more than enough to keep levels healthy.
7분 때까지 나오네.
Urquhart at 31%. This fight is now
내가 시간
a lot
계산이
less intense,
감이
right?
없나
You don't
보다.
have the flame spits coming out anymore. All you have to deal with is tank damage and the winds blowing things around, and that AoE damage and interrupt ability, which of course can be frustrating, but is less likely to be lethal without
이
flame
정도
spits out as
차이면은
well.
이 팀이 2위, 3위 하기에는 안 될 듯? 그냥 무조건 슬루스나 아까 레전더리 둘 중에 하나가 2위 할 듯. 차이가 있네요. 차이가 많이 나네.
But this is a lot better than what we saw from the Ruby Life pools yesterday, right, where they had that full wipe.
Yeah, Lucky 7 as well. Also, you know, they're on the last boss as well here. They're maybe what, a minute and a half, 2 minutes at most behind.
근데 나중에 루비 가면은 실험 해보고.
That's not bad. That's a good outcome for them. But yeah, it is going to be levels taking over the top there. You can see Nubo jumping around on his little llama in celebration.
Yeah, solid attempt by Lucky 7, but levels.
아니,
takes the
대학
win
하는
here in
것만
dungeon number
보고
one.
자야겠다.
I think it is telling what you just said, Tettles, where the speed was a little bit slower than some of the other Ruby
뭔가
Life pools
약간
we've seen.
요만큼
But
높은
at the same
레벨
time,
보다가
I feel
너무
like what we wanted to see from levels today was just things going a little bit cleaner, a little bit less deaths, and they only had one, so that works. You know, that gets them the win in map number 1, and you know, quick but clean.
이거는 그냥 탱커의 한계라기보다는
Their strategy has been pretty good in a lot of dungeons. Now, again, their consistency is what we need to see improve a little bit. Hopefully, they got the nerves.
그냥 레벨스가 더
This
잘하는
is a
듯.
team that they had 4 of their members in EMEA TGP as well. So this is a team that's kind of familiar with playing on broadcast and stuff like that. So they got a little bit of their first day MDI nerves out of the way.
아니에요. 약간 그 정도로 차이 나지 않았어요. 방금.
Looked fairly solid from them. I'm pretty happy with how they were able to perform with this. And I thought that the use of the Warlock in this dungeon was pretty good.
Yeah, I was impressed as well by.
As we look at some of this.
The Warlock looked good. The damage from the Warlock looked good. The Rogue damage was
뭔가
also
약간
pretty
택틱
impressive
탑기나
out of
이런
levels
게
as
좀
well.
정확하게 돼갖고 연습이
They're
됐으면은
doing something on that class. Keep it up with the Unholy DK on some of these pulls.
럭키 세븐도 해볼만 했을 듯.
Always tough to do. Unholy DKs whenever you're pulling a lot of mobs, they just kind of ascend. And then yeah, the second boss for levels as well. Something that
레벨
we've seen a lot of
때는
teams
뭐라
struggle
그래야
on
되지?
this
약간
boss, right? This
기량에
boss, I
비해서
believe, has caused multiple wipes for multiple teams throughout
Dude.
the weekend so far. So
라자게스나 데스윙플링 보면은 확실히 기량은 있는 팀인 것 같거든요. 근데 루트가 기량에 비해서 그렇게 좋은 루트는 아니었어요. 루트가 좀 더 좋았어야 돼. 여기.
Then they had to mount up and walk back. One thing that Echo did that was really cool was have the boss end where you had to exit, but yeah, not something that levels did or needed, right? Minus 10 seconds, NBD.
Yeah, I think that's just like that's one of the ways that
그쵸, 루비가
take your route.
분노니까
This like almost
1렘 가는 길에 그런 풀링이라든지 그런 거는 악탱으로 하기가 빡세긴 하죠. 분노 먹고 이러면은 악탱 피 훅훅 나가는데 그런 거 버티고 그래도 거의 사고 없이 경기했으니까.
And the fact that they were able to get it, they got that pack killed off, and they were more consistent than yesterday, where they had the full wipe there. That definitely helped on.
약간 기원사의 루틴.
Yeah.
전투 끝나면은 구출 한번 써주고.
Yeah. Rescue's good. I swear rescue.
어차피 도적 안 와서 기다려야 되는데.
I swear rescue is OP. All right, tell me why.
Yeah. It's really good.
Why do you think it's OP?
It's good in a lot of cases. In this dungeon, you know, somebody gets knocked out from the
해설진도 그 구출 얘기를 하네요.
bang, they get to keep casting.
기원사 낙살 뻔했다 방금.
Really good. But also just like randomly, you need to reposition yourself or somebody else or both of you. Rescue does those things really well. Obviously, sometimes you can catch people off guard with it if they're not ready, but it's really good. And if you spec Twin Guardian as well, which I don't know if that makes it into the.
오씨 빠지는 거 봐.
I will go look.
아 흑마 죽었었네.
It's something that.
Twin Guardian is the shield, right?
Yeah, Twin Guardian is the rescue shield. So that it looks like Prenzovation was not running it. And Bergman wasn't even running rescue, so maybe rescue.
I don't think he's running.
I don't know. It's cool though.
I've been keeping an eye on the evoker builds, and a lot of players aren't running rescue right
지금
now.
전탱이 주반이 너무 좋아요. 주반이 좋은 게 너무 많기도
find
하고
those moments. So when we've seen rescue used this weekend, it's been kind of more
워낙
of a
단단하기도 하고
mobility thing than anything, right? Where you're like trying to get over a gap with somebody to skip something, or you're doing what we just saw, where it's like you're just trying to get
양조
someone
같은
that
경우는
much farther
그래도
ahead to
딜은
save like a
세서
half second or something like that. But I gotta say, it's if somebody's bothering you a little bit, it's a great way to
뭔가
put them
MDI
right
같은
into
데서
a front row,
비벼볼만
too.
하죠.
I'm not
일단
suggesting
딜은
toxic
세니까.
gaming, but once in a while.
맞아, 주문 막기가 조금 에바야. 주문 막기 에바야.
Go ahead and go out and say that I'm never keying with Doa.
아까 누구야 레판인가? 주문 막기 쓰다 죽었잖아.
You would never give me a reason to do that. I'm confident.
Just one more enhancement shaman joke and then.
아까 레전더리 탱커가 해봤죠 레판?
That's true. Hey, we got to see some enhancement shaman already today.
아까 보니까 출혈 3중첩에
Enhance is good stuff. Good spec.
방벽이랑
So many MDI
주문
specs.
막기 웃겼다가 죽은 것 같은데.
I was gonna talk about Algothar Academy, but in general, I think the DPS balance this season for MDI is unlike any other DPS balance we've ever seen. I think that's largely to do with like the talent rework. It just allows for so many more opportunities for different DPS profiles to shine and different classes to be a little bit more valuable in some ways. Obviously, you're gonna have the staple of like Unholy DK is very popular because of the size of the pulls that people are doing. Feral Druid and Shadow Priest obviously have the strengths of like insane amounts of off healing for like off spec off healing. But I think in general, I mean, we saw Warlock and Enhancement Shaman in the last dungeon. We also saw Rogue. Rogue is not to be undervalued either. Like, Rogue is always incredibly popular in MDI situations. It's so cool how we see so many more classes and specs in this MDI than we have in the past.
Yeah, Algothar, I think Unholy is usually going to be the star of the show in this dungeon, but Fire Mage we saw yesterday once break the 1 million DPS threshold in this dungeon, so something to be looking out for as well.
Algothar during beta cycles was already one of the top DPS in Algothar Academy. It seemed like it was a very niche spec. It seemed like it was going to be
똑같지
like
않을까요?
MDI and Algothar Academy focused.
양 팀에서 캐릭터 수업이 있을래나?
After the expansion has gone live, and now it's to the point where we see Unholy DK in every single dungeon. And then, like you said, they're going to be the star of the show in Algothar Academy. Going to be doing insane amounts of damage.
Now we saw Levels win this dungeon against Team Sui yesterday, but it was 1835.
아마 캐릭 연습할 시간은 많이 없을 거고 택틱 연습을 하는 게 맞긴 해요.
Do it in 1652 as well. So definitely some room for improvement.
그러니까 어제 나왔던 택틱들을 최대한 카피해서 그거를 적응하는 게 맞긴 맞아요. 그거를 뭐 여러 캐릭으로 해볼 시간은 안 되니까.
I wonder what Levels is going to do with their routing decision. Are they going to stick to that right overgrown ancient side, or are they going to be looking to adapt and go that left first Veximus route? And then that because that.
근데 같은 캐릭들로 계속 이렇게 연습을 하는 게 쿨기 조율이나 그런 게 좀 도움이 많이 되긴 하거든요. 아니야. 안 바뀌었지. 고술이 빠졌네. 야드가 들어왔.
Does make a little bit more sense, but we'll see what they're up to here. Levels, if they do go left, it means that they have spent some of their practice time rethinking Algothar a little bit, and it looks like that has indeed
행보 있는 거 보니까.
Both Lucky 7 and Levels are heading over to the left here. We have Shrouds coming out from both teams past these Mana Fiend weapon pulls that a little bit nasty can be.
Right off the bat, there's a question of like how big are you supposed to go in this area? And look at Levels already. They grabbed that Ravager pack, they grabbed some of the Foragers, and then they're triple pulling this Veximus platform. One of the big advantages of this Destro Lock is the amount of stuns that they get from Shadow Fury, Blasphemy, and Infernal. All of those stuns are incredibly powerful for a pull that's this size. And you're coupling that with things like Shockwave. The immense amount of damage that this Unholy DK is going to be doing here in just a couple of seconds, and this pack should absolutely melt.
Yeah, to some extent, the offense is one of the best CCs, right? Like if you can just kill the mobs before you're out of AoE stuns and AoE, in cap and blinding sleet, those sorts of effects, then you don't need a permanent solution, right? You don't need kick orders or anything like that. If you can just kill the mobs before the AoE stuff runs out, then you are good, and you're not going to be limited in how many enemies you can pull all at once.
This is so messed up. Vale did too much damage. He didn't let Walpin fully ramp on the pack.
레벨스가 한 수 이긴 하다.
Yeah, that was pretty messed up, huh?
How do you like this pull into the boss? This is actually super scary for.
한무리가 지금 딱 차이가 나잖아요. 그러니까 이 무리, 그러니까 럭키 세븐이 지금 붙인 무리를 레벨스는 셔플링에 붙였고 레벨스는 저걸 잡았으니까 이제 또 다른 무리를 붙여서 랜드에 가죠.
You can see Vale here, pretty aware of the danger of these items using Dark Pact.
랜드 때 뒤에 문이 열려 있나? 아 맞아, 이거 열려 있었던 것 같은데. 그러면은 저 쫄들이 다 잡히면은 아마 추가로 더 갖다 붙일 수도 있거든요. 20개 남았나? 남았네. 땡기러 가는 거가? 맞지? 이거 땡기러 가는 거 맞지?
인가? The ads do quite a bit of tank damage, and the boss also restricts your movement in a lot of cases too. So it is a scary pull, and then Spiteful comes out after the mobs start dying, and that can be another way that you randomly get got.
다른 사람이 땡긴 것 같은데.
I think that the Ellies in that pull that you have to interrupt are obviously the biggest point.
무슨 상황인지 모르겠네. 흑마가 막 땡기러 나가는 것처럼 보였는데 막상 땡긴 것 같진 않거든요. 근데 쫄아놨네.
Now it is a 21 tyrannical, so those foragers aren't going to be doing insane amounts of damage. But you have some situations where players just drop super low from the mana bombs if they don't have any like strong personal available, and you actually do see the rogue from levels there. He didn't have anything, and he did end up dropping kind of low because of it. He could have popped his cloak if he really felt like he was in critical danger. But overall, Levels is looking really solid with the way that they are able to deal with this pack. It is very dangerous. I would not recommend doing this without an immense amount of coordination.
근데 노은기원사가 확실히 귀엽긴 귀엽다.
Yeah, Levels are going to be rewarded for this, though, with a little bit of extra count and killing the boss at almost exactly the same time as Lucky 7, right? 9-10% more even once these last couple of foragers go down is going to be in favor of Levels. Lucky 7 looking not bad as well, though. They're coming in here with their cheat deaths all preserved. Also, their last resort and their cheat death still going to be available. So potentially they can go a little bit more aggressive later in the dungeon. Although I suspect that's not the plan. I suspect Lucky 7 aren't trying to be as fast as Levels' potential best. I think they're trying to beat, you know, Levels' mistakes, right, and to have a little bit more of a consistent strategy.
It's just like, dude, pulling those casters into this boss is just an outrageous pull, and it just opens you up to so many more variables for.
이게 돌려보면 아시겠지만 그 레벨스에서 용일이 힐을 할 때 마나 폭탄 막히기 터지기 직전에 영혼 만개가 따다닥 들어가는 게 보이거든요.
One of the nice things about the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well, you got Sigil of Silence for that pull.
영혼 만개는 막히게 터지면서 바닥에 들어오니까 그 직전에 힐이 들어가게 설계를 해주는 게 좋아요.
Mana 폭탄은 막히기 아프니까. But Sigil of Silence pretty much solos that for as long as it lives at this level with the Unholy DK and with the huge AoE that everybody's got. But here comes Levels. They are setting up a massive pull in this area. This is unbelievably aggressive from Levels. All of these
여기서 힐러 죽는 거는 거의 짤 되는 거.
On that destruction warlock.
Something you have to actually watch out for here too is the Ravager when he starts to die, because the Ravager whenever he gets you, he knocks you forward. If you get knocked into Spiteful Shades, you can go down. As you see, Vale pre-drops that port. That's a super smart play, a very heads-up maneuver to not get knocked into Spiteful Shades. I saw a lot of people die during Spiteful Week just by the Ravager knocking them slightly into those mobs.
Beautifully done though by Levels. They've taken these enemies out, and I wonder if there's any of them left. If they've left like a pack or two, it can be good because you can use your rogue to tricks of the trade your tank and then snap them over to your tank while they are working on this Guardian Elemental. It looks like that's not going to be the plan here for Levels, though. They're just going to fight the Guardian Sentry all by itself. Lucky 7, on the other hand, there's at least 2 worms I can see off to the side that they are
확실히 루비는 던전이 워낙 짧아서 차이 날 게 없었는데 대학은 차이가 좀 나네.
Lucky 7 did have a death and they ended up blowing their battle res on Preservation. He ended up going down on the pull right before this.
도적.
I didn't see exactly what it was to.
도적도 저거 장신구 쓰고 있는 거 아니야?
Come back to bite them a little bit later on in the
뭐라고 잘 보이진 않는데.
other mistakes, but assuming if they play clean, they shouldn't even need that battle res, and then we just ended up losing 5 seconds.
아까 용맹에서 걔 누구야?
Yeah, the battle res in this dungeon, you know,
용맹도 랩판이죠.
it's good.
맞나?
There's a lot of sketchy pulls. There are also a lot of wipes that a battle res wouldn't have saved you from in this dungeon, right? Like there's a lot of wipes where you go from everybody's alive to 3 people are dead.
표식자의 은혜 쓰다가
So those are not the sort of wipes that you can recover with a battle res, but of course a lot of the ones that
치유는 깔렸는데 안 빼갖고 피 만땅 만들었던 애.
Alright, so Levels are now going to get started with birds.
What are these birds doing
아까 전탱이야. 그것도 랩판 맞죠?
Well, they're there to be a little bit extra count. little bit of cooldown recovery time, perhaps.
그거
as
에코랑
well.
하던 애들이었나?
Would you ever
We've
snap
seen some
mobs to this
strategies.
platform?
아 에코였다 맞아. 그 에코였다 에코.
Yeah, sometimes I think that's
에코
something that,
반대쪽.
that could be good. It does require a lot of finesse, right? A lot of movement around. That's
Yeah.
the downside of setting up a snap to this platform in particular. Is it's a multi-step affair of
그쵸 에코
going a long
반대였다.
way away and bringing mobs with you, right?
아까
Yeah,
레판이
because the mobs that levels would have to bring over to this
루비
platform
이nem에서
are
하도
the lasher,
해가지고
in large part.
뻘짓한
And we know that,
탱커는
like,
다 레판
lashers
같네.
plus, like,
오늘.
I guess they could snap the skitterflies over here, but that would be also a little bit weird.
Yeah,
And we know
아까
that
용맹-
I
lasers
think
and
taking one
skitterflies are
pack of
normally, like, a one
skitterflies-
full of-
그 용맹에서
Taking one pack of
그
skitterflies out of that
폭풍
out of
표식자
the
은혜
overgrown shoot could be a good
써갖고
thing to do, but
고정택 했던
I don't think
걔는
it's worth the travel time is the thing because
아
it
맞아
also
팀
reduces
맞아
your,
팀
like, if you
수위
can do that big pull in the overgrown ancient
걔네
area,
탱커 그거는 짤
you
나올 듯?
actually would lose damage by taking enemies out of it, right? Like you have quadratically scaling unholy DK, right? I guess the
아, 탱커들이 다채아 장신구 많이 끼긴 하는데
you don't even lose damage taking some out of it.
진짜 아까
at that point,
용맹에서
but still, it's not like you
개트롤하긴
need to
했어요.
speed up the dungeon, right? It would just make that pull maybe a little bit safer if you could take the skitterflies out of it, but you could just avoid the skitterflies and do them with boss as well, at least one pack of them. That's something that we
A조는
I do
보니까 에코 무조건
I think the
1위고
foragers, like if you're gonna take something if you're gonna take something and snap into
제가 봤을 때는 레전더리랑 슬로스 중에 올라갈 것
into
같은데
that guardian sentry.
다른 팁은 안
You
봐갖고
could
모르겠고
technically take some. I think some Echo Knights into like overgrown ancient is also a
딱
possibility from these teams.
그
We can see,
레전더리랑
the
슬로스가
teams
조금
from
수준이
that
높은 것
jumps
같아요
skip
아까 하는 거
on that
봤을 때
preservation evoker yesterday, and so that is definitely something that you can do to save you a lot of time.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options in this dungeon, and it's unclear as of yet what the best way to do this dungeon is. Although there are definitely some good ideas here, and I do think the Unholy DK. I thought the Fire Mage looked really cool yesterday as well, but I think the Unholy DK. You know,
그러니까 제가 알기로 흑마가 어느 정도 완전 많은 타겟이 아니면은 하보를 쳐도 불 비치는 거랑 딜 차이가 그렇게 많이 안 난다고 들었거든요.
No, it's not like a
Yeah.
Shadow Priest where you're giving PI to the Unholy DK. It's not like a support. I don't want to say support DPS because Shadow actually just does infinite damage on their own. But it's not like it doesn't support the Unholy DK in the same
근데
way
글로벌에서는
that Shadow Priest does.
이 방금 세무리에서 흑마가 뭐 열심히 카볼 날려준다고 해서
Primary carry and
도적이 표폭 절개 해주는 거 아니거든.
Now Veil
걔네들은
looks like a Volpera there, but I
표폭
suspect that's just
화약
the
다
atomic
먹는다고
calibrator
그거.
toy because yeah, you can see
글로벌에선
still
그렇게 해줄
on
이유가
the-
없지.
on the cooldown bar. Actually,
도적들 그런 데서 화약 친다고.
there.
I can't believe he chose that rat.
Volpera,
네,
you know, I've seen
글로벌은 딜파이
Volpera
싸움이죠.
tanks can play it sometimes. That nose for trouble, reducing your damage at the start of pulls, actually can be
Okay.
pretty good for some tank specs.
When was
그
the last
아까
time you
제가
saw
그
that
얘기
except for
했었는데
BF doing that? I haven't seen
용맹에서
him
아까
pull
복술이
that in so
나왔었는데
long.
그 3렘 호발드에서 복술이
wow.
번화만 계속 터졌단 말이에요. 그 쫄이 나와도
Feeling old now.
We had to cancel a Chaos Bolt. It's so sad.
그런 거랑 약간 비슷한 거죠.
Yeah, that's not what you hope to see for levels, but they are well ahead on this boss encounter compared to Lucky 7. Although not that far ahead.
하지만
Lucky 7 are
글로벌에선
doing a
그런 거
really
없지.
good job
무조건
of keeping this
연번이지.
thing close and keeping this within one boss
Dude.
fight of levels. So hugely impressive performance from Lucky 7. A team that
그러니까
was
용일도
extremely
그런 게
well seeded as well,
있어요.
coming
그 약간 단일 밀어줄 때는
really good
불숨을
show.
1스택으로 써주는 게
So
좋거든요.
sometimes you don't really know what you're gonna get out of like the 24th seeded team. Like you get kind of a mixed bag.
근데 이제
Lucky
글로벌에서는
7
그런
has
거
been
없지.
insane.
불숨
Like,
무조건
there
풀스택으로
are
광으로 다
so
날리는
many
거지.
strategies, but sometimes you
풀스택
have to
맞춘
use
다음에 살불
you know,
타겟이 많아야지
basic
광에서
wipes or
DPS도
play
올라가니까.
strategies that aren't super consistent for them. Lucky 7 they're consistent, right?
맞아,
I think
이넴
that one of
같은
the big
거.
things, like, okay, so on this Vintage Demon Hunter, they're
인프
also
같은 거.
smaller packs, but I think
무조건
the biggest
그런 거
upside to them
불숨,
is that they're
깁숨
consistent.
다
They're
킵해서
keeping
가야지.
every match close. Like they're within striking distance if a full wipe happens.
Not even necessarily a full wipe potentially, like 50% of a
Well, you
boss
can have a
each
partial
bar
wipe.
that. Yeah, just like a scuffed pull maybe, and we're seeing a tied
그러니까
game.
루비 일렘 같은 것도 글로벌에선 도시락 갖다 주면은 도적들 화약 친다고 걷다가
delay on this fight for as long as you can because it does start making people lose a
이거 웬
lot of
떡이냐
DPS
이러면서.
to the wind. But right after you activate it, everybody can grab one of those orbs and give themselves a knockback immune and a bunch of haste for a while. So it can be really big if you use it at the perfect time. But as soon as those start expiring, it starts being pretty unfortunate, right? As you start having to move between all your globals.
Yeah.
Levels did a really
근데
good job
뭐
of
어차피
timing that
시클
section.
되는
The boss
던전이면은
died basically when they lost those buffs, and
다 같이 맛있게 먹어야 재밌지.
You want a neat tip? So on the stairs there, actually, fire doesn't normally spawn on the stairs at all. So you can actually either.
이제
take the boss
여기서는
or,
불비 신나게
actually
치겠죠,
just
흑마도.
range DPS stand on the stairs and you
여기서
fire. And there are
불비는
also these
써야지.
little, I guess I call them notches on the room. if you like get pushed onto one of the notches, you actually don't get pushed by the wind anymore. Now, fire can spawn on you, so you'd have to like walk away from it. But those are two ways to actually mitigate those.
여기서까지 카보를 날린다?
Very cool. Here comes the big pull though for levels.
All right.
All the mobs coming
Just
together.
like-
근데 여기는 맞아. 무빙 때문에 카보 날리기도 힘들어. 불비지. 그래, 불비지.
The million DPS is maybe
여기는
a fire
불비지.
thing. We'll see though if Walpen can do it. 600k, 700k.
No lust.
와, 구죽딜이 뭐냐 근데? 그 와중에.
Come on,
Oh yeah.
get there, get in, get in.
870.
Have one.
And it's going.
아,
back down
까비
now.
약간 지금
Unfortunate.
Alright, we need to
1 밀리언 하고 싶었는데
Take move the mobs out of the death and decay.
800 이러다가
Nubo clap. I mean, sometimes you have to
1 million
react to when the green
못
swirlies
찍었어.
come out, but unfortunate experience there. They still have made very short work of this pack, though. A new death and decay is down. Only 2
100만 가려면은 다 갖다 붙이고 어픽스가 경화여야 될 것 같아요. 그 새끼줄들이 너무 빨리 먹었어.
Ending this pack at 500k DPS. That is impressive.
Not bad.
이거는
Not bad at
도적이
all.
절개 쳐준 것 같은데?
Skitterflies were indeed
길
left
보니까?
untouched on the other side of the room. Those will get to
도적이
come to the
꽃을
boss
찍어준 것 같아요.
and, give it a little
보니까.
bit of extra cleave
꽃하고
during this start of the fight.
저 벌레하고 저렇게
We
비슷하게
have to
죽기가
actually
쉽지가
flip
않아.
those. How would you have felt about an Echo Knight pull here?
그래야지 벌 3마리하고
I think that looks
램들을
good. Yesterday out of it was Team Swede that
이렇게
did that, right? And
같은 타이밍에 붙여갈
so,
수가
yeah.
really
있으니까.
cool. I'm excited to see some more teams experiment with that, but also, of course, the boss did end up resetting. For
기원사
that,
지금
so
정지장 저장 안
if I was
했거든요.
another team, I would want to learn exactly what caused that, and if
야,
there was
기원사
something I could do to
정지장.
make sure
야,
that
기원사.
didn't happen, which
기원사
I'm not
정지장.
100% sure
야,
exactly what
아
that
정지장이
does
쿨이야 왜?
or doesn't involve
이
anyway.
기원사
That's
정지장이 왜
something
쿨인데?
that maybe you would solve between weekends rather than in the middle of one. All right, here comes the same pull though for Lucky 7.
에헤이, 아쉬운
Getting it
모습.
all put together.
기원사가 지금 여기 정지장이 무조건 있었어야 돼. 그래야지 폭군이니까 그래도 2번 쓸 수 있거든요.
Starting that unholy DK ramp. Oh, the mobs are out of the
기원사
DK,
지금
though.
계속 킬해야
That's a
되잖아, 딜
little,
못하고.
Oh, we
pain
get
here.
them back in there.
Oh, it's expired. It's
no.
okay. 570k, not bad. 600. Don't mind if we do. What is this feral druid? We got 2 unholy
We call
DKs
that in
for
the
Lucky 7. I
industry.
thought that was against the rules.
왼쪽도 지금 600 이러다가
Where's their healer? What is their healer doing here? Their healer's in 3rd place in HPS. Can somebody please heal?
Yeah, their healer's in 3rd place in DPS, but also doing 130k DPS. Not bad. Not
아
bad.
근데 이거는
Yeah,
불비 쓰면 안 되지. 이거는 부두개 먹어야지.
Nearly went in 2nd place on both damage and healing. That is
아니 기원사 왜 정지장 안 돌리냐고.
Nature's Vigil coming in big.
기원사 왜 정지장 안 돌리냐고. 나
People think
진짜
Feral's
미치겠네.
in so many dungeons.
It does a lot of damage and healing.
Yeah, I mean that's the answer. Yeah, and it's especially good in like a dungeon like this, where it's
Yeah.
예.
yeah.
이거는
you get
그냥-
good
Funnel out of the Feral
too.
Druid as well. Yeah, people.
그냥 지금
so
기원사-
you get
It's not the best
wrath
funnel.
or-
정지장 저장해갖고 힐로 쓰잖아. 뭔데?
Yeah, it's okay, right? You get free ferocious bites if you have a lot of rips out, right? And you primal wrath, apply a lot of rips, and then, you know, bang, bang,
It's Apex
bang,
Predator
bite,
procs.
bite, bite. Yeah.
Yeah, it's slightly worse funnel than Enhancement Shaman. I think it's slightly worse funnel than like Subtlety Rogue, but it's definitely pretty valuable. And then MDI teams are doing stuff where on live keys more
여기서 카볼 쳐주는 거는
because
예,
that's the
진짜
most
팀 차이죠.
as a DPS, overall DPS. So you would never do this, but MDI teams
이거는
will just like primal
두끼가 다
wrath
먹어라.
proceed to like spam bite one target down if they're the person who's supposed to be primarily focusing one mob.
All right, levels have finished off the boss. They're going to use Shroud of Concealment here. 87%, so they need like 4 pulls in this area, 4 packs. Or 3. It's going to be a sap. Nubo is
물어버려서 못
out,
참지.
getting some mobs.
Oh, I'm down with the gate. I like the gate.
Another nice piece of Warlock utility. Gate,
자,
here comes
왼쪽.
Soulstone. The pre-Soulstone. I love this.
럭키 세븐은
They
정지장
know
쓰나?
what causes the wipe here. And they, I assume in practice, have wiped to that before
Oh,
and have added in that
죽었다.
Soulstone Global. All right, Lucky 7 are
어,
having
어글
their
쪄갖고
Enhancement Shaman
죽었고,
actually, or not
힐러도
Enhancement Shaman,
어글이
but their player
쳐버렸고,
previously playing Enhancement Shaman, now playing Feral Druid going down.
기원사는
Monk available there, so it is going to need
럭키
to be
세븐도
power
정지장은 안
as a result.
써버렸고.
That's Lucky 7's second
아니,
power as
정지장
he
왜안 쓰는
goes levels
건데.
with that big pull. Unholy DK once again getting to see some
정지장이
big
지금은
damage.
돌아갔어야 되거든요.
The
쓸
danger on
거면.
this pull tends to be the boss gripping everybody in while either Spiteful Shades, Astral Whirlwind, something else is going on, right?
In my experience,
이거
the
정지장
danger of
삼소작
this fight
쓰는
is kind
게
of zoning
유행이
out
많이
for
안
a
돼
second
있나요?
And then getting shot down by the Astral Breath.
Yeah, that also happens. Astral Breath, if you're far away from the boss, you need to move as soon as it
어,
goes, as soon as it starts.
정지장
right? Or else
쿨이
you are gonna
있는데
get
저
cut
출혈
off.
해제가 안 되니까 내가 막 지금 속이 지금
Well, Levels are doing a great job kiting out those spiteful shades, like you were saying. This is kind of annoying for melee, right? They're losing a decent amount of melee uptime every single time a spiteful shade has them fixated. But with the way that they're removing the
아니면
boss, that
그냥
hopefully should allow them to
어차피
get most of the
나무가
melee
빨리
uptime, if not
죽으니까
forced off the boss in some capacity.
그냥 적당히 힐하다가
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They have taken out the enemies, and so they're at 100% count. And it's just
그게
going
더
to be
이득인가?
50% of the boss that's standing between them and survival in this tournament. Lucky 7, on the other hand, really are
안
hoping
쓰니까.
for something to go wrong for Levels. They're starting up their next pull. No shroud needed. Actually,
예, 정지장을 안
yeah, it looks
쓰니까
like they're
약간
just
이유를
taking
찾게
all of
되네.
this. Are they going to go into the boss room? Here comes a quake. Ooh, a lot of damage landing on their tank, and they are going to line a sight at least around the side.
정지장을
We
수려를 풀어주면은 좋은 게 뭐냐면은 그 타이밍엔 나무가 안 잡혀도 돼요. 왜냐면은 피가 안 빠지고 수려를 풀 필요가 없으니까. 그러면은 나무를 무딜을 해도 되거든요. 그러니까 힐하는 나무.
Yeah, they don't have battle res. They used 2 battle reses already, as we mentioned earlier. So they are now going to
그만큼 램드들이 올라가잖아요.
this pull, but
그게 터져도
down a feral
그
druid is
바닥
just
안에
gonna
들어갈
be
필요가
rogue, and
없으니까.
the DK trying to carry it. Either way, it's going to end up being a moot point because Levels are looking like they are closing in on the finish line here. But yeah, this pull.
그래서 무조건 팀적으로는 이득이거든요.
Prenzo,
수려를
final
풀어주는
arcane missile takes him out as well. Crest already gone down on the DK2, so it's just 2 players left trying to finish off this pull. And there's another Sigil of Silence, buying them a little bit of a reprieve. Fell Devastation also, but Last Resort has been used.
Our Feral Druid's
I think
gonna
they
get
win
back
this.
here in just a couple of seconds, right? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we win these.
Well, in a sense, we win this.
그거
but in
한번
a very real sense, we
써보면은
do
못
lose well
참아요.
as the other team is killing the last
안 쓸
boss.
수가 없어.
That's going to be the end of the game and the series here with a 2-0 for Levels, but very well played by Lucky 7. Was impressed with their run here. Everything was looking super good and super clean as well, up until it sort of fell apart here on this very last pull.
피 만든 거 단일 밀어주는 것 때문에 아니에요, 스택 쌓여요. 뭐 금왕이나 그런 걸로 지웠을 거예요. 뭐 아니면은 그 다른 걸 썼겠죠.
By like 5 seconds or so. I'll have to go back and check to see exactly what it was. But slight improvement, but either way it was enough to get them the win and get the 2-0.
정지장 3소작은 메커니즘을 살짝 이해해야 되는 거라서
We're just trying to qualify. We just played time trials for fun. They ended up being good enough to make it.
용인을 그 시작한 지 얼마 안 된 사람이 막 바로 갖다 쓰기는 조금 어렵긴 해요.
Admirable performance, and hopefully we'll get to see him again at last chance.
I think that this was what
이거
we needed
맞아요?
to see out of Levels. So
야드 짤
1-7,
영버?
I thought that they played honestly a
영버?
lot better
야드
than
근딜 아니야?
expected. I think that they played up to
수드야?
their siege.
우드야?
I thought that they looked pretty solid,
어떻게
well seeded. I mean, this is
나는
how, yeah, I thought they played well above their seeding. So I was very
여기
happy
럭키
with what
세븐
we
아까 한 명
did.
죽었잖아. 힐러
This is what
죽었는데
we
여기
needed to see
아니었어?
from them as well, where it was like,
아까 힐러
we
짤
knew that
생각해
they had good
죽었잖아.
strategies,
근데 야드가 짤이
they had
0이라고?
good damage and a fairly solid meta read. We just needed them to kind of
거의 진짜 씨.
get everything in line and not have any of these like catastrophic mistakes like we saw yesterday. And that's what we saw in this first match. And I think that we're going to see good things coming out of them in this next series. Well, they're not playing the next series, but later today, the next series that they're playing.
Yeah,
They'll play against Legendary a little bit later.
I was very impressed as well. Here I think you're going to see the death from Prenzo on. This was the first death and cost them their first battle res. Ended up just being targeted by so many different abilities here, and yeah, look at that, just getting bullied.
Yep.
And then, like you said, the Ravager ended up
happens.
doing it.
That happens on
Yeah.
those packs. Yep.
Dude, I'm telling you, that Ravager, okay, it's the knock from the
아,
Ravager.
맞아,
It's
진짜
just so, it's
또
like,
이쁘게 모아주는 거는 탱커 역량이
he
좀
just knocked
끼긴
you
해요.
for like 5 yards, but he got knocked into the rain. It's just like, all right, man.
네, 탱커는 진짜 탱킹도 중요한데
Then you're in the mod.
예, 딜러가 딜 잘할 수 있는 여건 만들어주는 게 중요하긴 해.
The old 1-2, yeah. Here's some tech you can use against that Guardian Elemental. People can stay in if they know they can live, and you just get yourself knocked against one of these pillars. Then yeah, Croth ended up going down with really good timing. You can see everybody still had their haste buffs just until the last couple of percent for Levels. And this was the big pull. You can see Walpin's DPS there over on the right-hand side. If you missed it, was a little bit over 800k for a while there. So pretty cool. Pretty good stuff.
중계진들은 여기서 1 밀리언을 기대했다고.
Fire Mage record. Because I don't think an Unholy DK's gone over a mil. I think it's only been the Fire Mage that's done that.
800, 900, 1 밀리언 이런 거 하고 싶었을
That's
텐데.
fair.
What-
Yeah,
what
the
are the-
Bloodlust wasn't committed to this.
Yeah,
I think
it's like,
Power
all
Infusion
right,
as well, probably. Yeah.
asterisk, we bloodlusted this ball, but he did.
No
he does
Astra,
have the
come on.
record.
we're looking at overall damage snapshots. No asterisks need to get involved in this. This is
Yeah, can we?
아 이렇게 모여있으면 진짜 불비 같은 거 칠만 나겠다.
The damage meter screen again. I want to see how much
네,
damage.
맞아요. 죽기도 커요.
Yeah, Walpen did.
죽기도 커.
Ooh, almost 200k. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty solid there. I do think though that I agree with
195K?
your overall take.
와 조금만 딜 더 했으면 200K
Was
나왔겠네.
that zero deaths column, right? Zero deaths
아,
levels. In this
K가 아니고
looking clear in the
M이었구나.
Ruby life pools as well. Exactly
전체 딜량이었구나.
the kind of dungeons that they. I mean, if they'd had these yesterday, they wouldn't be in the lower bracket, right? They would be still upstairs, but unfortunately, not something that.
저기서 시야 꺾는 건 많이 나오네. 저쪽에서 시야 꺾는 게 좀
I
좋은가
guess they
봐요.
would be in the lower
Yeah,
bracket
that's what we're referring to
they
the
probably would have still lost
graphics
Echo
now.
in where Team Sweet did, but you know, it would have at least been one more match in the upper bracket. So yeah, that was a good
knows?
showing out of them.
여기서 시야 꺾으면 저 밖에 실비아나한테 쏘고 있는 애 있죠. 보셨나? 저 입구 쪽에서 그 실비아나한테 쏘는 애가 항상 있거든요. 근데 저 뒤까지 데리고 가면 확실히 좀 이쁘게 보이는 것 같긴 하다. 저거는 좀 뭔가 활용할 만할 듯. 램드방에서 모으는 게 확실히 잘 모이네.
One ran into legendary, one ran into sloth, so both running into strong opponents as well. Now the question is, how well do they match up against each other? We're gonna find out soon. Before we go to break, though, anyone want to make any bold predictions for who makes it through with these next two teams? Risa Tui, I feel like is where a lot of people would lean, but
yeah, Ape Stealer Strong has played together for a while now. This is their second MDI of playing together. But Risa Tui should be favorited just in terms of like seeding, right? Because Risa Tui was the 18th seed coming into this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
I think after seeing, I think after what we saw yesterday, I think that I would still give the edge to Risa Tui. But I think that like Apes Together Strong synergy and the fact that they have played MDIs together should definitely put them in a position where they're capable of being able to upset Risa Tui here.
Yeah, they might be coming into this one with a little bit less practice because they were
다들
kind of a last
싫어가지고.
minute ad, but like you said, they do
세
have
명
the
남았다,
experience.
여기서
They've been
중계.
around before in the MDI, so they were my wild card, I believe, but we'll have to wait and see. Quick break, and when we come back, Apes Together Strong versus Risa Tui here on MDI. Best team names in esports.
Huh.
Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa here along with Zyronic and Nagura as we get ready for our final first match of the lower bracket. There's still 2 more after this, but it's our final early, I don't know, quarter final round, whatever it is. It's going to be Apes Together Strong versus Risatui. It's a battle for elimination. Like we said before the break, both of these teams ended up against strong opponents in their first matches of the weekend. One against Sloth, one against Legendary. Now they face each other. What do you think coming into this one, Zyronic? This one's a little bit trickier to call. It seems like Risatui maybe with a bit of an edge, but Apes Together Strong, like we said earlier, they got a little bit more experience in MDI anyway.
Yeah, I think something that's been like drowned out all weekend by how good Echo and Sloth has been is how like actual polished all 8 teams have looked. I think like every single one of the teams has looked for the most part relatively clean outside of a couple pretty bad wipes. We've seen snapping strategies in Algathar Academy, which isn't something you typically see done on live by actually both of these 2 teams. I mean, generally speaking, the competition has been pretty good, and these 2 teams, like you mentioned, are going to be pretty close together. If I had to say who I think would win, I'd probably give just a very slight edge to Risatui. They're a higher ranked team, but we have the bans in here. We can see that Risatui banned the Ruby Life Pools away, and we had the Algathar ban from Apes Together Strong, so we're not going to see that again here. Instead, we're going to see Halls of Valor and Temple for our second and third matches if we get there, but unfortunately we're starting off with the longest dungeon in the series, which has plenty of room for mistakes, the not good offensive. It's going to be a sanguine battle between the teams, man. It's going to be a long, arduous dungeon for these 2.
Wow, Zyronic just dropping the unfortunately. It's taking a stand. Anti-Naku defensive caster here, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, no good offensive is definitely a very long dungeon. They also, as we talked about the Sanguine, and both of these teams actually have played no good offensive already, and both of them had 12 and 13 death each. Just lots of issues on that third boss area, with just, you know, tank going down and everyone else following immediately afterwards. It's also, I believe, Risatui that is playing without a Battle Res class, so whenever they do make any sort of mistakes, it's really hard for them to recover. So we'll see if they play the same comp or if they decided to do something different. I would be excited to see the Fire Mage and the Brewmaster again, because I feel like it worked out pretty well for Risatui. And I think Risatui also has, in my opinion, like one of the better like routes that I've seen in some of the dungeons. For example, in Algathar Academy, and I think that's maybe why Apes Together Strong won that dungeon, because even though Risatui lost, I think they had a very comparable time to like Team Sui, for example, and they're a higher seeded team. So yeah, I think Risatui is gonna do pretty well. Apes Together Strong, on the other hand, haven't seen anything like too crazy for them yet, but I mean, there's always room for them to.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those things where like Apes Together Strong just feels like they need a little bit more polish time, right? They feel like they're still kind of shaking off the rust a little bit. You know, maybe they got some practice in last night before the matches. Now, hopefully they got some sleep as well, but we'll find out soon.
Yeah, so going back to the Risatui thing, they are pretty much just playing comfort picks all yesterday, right? We saw, like you said, the Brewmaster, Monk, Fire Mage. They just played it in every dungeon, and honestly, like, if you're not somebody that's one of the super high-end cutting-edge teams like Echo, like, you know, like Monka, like Sloth, it makes sense to just play comfort picks. And they actually looked really comfortable yesterday when they were playing. They were just playing against a team that was way more experienced than they were. I think just playing comfort picks like that, playing clean, strong routes, they could definitely make a little bit of a run on the little bracket today. Of course, they'd have to...
운영사까지 안 가지 않을까요?
You know, gotta start off somewhere. You can see they are still
팀이 바뀌었구나. 이게 제가 지금 트위치로 이거 MDI 틀어놓는 거 이거 할 거면은 나한테 메일 같은 걸 달라고 와가지고 약간 그거 작성하고 있었어요.
You have other displacements, of course, from the Feral. We have displacements from Ring of Peace, from the Monk, and also Nox from the Evoker, stuff like that. So they do have tools, but Grip, of course, just being a little bit easier. And we can see already a lot of Sanguine Heal coming in for Apes Together Strong, as some of these longbows just...
그러네, 양조 화법. 악사. 조합이 조금...
That's a lot of healing. That's 6 million healing. That's their entire tank's worth of damage right now that just got healed up. That's really unfortunate. And unfortunately, that's going to be the thing that this dungeon comes down to, I feel like, for teams that aren't as, like, you know, experienced on MDI style level pulls with Sanguine, because it's really, really difficult, especially with the comps they've chosen that don't have nearly as many tools to move mobs out of Sanguine. It'll be difficult for them to be, you know, as good as the top-end teams at doing that. Like, for instance, you already mentioned they don't have a DK. What's DK known for? What's like their main ability that everyone always thinks of with DK?
저는 MDI를 나가기에는 너무 늙고 병들지 않았나?
For one of these longbowmen. So, yeah, you can already see this first pull. Wow, that number has even it's gone up even higher now. It's almost at 12 million healing done. That is the entire.
팝업이 뭔가 신선하긴 한데 여기도 복술 나왔네요.
137k HPS. I mean, it's not that crazy. Wonder if they stream.
리셋이라고 해야 되나? 리셋해서 리셋팀에서 복술이 나온 거는 이건 딱 명확하네요. 팝업하고 암살아서 짤이 부족해. 그래서 복술이 나왔네요. 이거는 그냥 명확한. 일단 노코드에서 법사는 장점이 딱 하나가 있어요. 그래도 이넴 구간에서 뭐야, 폭풍방패 그게 마음을 하면은 그게 터질 때 데미지가 들어가거든요, 적들한테. 뭐 그거를 활용하는 건데 그게 데미지가 엄청 크진 않아가지고 그거를 조금 봐야겠네요. 얼마나 그거를 활용을 하는지. 아니면 뭐 그냥 여기도 화법을 좋아해서 화법을 갖고 나왔는지.
Other than that, they do not have the evoker to cauterize the lead effect off of the ranged, but it's definitely healable as long as you don't have 2 or 3 stacks of that one.
Well, also of note is that every single player on Risatui is a dwarf, right? So that if they get a bleed, they can just, you know, use that button, just remove it entirely. So that's pretty useful as well. Whereas Apes Together is strong. All their DPS are playing.
닥터제이가
So I wonder what the reasoning for that.
퍼플렉스드였나? 아 모르겠. 야, 지난 시즌에 닥터제이 나왔던 것 같긴 한데 이번 시즌은 모르겠네요. 아까 살짝 볼 때 없었던 것 같기도 하고.
Apes Together Strong. I believe Apes Together Strong also pulled an extra trash back in, so they'll have a little more trash count. Risatui already onto the boss here. Moving ahead in the dungeon a lot more quickly. As honestly, I feel like their comp is just slightly more in the meta right now in terms of damage output. Havoc Demon Hunter, while it's definitely like a popular choice for live key pushes right now, and just a relatively solid DPS option in general, it really kind of pales in comparisons to the super high-end tier of specs right now in what they can output. We saw in that very first poll that it was pretty significantly below the Feral Druid and the Shadow Priest on their team, and also below all 3 specs on Risatui. So hopefully that doesn't put them too far behind. But we'll have to see, because there's still a lot of dungeon left.
회신을 영어로 뭐라 그러죠? 회신? 회신? 이거 중계 소리가 왜 갑자기 안 나오니? 얘네도 방송 사고인가? 틀린가? 맞네.
Yep, they're sheepable. Yeah. I mean, they are sheepable, but good luck getting your mage to do that when they're in bust. And where is this Sanguine healing coming from for Apes Together Strong? I guess they must have changed the previous pack into the boss here, because you can still see they have 6 million Sanguinicker healing done. That's. I mean, if you add up the amount of Sanguine healing they've had in just this first section of the dungeon alone, they really only have, dude, almost like what, 20 million healing done? Like, that is a ridiculous amount. And I mean, it's not like they don't have the tools to fix it, right?
아,
Feral Druid still does have the
이
knockback.
요가리 날개 펄럭이는 거보다 노움이 훨씬 귀엽다고.
Okay.
아, 요가리. 아, 요가리.
I'd imagine it's a must-take for Sanguine League, right? So they have that available. But I guess the only other thing they have is the knockback from the Evoker.
I might have been muted and you just talked to yourself for a while.
Oh
I'm
no.
sorry. I unmuted myself in Unity. Either way, I am back. I did quickly mention, since we were talking about talents and about Typhoon, that you guys can also check out the players' talents with the extension that we have. So if you mouse over the left side of the Twitch stream, you'll see something pop out. You can click on it. You'll see all of the talents, all of the item choices, and all that for the players. So if you're ever curious on what these players are running, then go ahead and check that out. But Rizatui now in that Raging Tempest area, and they pulled some extra trash on top of this waterfall pool. Waterfall pool, usually the most dangerous one in this area, just because there's so many casters in there. You can see all of these storm bolts going off. Some of the storm bolt mobs are disruptible. You can stun them or displace them to interrupt them, but then the mini bosses themselves, they're not. And you can see there's one of them actually standing in Sanguine. Thankfully, they didn't manage to drag it out before it started to heal.
Yeah, that's one of the things the shaman is actually a pretty solid.
일단은 블러드 때문에 용일이나 복수를 쓴다고 뭐 얘기할 수 있는데 법사가 있는데 왜 복수를 나왔냐. 법사는 블러드를 소진이 있어도 쓸 수가 있거든요. 지금 새로 나온 특성이. 저도 뭐 메커니즘을 정확하게 모르는데 블러드가 있어? 법사는 블러드가 있으면 좋아요. 그래서
it hasn't been nearly as prevalent as it has been for Apes Together Strong. So Restitui is definitely doing a good job of just slowly making their way through this dungeon without making any major mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely doing a very good job. Very solid run by Rizatui so far. And I mean, the last time where they had issues was the third boss area. So we'll see if they manage to do it a little bit cleaner. But yeah, definitely had lots of problems there with.
네, 블러드를 혼자 올려요. 개인 블러드. 그래서 블러드가 끝난 다음에 내 블러드를 펴서 오프닝에 블러드를 뭐 80% 이렇게 쓸 수 있다고 들었거든요. 근데 제가 법사를 뭐 해본 건 아니라서.
That's something that can be really annoying in no-code offensive. If you have something like spiteful or bursting, and it doesn't allow you to mount up immediately after the trash pull, is that? Can be
이게 근데 확실히 그건 있다. 앞쪽에서 센 애들이 먼저 했어가지고.
Yeah, something I want to look at the end of the dungeon. Hopefully you can remember this is.
그래갖고 그런 거 있잖아요. 그 경험 안 해보셨나? 라자게스 영웅 특팟 같은데 가면은 법사들이 한 5분대에서 6분대 그냥 블러드 키는 애들이 있어요. 아니 이거 네임드 후불하기로 했잖아요 했는데 블러드가 켜줄 때가 있거든. 법사 블러드 갖고. 이게 이제 오프닝 블러드 쓰고 루틴처럼 눌렀다가 아차 하고 블러드를 키는 거예요.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage on that evoker. We also have explosive, right? So sometimes a combination of all of those abilities can kill you very easily. Not sure if that's what happened there, but yeah, all these storm bolts can do a lot of damage.
여러분들이 이제
As you said, none of them
라자게스 특팟 공장을 잡는다 그러면은
but still very dangerous in
블러드를 풀링하기 한 2분 전에 켜줘요 한 번. 그러면 법사도 블러드 한 번 더 쓸 수 있으니까.
On that prod warrior. Rizatui though, they are finishing off that patrol, the Thunder Beast. We've seen some teams completely skip the patrol and just not deal with it at all, which makes the boss fight a little bit harder because you have to try to not pull it while you're fighting the boss because it patrols around the Raging Tempest. But it looks like Rizatui is just dealing with it. Apes Together Strong having some problems though.
Yeah, pulling that Thundercaller into the 3-pack, Stormcaller Oru is like almost completely wiped them here. Fortunately, their healer was out of combat and is going to be able to res off.
블러드를 한 번 더 쓰네.
Man, that's... Well, actually, did they just release? They might have just released. Yeah, I think they just released and are flying back. That is a huge, huge time loss, and they were already so far behind. They were almost already an entire trash pack behind now. And this is going to open the gap for them even further here. Rizatui already onto the Raging Tempest here, and we're going to see them really, really pull ahead here. They do have the Bloodlust coming up. I wonder if they're just going to pop it here. It would make sense for them too, right?
I think so. I mean, unless they're scared of a trash pull coming up next, but nope, they're not.
맞아, 여기 전탱이 좀 재밌죠.
As soon as it came up, we also see the combust from the mage, and basically all other cooldowns coming out as well from the damage dealers. No PI ready just yet, but I do think PI is
노쿠드가
a little bit
전탱이
overkill anyway.
구반할 게 진짜 많아가지고.
Right, for the fire mage.
Yeah, it's not completely overkill, but I mean, it definitely it's
네,
pretty good.
맞아요.
I mean, Fire Mage
그래서
is
세계에서
almost usually
법사들이
unpaced. The only time haste
블러드
is like
켜달라고
bad
했는데
for Fire Mage is when you
나
get
블러드
crazy.
쿨이라고 이럴 때
That doesn't
있거든요.
really happen unless you had 20 stacks of the buff last season in Mythic Plus. But it's not that big of a deal. Dude, Lust for when you have a mage in your group, Lust is like it feels like the mage is holding your Lust cooldown hostage, and you almost want to like always have a second Bloodlust class.
약간 한화 문화가
because
그런 것도
mages
있긴
are
해.
taking
이게
that talent that makes it so that they can hit Lust again
뭔가 내가
whenever they
설명을
press
해야
it.
되잖아요.
I
내가
think that's what's causing
법사면은
this time anomaly or
내가
temporal warp, one
설명하고
of those
이렇게
two.
부탁을
So
해야
you can essentially
되는데
double Lust, and whenever the
이게
Lust
요즘
cooldown comes back on
사람들이
cooldown, you can just press it
뭔가를
again even though you have the same
설명하고
debuff. And they will want to do
설득시키고
that on
그런
cooldown every
과정을
time.
갖는 것 자체를 별로
Which
안
means that their
좋아해.
Lust cooldown won't be back up whenever Lust comes up for the rest of the team. So if you're ever in a group with a mage, Lust comes up, and you see
그건
them
저도
use
마찬가지고.
procs, that's probably why. But I have to stop the segue. Depsy's gone down again for Apes Together Strong on the same Thundercaller pull. The same Thunder Beast has claimed another life. They have a
해달라고 하면
battle list
해주죠.
for him.
근데
But man,
해달라고
this is just
자체를 안
causing so
하지.
many issues for them.
왼쪽 사고.
Yeah, definitely not going as well as they've planned on Aims Together's side, as now they're completely out of battle restes for 8 minutes. That means that nothing really can go wrong anymore for them.
아, 나 저
As they're still just kiting out
방금
this,
도저
Thunder
폭풍
Beast,
표시제 은혜
plus that
썼잖아요.
Storm Shield.
나 저
Then the Storm
장신구
Shield
왜 이렇게
mobs can
밉상이냐.
actually do a lot of damage to tanks because of that
세게
extra
돌
magic
때도
damage
저
that
장신구
they're
쓰는
doing,
사람
right?
보면은 그냥 괜히
You
미워.
see spell block being up right now, so it should
이거는
be fine
물론
for
그
now. Yeah,
귀천마객님의
that
영향이
definitely
있긴
caused some
한데
issues on those mobs on top of all of the casts, of course, that
그
might
왜
go through if you
많은
put it on top of
딜러들도
another trash pack.
저거
There we
갖다
go, Raging Tempest
사고를
now
많이
also engaged
쳐가지고
by Apes Together Strong. Bloodlust being used
물-
immediately as soon as they
이거
pull. They're
무슨
not
벨이 무슨 벨.
waiting for any of those stacks to be
아까 그
gathered up
전탱
by the
봐봐.
damage
가서
dealers.
진짜 뒤통수
They had
겁나 때려주고
thundering
싶다고.
going on at the same time, so they had the damage increase from that. So I guess that's why they decided to just immediately pop it. But yeah, Reset 2 now done. Now they're moving to that most dangerous area, in my opinion, when it comes to Noku defensive, especially with these MDI pulls. We've been talking about it a lot. Just lots of things going on in this
진짜
area.
아까
It's dangerous with Sanguine.
그
You have
에코
to keep
상대팀
it back.
전탱
Some of
그거
the
약간
tank is
현기증
just taking
났어요.
a lot of damage. You have to shed their soul. Where to run around, pick up your soul. Otherwise, you're not doing any damage or healing. And yeah, just so many
저는
things can go
약간
wrong here, really.
저 세게 도는 거
Yeah,
보면
I mean,
아시겠지만
this
어느
is
정도
kind of
내려놓고
the
돌잖아요.
spot where Apes Together Strong could technically pull back
네,
into
저런
the
상황이
dungeon. If they're
나오면은
able to keep their sanguine management in the
엄청
next
웃기는
section
하는데.
clean and Reset 2 has problems, we could easily see time being made up here because there are so many casters in this area, like you just mentioned.
진짜
In
막
addition to that, the other affix explosive, making these pulls so much more hectic than usual.
이번 돌을 진짜 너무 힘들게 만들어서 이번 돌에 무조건 갱신을 해야 되는데 딜러든 탱커든 표풍 그저 장신구 갖다가 그냥 큰 사고를 내갖고 돌을 터뜨려봐. 얼마나 빡치겠어.
So they're gonna have to be careful about moving them out of Sanguine as mobs die, and they're only gonna be killing 3 mobs after the fact, which isn't ideal. Maybe they drag these into another pack, but that again.
저도 이제 점수에 막 목매고 진짜 1점, 2점 모으려고 아둥바둥하던 그런 시기가 있었으니까 알거든요. 그 점수 1점의
Yeah, looks like
절실함을.
that is what they're doing here to make sure that Sanguine is not going to be an issue. Never mind, just so sad that we are engaging another pack as the Brewmaster Monk is picking something else up. I wonder if.
아 근데 또 저
maybe
장신구가
even
딜이
more.
겁나 세기는 해요.
I guess another thing
센
is
건
that
맞아.
maybe Reset 2 actually knows that Apes Together Strong had some issues and
아
they're
센 건
going for a head.
맞지만
And maybe they're just
잘
trying to
써야
go
돼. 티
a
안
little bit
나게.
slower in this area. Because as I talked about earlier, they did have mistakes here the last time. They
근데
ended
저
up
장신구 쓸
two
때
full
워낙 티가
wipes,
크게 나버리니까
gathered up 13 deaths
저렇게
in
티나게
total
쓰는데
in this area the last time that they played this dungeon. So maybe now that they know they're a little bit ahead, they can actually go a little bit slower. But I don't think they're that far ahead that they can just do everything like one by
저
one.
장신구가
Right?
그거
So they definitely have to
라자게스 넉백도
go
막아주잖아요.
decently fast because if Apes Together Strong gets to this area and they decide to do those insane pulls and somehow pull them off, then all of a sudden Reset 2 would be in trouble again. So we'll see. Apes Together Strong now done with the boss as well, so they have their opportunity to catch up if they do some bigger pulls in this area now.
I could physically feel the pain that Phil was in at the end of that 3-pack they were finishing off, those 3 Ohunas before they pulled into this pack. His combustion was off cooldown the entire
그
time.
노쿠드 이넴은
But one
아까
of the
답이
biggest problems
나왔거든요.
with Fire Mage is that it's such a cooldown.
진짜 완전히 딱
dependent
붙어서
passive
해주던데
combustion is such
딜러들이.
a tempo reliant ability. Like when you hit combust, you wanna
봤어요
make sure you
아까
use
저
the
그
entire
MDI
because
뭐야
crits reduce the
초반
cooldown of enhanced
경기에서
combustion.
가가지고
And of
그거
course,
스샷 찍어갖고
Pyroblast
앞으로
also give you
야 니들도 다
some
이렇게
explosive
해라고
charge that gives you
하려고요.
more combustion time.
엄청
And you
편할
really want to
텐데.
try to just roll your combustion into more combustion uptime. So if you see a pack of 3 mobs at 50% HP and your combustion comes off cooldown, you're like, I'm not gonna hit my button on this pack. But man, it's such
패턴
time
이거
to
지금
hold
칩이
that
깔려
because you're
있잖아요.
doing almost no
보면은
damage
이
outside of the
칩이보다
combust.
더 가깝게 붙어줘요.
Rough one to
근딜하고
watch.
원딜 다.
It's happening here again. Look, Pack's at 50%. He's not gonna hit that combust.
그렇게만 해주면 힐하기
He
쉽지.
can't. And look how much damage he's doing.
Now I see the real reason why we don't see more mages.
TV가 다 닿을
the
정도로
Pax
붙어주던데요?
died worst moment possible, and they never managed to get there to use their combustion cooldown. I guess.
진짜 약간 칩이 딱 깔아놓고 그 안에 다 들어오는 그 정도로 붙어서 굿을 먹어줘요.
Did you not see that? Was I the only one that saw that?
What happened?
They have to show it again. I can't really describe what I saw. There you are.
All right,
네 맞아요. 한 걸음 더 들어가면 딜이 들어올 정도로 그 정도로 붙어줘요.
Yeah, I love no. I mean, to be fair, I do like playing this dungeon just because I think Moonkin is pretty good in here, especially in hierarchies. There's just so many big pulls he can do and so many star.
아까 그 소리 안 나와갖고 볼륨 높여놨다가 소리가 너무 컸네.
Probably like with the MDI style pull.
나구라 자러 안
What I
갔네.
haven't seen so far in this dungeon is like much variety, right? The fact that they have to pull 12 specific.
아까 그 나구라하고 믹스하고 사라졌었는데.
Like very little room for creativity when it comes to routes for the MDI. And so far.
아 근데 이거는 뭐 양조라서 사고가 안 나고 전탱이라 사고가 안 나고가 아니고 여기는 제 보기로 해도 사고 안 나요. 아니 나도 노크도에서는 두세 무리까지는 모르겠고 두 무리씩 풀링할 수 있어 내 보기도. 그리고 여기는 스펙이 그거잖아요. 완전 풀템에다가 그 명예 유연 효과까지 받는 그 세팅이라서 템이 진짜 좋아요.
The next weekends to find a way to snap these mobs together. It's just man, it's just so slow.
그래갖고 얘네 체감 단수가 우리보다 마이너스 2단 정도 돼요.
These trash packs, they're rough to pull in. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully someone can figure that out. But working with what we got here, the teams are going through. FTM goes down for Apes Together Strong here into a death from Caesar.
또 사고 났네.
Looks like they're going to have to release. Yeah, this is going to be a wipe from them. There's no way they can kite this out. I don't think, unless they get out of there quickly, dude.
죽었어.
Even though you know he's about
I mean, Grief
어떻게 또 죽었어. 그만 죽어. 그 용이라다 다른 거 하면 현타 올 거 같잖아요. 근데 제가 용이라다가 복수라니까 사거리가 길어갖고 너무 편해요. 맞아요. 원하는 템 다 세팅할 수 있어요. 원하는 템을 다 세팅할 수 있는데 추가로 그거 아세요? 그 시즌 초반에 막 그 모았던 화폐로 사는 PVP 템? 그 세트 효과 있는 거? 뭔지 아시는 분 있나? 2셋 끼면은 유연 올라가는 거. 그거를 421레벨로 제공을 해줘요. 그래갖고 그걸 421로 줘요. 그쵸. 그 템 자체 유연이 높게 붙었는데 그것까지 끼고 하니까 그러니까 본섭에서 안 나오는 세팅으로 하고 있어요 얘네들은. 그래서 힐러 같은 경우가 맞아 2셋 4셋 그렇게 껴요. 그러니까 모든 클래스가 다 그렇게 끼고 하더라고요. 딜러들은 모르겠는데 아무튼 힐러는 그렇게 끼고 해.
One of the trash packs behind them, so maybe they could just finish off the crash count here before they head into the boss. Nope, they're just going to the boss. Okay, fair enough.
All right, so we don't want that extra 5%, but yeah, that'll be enough, right? So they either pull the 2 mini bosses or they pull a trash pack. We've seen other teams pull as well. Either of those pulls can be dangerous, and I wonder if Risatui maybe just pulls it, like instead of pulling it onto the boss, on the last boss I mean of course, maybe they just pull it like that, you know, because at this point they're pretty far ahead, because we have this full team wipe coming in from Apes Together Strong, so, and there's a delay of course on the stream, so they won't know immediately whenever something happens to their team, but they will know at this point, right? So technically speaking, the last dangerous pull for Risatui is gonna be that trash.
지금 복술은
And I think they definitely have enough time to just
다
say,
왼쪽 팀
hey,
안 낀 거 아닐까?
we don't have to do this
10데스.
anymore. Let's just play it safe, play it off the boss. But we'll see what they
그래도
do.
뭐 이 정도면 글로벌하고 시간 비슷하잖아요 지금. 글로벌보단 빠르네.
Honestly, they have a pretty good They have a pretty good composition, I guess, for this boss. I would say. Like they don't have the Destro lock, which would probably be the best class on this boss. But they've got.
이번 시즌 복술은 니네 진짜 이래도 복수를 안 할래 이런 느낌이에요.
Is pretty good for Destro. You know.
Frostmage.
Frostmage is surprisingly not that good on this boss.
그래서 저는 하고 있어요.
I feel like Frostmage 2 target got just destroyed so
저
much.
오늘 용맹 그 23단 갔다 왔거든요. 복술로.
And how many free icicles you get from
히리아 살렸음 히리아.
They're mainly single target focused. The 2 target is just like a very small side benefit for them now. It's really weird.
What about Frost DK?
저 복술로 안 돈 데가 되게 많을 텐데.
I don't know anything about DKs. You'd have to get Mix out here for that one.
I can't believe I'm starting the DK talk when Mix.
복술 지금 그 약간 순위에 욕심 있는 분들 있잖아요.
Some sanguine heal going off on their trash pool. Almost 3 million.
복술이 지금 성능이 되는데 그 약간 레드오션이라고 하나?
Almost done with their trash though. So they're going to be starting the boss fight in just a second.
뭔가 한 캐릭으로 순위를 올려보고 싶다. 그러면 이번 시즌 복술이 되게 괜찮아요.
They're not
네.
incredibly far behind. So there's still room for them to catch up if Restitute makes more mistakes because we see the mage.
이번 시즌 복술하시면 한국 1등 찍어볼 만함.
So they're gonna have to use that engineering.
그리고 힐러 메인으로 하는 사람들이 전부 다 용의를 하기 때문에 그 뭐라 그러죠? 그 경쟁 없는 그거? 지금 시간대가 늦어갖고 제가 지금 머리가 잘 안 돌아요.
I mean, at this point,
블루오션?
people are gonna say that I'm trying to cast a curse, and I promise you I'm not. But it legitimately the only.
블루오션 말고 뭐 있는데? 비주류? 뭐 비주류라서.
He's about to finish the third boss. If the other strong hasn't even pulled it yet, right? And you can look at the damage meters there for Risatui. This is a 3-minute encounter for them. That is a massive advantage. They have a.
맞아. 그것도 살렸어요. 농어촌. 농어촌이라서. 농어촌이 생각이 안 났어. 그리고 제가 복술로 아까 그거 살렸어요. 맞아. 결국 이넴. 이번 주 폭군이랑 좀 빡세잖아요. 살려지거든요.
I like that. I really like this decision by Risatui. They don't have to risk anything at all. And they're just gonna get that last trash pack done here.
차단도 차단인데 사거리 때문에 용일하다가 복수를 하면 사거리 때문에 너무 편해요. 이게 용일은 폭탄 깰라면 25m잖아. 복술은 폭탄 깨는 거 40m라고. 얼마나 편한지 알아요? 딸 사거리도 30m. 용일은 25m.
Here we go. Also, I love how this skip.
근데 백사무스 같은 게 조금 어려울 것 같긴 해요.
He was farming this dungeon on stream for Feather for such a long time, and people saw him start to do this. I don't know who figured this out, but the Lurgok skip is definitely.
딴 거보다 복술이 쉬워. 용일보다 확실히 쉬워요. 용일 너무 어렵거든.
Yeah, I like it as well, and the fact that I guess multiple classes can do it with Shadow Melt as well, just with a racial. It's really nice. It would be bad if it only rogues could do it.
암사는 지금 세계에서도 1큐어가 맞는데 복술은 잘 모르겠어요. 아스나가 암사를 할 수도 있겠다. 맞네.
But yeah, it's nice that other classes can do it as well. It looks like did they manage to pull it off? Oh, okay, there we go. The greater invis coming out.
제가 오늘 그 얘기를 했었는데 그 너프네 힐러 엘스미어가 지금 용의를 키우거든요. 용의를 키운다는 거는 아스나가 고술 말고 다른 걸 한다는 얘기야. 블러드가 생기니까. 아스나가 뭘 할지 좀 궁금했는데 암사를 할 수도 있겠네요. 암사가 지금 진짜 좋거든요. 부죽은 약간 MDI라서 부각되는 거고 실제로 고단에서 쓰일지는 잘 모르겠어요. 부죽이 좋긴 하거든요. MDI 워낙 빅프라는 특성 때문에 부죽을 쓰는 이유가 크긴 한데
Won't go there. Never mind. Moving on.
And they need the vanish stacks to skip the static sphere in the last phase, right?
맞아요. 보통 MDI 하고 나면 그게 그레이트 푸시.
You can't use. Well, you actually can use regular invis, but you have to time it really carefully because you need the actual invis to go off when he starts casting on you. There's like a 3-second delay to to when regular invis drops combat. It's really weird.
탱이 악탱이 팀 아까 한 팀 나왔어요.
Okay, you know what? I'm on your side now.
Thank you.
The
Yeah,
rogue
we ranged
the rogue
players
is
gotta
just
stick together.
toxic. Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Amen.
Also, I mean, there's
그레이트 푸시를 바로
also
이어서 하진
a
않을
lack
거예요.
of Moonkins in this MDI, yeah? I have a
Thank God.
feeling
맞아요. MDI 다 끝나고 보통.
need a little bit of a buff.
그레이트 푸시는 약간 몇 달까진 아니고 시즌 막바지 하는 경향이 있어요. 리셋 사고 났네? 이거 탱 전부를 전부클이 없거든? 야, 아 기공 전부 했네.
They got it. They got it. They
There
got
we
it.
go. I think they might be able to. Okay, that was probably the
Even-
best moment to die. Because the intermission phase, you don't have the boss active.
전부가
it's only
없네.
the storm bolts
전부클이
that
없어.
that he's at. So really good time for them to use the rest. And I think they even stopped damage on the ads until they had the rest go off. But actually, there's someone else going down. The Shadow Priest going down.
이 전부클이 없는 거는 진짜 리스크가 있어. 아무리 잘하는 사람들이어도. 와우가 실수를 안 할 수가 없거든. 네. 탱이 죽었으면 뭐 바닥이겠죠, 여기는.
This is scary though. Disperse being used to make sure the Strike Spear doesn't one-shot the priest, but it's gonna go off on the entire group. Really unfortunate that it didn't go on the rogue or the mage.
네, 라이브 서버도 마찬가지지만 여긴 약간 순위가 낮은 팀들이잖아요. 결국 그 상위권으로 가면은 그 조합은 약간 고착화될 수밖에 없어요. 어차피 연구하는 건 다 똑같거든.
Look at how much damage that debuff does when it goes out on everybody. This is a rough one. Also, this is
아
just
법사.
hell for mage. Look at that.
와
Goes down.
법사 방금 봤죠? 말은 쓰려고 하다가
SKB proc, but
캐스팅 안 꽂고 뒤지는 거.
took a lightning bolt to the face, and they don't have a battle res for him, so they're going to be in this phase forever. Another static spear not going on the rope, so they can't vanish it off. He's
법사
going to have
깻잎
to find
생각난다.
a way to
법사
stay
깻잎.
alive here.
방금 죽은 거 딱 법사 깻잎인데.
But no one shots coming out here. Very fortunate for them, but they're going to be in this phase for a long, long time. And look at this, Nagura Apes Together Strong is now also onto the final boss, into that intermission phase. Can they maybe catch up at the last second here? There are 25 seconds of death timers that they also have to eat through, so they're going to have to finish this boss off 25 seconds faster than Risatui.
봐봐요. 딜 압도적으로 1등하다 죽었으면은 아니 그래도 세니까 실수 한번 할 수도 있지. 그런데 딜도 뭐 약간 딜도 막 소름 끼치게 센 것도 아닌데 저렇게 말은 욕심내다 바닥 밟고 죽으면 법겟은 딜은 잘했거든요. 법겟 딜 진짜 셌어. 죽지만 않으면. 왼쪽 팀 블러드 용 있잖아, 용. 풀이라고. 상관없어요. 뭐 단수 그렇게 높지 않아가지고. 근데 뭐 짤도 많고.
Speaking of half an hour, our dungeon timer is almost about to reach half an hour, but it's no
아
problem.
여기 전부가 없구나.
Another static spear going out, not on the rogue, but it wouldn't have mattered because on the previous one it went on the rogue too, and he didn't have a vanish
Oh!
charge anyways. No,
야.
no defensive for the Iron Spear. One shots the Resto Shaman. There's
야 복술 윤회 빠졌었나 보다. 이거 윤회 있고.
just have to stay alive, and that's not something that brewmasters can do very
잠깐만.
long.
애니가 없으면 이거 탱커 죽어. 양조라서 양조도 주반이 없다고. 잠깐 이거 전멸 가능해 이거. 야 6% 5%? 아 도적 회피 있어갖고 어떻게 될래네? 탱 죽었다. 회피. 그러니까 회피. 분산. 이거 빡세 빡세. 분산 빠져갖고 이거 죽어. 타겟에 잘 가. 아. 야 회피 도적 잡았다.
I think it died. I think they did it. Dungeon's over.
Oh, did it?
No, no, no. It killed the
That's over.
Oh, my boss died. How did they do that? What?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. My heart, I can't handle this. Risatui.
What just happened?
What are you doing to me?
아 이게 약간 하이콘팀들이 재미가 없을 것 같잖아요. 이성팀이 가끔씩 나오더라고. 아 다태야 씨.
What an ending.
개웃기네.
You know, I think we're all winners after that dungeon. What do you think?
I think so as well.
All right. Well, you know, welcome to the lower
모르겠어요.
bracket. This is that
아, 복수를 멍 때린 게 아니고
Apes Together Strong.
저게 생존기가 없는 게 계산이 됐을 거예요.
Maybe to go, maybe one more map. We'll see what happens. But let's take a look at the
약간 뭐라 그래야 되지? 그렇게 레이팅이 높은 애들은 아니거든요. 그러니까 레이더 순위로 따지면은 월드 한 100등 정도 하는 애들일 거예요. 그러니까 100등 안에 드는 애들? 아? 그 정도 되면은 저런 상황에서 순간적으로 이렇게 대처하기가 쉽지가 않아요. 생존기가 다 빠졌을 때. 이게 술사들이 습관적으로 패턴에다 영혼이동을 뺄 때가 있어요. 그러면은 저 폭군 막냄 저 패턴에 일단 성난의 주고 늑정 변신 상태에서 좀 이게 댕감을 모았다가 이렇게 맞거나 해야 되는데, 아니 뭐 대적을 뽑거나 그런 거를 이렇게 바로 생각을 못한 거죠.
We're like after this series, we're still halfway through our eliminations for the day. We already knocked out one team. One of these teams is going to go home in this series, and then the next two series, we're also going to knock out two more teams. So it's just a grind.
DD, thank you.
They really can't let up. This is a long dungeon, a long grind, but they're barely able to eke it out at the end. That was down to the last second. I think the rogue had like 10% of his health bar left.
Thank you.
Even that, as he finished off the boss with Boon up, that was
야
ridiculous.
하마.
I mean, that was absolutely insane. Depsy, though, this is the time where Apes Together Strong started having some
되신
issues.
분들
Depsy died on this pool, and
축하드립니다.
then they had some more issues afterwards. Just
Thank you for 5 subscribes.
The healer not being in range to help them get their health back, and then all of a sudden everything just fell apart. Now in this area we saw
몰래 보고 있어.
both of the teams, some issues for either side, and we also saw
허리님도 계셨네.
combust for far too long apparently when it comes to Cyro's opinion. But yeah, this was the second
감사합니다.
death for Depsy there on the Prod Warrior. We did see the battle rest go off from the Feral Druid, but it was their last battle rest, and that's why they ended up having a full team wipe.
항상 후원은 달다.
Just had no battle rest as well.
달달하네요.
Yeah, it was just kind of mistakes back to back.
네, 외국인 친구가
really count.
조건을
we
땄네.
even really kind of missed this one here because I think we only thought that one
독일
got
친구.
back here, but the shaman just omped so quickly. It looked like they just used their 30-minute personal cooldown instead of actually.
독일어로 감사하다고 채팅 쳐주시면 좋아할 듯, 저 친구도.
But yeah, I mean.
독일어로 땡큐가 뭐였지? 당케션이었나? 당케? 맞나?
Themes that we always have in the MDI about the best teams is that it's not necessarily the teams.
제가 고등학교 때 제2외국어가 독일어였는데 기억나는 게 뭐 이희빈.
And still somehow find a way to save the pole or finish the boss off. And Resetui.
당케.
A little bit of light at the end of the dungeon here with just finishing off that boss in the most dire of circumstances to eke out the win. Because if they wiped there, Apes Together Strong was right behind them. They were on the boss. They were in the last phase with everyone alive. They even had a battle res.
아 그거 생각난다. 구텐탁 구텐 모겐. 아 이거 나온다 하이라이트. 이거 복술 죽는 거 보자고요.
Really grinding that out at the end there and making sure they finished off the boss.
I mean, I thought when Phil went down here that was going to be it, you know? There wasn't going to be enough damage, but
yeah,
there was.
And there was another point, like this point here. I actually thought
이게 성난에이를 감았어. 근데 늑정 변신을 했어야지.
Past that stone. Look. And I was like, "Oh my god."
Right.
야, 이거 원빵 데미지 계산도 안 해놓고 진짜 씨.
Wow.
석화 없었고. 영혼이동은 쿨이었으니까 정고도 쿨이었고. 이거 조금 아쉽긴 하다.
Everybody's basically dead.
뭐 그래도 이거 잡았으니까 다행이지. 못 잡았으면은 법사가 얼마나 미안할 뻔했어.
And now with the Shadow Priest having aggro using dispersion to just stay alive for a little while longer, Rogue still has cheap death available here.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, dude, the boon. He's like, all right, I gotta finish this off. Boon.
There we go.
I love
Unfortunately, this stat experience has
finishing off the row.
Like the solidarity, just letting yourself fall to the explosive. That's nice, you know. That's team spirit right there. I appreciate it.
Can't cancel the.
That was actually.
You know?
That was really clutch, though. The priest stayed in disperse as long as possible and waited to fade until the last second. and that actually
Yeah.
gave them enough time to only take one melee from the boss on the rogue before it started casting that static spear, which meant the rogue got to stay alive and finish.
아 근데 도적 다테아키는 판단
one
괜찮았어.
thing went a little differently there. They died to that boss.
암사도 본산으로 탱 많이 해줬고 그래도.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was our slowest Nuku defensive run of the weekend, but hey, I mean, when you get it done, you get it done, right? And that's a win
용맹도
for Risatui in map number 1.
아 용맹도 사고 날거 좀 많은데.
Algathar Academy both banned, and that means we're going all the way to our 4th map, going to Halls of Valor. We saw it once already today. It was pretty fun. There's a lot of stuff that can kill you in this map, though. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of things that hurt you in that dungeon, especially if you don't interrupt it or disrupt
이
it properly.
다테아 던전이거든요 이거 용맹. 아까
Okay,
그
I
전탱
would say,
사고친
healers aren't happy about the affixes, but I think the damage
암사는
is
차단
worth it.
24초 해줘도
Also,
차단 안 볼 것
have
같은데.
possibility to
진짜
run
오늘 나왔던 암사들
mass
중에
as well for the
차단
first game.
5개를 넘은 적이 한 번도 없었어요. 5개가 뭐야?
But yeah, we've seen some really crazy
3개
things
넘은 적
earlier.
없는 것 같은데 오늘 나왔던 암사 중에.
Upper bracket team, and I don't
빵
necessarily expect
차단도 있어요 암사.
either, Risatui or Apes Together Strong to really like replicate
오늘 암사
the
빵 차단도 나왔어.
run or something like that. But I think we might still see some big pulls from both the teams.
Yeah,
I mean, you still got to try to make a show of it. One of these teams is still going to move on, so you're still going to keep yourself alive at least.
나도 뭔가 쐐기 돌면은 습관적으로 한 5번은 누르는데
But yeah,
한 바퀴 돌면은.
they did have like you said, Echo did run this dungeon earlier today. So technically both of these teams could have been practicing, maybe looked at that and thought, okay, there's maybe a couple things that we could implement from this run into our run without too much extra work. I seriously doubt, like Nagura mentioned, that we'll see like a complete carbon copy run.
오늘은 뭐 일단
It's just not really feasible to do.
뭐 경기가 이런데 내일은 진짜 재밌을 듯? 내일 경기가 아마 재밌을 거예요. 이제 에코 결승하고 에코는 뭐 한 판, 에코 2판 할 거고 뭐 슬롭스랑 그 뭐야 어디였지? 레전더리 그 두 팀 계속 붙을 거고 패자 결승에서 이제 레전더리랑 슬롭스랑 둘이 붙어서
especially Risatui with how stressful that last boss must have been, but no rest for the weary, as they say, as we look ahead to Halls of Valor.
아 이게 키가 그건가? 쐐기 던전 키스톤 키인가?
To do more battle. That's just what you do.
I never noticed that this Scoval looks so cool. It's kind of got this like fell going on. I never noticed.
We were so annoyed by how long it took him to show up that we never actually looked at him.
Yeah, and once he's there, you're basically like pressing your damage buttons, right?
Yeah. Or you're listening to him complain. It's like, well, Skovald, you clearly got here like way later.
용맹은 복술이 확실히 좋긴 한데 그치? 용맹의 복술이 아, 그냥 여기는 그냥 이 조합밖에 할 줄 모르나 보다.
Can get 1-1 tie. We'll find out.
일단 매즈 안 하죠. 일단 매즈 안 하고. 아, 양조에
a thunder caller there with
법사 암사면 짤이 너무 부족한데.
It's called the Demon Hunter Cage. There we go. And Risatui just ends up pulling it in. It looked like, right? So they have the double thunder caller to deal with, which means they have to do double the amount of interrupts. But they have a lot of damage coming in from the Shadow Priest, especially. Wow. Yeah, I thought the Fire Mage is gonna top here, but it seems like it's the Shadow Priest carrying it.
야 암사 대문 좀 쳐주지.
Yeah, Shadow Priest is definitely a sleeper, super strong spec. I don't even think it's sleeper anymore. I think it's just generally a very strong spec.
아 스텔라. 스텔라가 어디예요?
MDI keys as well. Yeah, I would assume that Fire Mage.
스텔라가 퍼플렉스였나?
Specifically in this dungeon, because there's pretty large packs where you can get full ignite value off. It's also fortified, which is definitely better for Fire Mage. So I would expect them to be a lot stronger off. Maybe something went wrong that pull for him. Not sure what it could have been, but we'll have to see. But in general,
예, 확실히 아까 그 에코 거기보다 조금.
So toxic. What's also toxic is that we're talking about Shadow Priest, and Shadow Priest has gone down for Apes Together Strong. They've still got that Thunder Caller in the back that just now came in, and it's caused 2 deaths.
다들 MDI 그 픽 응원하는 팀들이 있네요. 저는 그 몽카 지난 시즌 몽카 보고 너무 반해가지고 몽카가 우승을 꼭 했으면 좋겠어요. 뭐야 왼쪽 무슨 일이야? 미치겠네. 아 이게 그런 게 있어요 진짜 그 하위 팀들은 잠깐 노가리 가고 있다 보면은 사고가 나. 아 이거 쫄 붙였다가 사고 났구나.
Feral player on that very first split they did, which didn't cost them too much, I presume. But yeah, then having that Thundercaller not being
이게 보면은 양 팀 다 연습을 계속 많이 했을 거라고요.
just so dangerous, right? Because you have that Horn of Valor coming through from Himdall, and then at 22, that puts you without any
연습을 해도 확실히 실력 차이가 나는 부분이 있어.
And if you have anything else going on from the Thundercaller, like a bolt not being interrupted, or you get the magic, like the Thunder Shock, like debuff that we can see on the Pharaoh right now on Apes Together Strong, then definitely can kill if you don't have any.
아니 야 저거 조드 왜 해제 안 해주는데? 야 조드 디버프 해줬잖아. 힐러 뭐 하는데? 야 해제 하나잖아 여기. 미치겠네. 야 얘는 경기 후반이라 졸린가 보다. 어떡하냐? 전부 있나?
Since they don't have anyone who can rest normally with their classes. No one's attempting to go there and use it. Do they not have engineering?
맞아요. 에코는 램드까지 붙여서 했어요.
Luca just used his grief torch. So maybe Luca said
에코 용맹은 약간 넘사벽 보여줬어요.
You would hope they'd get a res off at some point here though.
I think they might not have one. I think they might not have.
No.
Okay, so the way the engineer rest works.
레프트 사이드 힐러.
But the way it works, you need the bracers, right? With the Tinker slot.
네, 오늘 에코 용맹했어요.
Well,
so maybe none of them actually have the equips.
Well, let's check the extension here really quick for the team for Apes Together Strong. Let's see. FC? Nope. FTM?
아니 힐러가 대상 해제도 안 하는데 갱신을 한다고요 이거?
Care about him, Luca? Nope. And Caesar.
이거 대상 해제 안 하는 거 너무했잖아. 위코어라 내 거 보내줘야겠다. 내 거 디버프 걸리면은 띵 해제 띵 소리 나거든요. 제 디코에 있어요. 제가 그 뭐야 며칠 전에 업데이트 한 번 더 해서 올려놨거든요. 그게 뭐 기본 레이드 프레임 말고 다른 것도 다른 레이드 프레임에도 작동을 하는지는 모르겠는데.
We do not need battle rest for Hugs. Hugs never dies.
리스.
But anyway, Recent 2 actually having some issues on their side as well. As their mage goes down on one of those Thundercaller, Mistcaller pulls. They did not use their battle rest, so the mage ended up just
제가 올려놓은 거는 그냥 모든 클래스가 다 보이는 거예요. 위코어라서. 그러니까 중요 해제 같은 거 뜨게 해놨거든요. 해제가 되는 것도 있고 안 되는 것도 있을 거예요. 저 같은 경우는 해제를 해야 되는 것뿐만 아니고 제가 체크해야 되는 디버프들도 다 등록해놔서 아무튼 띵소리 난다 그럼 중요한 디버프가 누군가 걸린 거예요. 이거 경화였나? 아 경화네.
There is never a situation where you should ever be dead.
야 파열 오중이야. 데모했다.
In my opinion, you lose a couple hundred single target DPS, like you lose your third Phoenix Flame charge. Who cares? It's 2% mastery. Take cauterize, guys.
이거 약간 컨트롤 길드 주차박 같은 그런 느낌인데 이거.
In all scenarios.
I agree.
또 죽었어. 베베 맞고 죽었어.
I would definitely pick that up. The one problem I have with cheat death is that it does not save me from falling off platforms. And that's like I would say 80% of my deaths are just falling off.
저 앞서 약간 인비저블 섭진 같았는데 방금. 전부를 뺐네. 니네 뒤에서 또 죽을 거잖아. 아니 광희했어 방금. 광희가 자꾸 세는 거 같은데. 냄새. 쫄들이 피가 그대로야. 어떻게? 광희가 2번이나 셌어.
Nerf Shadow Priest.
Yeah. You know what? I was about to disagree with you because Shadow Priests have been so.
MDI 그 등수 낮은 팀들은 그렇게 컬이 높지 않아요.
You know, just let them have their time for a little while. But now that you said buff Mooncase, I think I agree.
그래, 그냥 복수를 쓰라고. 복수리 광희에 다 볼 수 있다고.
There we go. Residue is now in that Hirsch area. They're dealing with some of these.
님들 용맹에서 복술은 그 룬 조각사랑 광희 복술이 혼자서 볼 수 있거든요. 복술 많이 사랑해 주세요. 그 기억나시죠? 첨탑에서 그 걔 이름 뭐였지? 첨탑에 거수짤 복수를 혼자 봤잖아요. 그런 식으로 용맹에서 복수를 혼자 볼 수 있는 짤들이 많아요. 첨탑에 복수를 데리고 갔잖아. 용맹도 복수를 데리고 가면 돼. 그럼 시클 확률이 높아요.
Good for Risa 2 and good for Raytrum for being able to just completely facing all of these shield maidens, not even attempting to sidestep any of those frontals.
아니 잠깐만, 얘네 풀링 아직도 안 끝났어요? 야, 광희가 아직도 세고 있는 거야? 이거
They can go pretty slowly, I would say.
이거 나 오른쪽 잠깐 보고 있었는데 왼쪽 이 풀링 아직도 안 끝난 거 맞아요?
Four-manned Himdall after having a full.
아, 다음 풀이 오케이. 다음 풀 인정.
They don't have to stress anything from here on out.
썬더볼트!
I noticed they're not.
썬더볼트 좀 잘라줘.
That I saw Echo
미친놈들아
and
진짜.
Echo had more reason to do it.
썬더볼트 자꾸 세잖아. 또 죽었잖아.
Oh, hold on.
미쳐버리겠네.
Again for Apes together strong. That's another death on the board for them. Really unfortunate. The trash is back is low enough to where they should be able to finish it off though, so I'm not too worried about that. But you can actually.
아, 이거 내가 너무 오버하는 건가?
Over on the side of Risatui. If your ranged players are standing like at the top of the stairs and they get the aspirants like charge cast on them, you can kind of duck behind the stairs there and line of sight the cast, and the aspirant will just stay in the trash pack. And that's really useful for keeping a lot of
복술 유저.
and not having that one kind
복술 유저 저 있잖아요, 저.
style mob.
저 오늘 25단 이넴 살렸거든요. 앞에서 터져서 시끄러움 못했는데 25단 이넴 살림. 아, 그 별궁 25단 이넴 살림.
Then I lose damage, right? So I'm just gonna stand there and let that mob jump on top of me. I mean that's.
역버프 안 한 23단 히리아 살림. 님들 아시죠? 그 히리아가 역버프 안 하면은 한 2단수 더 어렵거든요. 그 폭풍.
Also managed to get into that Hersha area, and I still think that there's a chance for Apes Together Strong to actually catch up quite a bit. Because Risa Tui has been doing some very conservative pulls.
잠깐만.
And now they're
못 들어왔어. 야, 여긴 또 왜 그래? 미치겠네.
On that last
살려줘.
pass from the mini boss, and maybe they're. Oh my god.
22단인데.
It looks like both of the damage dealers are releasing, so that means that
미치겠네
they must
진짜.
stay alive
아니.
for a while until their damage dealers come back. Yeah, again, just another.
야, 디버프 해제 좀 해줘. 저도 죽어.
To actually catch up, to
일로 와. 디버프 해제 좀 해줘. 미치겠네.
But Apes Together Strong.
힐러 왜 자꾸 해제가 없는데?
Dying. One heal. Here we go. Regrowth coming out of the barrel druid. Oh, actually, their evoker's not there. Okay. It looks like the evoker might have went down and had to come back. Yeah, oh my
아
god,
진짜
I'm so
어느
sorry.
한쪽 보면 어느 한쪽 사고나
Like,
있고.
not moving up, so I'm like, what is going on? Like, why are they not healing the feral druid? But yeah, the evoker is somewhere doing other things.
아 맞아, 야드.
Who knows?
Yeah.
아 겹쳐서 맞았나?
Maybe we'll just
겹쳐서 맞았나요? 내가 못 봤나?
Yeah, 10 dogs just snapped to them
어.
randomly. here.
그래, 이렇게 음식 먹으면서 정비할 시간이 필요해. 음식 좋다. 이거 좋은 판단.
That would be so good.
리프레시.
Risatui's two
멘탈 잡아, 멘탈
biggest
잡아.
players are back with the group. The evoker's back with the group too. So everyone is now back
여기도
together.
음식 먹어.
Everyone's back
미치겠다
in two
진짜.
groups of 5 walking up to the Hersha area.
여기도 음식 먹어.
Already onto the boss, where Apes Together Strong still has to deal with all of this trash. They are going for a bigger pull than Risatui did to try to pull themselves back into this dungeon. And look, they're doing this big pull, this 8-pack that we saw Echo doing earlier. But they are also not line of sighting the aspirant cast here.
어지럽다.
About that one mob not being in the group.
양쪽 다 음식 먹고 있는 거 조금
Go
어지러웠다.
back towards the group if it does leap. Or we'll go towards the tank if it doesn't leap. So there's a little bit less RNG, I suppose. You don't have to worry about where it
아니.
is. You just line of sight.
나도 미치겠네. 술사 왜 첫 사이클에 고인 안 낀 거야?
Still at 40% HP when the other mobs are dying. So there's a little bit of
아 술사 왜 폭풍 첫 사이클에 고인 안 낀 거야? 고인 켰으면 다음에 승천 오잖아.
But honestly, not too bad. They're able to pull it off anyways.
아
Risatui, though, already.
방금 첫 폭풍 때 막 죽으려고 했는데 이거 옆버프는 했나?
Yeah, they dealt with one of the
잠깐만,
storms
이거-
already, of the after storms. They are gonna have to heal another one though.
옆버프도 안
It's
했네.
not low enough for them to finish it off before that second cast comes out. So we'll see that happen in just a second. And the Brewmaster actually.
양조
taking
이동기도
quite a lot of
좋잖아.
damage
옆버프는
from
좀
as well
해줘.
from that boss.
이게 옆버프를 안
managed
하면은
to, heal the second one.
비축투라고 그 연번하고 좀 더 동시에 들어와요.
Available though.
한 방에
They have
빡
a
꽂히는
Thunder
게
as well, helping them out to be able to heal this second Eye of the Stormcast. And you can see Cloak also coming out from the rogue. So they should be okay. Mage also has a lot
이
of
술사
defenses
내가
to
배택
just
보내
specifically, right? You have
내 배택 알려줘야겠다.
armies, you have shields, you have ice blocks. So technically shouldn't really be that big of a problem to heal that.
제가
specific
이 복술보다
problem.
조금 더
Running,
잘하는 것
there
같아.
we go. Now they are on their way to
아,
defend
슬프네.
they're probably gonna pick up some trash on their way as well.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? Apes Together Strong still making good time here. Oh, never mind. Let's. Yeah, I cursed them. Sorry. All right, moving on. Reset to
잠깐 여기
Oh my
야 탱커 어디 갔어? 야 미친놈. 탱커 신성화를 왜 맞아? 진짜.
They are gonna reset the mini boss.
아.
I think that's what I saw FTM doing. I think he was running.
탱커 죽은 거 저거 신성화밖에 없잖아.
Full wipe to it.
Maybe.
I'm sorry, guys. My
아, 살려줘.
Take that one. Let's move back on over to Reset 2 as they make their way towards Fenrir, though. Dealing with more of these Varla jars in the hall, making sure they get.
아 그래도 이게
Runecarver and the Mystic in this pack.
저 지금 약간 집에서 그냥
Shadow Priest still topping.
대충 앉아갖고 이렇게 보고 있으니까 괜찮지. 이거 만약에 지난번 MDI처럼 마겐님하고 마겐님 집에서 중계하는 거였으면은 이 시간 늘어져갖고 아 이거 언제 끝나 막 이러고 있었을 텐데. 아 그나마 좀 낫네.
Spiteful. Like sometimes I just walk through this portal thinking nothing bad is gonna happen, and then all of a
아 이게
sudden
채팅창
when I
위치가
see
시간을
it,
가리는구나. 저 조금
not
올려야겠다.
anymore. I see a shade just like that had snapped to me and starts hitting me in the back. I was like, oh well, thanks I guess. But yeah, no spiteful shades in this dungeon, and they immediately walk to Fenrir. You do have the rogue that can get rid of.
왼쪽은
don't have to worry too much.
슬슬 시클 압박이 오겠는데요?
They also have, I guess, greater invis works as well, and the mage can even blink. I guess the leap. So
톱을 쓰고 여기서 블러드 두 번째가 이렇게 5분 넘게 이렇게 돌았으면은 블러드 왜 또 안 쓰는 거야? 이거는 약간 시간 위험하긴 하거든요.
Lots and lots of tools available for this boss.
They have plenty of tools. I mean, okay. Listen, they've got Vanish on the rogue. But we also said that he had Vanish for the static spear in the last dungeon, and then when he got the static spear, he just didn't have a charge of Vanish up for it.
혹시 복술 시작하실 분들이 있으면은 공식처럼 외우셔도 돼요. 복술 공생기 로테는 고인 승천 고인이에요. 진짜 고인 승천 고인. 고인이 2분이니까 1분에 한 번씩 생존 공생기를 돌리는데 고인 승천 고인으로 돌리면 됩니다. 위험할 때 전구 던져주시면 되고. 티에토는 알파예요. 티에토는 못 살려.
If I compare the rogue player, an average rogue player, to an average mage player, I would say that on average, rogues are more team.
아니 그래도 여긴 용일이잖아.
Mages are. What do you think, Syro?
여기는 어둠 있어서 좀 낫겠지.
I think that mage players can do no wrong and are often the best player in the group.
Okay.
They do the most damage. They go to the hottest clubs. They wear the freshest
그게-
clothes.
아니, 뭐. 난 너무 재밌는데.
What?
잠깐만. 얘네 뭐 잡고 있는 거? 잠깐만. 이거 늑대 다른 잡. 야 잠깐만. 야 이거는 아니잖아.
They are dealing with these wolves.
아니 아니.
Very slowly. I mean,
아니
that's fine.
니네들 레코 하는 거 봤잖아.
Doing the strategy
한 점
where
하라고.
You jump on the fence or you jump on a rock.
아 원딜이 3명이라서
Play them a bit more slowly.
아, 살려줘.
The leaps are not gonna be too big of a problem for them. Because there's just less leaps coming through. Yeah.
최소한의 모니터링은 좀 해줘.
They're not using the rock tech that Echo showed off earlier today, unfortunately. I think the rock tech is going to be a staple for push keys in the future.
나 지금 살짝 봤거든요.
If you haven't seen that, definitely.
지금 이 1번에 도적이 안 걸려서 도약에 전멸하는. 아니 법사도 있구나. 오케이. 법사가 했네. 됐다. 아 이것 때문에 법사 데리고 왔네. 오케이. 화법 인정.
That's not going to be up for another 90 seconds.
화법 인정.
Next time that comes out is probably going to have to be the rogue that vanishes it. And if it doesn't go
오케이. 전탱 없어서 감학이 없네. 오케이.
a little unfortunate, but they do have dwarf racials on literally everyone in the group, so maybe that's not too much of an issue for them.
Yeah. I think they should be okay.
이거 도망갈 생각
Since it's,
하시는 분들 있는데 센 생존기
I
있잖아요.
guess so, right?
Probably still
Yeah.
from Persia, yeah.
센 생존기 주면은 이거 쫓아오는 거 생각보다 맞을만 해요.
If you have less tools available to deal with the bleeds, but as we talked about, they have
경화에서는 무조건 맞을만 하고
tools to deal with
폭군
it, so it's
때는
fine.
진짜 센
But
생존기면 맞을만 해요.
they will still have to deal with some trash after this boss, so we'll see if they decide to do the bear pull, which is something we've seen other teams do as well. That's also something you do on live keys a lot, just pulling the bears together. But we also saw a team have the tank die.
아, 나 이
on the
뎁시
bear
얘
together.
브레스에
So,
한번 죽을 것 같은데?
yeah, we'll see what Risa 2 does. I'm not sure
아닌가?
how good the brewmaster
그 정도는
is with
아닌가?
these bears, because some tanks are having issues with them. But yeah, brewmaster, I'm not
나
really sure.
뎁시 좀 불안한데?
Deal with those.
I was about to say don't look at the damage meters, but the mage pulled ahead of the healer at the last second there. Thank God. Thank you. Didn't pop cooldowns a single time on that boss. And almost got beaten by the healer. Oh man.
아이,
Alright, show us what you
사슴 없이 MDT 다 찍었겠지. 아, 근데 아까 에코도 내가 봤을 땐 실수 같은데 사슴 안 매기고 했어요. 그냥 용 자체 풀링이 실수였던 것 같아, 에코는.
Is the Shadow
Looking at the
Priest gonna
numbers
want to
go
hit in 5 seconds? Oh, he does? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. See, his damage really isn't going.
이거 끝나고 아까 에코 루트 보여드릴게요.
It's just going to keep refreshing.
에코 루트가 좀 신박하긴 했어.
Rising as much as it
야, 잠깐,
Unfortunately,
도움에 도전하지 말라고, 씨.
has gone down
얘들-
with ever
아,
since
진짜.
10% HP.
아, 또 빡치네, 이거들. 아, 힐러. 아, 탱커 곰에 왜 자꾸 도전하는 거야, 진짜. 어? 돌진 나 어디 갔어 같은 탱커, 진짜. 왜 곰에 도전하다 죽냐고.
He's got a 5-stack of bursting right now, though. Doesn't block it off. Giga Chad. Very, very cool. They've also got the movement speed buff from killing off bosses, so they should be able to kite this out. And yeah, it looks like they're
생각나 버렸다.
dead. At the cost of a few deaths. I'm not sure why they would res here. Because
Well,
he could just
the
run
problem
back from
was
the release point.
Maybe they want to play more trash here, because they need a little bit more. Maybe they wanted to play the bulls. Problem is
Well, they
the
do, they need
brewmaster actually
11% more
released.
trash.
아, 탕경님은 곰에서 터진 적 없었나? 제가 요새
Okay.
So maybe they just improvise and.
요새 하도 이 탱커 저 탱커랑 하다 보니까
Yeah, maybe their plan was to do the bears and then do the bulls afterwards.
누군가 있었어. 한 2번 정도 터진 탱커가.
They decided, you know what, we're just gonna do something else. But now
They're
they
just gonna
changed
go
their
back
mind again.
아, 한 번 있어. 맞잖아.
They
어.
want to defend their area.
맞아요. 나였어요, 그럼.
So,
나였어.
we'll see. Maybe they played a Storm Drake. I mean, Echo played it, so it must be a good decision, right? And then,
Yeah.
oh, never mind. There it is. Bulls being gathered.
Alright. So this should be the rest of their trash count they need before they get to the end of the dungeon here.
Luca.
Problems on the wolves from Ramps together strong.
내 보기도 맞아. 내 보기도 경화에서 곰탱 할 때 안 죽어.
On top of this fence here to bait the wolf charges and eat the charge
야, 그리고 이거 폭군이잖아, 폭군. 폭탄 터졌나?
Unfortunate. They've got the battle res to
뭐 폭탄이 터져서 죽었을 수도 있긴 하지만.
and they'll be able to finish them off from their precarious position up on top of the post.
Yeah, doing a good job. This can be a bit dangerous sometimes when you have explosive, right? Just having so many wolves pulled together means that there's lots and lots of explosive as well. But their Evoker doing a great job dealing with all of those.
그 와중에 왜
Yeah, now
퍼센트는
they're
79%인 거야, 미치겠네.
do have similar tools to deal with the leap and the
아, 이거
beast,
퍼센트
which is
개킹 받네.
what we did. So they also
아니,
did okay
황소까지 잡았는데 퍼센트 79%인 거 이거 실화냐고.
on this leap. So didn't coordinate the shadow melt properly,
Ooh,
which
okay.
means that they're not gonna have. Well, they still have one more shadow melt available on the shadow.
뭐 잡나
Priest,
보자, 이제.
So they're gonna be fine.
And the Feral
Yeah,
Druid
Risa 2
already
이거?
have their Incarn, so.
이거 로머 막 에든하고 그러는
Yeah,
거
so the
아니겠지?
only thing is gonna be shadow melt from here and out. But yeah,
Risa 2
Risa 2
still
done
needs
with the
5%.
bulls. And it looks like they're pulling this right trash back here.
그래도 여기 복수는 디버프 해제는
That's the
잘하네.
only thing they wanna worry about here. is
잠깐,
not getting that shadow melt.
위안.
But there we go, the Mind Sooth coming out of their Shadow Priest, making sure
위안하고
that,
혼란도 쳐놨네.
mob is not, yep, gonna get pulled. Yeah, Sentinels are very bad mobs. I don't think you ever want to deal with
양조
these.
빨간불, 빨간불,
Bad.
빨간불.
I don't like them.
They're not exciting to pull from, especially for melee players, right? We got a little bit of a preview of them, you know, from last season.
아 길리도 양조 나와갖고 보고 있구나 이거 지금.
In Gambit too. And you didn't want to deal with them there either. They take up so much space. They do a lot of damage to
야,
your.
이발
That's
애들
not good.
뭐?
No.
Somebody wasn't actually.
야 애들
in
술사
the
죽었어. 뭐
And
누가
both
해줄
of their
거야?
rest classes are going down.
돌아버리겠네, 진짜.
Hopefully the Shadow Priest is out of combat. Are they just gonna play these?
아 몰라 그냥
I
잡아온가?
guess technically that would be the
아
fastest.
그냥 잡아.
But it's not particularly
씨.
fast. I mean, they keep having any more of these mistakes. These will add up, and Apes Together Strong could potentially.
아 그냥 잡아.
Apes Together Strong does still have more deaths, to the tune of 35 seconds extra on their death timer. But these two Sentinels are going to take forever for Risa 2 to get through. I mean, they
Yeah, and
easily
I wonder-
lost close to a minute and a half.
일부러 그러는 거
And I
아니겠지?
wonder if they had
일부러
already
그러는 거
done
아니겠죠
that,
이거?
right?
Oh,
So
true.
that
They only
means that
lost
they
a minute,
lost a
right?
bunch of beer. If they picked up all 4, that means that they, I guess, don't have any left at this point because there's only 4 in total, right? So they would have to
개
eliminate
어지럽네.
bosses one by one if they don't have any beer left.
잠깐 그 왜 이게 뎁시도 고민돼. 얘는 도전 안 하네. 도전 안 하네.
Yeah, usually you pick it up.
야 물에 야 이 드리블은 꼭 물에 가서 해야 되는 거 잠깐만. 야 얘 스펙 들어갔고.
So
진짜.
yeah, we'll see what they do, or maybe they didn't plan on doing the
아니, 왜
boss strategy.
곰
Maybe
잡는데
they didn't
드리블을
all of it.
저 호수 가서 하는
Maybe
건데.
they can go back and grab
아
one.
고무 좀왜 나눠가 진짜.
Doesn't look like anyone's going back.
They
Actually,
are not going back.
Brewmaster wasn't there. Well, then we
요새 글로벌 곰 3마리씩 나눠가나요?
singular mini bosses being attacked for a while.
야, 곰 3마리
Unfortified.
아빠 곰 엄마 곰 매기 곰만 따로
Well, I guess
잡는데
the
지금.
last two always come out together, right? So
That's
but
true.
still. At least
이거
somebody had the priest
맞냐고.
visible. We didn't see the priest at all.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're waiting. So
Do we have that enabled on our
딜러들
Is that something that we would show?
우는 소리가 들린다.
Priest saved the day.
야 이거 왜
Yes!
3마리밖에
there
안
we
돼?
go.
Let's go. We got
Let's
one. All
go.
right. So we'll do 2 then 2. All right. We'll take it.
Woof.
뭐야? 그 와중에 술은 다 있네? 뭐지?
Amazing. We do see the combust being popped.
아 술 하나. 술 하나.
Early. What do you think about that? Do you think combust waiting with combust before the second one spawned? Do you think it's worth? Mini boss, I mean.
Nah,
Or
because you're going to be in constant combat here, so you may as well just send it.
Okay. That's good.
It's such a finicky thing to time combust.
에이프스는 진짜 시급 위험할 수도 있어요 이거 지금.
Not good, right? Sitting on it feels horrible, but there are just some situations where you have to sit on it. Unless your team is
풀링
actually
이거 하고 한 번 더 남았거든요.
you just have to play like extremely conservative with your combust. The absolute worst thing that you could ever have happen to you as a fire mage is to end a pull with an SKB proc and just have that proc wear off before you get to the next trash pack. It is not a good feeling.
I'm kind of glad that Moon King. Oh, what is? Oh,
이제는 사고도 안 나겠죠?
Triple Sentinel here.
Oh boy.
Do you need that? I honestly don't know percentages
Are
because
they
I
gonna
was
shadow
like
meld it
count.
off?
이거 약간 데려가서 저거에 붙여 잡는 거
It's like
시즌 극초반에 했던 건데
or something that you need.
이게 이렇게 하면은 올라가서 술이 없어지거든요.
Both teams
내
opting
기억에.
to go for the- Both teams opting for the 110% trash route.
술이 있나? 이렇게 해도?
Interesting. Honestly, Risa 2E, even though they didn't have all of the beer right at the start, this has still gone pretty quickly for them, right? They've only been in combat with these kings for probably 2.5 minutes. So, you know, even
술
only
없지.
2 of them
하나만
on 22 fortified, you got to be pretty happy with the pace that they went through this section of the dungeon. Still pretty good.
그 와중에 왜 단검부터 갔는데
Next
진짜.
Together Strong just decided to just pull these 3 sentinels on top of this mini boss here.
이거
It's
죽었잖아.
going down almost immediately. Unfortunately,
어.
though, they don't have a battle rest.
아 이거는 애드가 더 낫네. 더 나긴 더
Take
낫네.
out these mobs. Or maybe Shadow Mount have to. Too late. Well, I guess they're just going again.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Is
Risa
it?
Tuido, on the other hand, they are waiting for Skovald to spawn. It's gonna take a little while, but not as long anymore. Because Skovald isn't speaking for that long anymore before it spawns, so that's great.
네, 에이스 돌 터졌네요.
What did they remove in the speech? Do you know? Tyro?
They removed like I think it was like almost 30 seconds of just wait time before he does his speech because his speech is pretty much the same as it was, but it's just a little shorter, right? I don't remember exactly what they removed.
There was anything
리셋은
like
그래도
an extra
잘하는 거였네.
sentence or something that they removed. I'm sure chat knows and would tell me, right? Because I'd be interested.
Also,
if there's any
yeah, they would
lore
never
that we're
lie to
missing
us
out
either.
on. Of course not. Alright, well, Risatui though. Only 2 bosses left for them to finish this dungeon and to make it into the next game. Because of course we are in the lower bracket here. This is gonna be an elimination game, so if teams to get their strong doesn't manage to catch up anymore, and that means that
자,
they
여기서
are gonna be
야,
eliminated.
여기 술사 체인 라이팅 쓰는 거 보이죠?
But Risatui, all they need is one more
야, 이거
win.
도적 도시락이라고.
Pretty good for them.
팀 게임 하잖아, 니네. 미터기 딸치러 온 거 아니잖아. 도적 도시락을 체인 라이트닝으로 다 지져버리는.
In Legion, right? That bleed or the initial of that Fellblaze rush would actually one-shot you. So you actually had to dodge it, and I don't think you can even dodge it anymore now, right?
Yeah, it's impossible
sure
to
if it's
dodge.
even
Not
dodgeable.
blinkable, not shadow steppable. It just hits you always, and the damage comes from the dot right now instead of just doing a one-shot. Oh man, we should talk to Tettles about this boss. I'm sure he has a lot of great stories from Legion about this boss. There might have been a hat trick on at some point. I can't say for sure.
To be fair, to protect Tettles a little bit here, it was actually kind of difficult to dodge the Fellblaze rush with disengage. Okay, you had to go all the way max range. You needed the perfect timing. You needed to be kind of quick with it as well. Because it's such a long challenge.
아까 젤리아가 여기서 그 연번 안 쓰고 번화만 쓰는 거 되게 칭찬 막 했었는데.
Yeah, you did. You had an instant blink.
Okay, I take it back. Come on, Taddles.
Oh boy.
물론 저는 글로벌에서 절대 연번을 번화를 쓰지 않아요. 무조건 체인 라이트닝이지.
In a berth into the next level of the lower bracket here. Who are they playing again? Is it levels that they play against? We'll see the bracket after this, I'm sure. But they will be moving in.
그래도 템들이 좋아갖고 딜은 잘 나온다.
You know, they're pretty well set up for it too, right? They've got the Bloodlust available. They have every cooldown across the board, ready to be popped during that damage.
설마 오딘에서 사고 안 나겠지?
They even have 4 battles.
이 경기를 빨리 끝내줘.
They really need to use them.
힘들겠다 애들.
It's kind of hard to use them on this fight, though, right? With all of the balls going around, the spears being casted, so hopefully they don't have to end up using them. That's another change they made to this encounter from Legion, right? That's pretty nice. Back in Legion, if you died on this encounter, you were just dead, right? They put you up on the side and you had to watch your team from 1 HP. You couldn't do anything, but now they made it so your character actually dies and you're able to get battle risk. Pretty nice change.
I'm so glad they changed that, because that just felt horrible. You know, you had like 4 battle rushes coming into this fight, you know, and then you just see those players getting ported up and just not being able to get rest. But yeah, Risatui now on that first at spawn. Need to make sure they finish that off in just a second, and then we'll get their runes. Of course, the runes need to be played, and they do a lot of damage now as well.
아 그리고 제가 이거 아까도 찾아냈는데 이게 랜드 피가 86%가 되면 그때부터 3창을 쓰더라고요.
So that can be pretty dangerous once you try to find it. But
오늘 체크했으면 86% 아니면 87% 같아요. 그런 거다 보세요. 자, 93%? 창 2개 꼽힐 거고 이제 2창 87%? 2창 86%가 맞네.
Yeah, no, they probably will.
이제 3창 꼽힐 거예요.
They could probably just burn the boss here. They don't really have to kill this ad. But they're definitely getting second runes. They're about
3창.
like 5 seconds. I think it's after the next Shatter Spears cast that it happens.
Yeah.
Is my Legion knowledge correct? I sure hope it is. Yes. Oh man, I'm so happy.
So when you look at these shapes, do you look at color or shape of the
설사 안 죽은 척했는데
I
다시
don't remember them based off color.
Yeah,
if green is
안
the
죽은
top
척
one,
실패.
I remember yellow's bottom left, orange's bottom right, and we're a purple and blue. I mean, that's close enough, right?
그래도 이상인가?
That is close
purple
enough.
tops left, blue's top right, something like that. But anyways,
그래,
that's the
빅토리다,
end of the
빅토리.
series. Rizatui goes on, takes it 2-0 over Apes Together Strong. And Apes Together Strong is a team that
일상이에요.
give them credit where credit's due. They came into the MDI on very short notice. They actually qualified 27th in the time trials, and one of our other teams that qualified in the top 24 had to drop out, and Apes Together Strong took over that spot at the last second. So they really didn't have that much time to prepare, and they still were able to put together a pretty good showing. So we're very grateful to them for showing up and giving us a good show and giving these teams a good fight. But it is going to be
서로.
that's moving on.
맞네. 서로.
That's
씨발, 왜 이거 아직도 안 끝났지?
face Team Sweet in our
이겨놓고
last match
어리둥절하겠다,
today.
리셋.
We got Legendary versus Levels up next, but for now, let's take a look at how this Halls of Valor went. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was a bit messy at times, but you know, like you said, props to Apes Together Strong.
왜 헤드를 안 하냐고.
Short notice, and they certainly got a good amount of time to practice before the last chance qualifier, if they choose to compete there too.
아니,
Exactly, yeah.
두 마리 맞춘 것 같은데 방금 깁슨?
Oh, yeah, last chance qualifier. It's a sneak preview.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's a
on
big
the
deal this
schedule.
time around.
렙시 신성하지
Put it on the
이거.
graphic, yeah. I think it's going to be pretty competitive.
야 신성아 왜 가서 맞?
You know,
I agree.
야 물약 먹고 신성아 또 맞나?
Super competitive.
야 또 맞았어.
Remember, there's actually
야
two spots
신성아를 몇 개를 맞는 거야?
so
that's right.
it's a very, very important thing to get through. And you don't have to be one of the
아 그래 신성아 한 방으로 안 죽는데 왜 신성아 죽나 했네. 두 개를 맞으면 당연히 죽어야지.
the last chance qualifier time trials right now if you wanted to. So
There you go.
definitely get on that if that's something you want to do.
I mean,
right.
there's some teams that we
신성아 두 개 맞은 건 하이라이트 할 만한데.
didn't actually participate this time around. So those teams, they could still sign up for that last stand tournament, right? Like JBC, for
You
example.
could
Or Dorky.
also earn the Thundering Banner of the Ancients. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that as well.
Banners are neat. Yeah. There you go. As we said, middle of March, last stand tournament. Your last chance to get into the global finals at the end of March, early April.
이게 아까 에코 루트거든요.
in the thick of it today, anyway.
1번이야 뭐
Two
뻔한데
matches
2번을 이렇게
today.
갔어요.
Coming up in our lower
2번을
bracket,
이렇게
Legendary
갔어요.
versus Levels, which should be
이렇게.
interesting. Legendary is going to be
짧을
tough
게
opponent,
6개야.
but Levels I think looking a little bit
근데
cleaner today
짤이
than
하나도 안
we saw
세고
yesterday.
잡았거든요.
Still a little bit maybe on the slow side compared to some of our top teams in the group. But
비술사 두 마리,
to catch up, we do know that they
비술사 세 마리, 눈조각사 두 마리.
plus the execution together, and we'll see what they can do with that. And then Team Sweet versus
현동 한 마리.
as well. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I feel like these next two ones, you kind of lean toward Legendary, you kind of lean towards Team
뭐
Sweet.
일단 딜이
Anything
세니까.
can happen.
그리고 3번을 이렇게 잡고 나서 얘네 피가 어느 정도 남았을 때 솔스텐을 가는 게 아니고 욜미르를 갔어요. 욜미르는 붙여도 부담이 없으니까 힐이.
It's actually kind of rough. I feel
그러고
like the two
나서
best teams
이 신성화 타이밍을 재가지고 솔스텐을 붙였어요. 이러면은 체인 플링이 되니까. 그러니까 3번 플링이 끝나기 전에 올미를 붙인 거야. 근데 이거는 내가 살짝 예측하긴 했다 아까. 중계 처음부터 보신 분들은 알겠지만 내가 이 플링 하고 있을 때 나 같으면 여기서 올미를 죽기 전에 붙일 것 같다 그런 얘기를 했었는데 진짜 붙였어. 그러고 나서 이 용을 단독으로 갔는데 내가 봤을 때 이 용 단독은 아닌 것 같단 말이지. 이거 분명히 진지가 에든 했을 거야. 진지가 에든 해가 그냥 한 마리 생으로 잡은 것 같아. 다른 거 잡을 게 많은데.
I think so as well. I would say the legendaries are slightly better, but then we've also seen legendary make similar like mistakes to levels, where they have the routes and they have the strategies. They do these like crazy pulls, like we've seen it from other teams as well. But then both of the teams
잠깐만 한 경기 더 하네?
like big mistakes.
두 경기
They
더
end
하나
up
이거?
wiping to a boss, or they end up wiping to like a really big trash pull on top of a boss. And at that point, like anything can happen, right?
네.
Depending on which team
이거까지만 딱
cleaner,
볼까?
probably is going to win, because, as I said, both of them have the potential to win and be really fast.
True enough. Well, we'll see what happens. Quick break now, and
원래
back our next match, Legendary versus Levels.
네, 얘기했었잖아. 아까 어둠달 그거 경기 하게 되면은 바로 잘 거라고. 근데 그게 2대0에서 끝나가지고. 이것도 뭐 하이라이트로 보여줄 게 있나? 아니 탱커가 그냥 등 주면서 그냥 쭉 걸어가는데? 개걸음이 아니잖아. 그냥 앞으로 뚜벅뚜벅 걸어가는데 뭐 등에다 놔두고? 그래서 이 양조는 무빙 잘 하는 것 같은데? 이 개걸음 한다고 칭찬해줘야 되는 게 맞는지 모르겠는데. 아까 얘 여기서 터지지 않았나? 이거 봐, 그냥 등 주고 한 대 맞으니까 피 저렇게 돼 있어. 플링하다. 방금 키고 죽었잖아. 미치겠네. 맞죠 방금? 아니, 등에 칼침 맞고 영도를 뛰니까 플링하자마자 저렇게 죽지. 아, 살려줘. 자, 저때 개웃기네 진짜. 또, 또 영도로 들어가서 방울은 올렸을까? 이거 할 때? 방금도 봤죠? 바로 영도 뛰고 생존기 최저방벽 둘 다 있는데 아무것도 안 주고 바로 전체 도발부터 하는 거. 이게 너무 보여도 문제다. 아까 그 다테아 탱커는 약과였네. 그래 이거 풀링하고 소멸하고 이런 거 할 줄 아는데 왜 아까 그 용맹의 전당에서는 늑대를 따로 3마리 4마리 이렇게 간 거야. 목소리 늑정 변신을 하고 가다가 늑정 변신을 풀고 성난회를 썼잖아요. 늑정 변신 쭉 하고 갔으면은 댐감 20%라 살았겠지. 목소리 생존기 아무것도 안 남았을 때 가장 할 수 있는 방법이 성난회를 먼저 걸고 늑정 변신 상태에서 그건데 늑정 변신 상태에서 맞는 건데. 와, 폭풍 표식자 은에 껴가지고 그 빨려 들어간 데미지를 안 받았나 보다 도적이. 진짜 한계가 없는 양팀이었다 방금.
Oh yes, we're still going strong here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host over here with Tuttles makes ends ironic. And guess what? I'm very excited about this next series. Not just because of our teams, it's legendary versus levels, but because our first map is Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We finally get to see it at MDI. Obviously, you know, we've seen it a lot in the past. It is an old dungeon, but it's our first time this weekend. So let's talk about that a little bit. We've talked about the Legendary versus Levels matchup already, but let's talk about the dungeon instead. Who wants to lead? Tettles, it's been a little while since we've seen you, so what do you got to say?
Sure, I'll take this one. This is the first time that we're seeing a 23 across the weekend. So we actually have a pretty large dungeon spread just this
아마 이번 판에 정화가 좀 되실 거예요. 레전더리는 아까 확실히 좀 잘하는 팀이었거든요.
The Jade Serpent at 20, all the way up to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and Azure Vault at that 20.
아씨 어둡다. 자러 가야겠다.
Whenever you look at it on live, you're like, oh, this is the free key. This is where I get a lot of
갈까? 어둡다.
IO score. However, for MDI situations, you have to factor in that the teams aren't competing against the timer. The teams are necessarily competing versus one another for who can go the fastest in this.
어둠달이 그 새로운 게 하나 있긴 하죠. 그 이따가 보면은 아시겠지만 님들 그 3렘까지 안 주무시고 잘 버티면은 이따 새로운 거 하나 볼 수 있긴 할 거예요. 그래서 나온 택틱이 하나 있어가지고.
Yeah, exactly. Just to go over the bans real quick. Noku defensive band. I'm sure we're all shedding a tear for that. And Azure Vault band at the end as well. So Ruby and Halls maybe next ones. But getting back to Shadow Moon Burial Ground, yeah, Makes. What do you have to add to that? Do you think we're going to see anything kind of funky as far as snapping goes? Think we're going to see things kind of standard?
I'm really curious on what their route looks like. I think we allured to it earlier in the day. I think it was Dratnus and Nagura who were talking about it, that technically you could pull the elementals that are before the very last boss. You could pull all of that onto the worm if you so wanted.
그래서 어둠달 조합은 악사나 용일이 무조건 들어갈 거예요. 악사나 용일. 악사를 쓰거나 아니면은 용일을 데려가거나. 내가 봤을 땐 악사의 복술이 더 좋아 보이긴 하는데.
Just because of how they've been playing so far.
픽스가 뭐지? 픽스를 못 봤네.
I think if Levels is going to win this series, they're going to need to
레전더리는 약간 캐릭터 수합 조금 자유자재로 할 수 있는 수준이 높은 팀이거든요. 아까 레벨스도 누가 좀 경쟁력 있는 팀이라고 얘기했던 것 같은데 제가 봤을 땐 레전더리가 좀 더 잘해요. 많이 잘해.
It's a good question. He is old, but I don't know.
이 악사의 복술이 나오면은 좋겠다. 약간 신기루.
I'm down to find out.
내가 봤을 때 악사의 복술이 좀 좋아 보이긴 하는데.
Oh yeah, which is nice. You can't.
아닌가? 단일 때문에 또
You gotta play it.
용일이 낫겠다. 단일 위주면 또.
On the topic of what we were talking about with snaps earlier, though, this is a dungeon that, you know, back when people were running a lot of challenge modes, every single dungeon kind of got scoured for a bunch of skips that you could possibly do, and I know there were a lot of really weird gateway spots that you could do to skip past, you know, walls and stuff, to skip, for instance, the large spider section. Most of those were fixed, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were still snap spots that were available in the dungeons in places.
정화겠지? 어둠달이면은.
What's that potion that does the AoE damage? It does the AoE damage field around you. Yes, it involves a shocking disclosure.
이 어둠달이 23단인데 23단 던전을 조금 어려운 대로 해놓지. 정화네. 정화 분노. 용일이네 그럼 무조건.
Now it could be intentional at some points, and it's just like, okay, is this something that could be used in an MDI? Because if I could ever see it being used positive, it would be here.
Well, let's see what Igloo's up to here. He's going right instead of left.
이걸 땡겨오나?
뭐지? So what is Igloo up to here?
얘 뭐 하는 거지? 얘 뭐 하는 거?
Every single one of these spiderlings from the right side and meet up with his team on the left in addition to having the 4-pack.
야,
That's the only thing I can think of.
저 새끼를 데리고 온다.
What is the rest of his team doing?
Is he just solo? Wait.
와.
He soloed it. Okay. Looks like he's okay. They're gonna meet in the middle. They're gonna double this.
와.
Okay. Are they pulling on top of the boss though? Is it on the boss? It's got to be on the boss.
참신해. 참신해.
Let's go. Okay, so
저 새끼용은 없는 쫄이니까. 저 새끼 검은 없는 쫄이거든. 야 이거 개 맛있겠다 딜러들. 와 딜러들 행복사.
Beyond this, bolstering on fortified on a.
딜러들 행복해 죽을라 그래.
Tank damage that these.
부죽이 많이 못 먹었네.
Exactly. These bone dudes cast that void slash. It's not especially dangerous for.
저거는 방금 나온 거 있죠.
double this pack up like this. And so
이거는 바로 고단에서 적용 가능한.
cooldown super well. He could be in trouble. However, this is just looking great for Legendary as they're chilling.
Everything's dead. Yeah. And the bolstering wasn't an issue as well. Boss already at 60%. That was
용일이 확실히 그
huge trash. 25% of their count.
용비늘에
Right off the bat. Now, I don't remember
소생 같이 주면은 저런 거 버틸 수는 있어서.
If you skip the first 3-pack, you're gonna have to end up pulling at least the two big spiders along the way. But I think by pulling that extra 4-pack plus the
저거는 폭군 때는 바로 써먹을 수 있겠네, 루트.
They might even be able to skip something too.
앞에 세 마리를 안 잡아도 퍼센트가 되나 본데요. 이렇게 하면은.
The bonus 10 spiderlings that are next to that bone maw area, maybe where they're looking to get some more count. But I think that like a lot of times
첫 풀링부터 신박했다.
have that bonus pack at the bottom. So I think that this is a very
어둠달은 끝나고 MBT를 좀 찍어봐야겠네.
Let me try to grab that so we can kind of see what exactly they're going to need.
And they also had the nice little Shadow Priest dominate Mind Tech as well. You see this one Bone Mender is finally back out with the group. By the way, I don't know if they fixed the Bone Mender, but the maximum health reduction that it used to have back when we played this dungeon on beta was absolutely insane, and it worked on bosses. I don't know if it still does, but if it does, that would be actually insane. But we need to focus on levels here, as their tank has gone down to the bolster ritual bones.
레벨스 무슨 일이야? 왼쪽만 보죠. 왼쪽만 보죠.
Team wipe for levels here right off the bat. And I mean, the first 23 key we see bolstering trash mobs, not easy to deal with even for a prot warrior.
탱 터졌나?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was talking about whenever Lepan, you saw him tank double pack into the boss, right? And I was talking about, like, oh, this is a very dangerous pull. He has to layer his defensives perfectly, and he made it look super easy. But Nubo on the side of levels,
나 복술로 24단 폭군이었나? 경화인가 했는데 어둠달. 아니 맞네, 이번 주에 했다. 24단 폭군 했는데 별로 안 어려웠는데.
Man, that's a rough one. Legendary trucking onwards already through this first pack of the sub.
이거를 같이 가진 않네 여기도. 뭐야 또 죽었어? 난리 났네 아주.
The rending void lash does so much damage too. There's just so much that goes on.
Wait, did levels just wipe again? Zyro?
무슨 일이야?
No, levels again.
No.
Did he step on a sigil?
What happened?
Oh, it's gonna be a full wipe. They're gonna have to release this time.
Oh no! Well, this is great if you're a fan of Legendary. I mean, this is they're doing a good job of making sure to pull Exhumed Spirits to try to get a little bit of funnel damage if some of their classes get value from like multi-dotting and whatnot. It looks like they're posturing to pull this pack into the boss.
아 이거를 넘어가서 냄드에 붙여버리네.
The downstairs phase. Ooh, this is super interesting.
They attack it early. They're gonna get the shift into the downstairs phase.
Yes.
And yeah, they'll have the damage buff to cleave and get some funnel on the boss with. Is Igloo just gonna eat this? Okay, yeah, he does. Whatever. Who cares? He's a healer. He can heal himself. But here comes the Soul Steel. Gonna go downstairs. I don't know if we can see them. Oh, we can.
아 이거 내가 생각하는 게 맞는지 모르겠는데 용일 같은 경우는 자기 힐량에 힐을 한 만큼 다음 살불이 세지기 때문에 딜이 세지거든요. 그래서 일부러 바닥을 막고 거기서 소생을 돌려서 태운 자일만큼 살불을 세게 던지려는 약간 그런 의도 같은데 방금 바닥에서 안 나갔던 거?
So I think we can actually skip something.
No, they already did. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Okay. So what did they skip?
They already did. They skipped that one Exhumer right before this boss.
Okay.
Just ran right past it.
Sorry, we skipped that. We're still a little bit over count. We can skip other stuff too. I'm interested in because we're gonna go over a little bit. We're gonna go over like 11 count is what I'm kind of looking at right now. So I wonder where else they're going to potentially.
일단 빌리두가 말한 게 정확한데.
Oh, it's probably these double spiders. Yeah. Okay.
광딜 센 거에 흉물사지랑 죽순 이런 대회에서는 그 두 가지 유틸이 약간 다른 클래스에서 대체가 안 되니까. 같은 의미로 야드를 쓰는 거는 우르솔 태풍이 좀 크겠네. 흉물사지로 모아주고 우르솔로 묶어두면은 완전히 대처가 되는 거니까.
Right. Now I wonder, based off of the ruling that we had coming into this season of MDI, I think the specific ruling for routing through a dungeon that was that you're not allowed to pull through closed off doors. But technically,
Yes.
the trash pack next to Bone Maw, you can actually fly around on the evoker and just go
뭐,
there.
이 다음 줄을 붙여서 잡은 건가? 뭐 플레이어는 어떻게 했는지 모르겠네.
Admin said it was okay, so I'd imagine it would be okay here too, right?
Yeah, most of the
오른쪽
stuff
아직도 1렙이고.
is sent in advance by the teams, and they ask admins, oh, is this okay? And then the admins on a case by case basis either approve or deny it, and then pretty much most situations they just approve it.
어디까지
I
가나?
mean, it's more fun to see them do cool things. All right,
Yeah.
Legendary's into pulling these mixed spiders. Here we go. They're going to do 3 of them, actually. They're not going to use sort of bugged circle at the top of the staircase here.
그 레벨스 아까 그래도 루비 14분 클리어 하긴 했는데. 아 17분. 저 2마리 안 붙이네. 이게 퍼센트가 딱 이렇게 되나 보구나. 자 보세요. 이 플링이 정리가 되면은 용이 또 뛸 거예요.
I like the way that they're having this set up. On live, a lot of the times you're going to play super safe. You're not going to be doing these spiders plus the bats into the worm. But in the MDI setting, with a lot of practice, you're going to
Oh no!
have the pulls go well.
아 뭐?
What?
야 씨! 야! 암살 씨!
They've got a res.
아 전부했다.
And then Igloo went and
I did not
rescued him
just
there
see
too. Splat is trying to run for his life from the mixed
I'm
spiders. He has
sorry.
aggro on, but Le Pen is there to save the day. Wow, that was just a series of unfortunate events. We gotta get a
암살
clip of
왜
that one
떨어진
after the
거?
fact. Tobo fell in the water, got gripped by his priest out of the water. The priest fell in the water because
땡겨주다가 폭풍 맞고 떨어졌나 보네.
they couldn't clear thundering because of it. And somehow they're still alive.
애는 노래
They're still
부르잖아.
alive somehow. How?
Where is Igloo going?
Where is it? That's a great question.
Can we
They
get
need
an
the mixed
observer
spiders
POV
here?
on Igloo? Where is he?
웨얼스 이보커 고잉.
Oh man, what is he always getting?
아
all
저거를
these tiny dudes that
이
do?
타이밍에
I think these
붙여주네.
might have dropped combat when they
야
died,
죽겠다. 플링하다 죽겠다.
Maybe whenever somebody was in the water? We pulled this pack, didn't we?
근데 이걸 굳이 역주행해야 되는 이유가 있는 거야?
Yeah, there's a bat. This must have reset when they.
하늘에 있는 박쥐를 최대한 땡겨서 잡는 건가?
Huh? Well. So.
죽어.
Okay.
아 리셋했구나.
Situation where
씨.
I'm not positive. So the situation where
맞네.
levels
죽어서
is
리셋이겠죠.
very
이거를
easy.
굳이
What
역주행해서
happened
풀링할 필요가
here is the
없지.
pack has reset at some point.
맞네.
Probably
죽어서 리셋.
once they were falling in the
암살.
water, if I had to guess, there was something that was evade resetting the whole entire pack. And so now they are having to play this.
죽기가 떨어진 게 더 큰 폴트긴
Not
하겠지만.
great, we'll admit, but they have enough time to spare where it's fine.
Oh yeah.
암사 좀
Levels has just been having issues upon issues.
딱밤 마렵긴 하네.
Full wipes, right? They're only just now on the second boss, so plenty of room for Legendary to make these mistakes.
Was it a storming mishap? How did he end up in the water? Is what I'm still
자
trying to figure out.
이보커
All I
가자.
know is that is not normally.
아 이거 좀 패다 가나?
Huh. Hobo normally.
Yeah, but back to business as usual here, pulling more plague bats on top of the remaining worm in order to spawn Bone Maw here. And I do believe we will very likely see Legendary go behind the wall here, have their evoker fly around it and pull that extra trash for them so they can cleave it on top of Bone Maw. Bone Maw is such a weird boss though. It seems like there are just kind of random ways to skip.
폭풍에 막 난리
I'm
나네.
not really sure how to do it as a player. Do you have any idea on that front?
They're not ways to skip it. You just have to hope. And that it's not an effective strategy a lot of the times in the MDI. However, hoping that he skips his inhale cast is what we have to do here. And so
제가 말했던 거는 다음에 보시는 걸로 안 하네.
He skips like 2 inhales in a row, but sometimes I would even accept 1 inhale skip here. This is like super important if you have multiple melee in your group because it like lowers the amount of single target damage that you're doing if you get just like the inhale immediately here. So we do see the first spit, and if he goes into that inhale phase like you see for Legendary, that's a low roll. That's what we don't like in the industry.
Yeah, he's gonna inhale, then he's gonna pretty much instantly spawn the worms and then submerge like that. And you're just gonna be really upset.
He goes through one more cycle before his first submerge.
One more cycle.
He spawns the worms.
Yeah. This is like the first.
입구에서 했잖아요 그거를. 그러니까 용일이 돌아가서 새끼 거미들 2마리 붙인 거를 입구에서 해가지고 여기서는 굳이 안 하는 것 같아요.
We are very very sad.
Boss jam.
Okay. All right. It looks like we're good. All right. So another spit's coming out. So we're waiting for the.
쫄지로 안 가고 그냥 살리네. 이게 되기는 해요. 맞아. 이게 되기는 해.
Okay, we're filthy high rollers on the side of
글로벌에
Legendary, actually.
덱에서는 그냥 그러니까 라이브 서버에서 안전하게 하려고 저거 잡고 오는데.
Okay, now it looks like we're getting. Okay, so we got another spit. All right. One more perhaps.
Here's the inhale. It's coming next, I think.
The boss is at 40% though, which is a lot better than it normally.
MDI는 이게 맞지. 어차피 내려갔다가 다시 올라오면은.
We got another one. Dude, this legendary team is.
Oh, dude, they are saying
my God.
a phone right now.
Buy a lottery ticket. They got to buy a lottery ticket after this one. Oh, another one. No way. What? How many? What have they skipped?
야, 죽었잖아. 이렇게 힐러가 죽을 정도로 아프기 때문에 저 새끼 쫄들을 잡는 거예요. 왜 뒤에 새끼 쫄 잡는지 이유 나왔지. 야, 여기 전부 없다 이제. 여기서 힐러 한 번 더 죽으면은
Look at this, dude. There's so many safe spots.
이 3렘 전투를 다시 해야 될 수도 있는.
Did the priest just get? Yes, he did. Okay. Well.
Okay, that's one. That is one. Our current
내려갔네.
record is one.
아, 잡고 왔나? 아, 결국 암사가 녹였구나.
Wow. We're gonna have to keep track across the whole season about number of people to fall in the water and what's the record for a team during this fight.
You're pretty happy with this if you're legendary. This is very, very, very good RNG.
This is some of the best RNG I think I've seen in a.
쫄을 오랫동안 살려놓으니까 램드가 밑에 내려가는 그게 텀이 좀 기네.
I don't think that counts. That doesn't count. The boss died.
He was in the water. That counts.
We'll have to go to the judges on this one.
Joel is in there.
Are they?
23단 경화니까 이거는 당연히 붙일만 하고.
This is,
They're just gonna pull the bats and the spiders into the void pulsers. Okay, interesting. Usually.
3렘에 갖다 붙이는 플랭을 안 하고 그냥 이거 두 무리를 붙여서 시간을 줄이네. 이것도 충분히 일리가 있지.
I'm down for the lust. This is actually very dangerous. If they let any of the casts go off, especially the spiders, then they could potentially wipe. They're also kind of hoping for good RNG on the void spawns. So sometimes the
암사가 있으니까 질병의 젤도 하나 있어서 이거는 뭐 그렇게 부담스러운 플랭이 아니다.
Going void pulse into void eruption, and if we get a bunch of doubles, it can set Igloo pretty far behind, especially in like a bolstering 23 fortified. But I mean, they're doing a great job. Look, Void Spawn number 1 is already dead. Void Spawn number 2 is going to die before the Void Pulse even goes off. So that was not even dangerous for Legendary. Man, they just owned that.
That is great, actually. If that next Void Pulse went off after the Void Eruptions, they were in danger because that was like a triple bolstering Void Pulse. Might have just one-shot them on 23 Fort, but wasn't going to happen to them. And we are on to the final boss, Ner'zhul. Oh man, this is actually a great dungeon boss too. I feel like this is one of those great, just like. HPS DPS checks. I feel like the wall is great, and having to bait these void zones is actually pretty cool too. But here you go, first ritual of bones.
I am also a fan of
wondering if there's any cheese. There's no cheese. Okay.
아, 이거 해골을 기둥징을 찍어버리네. 이거 괜찮다.
Expansion there was cheese where you could just kind of like back against the wall and not have to kill the ritual of bones.
저거 쫄 타겟 잡고 징 찍는 게 시간이 좀 걸리거든요. 그러니까 기둥징을 찍어버리는 거 괜찮네.
Jump into this purple zone.
나도 저거 써먹어야겠다 탱커 할 때.
They made it scale with key level as well, so where you get like 2 tapped by it, if you accidentally get ticked by it. For legendary here, Wexy has to make sure that he's baiting these puddles in a good spot, right, Zyro?
이게 쫄 찍고 징 찍으면은 클릭을 2번 해야 돼갖고 시간이 걸리는데 기둥징은 그냥 키 한 번으로 끝나니까.
It's pretty much on Wexy to make sure that he's the one baiting them in good spots. And the thing is, as a ranged player, especially
이거 너무 괜찮아요. 기둥징 찍는 거.
Because as I'm sure you know as well,
좋은 디테일이다
you
이거.
pretty much have to move instantly when they spawn. You do not want to take a full tick of damage, otherwise you're pretty much taking your full health bar, right? It's rough.
If you were under it directly, then you yes, it hits you down to probably like 20% HP. So that's why you want to be pre-moving in a lot of situations. Wexy looks like he's about to summon this into melee, which means that like the melee are going to take a little bit more just incidental cleave. Wexy does a good job of not getting knocked down below 50% HP, and so Igloo just has to make sure that he's topped before the next Void Pulse comes out. It's kind of this fight is kind of annoying as range because you end up canceling a lot of casts here.
오른쪽 그만 보래지. 나 오른쪽 보지도 않았어.
in addition to that, he's also giving power infusion to someone too. So even though the damage meter says he's only doing 60k, he's actually doing like 100k. Just think about it.
If he was trying to do more DPS, he could actually just pad on the wall.
That's
he
not
could
pad,
just
that's
VT the
funnel.
wall.
That's funnel.
기동징은 쫄이 나오기 전에 미리 진표를 박아줄 수 있어갖고 이게 반응이 훨씬 빠를 것
We could
같아요.
just VT every single ritual of bones. I'm sure that'd be good damage.
You know, well, that's going to be a pretty solid dungeon for Legendary. Surprisingly, only 2 deaths.
오, 번개, 나 죽어.
Igloo might go down at the last second. It's not going to happen, but it doesn't matter anyways. It's going to be the first map win picked up for Legendary. You know, not without controversy. There's a little bit of a clown show in the middle, but still a good showing.
I think that we need to see them improve this. If we see them go back to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, we know that they can save, 45 seconds pretty easily, though.
But yeah, Legendary takes a win in that first game.
경기 빨리 끝나니까 이 캐스터들 좋아한다. 해설들.
In just a second, but let's go
That one
over
was not my fault, I'll have you know.
This dungeon.
Doe is
Welcome
noobing
back,
it up.
I am
So
not.
in
That
this
was not me
dungeon-
this time.
Doe noobing
Something
it up on
else.
the broadcast.
What
Okay.
you got for us,
Oh,
Mix?
it's been a long
you,
day. It's been
Zyronics.
a long day. But
So
it's
they actually pulled so much into this boss here, which I thought was super cool. On the broadcast, we saw Igloo running all the way to get those spiders. And there was even a little bit of mind controlling involved to make sure that pull goes smoothly. Now, on the other side, it didn't go as smoothly, putting levels just way behind Legendary and putting the ball in Legendary's course to lose this game. So let's see how Legendary played this one out. It did have a little bit of an oopsie as well. After pulling everything that you see right here on top of the next worm, there was a little mistake. Someone, DPS got it a little bit too close to the edge, and then there was an oopsie with thundering. I'm gonna be very nice about it. Like,
이거 하이라이트
fell
나오네.
down that edge. Like, I know everybody has done that once. I don't believe you. You disagree with me now, Twitch.
습기 떨어졌고요.
Wait, did he think
습기 떨어졌고요. 사제 땡기러 갔고요.
He even gripped
사제는 왜
him,
떨어지는데요?
but- So the thing is,
Oh, but then-
Wexy was then down, and so they couldn't clear. It was
Ah.
very messy. But look at Splat. I really like this. They did lose some of that.
이건
pull, but I
괜찮았지만
really like
쫄들이
Splat.
리셋이
He ran all the
되어버렸다.
way back, then went into Bear, making sure Lupin was able to pick that pull back up. And then this pull, I think, was also really, really scary. It's bolstering. Keep that in mind. And fortified. These void spawns are evil. Like, you won't have fun on this pull, and I thought they played this really well. They used Bloodlust to make sure they have everything available to them and have as much damage as possible. So really
나머지는
nice to
더
see
볼
that,
거
and then
없네.
clutched this one out in our first Shadow Moon Burial.
네, 제가 뭐 얘기하고 싶은 부분은 이거예요. 1번 풀링. 이게 방금 레전더리가 했던 1번 풀링인데 이쪽 새끼 거미를
Mix, I have a question.
몇 프로야? 아, 이게 두 마리 합쳐갖고 6%나 되네. 이게 완전 공짜 몹인데. 힐러가 얘네를 데리고 온 거예요. 그래갖고 가운데서 만나자. 가운데서 만나자 시전.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're having all EU
이렇게 해서
teams
1번을
this
갖고.
weekend, right? And right now it's like half past
이거는
9 in EU. And they've been playing
이거는
for
아까
quite
따로
some
갔던 것
hours, and
같고
I'm sure
냄드에
they've been
이거를
practicing
붙였죠.
for that. And if you're not
로몬
that
안 잡았던 것
used
같고.
to this type of format, keep in mind levels was in TGP before, but not the MDI if I'm not mistaken. I feel like it might just be a concentration issue, or it's just
뭐 이거를 하다가
something that we
죽었어?
saw yesterday where yes, the poll mostly works, but then sometimes it doesn't, and everything goes wrong.
한 마리가 뭐지?
Yep. Past midnight is like peak gamer hours, right? That sounds
Midnight.
great.
얘를 뭐 한 마리 잡았나 보네.
It's
I've
right
been
before
awake
lunch
for like
in
6
gamer
hours.
really.
I don't know.
It all depends on if you're obligated to be up earlier than that, right? If there was no MDI, well, yeah, it'd be like it'd be equivalent of 11 a.m., right? But since it's MDI, that was like them getting up at like 4:30 a.m. in gamer hours.
범위 갖다가 한 게 좀 참신하네.
Next up is Ruby Life Pool.
1번 이거 돌려보세요.
Yeah.
Yes.
힐러가 가서 데리고 왔거든요.
Another
We've
quick one.
seen, well, we've seen both teams have pretty large mishaps in Ruby Life Pools at separate times, right? Last time we saw Legendary Ruby Life Pools, they had a tank death on
아, 이걸 안
the
잡았구나.
second boss, which ended up costing them their run.
거미 두 마리 구석에
Yesterday
박혀있는 거 안
we saw
잡았어.
Pools have a white think that this is going to be a battle of consistency with who can
한 무리를 더 붙였어요? 1번에 양쪽을 붙였나? 그러면은
Sounds about
3번을 그냥
right. Do you
패스하고
think Levels can take this one home?
아 조금 퍼센트가 애매하네 또.
I think Legendary can take this one home. I think Levels has put on strong performances, and I like how
이렇게 하면 퍼센트가 되나?
they can be
아, 살짝
aggressive,
오반데.
but it seems like there's little things in the execution here and there that have been holding them back, and so you gotta give the edge to Legendary coming into this one. But who knows, right? Any given dungeon.
살짝 느낌대로 했는데 뭐가 아쉬운데?
Yeah, I brought my own feral, you know. As a DK, I feel like ferals and DKs should go together, so I brought my own. She's here for mental support, making sure no other DK falls.
근데 나는 루트를 짠다고 하면은
Not very defensive either.
이렇게다가 여기 7번 거미가 원래 더 있거든요. 이거를 붙여서 갈 때? 이렇게 하면은
Well, we'll get into the dungeon in just a moment. But for now,
좀
the players
효율적인가?
obviously changing characters, things like that, changing.
요 거미가 몇 프로인지를 모르겠네.
If you need to. And then
I
levels
liked,
will battle
Legendary's-
for survival.
그게 이 거미인가?
Ruby Life Pools earlier today. They ran a Destro Warlock, which we haven't seen Destro lock a ton in MDI so far. A lot of it's
안
been,
찍은 거 없죠.
you know, this feral Spriest Unholy DK staple, but I think that the Destro lock looked really good for Legendary in here.
Yeah, in addition to that, Splat is just an insanely good warlock in general. And I think he actually makes it look extremely good. Where
밑에 해골이
Feral
뭐지?
should be the class that shines, and he also just does play the Feral. We just saw him play it and make great plays on it, so let's see if he goes back to it, and yeah, he does. They just think that the Destro lock is a really good play here. And I think it's a good choice, right? Because there are a lot of opportunities for Destro to shine in this dungeon. It's really good at pure AoE burn. But
1번
also
플링에서 이거요?
pure two
이거
targets
말씀하시는
while getting
건가?
full rolling havoc value, getting as much intellect as possible
이거?
to cleave your havoc targets is really, really good, and you can make full use of that on the second and third boss here. And
이거
I
힐러
really
아까
use it
춤을.
on the first boss too. And I mean, it's a tyrannical
처음에
dungeon, so this should be a great dungeon for him to shine. Last time around, we almost saw him hit a million, but Igloo instantly goes down. That's gonna be
양쪽으로
the
찢어져서
only balance
오더라고요.
they have for the first 10 minutes expended right away. Hopefully, that's not too much of an issue for them, and they'll be able to finish this off anyways. But
어차피 이거 둘 중에 하나 잡는 거니까. 아 양쪽 다 패스할 방법이 없다. 뭐 로버 타이밍 이게 뭐 어떻게 있겠죠? 어쨌든 4마리밖에 안 간 걸로 봤는데 8마리였나? 4마리로 봤거든요. 8마리면 탱이 버티기 힘들었을 것 같은데. 뭐 나중에 돌려보는 걸로. 대충 이런 느낌이었다.
Right there, and he just ends up dying. That was very unlucky.
Yeah, that was. I mean, unlucky is the perfect word for it. I mean, it was just.
루비 하고 있네.
Right
It's
at
not
the
his
start,
fault,
I think he might have pulled
right?
that arrow. Well, it's never the
잠깐.
tank's fault. It's always the tank's fault. Yeah, we did see the.
사실 루비
Warlock
앞부분은 볼 거
just
없어요. 다들 많이
barely
봤죠?
didn't
뭐
get
이렇게 많이
past it.
붙여가는 거.
He hit 1.00 million on the meter twice for like half a second, and that counts.
이게 약간 에코랑 다른데 에코는 얘네를 정리하고 갔었거든요.
We haven't seen Unholy hit it yet, which is kind of surprising. I thought that would be the first class that really hits those big peaks, but it just doesn't quite seem to have the super high end on the top end that we're used to seeing. But with that mistake and I guess a slightly slower first pull, Levels has
근데 뭐
been
어쨌든
ahead
붙이는
here
게 이득이긴
from the
하겠지.
start. And remember, the thing that we've been saying about them is that their strength tends to be in going for those crazier pulls. And you know, when they do pull them off, it is impressive. It's just a matter of whether or not they can keep that level up through the entire dungeon. As we saw before, they have mistakes. They have made plenty of mistakes in this dungeon before.
There is one big difference between the two teams right now.
레전더리
In the
1데스 있네.
department, if you're looking at Legendary, they have like 9% more enemy forces, and it's looking like they're going to get up to, you know, around 41% count once all of the
근데
Levels is at 29%. So
레전더리에서 주목할 게 있어요. 이 레판이 아까 이렘에서 방벽 안 쓰고 죽었거든요.
up at the top here, I think that Levels with
그런 사고가 한번 난다면은
what we've seen from them earlier, we know that they play both of the dragons.
3세트까지 갈 수도 있다 이거지.
Thunderhead is taken into like one of the destroyer pulls.
이번에는 잘 돌리겠지?
Done with a couple of other trash packs as well. Where Legendary, they're going to be able to skip those, mostly seen as time inefficient mobs. Whose position are you preferring here?
그래도 레전더리는 약간 클래스가 있는 팀이니까 같은 실수 2번은 안 했으면 하는 걸로.
That's really important. I don't remember if we've seen Legendary's Ruby Life pulls, right? I believe we did.
Yeah, we saw them versus Sloth earlier today.
Yeah, they go for the double destroyer, which I think is just in general a faster route, and they were actually I think almost on par with Echo's route. So You know, as long as they're able to play clean for the next 7 minutes until they get that safety net of the battle res back, I think they'll be pretty solid. I think they're definitely the faster strategy.
Dude, they pulled the boss 15 to 20 seconds ahead, but now they're falling. Levels is falling behind in boss damage? Legendary just caught up. Huh.
Well, the thing that I'm noticing both players are doing, on both sides, by the way, the Warlocks aren't AoEing at all right. The only thing that they're doing is immolating multiple of the whelps and then just spam chaos bolting the boss. They're going for pure maximum single target funnel damage, and I think the Shadow Priest is just in general better than the Rogue. The Rogue is just kind of like a safety pick, right? It's just it's like a self-sustaining class that has a lot of single target stops and just does solid damage, but it doesn't do as much as the Shadow Priest. And also, you don't have the power infusion either, right? I think it's just the comp from levels is just less damage.
It's interesting.
레전더리도 흥망하네.
Sub-Rogue, generally your thoughts on it are like, oh, this class is good at funnel whenever they're spamming Eviscerate as opposed to like black powdering. But I mean, maybe you're right, Zyro. Maybe this comp from Legendary and just utilizing that Warlock. Destro Lock is really good at single target. Levels also has that Destro Lock, but maybe it's just like a Spriest versus Rogue kind of difference.
Yeah.
Okay, both the teams killing the boss around the same time, and then look at the count difference. That's not great.
얘 루비도 은근 짤이 많아갖고 그냥 근딜 쓰는 게 나을 거 같았는데.
Behind 12% count is it's not where you want to be, and we know that level also pulls both of the mini boss dragons too, which are pretty dangerous mobs to deal with. So we'll have to see how this goes from here. But we do know Legendary does go for the double destroyer pull, which can be a huge problem for the teams to deal with. We'll have to see how it goes for them. It worked out last time though.
Yeah, so look at the left side of your screen here. This is probably going to be one of the most crucial parts of the dungeon for Legendary. If they're able to get this pull dealt with, they should be kind of cruising up until the second boss. But if this is a point of the dungeon.
정화에 라자게스 저렇게 패스하는 거는
there's just going to be so much group-wide damage.
많이들 유행하겠다.
Destroyer with the Inferno casts. They also have to make sure that they're getting Cinderbolt kicks. They have to make sure that those flame dances are getting interrupted as well. And so this is very, very dangerous from what we're seeing from Legendary.
Let's see, they've still got plenty of buttons available to live through. He just filled up his stasis bar now. They've got Rewind available still. They've got so many different tools to live through this. Igloo doesn't even need to heal the group yet because of how much healing the Vampiric Embrace is doing from the Shadow Priest. I believe only on the next couple of Infernos, when they get into Raging, is when he'll actually start expending that healing. And yeah, you'll see him pop up to the top of the meter just now. And finally ending it off with the Emerald Communion. Just, I mean,
고감 달달하게 쓰네.
really dangerous pull, look extremely simple. And I guess, you know, you have to give credit to his team too for pressing their buttons correctly.
I mean, it still was like quite close.
목소리 세기마다 달라지는 거. 저는 그거 봤거든요. 냉충하고 저주해제하고 마에 이렇게 세 개 바꿔가면서 찍어요. 그 한 포인트.
Really well though, and able to keep his group alive. Obviously, he was aided by things like Vamp Embrace, but that was a really good showing by him.
The Shadow Priest was doing
맞아요.
HPS for the first 20 seconds of the pull. As a healer, you gotta love
아무것도 필요 없는 데서 냉충 찍고 이제 마에 필요한 던전에서는 마에 찍고 근데 마에는 사실 다른 클래스에서도 많아서 그렇게 많이 찍진 않는데 그쵸? 그 복수는 특성 거의 안 바꾸거든요. 레이드도 그 신화 그냥 일주일에 한 번밖에 안 가가지고. 근데 제 특성이 그거예요. 그냥 그 레이더에서 1등 거 아무거나 갖다 베낀 거예요. 그러니까 저도 약간 연구하고 그러기도 귀찮았어가지고 레이더 1등 거 갖다 긁은 다음에 선폭 빼고 그 토템 풀 감소 그거 2포 준 거예요.
Maybe like they're in the 1 to 2 pull range, which I mean, it's in a situation where if Legendary has any mistakes, that Levels might be able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, well, they're actually, I would say, probably 2 full pulls behind right now. Yeah, 2 full pulls. Legendary is finishing off their final destroyer, whereas Levels is pulling their 3rd destroyer, but they also have to burn down Flame Goulet as well. It's not Gullet, it's Goulet.
Goulet.
And they'll have to do another destroyer pull afterwards. So they still have so much trash to eat through, whereas Legendary, once they finish off this Flame Dancer and dispel it off, they're onto the second boss already. They are destroying this dungeon. They are actually going, I think, faster than the pace they went in their previous dungeon, even with that mistake from Igloo on the pull. So Legendary's crushing it right now.
So something that we saw earlier from Legendary on this fight is the amount of group-wide damage on a 22 Tyrannical from these Blazebound Firestorms is actually quite high. We saw Igloo kind of fall a little bit behind in the healing department earlier today in the 22, and then Lepan ended up going down from the searing blows that went on to him.
레벨스는 이번 판도
Like we just need to make sure that we're
데스윙을 잡네. 이게 약간은 서로 약간 급이 낮은 팀이었어가지고
you just need to make sure that you're dealing with it super carefully.
차이가 별로 안 나 보였는데 이게 확실히 한 팀이 좀 무게감이 있으니까 한쪽은 램드 잡고 있는데 한쪽은 쫄 잡고 있고 차이가 나네요. 이거는 레판이 아까처럼 방벽 한번 못 써도 레전더리 훨씬 빠르겠다.
Every single time they have a molten boulder go off, they are pre-positioning their ranged players in exactly the spot they want them to be to bait the boulder here. Next boulder's going to come out in probably about 10 seconds here. Look at where the players are stacked up there. It was actually
거의 두 풀링 정도 차이가 나는데요, 시간이.
Into where there's already fire. At this point, boss is at 42%. They have this entire section of the room next to the wall to bait boulders wherever they want them to go, essentially. As long as they don't bait them into a wall right next to them, they're going to be totally okay. I mean, again, look at that. Boulder baited pretty much right into the fire. It's going to be, you know, a little out of the way, but plenty of room left behind for them. This is just great execution once again from Legendary.
뭐야? 날 샜나?
Used from Igloo, but Wexty does go down. Now their battle res isn't back up just yet. It will be available in 10 seconds, so it's not.
딸이었나? 아니면은 힐
thing you have
밀렸나?
to look out for though is that you really need to make sure this Firestorm ad does not get a second Inferno off. There is the cast right there. There's going to be a lot of damage going out here. Stasis was prepped. I think he did expend it there. Yep, he did.
But we're getting another Inferno right here.
Yeah, we're getting another Inferno right away here. They've got Rewind. They have plenty of buttons. They've got Rewind, they've got Communion. They'll be totally fine here. Yep, there's the Rewind.
There's the Rewind.
And of course, the Prince is back available and can VE here if they need him to, but he's probably going to save that for the next pack because they're going to go big, I'm sure. Here we go.
One of the big downside of Wex. One big downside of Wexy dying is the boss should probably be dead by this point. But with his death, now they're going to have another ad spawning like right on top of them, and they're already pressed up against the wall here. This is getting kind of awkward. The boss is low enough where I can just commit to the boss, but if the fight goes for too much longer, we could be in a bad position.
They just need to not bait the boulder at the wall here, and they'll be totally fine. That's all they have to do.
Oh. You're right, because it would instantly explode, right?
It would instantly explode and kill everyone, but they do not do that. We are not caster cursing them, and we're on again. But the big takeaway from this point in the dungeon is that they will have no battle reses available for this entire third boss section of the area. One player goes down, they're essentially gone for the rest of whatever.
블러드를 막내에 쓰는지 이번 풀링에 쓰는지.
Stasis is back up for Igloo if they need to use that. They've got power infusion, they've got VE. They are definitely lusting this, I would have to say. I'm pretty sure that they lust this. VE instantly expended on the pole here. Haven't popped Bloodlust yet, though. Maybe they won't be using it. Interesting.
I mean, it should technically be faster.
Tobo goes down on a DK? Through VE?
I hate that.
이 풀링에서 죽기가 해줘야 되는데.
I'm pretty sure this was his cooldowns here. So it was his
근데 이게 짤이 셀 수밖에 없는 풀링이라.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
방금은 죽기가 해제만 좀 받았어도 괜찮았을 것 같은데. 데모 한번 해주지. 하재 지금 디버프거든요. 아 죽었어. 이러면은 투물이 없을 거라고. 투물이 없어요 지금. 앞에부터 잡으면서 가야 돼.
I don't know.
Do we just hold W? Like what are we doing?
You just have to hold W. They're still technically ahead.
이거 살짝 데스 페널티 감안하면은
probably still have 30 seconds of boss left, so I think it actually might be neck and neck here. With just the major takeaway being level still has both of their battle races.
레전더리가 블러드를 막내에 주고 싶어서 이번 풀링에 블러드를 안 썼다가 피를 받네요. 네, 비슷해요. 지금은 비슷해요. 약간 앞에서부터 잡으면서 가야 돼서. 레벨스는 도비터도 있어. 레전더리가 지금 잡고 있는 쪽은 의미가 없는 쪽이거든요.
I think that Levels wins this game or wins this map rather.
Yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be close here. It's all
레벨스는 여기서도 아까 블러드를 켰거든요.
Pre-dilate. This is not bad.
Yeah, Tyler at the start of the poll just
아, 힐러 터졌다.
and they get situated.
전부
More
있고.
problems for Legendary on their
전부
smaller
없나?
poll. Igloo did
전부
go
없지.
down. He has to release and come back, but we need to keep an eye on levels here. The first big lightning storm overlap is going to come out here. Tempest Chandler finishes him off.
아, 이거는 레벨스가 이길 수도 있겠다.
More big AoE.
봐봐, 지금 레벨스는 블러드를 켰잖아요.
IBF being committed from wall on his side. Bergman doing a great job keeping everyone alive. Didn't even use stasis or rewind there. I think that was the stasis just now popped to prep that for the next big AoE damage coming out from the channel.
그러니까 이게
They are looking very, very
시간을 줄이는 거는 막는 블러드가 맞는데 안전한 거는
Man, Evoker's healing is
저쪽에서 블러드를 쓰는 게 맞다는 거지.
Levels late lusted this pack too. Like they didn't lust immediately on pull. They lusted like halfway through the pack.
힐러 올 때까지 밥 먹고 있는.
Maybe they just forgot to, and then we're like, oh no, we lost this.
이거는
Is that, you know, that
레벨스가 이겼.
I've been there. I've been there.
이거 이런 식으로 3경기 가면은
I need it. Or you
또
like, aren't in voice with the person, so you have
해설들이 좋아하거든요.
they've forgotten to lust, and you're like, oh my god, please press lust.
Yeah. Is
Okay,
this
I mean,
the exact same thing that happened to levels earlier on in our tournament?
Dude,
I feel like.
God.
Oh man.
He's getting
That was just an insta dilate. Holy.
So what were you saying? Is this the same thing?
그래도 레전더리 고집. 우리는 절대 여기에 블러드를 쓰지 않겠다.
That happened to levels earlier. Remember they had like the almost wipe at the end of the second boss, then the other team wiped on this same trash pack, and the levels went.
이게 블러드 때문에 램드 킬 타임은 비슷해질 수 있어도 데스 페널티에서 이미 차이가 나버려서.
Oh, was that what happened in versus Team Sweet? Oh,
I believe so.
well.
So here's where we are right now. Legendary 45 seconds behind.
레벨스 전부도 2개 있고 이거는 뭐 끝났네.
They're about 30% behind on the boss, which means they essentially have to kill this boss about a minute and a half faster than levels in order to win this dungeon. They have Bloodlust, but that is a very, very edge case scenario. They essentially need levels to have 3 deaths, because they need levels to not be able to battle rush somebody who's already dead. Like that's the situation they're in right now, and they have to play this boss perfectly on 22 Tyrannical.
Now, if you presented me
영어 해설진도 그런 얘기를 하네요.
kill this boss first, I think that it's going to be
블러드가 있긴 한데
with the lust versus
데스가 있어서.
between legendary and levels. Now, if you tell me that legendary has to kill the boss 45 seconds ahead of levels, I would tell you that that's certainly not happening. I don't think that there's any situation where legendary is going to be able to kill this boss 45 seconds in advance.
Well, let's see what happens here. Let's keep an eye on levels here as they've transitioned into that sort of middle phase 2 section of the boss where Stormheart goes on top of her.
아마 이번에 카이라카 랜딩 하면은 아니 이번에 카이라카 랜딩 하면 블러드 쓸 거예요 아마.
For their evoker to deal with. Here we go. First set of flame spit divas goes out.
손베인이 먼저 그거 되나? 블러드 켰죠 지금?
Tank doesn't really care about the damage. Easy as. And then for the next one, I believe all their DPS players just have their personals available for it, so it's going to be very, very easy to heal through, and that should be the last set that they get. So levels is going to be through this.
이때 블러드를 키는 게 난이도를 줄이면서 시간을 제일 많이 줄일 수 있는 방법이라서.
That should not happen for them. That's the last set of debuffs. Yep, and you can see, look at the personals across the board. Wall,
good stuff.
Good stuff from levels here, cleaning it up, finishing off the dungeon strong. 30% on the boss for them. You see, Legendary is pulling it back on the boss here. They might even kill the boss first, but those
이거 봐. 보스 레전더리가 더 빨리 잡잖아. 블러드 때문에.
And you know what the worst part about this is as a player is you kill the boss.
하지만 데스 페널티.
The call that the other team has won yet from the admins, but when you kill the boss.
아, 힐더 보스 하는 순간 토탈 시간이 45초가 빡 올라가. 오, 얘 좋아한다. 죽긴가 보네. 방금 보셨어요, 켄? 샤우팅 하면서 좋아하는데 되게 한 게임 이겼다고.
Thinking maybe you've got the win.
이게 3경기를 가네.
Finding out you don't, but that's how it is. And so yeah, we will be going to that Halls of Valor.
그래도 저렇게 최선을 다하는 모습. 아, 제가 어둠 땅 때 1등이었어요. 듣기만 하는 그런 앤가 보네.
Going wrong. It seems like every time I watch Legendary in the dungeon, I'm like, yeah, it's going so great. They're gonna have an amazing time. And then somebody dies, and there's like a chain reaction, and suddenly they need to do stuff that's just plain tragic. But
레전더리는 뭔가 루비에서 자꾸 무너진. 아까도 그렇고.
Map win for themselves, putting us into a third game. It's already, you were saying Halls of Valor should be interesting, but first, let's talk about what happened in that Ruby Life polls. At the very beginning, both teams going for very similar polls, going pretty big here. We saw Legendary go a little bit bigger, even still making sure they can later skip those dragons. I'm sure you guys talked about it. However, there was also a death on the side
인문학이
of the
좋은
Legendary at the
힐러는
very beginning here, which meant that they didn't have another battle res available.
지금
Going down at the beginning,
기준으로는
I assume it was just healer aggro. Put them in a little bit of a tough
헤드?
spot later on, as we were going to find out. But yeah, then the routing, of course, was
약간 내가 게임을 좀 잘한다 못한다가 들어가야 돼요.
Yeah, no, it happened at this point. So Iglu went down here at the beginning of this poll.
약간
Just a
좀
bit legendary in a tough
게임을
spot.
하시는 분이면은
They played this
용일이
really
지금 제일
early
좋긴
on. You
하고요.
can see how much damage they're doing and just how nice everything is going
그러면은
with that fortified.
헤드가
I
조금
think it's
괜찮을
always
듯?
so scary with these big
게임을
players,
잘
but
못하시는 분이면
he lived.
헤드가 그냥 힐량 자체가
The battle
좋기도
res was
하고
Iglu at the very beginning. Yeah. Yeah.
He got
it's
hit by the
just,
charge and just wall.
힐이 어렵진 않거든요. 헤드는.
Yeah. Another crazy pull that we saw from Legendary this, I want to say morning, at the beginning of the day as well.
작정하고 힐만 한다고 했을 때 살리기 가장 좋은 힐러가 뭐냐 하면 저는 헤드 같아요.
Super worth.
다른 힐러들은 이번 시즌은 좀 살리는 것 자체부터 좀 빡세가지고.
Like he is completely blasting. It's the same in the previous pull as well. Warlock really showing up strong.
그리고 저는 항상 그
On the other side, Levels deciding to
직업 추천을 할 때 취업을 고려를 하거든요. 헤드는 취업이 되게 잘 되는 편이라서.
Go for one dragon, but they apparently found it really worth to play it with the destroyers. It did mean that they spend a lot of extra time on these dragons, trying to DPS them down, even though they could take him a little bit. It just gives you a little bit of extra time in a dungeon here. Here's the Flame Gullet as well, just clearing the entire ring, making sure you have a space for that upcoming boss, which I respect, but I feel like one dragon should be enough. Like, gotta put a rule out. Only one dragon allowed. But
maybe Levels is getting good RNG because they are pulling the dragon. This is Dragonflight after all.
maybe.
Man.
So coming back to that death that they had at
제가 키우는 힐러 기준은 딜이 좀 높긴 하죠.
Wexy goes down. So they played with 4 people for a very
맞아요. 용일이 좀 어려워요.
Then rest of Wexy because Kokia was still on a lot of HP with like 25. And then they didn't have another battle res for this pull here, which I feel like is such a scary pull, especially if you're opting to not use Bloodlust. And you can just see the cast go through.
저는 이제 게임을 잘하고 못하고를 떠나서 많이 하잖아요.
They don't have a battle res. And then from there on, it's just chain reactions. You don't have the grip, you don't have the extra damage, you don't have the interrupts. You basically don't have enough options to deal with this pull here. And Rivali has so much HP.
이 플링 한화에서 한 3100점 넘는 사람들 5명에서 연습하면 무조건 다 할 수 있어요. 뭐 약간 점수 기준으로 이렇게 나누는 게 좀 웃기긴 한데 이템 똑같이 주고 대회석에서 연습하면 무조건 할 수 있어요.
You saw them end at the very same time, but Levels was just able to not have that death penalty, playing a little bit slower, playing a little bit safer, and that allowed them to then be able to find that skip here, be able to completely play that big pull that we saw. They used Bloodlust for it, played it super safe, and then in the end won on the back of those death penalty points.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're finding, even though Levels rather finds themselves in the lower bracket after yesterday, I feel like their play today has looked better.
근데 이게 중요한 게 뭐냐면은 얘네가 이렇게 했잖아요. 저거를 보고 따라하는 건 쉬워요. 그러니까 저렇게 플레이할 수 있는 생각을 할 수 있느냐 이거지. 그런 거 그러니까 한국에서 MDI 출전을 안 하는 게 저런 거 연구하고 막 그러는 시간이 필요하거든요. MDI는 이게 만들어서 나가야 되잖아요. 다른 걸 보고 카피하는 게 아니고.
be able to win, right?
만약에 또 한국에서 이렇게 MDI 출전을 한다 그러면은
They're not going to be favored.
방금 막 그 이 전판에 무너졌던 팀들처럼 그렇게 하고 와봐. 진짜 조리 돌림 겁나 당할 텐데.
I didn't love the double dragon, but like Mix was calling out, I think we're at a 1 dragon limit, but I didn't think that their route just as a whole was bad.
Yeah, I
mean,
agree. I thought the route itself was
no
nice.
one's on a 1 dragon limit right now.
You're on a 1 dragon limit to last boss count, so can't pull any mini bosses, I guess.
I'm in.
Unfortunate.
I'm
There is a big problem for levels here, though, Tettles. One big problem.
우리나라도 와우 잘하는 사람들 많아서 진짜
Whoa, toxic.
에코만큼은 좀 에바고 어느 정도만 스폰 해주고 그러면은
Question: We saw Halls of Valor today from Echo with
뭐
21-28.
단방에 에코를 치는 건 무리라도
Legendary undermine that time.
5위권 내는 충분히 할 수 있을 거냐?
Pana's gonna do 200k DPS.
Zyro? You want to give us a guess as well?
No, they're probably
와우에서 플링 창조하고 그러는 거는 약간 브레인이 필요하긴 해요. 경험도 많이 필요하고.
time to kind of go over the strat and maybe try to copy some moments from it, and I think that they're a good enough team to do that. We'll have to see though as we go into this key. Teams are sticking to
설계가 꼭 플링에 대한 설계가 아니고 저 플링을 어떻게 성공할 수 있느냐에 대한 설계도 필요하거든요. 플레이적으로. 짤을 어떤 식으로 설계하고 플레이를 어떻게 해줄 것이며 그런 거에 대한 방법에 대한 설계도 필요해요. 뭐 그냥 뭐 찍어서 이렇게 잡자 이런 거야 뭐 그렇게 어렵지. 비빌라 그런다. 암사가 너무 가까워. 암사 저렇게 가까우면은 저 폭풍이 가까운 쪽에 교도세가 빡셀 텐데. 오 복술 한 대 맞은 것 같은데 방금? 짤센 건가? 아 레벨스 까비.
Dude, I'm having a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds moment again where they just go so big on their first pull and then it's just not consistent. It sucks too because Walpen, I think that they probably just started
레전더리 잘하네.
guys, right? Unholy DK in a lot of these dungeons is like your primary damage source. It's your main carry. And then like once he dies,
얘네도 아까 에코 하는 걸 봤을 거란 말이거든요. 어느 정도 플링을 따라 하긴 할 거야. 레전더리 쪽에서도.
The thing is like when you have these pulls set up, you have specific jobs for every single player in the group. And I'm sure that Wall had
이거 첫 플링 성공하고 못하고가 약간 체급 차이죠. 이거는 진짜 체급 차이예요. 레전더리는 사람들이 그 플레이어들이 다 쐐기 짬밥이 있는 애들이라
you know, so much can just chain react off of one player being dead, and unfortunately it results in a full team wipe for levels. In the worst case scenario too, the trash wasn't even dead for them, so they have to go back and clear this trash out before going to the boss, and yeah, like you say, they lost their bloodlust. It is just the worst possible thing that could have happened.
And I doubt they have any practice doing this either. There's a situation where on live keys and on TR, where if you mess up your first pull bad enough, you don't finish the dungeon or you don't finish the run. You zone out and you're like, that was so bad that we just go again and we practice on making it perfect. Now they're having to play through. And like if this happened on a live key as well, you know what? People are just zoning out of the key. Or we either drop the key or the group is
레전더리는 이걸 안 잡는 쪽을 가네.
Yeah, this is when your rogue in your group types GG and leaves the key instantly.
Dude. They don't need Shroud in this dungeon because they just Mind Soothe walk by everything.
보물이
Well, the Shroud isn't for this part, right? The Shroud, the
이거는 복술이 있으니까 할 수 있지. 이 원래 이거 보통 하는 플링에다가 기술사만 한 마리 더 있는 거거든요. 이거는 기술사 그냥 기술사를 복술이 보던가 아니면 룬조각사를 봐주던가 그러면 되는 플링이라서 이거는 기술사 있으면 되게 쉬운 플링이에요. 여기서 이제 위안을 걸고 다음 플링이 좀 궁금한데.
Especially once you don't if you don't have the rogue for shroud, you're not able to move through that hall area super well.
에코는 여기서 오른쪽을 붙였고 오른쪽 중보 오른쪽 중보를 붙였고 그러니까 바로 붙인 건 아니고 정리가 조금 된 다음에 레전더리도 아마 그렇게 할 거 같아요. 여기서 지금 얘네를 다 땡긴 거 보면은 아마 쫄이 이 점프 뛰는 쫄 얘는 어느 정도 정리가 된 다음에 오른쪽에 신성화 쓰는 중보를 붙이는 게
Oh, we have a great POV, by the way, of the thing I was talking about last time we saw Halls of Valor. Every single time that cast comes out from the
폭풍에는 쓸 때 저 점프 뛰는 애가 있으면은 아무래도 좀 힐이 빡세니까.
Yeah, so a lot of times, unlike live, you'll see people do this because they're worried about
갑자기 해상도가 내려갔네.
getting one shot by it. On a 22 fortified, you're not going to get one shot by the aspirant, but I think the big thing is exactly what you called out. Keeping the pack stacked for your double melee.
아니네 그냥 다 정리하고 가네.
And honestly, the tank damage is very, very important.
근데 이게 이렇게 파일을 붙어있는데 연번이 다 긁히면 좀 빡세거든요. 아 정조 들어갔다.
Lepen, the Legion Wizard, knows exactly how to do this pull. He knows the exact timing. He already knows how he's going to play it.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He's carrying.
암사 훅선 올라갔고. 이게 방금 의도한 건지는 모르겠는데 암사가 저거 솔스텐 그 폭풍 시전하기 직전에 정조를 박아줬거든요. 그러면은 폭풍에는 첫틱이 어느 정도는 힐로 들어가. 그래서 첫틱을 훨씬 안 아프게 맞을 수 있어요.
It was low 21, I believe.
I just said a ridiculous number.
That's just that supreme confidence.
Yeah, exactly. I believe in Legendary. That's why I picked them to come second out of this group.
That is true. You were the only person that didn't pick Sloth to be the second to come out of the group. You know, I could see it too. This team definitely does have
레전더리 복수를 승천을 안 찍었나? 승천이 안 보이네.
I personally just didn't know if they had the synergy that you need to be a great MDI team, but they do play really well together.
보시면은 1번에 고인으로 막았고 2번에 정고랑 영혼이동으로 막았거든요. 이게 조금 아름답게 막은 거지.
We saw them in the last
역버프 안 하네.
for the MDI, and we've seen them perform really well in the past, like, you know, 2
왜 역버프 안 해주는 거야?
And so it's a great question of how much does synergy matter versus, you know, skill and long-term, like, veteran players.
풀사가 지금 막을 게 없긴
This is
한데.
their first time playing together kind of situation.
Oh no, something very unfortunate has happened to Legendary. They did not even go for the switch skip on this boss. It was channeling lightning during Eye of the Storm. Unfortunate.
So we saw
대마지
Echo
들어갔나?
do this earlier today.
어린을
Now,
죽인 좋네.
it's very, you can consistently do it, but it's very difficult, and if you mess it up, you're going to wipe. Is what I will say. Is what I will say about swapping sides. Do you think it's necessary, and what does it actually gain you in an MDI style run, which is a 22 fortified?
So the thing that it prevents you from dying to, which is the hardest part of the fight, is dying from Eye of the Storm into Arcing Bolt. That is unavoidable damage.
Yes.
And there's an Arcing Bolt right at the end of Eye of the Storm always. And if you have those lightning stacks at the end of Eye of the Storm, that is the most dangerous part of the fight. That is what it prevents you from dying from.
이번에 고인으로 막을 거야 아마. 고인을 키겠지. 고인으로 막잖아.
And that Holy Circle are flipped. Like you're more worried about taking damage from the Holy Circle after the Eye of the Storm, and you're more worried about.
고인일 때 보시면은 확실히 피가 안정적이에요.
You know, spread and dodge the balls. So the actual damage output doesn't change from the rest of the fight. It's just the Eye of the Storm overlap that you're worried about.
레벨스도 술사와 쿨 약간 어느 팀이었지 모르겠는데 술사와 쿨을 너무 이상하게 돌린 데가 있었어가지고 레벨스도 첫 패턴에 고인으로 막고 솔스텐 다음 거에 뭐 승천을 주거나 뭐 정보를 주거나 하겠죠.
100% increases the healer damage. Your healer doesn't have to do nearly as much during Eye of the Storm to keep everyone alive.
Igloo's doing a lot of damage.
데토 하나로?
Yeah.
Dude, 30k single target is no joke. That's a lot.
Well, he's decursing.
True.
고인 키면은 그냥 힐이 복제가 돼서
The other thing is
그냥 날개 키는 거랑 비슷해요. 근데 날개보다 효과가 더 세요.
Would you ever snap this through the portal?
I don't think so. No. I think
몇 프로였지? 내일에 20%였나 30%가 3명한테 복제가 되거든요. 그러니까 60%가 복제된다고 볼 수 있어요.
I believe in here, and they have plenty of AOE stops and even single target stuns to get everything down. They don't need to kick for everything.
60%짜리 날개라고 보면은 조금 정확할 듯? 근데 날개보다 좀 더 스마트하죠. 힐이 복제돼서 들어가니까.
All right.
Ah,
1945. 1945.
Oh man, 1940. You know, minus 5 seconds for that Holy Radiance. You know.
Yeah, minus 5 seconds.
Minus
1950.
5 seconds. Then. 1950. 1950.
I didn't factor in the Holy Radiance going off there. What I'm surprised that no team is
네,
actually. I
복술이 쓰면 엄청 커요.
Snap the pack through the portal, because that is something you can do, and you can like pull the pack into the dragon, or utilize that dragon to kill off some of the stags. That's something that we see sometimes.
그리고 중요한 거는 고인은 쿨이 2분이야.
Teams are electing to not do.
쿨이 2분인 게 조금 커요.
We know that Echo earlier, whenever they pulled this dragon, it was on accident. I wonder if Legendary is going to be also looking to skip it. It looks like Legendary is running around and away from this thing, which is, I think, smart. It's not the most efficient mob.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to do that. And I was actually, you know, I could definitely see teams like looking at Echo's route from earlier today and being like, they pulled the dragon, I'm gonna pull the dragon. But Legendary knows what's up.
그 아까 용맹 그 돌 터진 팀 양 팀 다 거의 15분 동안 히레아를 못 잡았었는데 9분 50초잖아요. 팬리를 들어가는데.
Well, Echo pulled the Marksman Trapper to this boss as well, which I haven't seen that pack pulled in a very long time. Normally when it's pulled, it's like a butt pull.
I think it wasn't like an on-purpose thing. They pulled the dragon, they were like, wait, what do we get for our count now? Because we don't need the pulls. What can we do? Oh, the archers are here. Sure, why not? Just dodge the traps, guys. They totally won't one-shot you if you step into them.
황소 3마리 조금 대단하긴 하네.
So this is actually scary. This is a very scary pull for their melee DPS. The piercing horns, you need to make sure that you're not going to get hit by those. In addition to that, you do have like the big AoE circles, which the stomp it can be, you know, stunned, disoriented, blinding sleet, stuff like that, to stop the cast of it, just to make sure that the melee are going.
와, 이 광스턴 연계되는 거 봐봐.
This looks great. They have a perfect CC rotation on the side of Legendary.
As you would expect, right? Like, they've been playing great this entire time. You know, they've had a couple mistakes here and there, but when it comes to the CC rotations, they've typically had that down. So,
yeah, I mean, their practice is immaculate.
오, 죽었다.
Okay, little death at the end there. You know what? Listen, though, we'll take... If there's ever going to be a mistake, that's the best time for it to happen, at the end of a pull. Actually, surprisingly... Oh, you know what? I was going to say...
1955,
expend the battle res. But, they expend the battle res, but that makes sense there, because you're still in combat with the boss as he runs to his second location, so they didn't want to just wait for that combat to go away.
We also got the really annoying thundering timing. I don't know if you saw it. Oh, okay. So Legendary.
Oh, did they get it right at the end?
Yeah, Legendary's
안 올라가 복수.
pull here. I actually don't like doing this pull before the boss. It leaves you in a very vulnerable position, especially with like explosive too. So a lot of the time, whenever the team is grouping a pack like this on explosive, the melee are gonna have to be running alongside him and killing explosive. Doing it without the movement speed buff, specifically for the tank, one, it doesn't allow the pack to get grouped up as fast, and two, whenever he has to kite, if he has to kite, it puts him in a spot.
이제 우리가 아는 게 좀 나오죠.
But
우리가 아는
LePage
것들.
manning up and tanking all of these wargs at once. Wow, this is incredibly impressive. Yeah. These wargs buff one another whenever they are pulled with other wolves.
Yep.
Cool.
Remember, Legion Mastermind Le Pen, no issues whatsoever. Even pulling one into Fenrir just for good fun here. Why not? Now let's see across the board, what do they have available for Shadow Modes? There's one on Splat, there's one on Tobo, and that's it. They've just got those two, so hopefully it spreads out perfectly enough to where they can do that.
Splat also has the Encarn Prowl.
죽기가 나일이라 죽기가 씹어줬어. 도약을. 아마 야드도 한번 씹어주겠죠 이거.
On Splat, so it will 100% target Igloo, Splat, Tobo. It'll target everybody here on this next one, and then so Splat can just meld that one off. And then after that, he should be able to Encarn Prowl it, but I don't even know if we're gonna need to press Encarn.
I don't think you get a third, and I think he would save the Encarn for the bear pull anyways, right? Because you want to make sure you do Giga Dem on that pull.
The payphoner. Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah, the payphone pull. Yep. Alright, here we go. Second charge is going to be right after this next howl. Oh, no. It's just going to be leap right away. So, goes on Splat.
야드가 씹었고.
How you bait this for people at home, it's actually very easy. So Fenrir kind of similar to Cujo from like Workshop, if you remember him. He always leaps first.
용맹이면은 암사도 나이트엘프 해도 괜찮을 것 같은데.
Utilize things such as Shadow Meld while he's in the air, or utilize like Vanish while he's in the air, and be able to cancel the remaining casts of that leap, and then it also allows you to not get hit by it. That's what they're doing. That's why they're doing that strategy.
야드의 유티를 좀 더 크게 보는 것 같아요 지금. 어쨌든 전부가 2명 있으면은 파티가 안정적이긴 하니까. 수모를 먹더라도 야드 쓰는 게 더 이득이라고 생각하는 것 같아요 팀들이.
Okay, Joel is in all of the pawns.
Yeah, he exists everywhere, and he will be taking over Twitch imminently.
호랑 곰을 같이 가네. 저 노루 약간 에반데? 노루 괜찮네? 이거는 조금 안 나왔던 블링.
Using the disorienting roars, their knock-up stuns from Igloo as well.
Yeah.
Pretty much have to make sure not a single one.
이거는 광스턴 연계가 진짜 자신이 있다는 건데 노루 한 마리가 조금 노루 죽었다.
Very good, very good.
Now we're popping the Vamp Embrace, even though everybody's topped. It's fine. It's just healing Lepan. Lepan is the one that's in danger the most here. So a lot of times on live, whenever you're doing this pull, especially with all of the Grizzlies, or especially with all of the boars, you don't actually want to be tanking. You don't want to be like fully tanking the pack.
한 플링 더 하고 가네.
You want to be kiting it as much as possible. That way you're not getting meleeed by those bears. But Lepan on that
제가 너프전 복술이 어떤지는 모르겠는데
MDI, you want to be doing as much damage as you can on like the tank roll.
지금 할만해요. 지금은 그냥 할만해요.
So he could kite for safety, but he decides that he knows that his survivability is going to be good enough to be able.
만약에 제가 복술템이 지금 용일템하고 비슷한 상태라면은 던전별로 수합해가면서 썼을 것 같아요. 지금 약간 복술은 뭐라 그래야 돼? 약간 장난감 캐릭이긴 하거든요. 근데 던전별로 확실히 복술이 좋다라고 생각되는 던전들이 있어요. 용맹, 별궁 여기 두 개는 복술이 확실히 좋아요. 뭔가 좀 짤이 많은 던전?
So
are they waiting for them to start the brews and then pulling the sentinels? Is that what the play is?
Oh, that might be it. Can we get a POV on like Lepan and Splat in them? I bet they are at the top, and then Igloo is the one without the. I bet the people at the top have the brews, and so Igloo is going to be tagging these sentinels once the pack starts. Yes, you were right. Okay, this makes sense.
아.
So they're starting this off.
와 이거 레전더리 지금 하는 거 조금 대박. 이게 먼저 전투를 걸고 올라가면은.
With the two sentinels.
Any second down here.
Surely he does
they
it
have to
soon.
wait until they talk to all four. What is he doing?
와 근데 저 단검 하긴 단검이 저렇게 네 마리.
He's RPing. It's fine.
이게 두 마리.
Surely we'll get it soon.
저 파수병인가? 그러니까 저 파수병 두 마리를 데리고 간 퍼센트가 딱 끝나는데. 이게 술을 먹고 먼저 플링을 하고 달고 올라가면은 술이 없어져요. 그래갖고 위에서 네 마리를 먼저 갖다 플링을 해놓고 힐러가 남았다가 후에 데리고 오네. 이거 되게 창의적이다. 내가 그 MDI에서 보고 싶었던 크리에이티브한 플링. 대신 위에서 단검을 버틸 수 있다는 그런 전제가 있긴 해야 되는데.
Because otherwise it could be very dangerous. And now Igloo has rejoined the party. Hey, I think that this was efficient. Why is Tor so healthy?
Healing Surge. You know, maybe
Did he heal from an ancestor, maybe?
That might be the play. They might not have worried about that too much. Where Lepan probably just was worrying about,
뭐 근딜들은 딜하기 빡세겠지만, 뭐 물론 퍼센트적으로 봤을 때 이득인지도 잘 모르겠지만.
They're welcoming their healer back with open arms, saying, "Hey, here's something for you to do, buddy." But yeah, they're gonna be looking pretty good, and they'll be able to cleave these sentinels down while they wait for.
이렇게 되면은 네임드가 팝업되는 시간이 어느 정도 있으니까 그때 이걸 잡으면은 이건 확실히 이득이네. 이 시간이 낭비가 아니니까. 뭐 대신 그동안 복술이 딜을 못하고 있었다 뭐 그런 건 있겠지만 이거는 되게 참신하네요. 에코가 만약에 이걸 본다면은 이 플링을 고려를 해볼 듯?
Don't get 100-0, so it's fine.
Yep.
대신 뭐 힐러가 그만큼 딜을 못하는 게
Signals are gonna go down, like, right
이득인지
when
손해인지 뭐 계산기 두들겨 보긴 해야겠지만
timing.
Do we
Igloo
all
goes
here?
down, but he does have his 30-minute personal available, opts to use it, and you know
He lost
like never
HP for
died.
that thing.
He lost about, what is it, 10% HP that you lose for that? It's a pretty significant amount, but he shouldn't need it.
He lose
That's alright.
he lose like 30k health. Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, you know, that's okay. Here we are, on to God King Scovald. It's
Okay,
gonna be a
Lepan
good
needs
time.
to
It's
make
not
sure
gonna be
that-
on Echo's time.
Yeah. it's
삼성님
about
안녕하세요.
1945, like I said, but it.
Oh, no,
I
but
think
1945
that
아까
the-
에코 용맹이 몇
Okay.
분이었지? 20 몇 분이었던 것
It's
같아.
Yeah, yeah.
definitely like an okay time.
What was Echo's time again? 21:30. Let me pull it up. I think I have the
21:30-ish.
sheet.
Yeah. Scovald will probably go
I like-
down
I
around
actually
like the late 20s.
I really like this remake of HOV with how they've changed some of the trash mobs. Obviously, they've changed like Scovald.
아까 에코 용맹이
I think that
21분
this has been
28표였으니까
a pretty large success in regards to dungeon reworks.
시간은 뭐 한
Yeah, moving the trash mobs around really kind of breathed life into the dungeon. I feel like the way it was set up before, there were just signs of
1분에서
the
2분
winning
정도
to do it.
늦었을 것
Trash
같은데
packs were just too oppressive.
그래서
And
지금은
the amount
전탱이
of casters
너무
that were used
압도적이죠.
in trash packs made it so you couldn't ever double pull, but now you can. So I agree. I think it's definitely an improvement over what we saw in Legion, and definitely makes more sense for the state of the game we're in right now. You know, without the ridiculous like 5-second AoE stuns we had back then.
Lepan just needs to make sure that he picks up the shield here. It's the most important part of the tank. After
MDI 같은 경우는 또 그게 있는 게 전탱은 일단 기동성이 좋잖아요. 풀링할 때 따다닥 풀링해놓고 도끼가 따다닥 모아주고 시너지가 좀 괜찮은 것 같아요.
Legendary able to down God King Scovald. Now they just have
거기에 지금 부족의 야드 뭐 이런 식으로 근딜이 줄이니까 전탱 전투의 외침 시너지도 무시 못하고
They would have been competitive. It's just unfortunate situation where they had to completely re-pull Hemdall without lust, and they did it in like 3 different.
펜리를 가자마자 있는 번개용은 한 명만 앞에 살짝 갖다 뒤로 빼면은 애드가 안
I
나요.
mean,
그 다음에
they've been kind of
번개용이 랜딩하는 걸 본 다음에 완전히 랜딩이 끝나면 그때 오른쪽이나 왼쪽 양쪽으로 다 지나갈 수 있어요.
I think that they would have had a really good matchup against both of the teams in the lower half of our bracket, and the next match that we're going to see, I think Levels could have probably taken a series off of either of them. You know, it's a little unfortunate, but you know, sometimes that's just how it goes. You know, you're placed into a certain part of the bracket, and the bracket plays that way. So it's going to be unfortunate to see them go now, but you know, that's just how the game goes.
I think
Legendary played extremely well here.
I think a Sweden v Sweden showdown part 2 would have been good.
아 저거 탕 살짝 안쪽으로 유도됐다.
All right, so now Legendary just has Odin left to deal with. I think on a 22 fortified, they should be able to kill Odin in 2 cycles. Odin starts to become very dangerous once he's dropping triple spear out of the sky. And that happens right after the second runic brand comes out. Beyond that, I think that Legendary should be able to rotate through defensives with those runic brands on the players to make sure that they're not going to be dying. and then once that happens, they're probably fine to be able to just kill the boss in 2 phases.
Levels is missing count titles. Oh no, they're not. I thought they were missing count.
Well, that would be really awkward.
Oh, it's because we don't show decimals.
블러드?
That's why. Okay. It was going up 4% at a time, like on the dot, and then the last one just gave 5%.
우리나라에는 약간 부족만 하시는 분들이
All right, Lust
몇
is
분
by
없어요.
Legendary with all of their offensive cooldowns. They're burning the boss.
Go. The burn. They literally have everything available.
그래 일단 부족이 글로벌에서는 1티어가 아니니까 이번 대회 끝나고 어떻게 될지 모르겠네.
60k almost.
대회 끝나면은 뭐 키워서 쓰는 사람이 있을지도.
Dude, this guy does more DPS than some DPS players in Pugs that I'm in. What?
오 막내님 엄청 빠르다.
Be a series win for Legendary as they punch their ticket for tomorrow in our final 4. See them make a go at it from the lower bracket.
우리나라는
We're gonna be saying goodbye.
MDI 출전하는 거 보려면은
Bow out of this tournament in that 5th, 6th place.
글쎄요 없을 것
Good
같은데.
showing from them though.
한쪽은 오딘이었어요 오딘.
Yeah, Levels takes the Legendary takes the win. Legendary moving on. Levels, you know, it's like we kind of talked about, where there was just, it seemed like each
그냥
dungeon
뭐 이건
there was
이길 팀이
one fight,
이겼다.
one moment where they got behind.
루비에서는 실수 한 번이 결과를 뒤집을 만큼 짧은 던전이었어서 결과가 뒤집어졌는데 태급 차이로 찍어 눌러버렸다.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at how this one played out. And of course, it all started on the side of levels with Walpen going down here at the very beginning. You had Bloodlust pop, you had everything ready. Then the team decides, okay, it's not really working out. Full wipe, go again. And I think I heard you talking about it, Tellson's Iron. Like, normally you don't get in this situation because when this happens, you redo the key. So really playing from very far behind and once again putting the court into
아까도 얘기했지만 MDI 세게 좀 친다는 사람 5명 모아서 대충 나갔다가 결과 안 나오고 막 팀메디식 하고 그러면은 그 조리돌림을 어떻게 감당할 것이며 애초에 우리나라 사람들이 뭔가 저런 거 나가면은 좀 확실하게 준비해서 그렇게 하고 싶은데 그렇게 해서 준비해서 나가기에는 시간이 너무 많이 들어가니까 뭐 그런 이유 아닐까요?
We see them stack up on that pillar, and if you're not familiar with this technique, it just means that the wargs are not going to jump to you. So you can avoid a lot of damage onto your squishier ranges, making sure they're safe and protected back there. And it's basically all Lipan in this pull trying to survive, which he did. They then pulled a little bit more trashier some of the bulls with the grizzlies and the staff.
네, 캐릭들은 달라는 대로 주고 템도 달라는 대로 주고.
Then skipped that dragon again and came back. And then we saw something which I honestly have been missing a little bit.
전탱은 대부분 드워프지 않을까요? 저게 석화가 어쨌든 물댐 10% 감소라서.
With the kings, where you pull everything, and then we also saw Igloo and the very back there, pulling.
저는 살짝 의문이었던 게 하재가 왜 나이트 엘프를 안 하고 석화를 그러니까 드워프를 골랐는지 이게 이해가 안 되네. 저는 나이트 엘프가 훨씬 더 좋다고 보거든요.
But that also meant that the rest of the team
저는
didn't have a
늙고
healer
병들어서
present,
안 돼요.
which I always feel like is so cool when you see teams do that.
저는
And they're just able
이제
to
피지컬이 되지 않아요.
additional damage.
이번 시즌에 절실히 느끼고
Of
있어요.
course, with the druid having a little bit of off-healing and the shadow priest as well, that helps. And then it was just Odin at the end, really beautiful, nice little, mostly clean run from Legendary. And I'm curious to see what they do if they ever come up.
제이답비도 40인가?
Like you said, though, pretty close to Echo's time.
Yeah, not bad. 23 minutes and 1 second versus Echo's, what was it? It was 21-28. So, yeah, not too bad at all. About a minute and a half.
아 그래요? 제이답비 그 정도로 나이 들어 보이진 않는데.
Legendary permabans Ruby life pools for the rest of time. I don't want to see them go back to that dungeon.
나이가 많았네요. 어르신이요.
I'm tired of watching them lose that map.
Can someone at Lipan on Twitter and ask him for that? Like, okay, can you just do this? I know the Azure Vault looked scary, but we know how that Ruby life pool goes.
I mean, but surely it can't happen again if they go to Ruby life pools. You know, surely next time they'll get everything perfect. It'll be fine. You know. That kind of thing just doesn't happen.
아니요, 용맹에서는 복술이 좋기 때문에 복술을 쓴 거예요.
I'm a optimistic.
던전별로 수합이 좀 있어요. 힐러가 지금. 팀별로 생각도 살짝 다른 것 같고.
It's enough to get them through. As you can see in the bracket, Legendary will go on to face the winner of Team Sui versus Risa Tui's, which is going to be our next.
여기 하나 더 있구나. 나 끝난 줄 알았는데.
Team Sui,
여기는
gotta say,
진짜
coming in looking like the favorites here, but Risa Tui's definitely has some power in them as well. So we'll see what they can do. That said, Risa Tui's match was a grind against Apes Together Strong.
약간 별 생각 없이 앉아있긴 한데 지금.
Against Team Sui in the next one, and we're starting out with Halls of Valor actually, which is the map that they won, but it did take 32 minutes and 39 seconds to do it, which is about 10 minutes longer than our last team we just saw do it. So you might want to tighten things up a little bit there, but we'll see. A lot to think about as we go into our last break of the day to get ready for our last match, Team Sweep versus Risa Tui. See you in just a few.
맞아. 이게 좀 참신했어. 그러니까 뭔가 이 레전더리 팀이 에코나 이런 완전 상위권 팀에 비해서 체급은 딸리는데 플링들이 좋아요. 아, 반대편 해골도 왔어요? 맞네, 8마리네. 아, 한 팀은 버텼고 한 팀은 램드에 뭐 다른 한 팀은 4마리 풀링에 램드 붙였는데 못 버텼고 한 팀은 8마리 했는데 버텼고. 그냥 8마리 풀링한 쪽이 버틴 거예요. 네, 4마리 풀링한 쪽은 죽고 여기서 죽은 게 약간 개그였죠. 당연히 실수죠. 저걸 왜 일부러 빠져요? 아까 웃음벨 한 번 나왔지. 저는 그래도 이 레전더리 팀 같은 경우는 마음이 좀 가는 게 풀링이 참신한 걸 계속 보여주잖아. 노트가 참신해요. 그러니까 에코는 원래 참신한 거고 걔네는 또 많으니까 브레인이 많으니까. 근데 이 레전더리 팀 같은 경우는 스포는 없을 것 같거든요. 저렇게 다른 루트를 보여주는 팀들을 보는 게 재밌지. 토보가 누군지는 모르겠네요. 저도 되게 아는 사람만 알거든요. 그래갖고 아, 토보가 에코예요? 그쵸? 맞나? 맞을 거예요. 예전 메소드 사건 터지고 나서 분리된 게 에코일 듯? 그러면 1번이 이거였네. 그러면은 풀링이 뭐 정리가 되지. 1번이 이거였으면은 105%니까 뭘 빼면 되지? 한 번을 안 잡았을래나? 하나 절치고 뭐 이런 식으로. 아, 요렇게 여기 1번이고 2번. 아, 이걸 안 잡았네. 아, 그럼 3번에 이거 2마리 잡은 게 맞네. 이렇게겠네요. 아까 얘네 했던 게 이렇게. (1번이) 참신한 거였지. 이 반대쪽을 힐러가 풀링을 해줬으니까 이걸 꿀 먹고 가가지고.
Wow, that is some sinister music coming in out of our break there. I never really listened to it before. It's kind of foreboding, but I don't know. I guess it's appropriate for the lower bracket matchup that we have coming up next. Team Sweep versus Risatui. Whoever loses is out of Group A.
할 수 있는 풀링이에요. 근데 저거 어글 먹고 탱커가 드리블만 해주면 돼가지고.
Dranos, ironic. This is the time where you gotta win. Dranos, you're back. What do you think about this next one coming into it?
1번 풀링 저렇게 하면서 블러드 키면 괜찮을 듯? 정화 때는?
I think are pretty heavy favorites because against some of our better, some of the toughest teams in our group here, they're sort of filling the role of maybe a little bit more consistent but quite a bit slower. But I suspect that against Team Reset 2,
이건 레코가 했던 거고.
both in terms of their best time and in terms of how likely they are to hit it, how many average minutes they fall
이 풀링이 아까
So I think it's
신선했는데.
going to be a really tough challenge for Reset
11번
to
풀링.
keep up with them. We are seeing the Ruby life pools removed by
11번 먼저 4마리 팝업 시켜놓고 그때 이제 힐러 2마리 데리고 가는 거. 저는 이게 약간 포인트였던 것 같아요. 이걸 어떻게 생각했을까?
It was an epic marathon Naka defensive in Risatui's last match. It went to let me double check again. It was a win at 30 minutes. 30 minutes and 27 seconds, I guess. Yeah. Zyro, you okay over there, buddy? You doing okay? We won't mention Naku defensive anymore. Don't worry.
아, 외국 애들이 아까 그 용매 33분인가 나왔거든요.
I'm really rooting for whichever team wins.
33분 경기 나왔고 지금 얘네가 이게 마지막 경기인 것 같거든요. 그래서 또 용매 걸려가지고 또 30분 경기하는 거 아니야? 막 이런 얘기 하는 것 같아요.
Alright, let's get into it. Halls of Valor, Team Sweep versus Risatui, a battle for survival in MDI. We'll see who takes it.
Yeah, and right off the bat.
The Brewmaster
그래도
Fire Magician combo.
팀 위는 팀 스위? 팀 스위라고 해야 되나? 아무튼
Feral Druid, Prot Warrior stuff, but
왼쪽은 조금 그래도 오른쪽 팀에 비해서는
Yeah, it's exactly the same comp they played in their
팀 스웨덴이구나.
reminding everybody that one was a little bit on
그러네.
the longer side.
그러네요. 스웨덴
32
국기네요.
minutes, 39 seconds. But they won that matchup. Chrysips actually
왼쪽
going down
애들은
here
그래도
for
체급이 좀 있는
Chrysips.
애들이에요.
Seems like Hans also dropped really low there, but was able to survive just now. And Bloodlust is still running as they move up to Himdall. Team Sweet already in fight, has chewed through quite some of the HP already, and is now finishing up the trash in a really beautiful pull.
Yeah, the Unholy Death Knight is a real
양조 이 양조가 어떤 양조냐면은
Only in the MDI.
이게 약간 뭔 짓 했었지? 아무튼
Please.
좀 그랬어요
But
오늘.
specifically in the MDI, it does mean that when they get to do these massive pulls onto bosses, they can just really melt them. Whereas Risatui, especially with that death, were not going to benefit as much by trying to go as big as possible all at once. Although the Fire Mage does have some similar incentives where you really want to just dump a huge combustion into the primary boss and then, Bloodlust and Power Infusion amping it up further, and it also kills any enemies in the vicinity of that boss as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think I talked to Mode about it, and the consensus was if you're playing Fire Mage, you also want PI, because Fire Mage and PI kind of just always come together. So Chrysips being on that Shadow Priest makes absolute sense here.
그래도 팀
Then for Team Sweet, of course, the benefactor of that PI
팀
is going to
스웨덴?
be that DK, making sure the
외국 애들은 팀 스위라고 발음하는 것 같기도 하고.
really, really nice little power spike for both of these classes. And I'm really curious to see where these teams are going to get the majority of their percentage, as Team Sweet is slowly but surely finishing off Himdall here. Risatui is trying to cash back up, but about 30% boss still between those two teams, and of course 5 death penalty seconds.
잘
But so
하는데요,
far,
팀
looking
스위.
pretty good for both of those teams.
Yeah, our dungeon is being run here on 22, and it's 22 fortified, so the bosses aren't going to be approaching that one shot of abilities territory that if the key level was, a little bit higher, or if Tyrannical were active instead of fortified, they would maybe have to worry about. But it does mean that the trash is going to be quite nasty, especially, with bursting and explosive.
아까 그
those are affixes
에코 상대팀이 팀 스위였나?
not thinking about them take off half of your health bar of your whole group in a matter of seconds. So They're gonna have to be really careful, especially.
아 맞네 씨. 이 전탱 아까
really large pulls over there. Starting off here with Team Sweet doing a pretty standard.
맞네. 아까 그 다태아장 친구.
Up into the top pull. Quite a few enemies at once here. Two mystics.
다태아 전탱 맞네요 얘가.
As well as a thundercaller.
갑자기 승질을 하려고 그러네.
But if you're looking at the top left corner, you can see the interrupts of the team coming in really nicely, well coordinated, making sure all of
아까 얘네가 걔네거든요.
and everything is under control. They're
시리아에다가 쫄 다 갖다
they
붙였던
will be
팀.
able to move on in just a little bit, but Risatoy on the right side now, catching up even further. They're also in need to take care of these interrupts, and of course, it looks a little bit different for them with the classes that they've chosen. Shadow Priest and Mage both on a little bit longer side of the interrupt, but they will be able to finish off this pull as well.
근딜 둘 비볐다. 아, 대마법 없었나? 어린 있었는데.
Now they need to wait for that thundering swirly to go away before accepting the battle res. And that might interfere with their planned CC.
근딜 둘이 같이 비볐어 방금.
They've mostly done a good job of stopping this pack from doing too much. Looks like one.
조금 아쉽네요. 방금 끼는 살 수 있는 상황이었는데 벽 한 대만 쳤어도 아니면 사제가 데모만 쳐줬어도.
And this is one of my favorite pulls for Brewmaster in this dungeon because Ring of Peace is so much value for CCs, for stops, for keeping the mobs off of you, but also for getting them out of those runes.
네, 확실히 복술이 좋은 게 지금 짤이 계속 세잖아요. 복술이 있으면은 짤이 하나도 안 세고 되게 안정적으로 갈 수 있는 플레이거든요 이게.
Having a Holy Radiance cast go off there, that cannot have been part of the plan. That's going to slow down this pull by quite a bit.
Absolutely not. That's just going to be so much healing onto the entire pack and throwing them further even more, but they're not going to give up just now. Another Holy Radiance going through here on that Mystic. Interrupts really a little bit all over the place, it seems like, for Risatui, but Team Sweet is on their way to that second boss. They're making way.
전판 양팀 체급 차이보다 이번 판 양팀 체급 차이가 좀 더 큰 것 같거든요.
Jumping up there with that evoker.
이렇게.
That was the classic combo as well of rescue the priest, and then the priest uses leap of faith and life grip somebody else up, right? So
와 이거에다가
three members of your team,
솔스텐을 붙이네.
two who didn't have their own way.
이거 되게 어려워요.
Up, and then just one other person sneaks through, and your druid stealths, and bang, easy skip. So really good to see. I mean,
as a DK, I
oh,
love that. Yeah. I mean, right, you already don't have the mobility, and then suddenly there's two people in your group who are just like, come on, let me help.
이것도 루트 되게 좋네요. 이거 물론 버틸 수만 있다면 전제이긴 하지만.
It's beautiful, beautiful tech, but Team Sweet making sure they can get that trash count here. Interestingly enough,
대신 솔스텐을 한 틱 보고 폭풍 한 번 보고 녹여주네. 이러고 나서 나머지 쫄을 냄새에다 다 붙였거든요.
Team Sweet going a little bit more conservative.
팀 스위라고 하네.
But of course they also still have the shield maidens in there, so it definitely makes sense.
I want to shout out as well the evoker here for Team Sweet has done a phenomenal job.
저게 부양으로 피해지네. 하나 배웠다.
With the Valkyrie advance, that yellow swirly, they're just hovered right out of the way at the perfect timing as well. So no damage taken on 22 fortified. That thing does a lot of upfront damage, but you just dodge it, and it's very tight timing, but beautifully done. Reset 2E though. Getting started with this Purifier quadruple shield maiden pull. This is a pretty dangerous one. It's one that Team Sui largely just skipped past, but Reset 2E are deciding to do it instead. It is a nice pull kind of for Fire Mage if you're going to CD it.
Oh no!
But unfortunate. We have a Brewmaster down in the Spirit Link totem as well. Just a hair.
팀 스위도 나름 루트가 괜찮아요. 팽이 근데 팽이 빡센 거지 이거는 사실. 팽이 저 방패병 때문에 치감 계속 걸리고 밴딜들도 저거 방향 고려해야 되고.
Meanwhile, Team Sui are going to do this exact same pull that Reset 2E are doing right now, but they're going to do it.
대신 블러드도 없네.
Which is a good way to use that time, and then a good way to be doing trash onto boss, which when you're playing that Unholy DK, when you're playing that Feral Druid, that trash onto boss is something that you kind of need to have part of your plan whenever it's possible, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The way DK works right now is you can either do full single target, at least unholy, or you can do full AoE, but there is no in between, no cleave. You either go all or nothing, depending on what you're looking for. So it really makes sense to get those big
아,
balls going.
저거
And as far as I know,
저게
Pharah is
암사
pretty much the
스킬이거든요.
same.
공허의
So
촉수.
I think that's a really good tech coming
발이
out of
묶여갖고 안 오고
making
있어.
sure that these classes at least have something to do their damage onto.
괜찮았네요. 방금 공허의 촉수 써주는 거. 어차피 뭐 엄청 빨리 죽일 필요는 없으니까. 탱이 브레스 맞는 동안 공허의 촉수로 발 묶어줘서 탱한테 약간 서포트를 해주는 그런 느낌이네요. 네, 이 파티는 자경도 있고 흡선도 있고 그러니까.
Yeah, it looks like
1번 일이
they
세기는 해요,
are
확실히.
doing their best here. Okay, here's an Eye of the Storm on the. This is
Strange.
on. Yeah, it's on the lightning side. Okay, yeah. So, this is as intended. Yeah, there are some ways that you can make Herja cast the other ability on the side.
도감 돌리고 그래도 힐이 밀리니까 그냥 되돌릴
Very
때까지.
precise timing of when you're moving her between the two sides. So. I wouldn't be surprised if that was rarely done in MDI, because especially here on 22 Fortified, you don't need the damage reduction that brings to live these abilities, I don't think.
Yeah, I think we saw now do it for Echo today, but I also feel like the 22
일단 뭐 다른 걸 떠나서 팀스위가 하고 있는 플레이들이 보는 재미가 있잖아요. 그래서 오른쪽으로 눈이 잘 안 가네요.
Maybe I didn't look right, or maybe it just spawned there. I don't know what happened. But Herja.
그러니까 뭐라 그래야 되지? 그러니까 리셋 팀은 뭐 크게 가더라도 글로벌에서 볼 법한 플레이? 그런 거니까 사실 뭐 크게 보는 재미는 없죠. 차라리 아까 용맹에서처럼 박살나고 그래야 재밌지. 시간이 오래 걸리긴 했지만 아까 양팀 서로 박살나는 거 엄청 재밌긴 했는데.
Yeah, there are a couple different options for how they want to attack this. Reset Tui do have a Resto Shaman down.
팀스위 탱 여기서 또 다테아키다가 그 짓 하면은
They are going to be able to finish off Olmir. Olmir doesn't actually do any damage, right? So as long as you, it's all avoidable damage, I should say.
야 다테아 또 써라 전탱.
They should be able to get
여기서 다테아 또 써라.
Meanwhile, Team Sui have decided that this is going to be their second Bloodlust. It's going to be getting this lust on cooldown because they think they can get a third at the end of the dungeon, which I agree. They almost certainly can. And it's going to be 2 packs here at once. There's a lot of enemies in here, a lot of different casts. You can see their Shadow Priest is just in a bit of a war zone there. Luckily, Dispersion is going to be more than enough to handle all that incoming damage, but was targeted by like 3 different abilities there. Anybody else may have died if they didn't press something.
Yeah, absolutely. That Bloodlust helping, of course, as well, and they are finishing off that pull here, making sure
헷갈려요.
goes on cooldown, and they
그냥 드루가 딜러면 다 조드 같아
ready
나도.
just now. You're now on the way to that Fenrir area. You can see another Mind Soothe, waiting for the Thundering. Now we move on.
So one thing that Roth is playing in this dungeon that I actually think is really cool is the AoE interrupt talent. Not something we see every warrior play. It's something that people only play in specific dungeons, but it turns your AoE taunt into an AoE interrupt on like a 90-second cooldown. 90-second cooldown, which can be really, really big for those
이쪽으로
pulls
뚫어버리네.
in particular, where you just have 4 different casters.
뭐 황소를 데리고 뭐 어떻게 하겠다는
You
얘기가
have a Resto Shaman with
아니구나.
a short kick, right? You've got an Evoker with a much longer kick cooldown, and you've got people that want to be using all of their globals for damage and not using them on stuns and stuff. So I think that's a really cool little innovation out of.
팀스위가 보통 다른 팀들보다 퍼센트가 좀 적거든요. 이 지점에서. 뭐를 더 잡을래나?
We saw Legendary just 30 minutes ago in this dungeon, pulling some balls onto that. But once again, Team Sweet going a little bit of the safer route at this point. They probably also know that they're ahead here and can play it just a little bit safer. But still, these AoEs are going to hurt, and those bleeds need some healing here on the side of Team Sui. And Resitoy actually managing to finish off Herja here, 3% to go, and then they can also move on. And still seems like they're playing catch up. The 30 seconds are not doing them any favor, but I kind of want to see them come back. We saw teams do it before.
아까 전판에는 이거 봐. 제가 얘기했죠. 화제가 나일이잖아. 이게 1패가 힐이 더 빡세요. 그래갖고 구슴이나 이런 거 1패에 털어주는 게 더 좋아. 1패 힐이 더 빡세요. 팬리레드.
The thing to note about that is Fenrir will always jump at the farthest person first, the farthest targeted person every time. So you can manipulate who that is, have somebody who has Shadow Meld available go out, and then press it as the wolf's jumping at them. Completely negates that mechanic.
구슴이 진짜 좋은 유틸이에요.
Not playing any night elves, right? They are gonna.
조합이 갈렸다기보다는 오른쪽 팀은 그냥 이것만 할 줄 아는 친구들 같아요.
But it does mean that you're gonna have a little bit more healing to do. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of wolves that we're going for here. Everything that he could find, he brought back to his friends, and they're now going to go into that pool. No bloodlust available as it has been used earlier. So this pool is
네, 늑대 이 풀링은 요새 많이 유행하고 있는 풀링이라서.
Basically pump off the entire time. Make sure he doesn't die here. You can see the HP bar just bounce up and down while the rest of the team is pretty safe on that pillar here.
Yeah, time dilation is going to come out on Roth here as the second shield wall charge is over, but it's going to be more than enough. That time dilation doesn't even go into yellow stagger. And we are totally chilling on the side of Team Sui. Beautifully handled wolf pull, one of the scarier pulls you can do in this dungeon, but Warrior's pretty well situated to handle it, and then of course you have the range standing up on that pole so that the wolves don't jump. But the wolves, they do more damage for each wolf that's near them, right? So when you're pulling all of them like that, your tank is taking huge amounts of physical damage. Luckily, physical damage is the specialty of the Brat Warrior.
야드 구슴 남았다 이제. 야드가 또 한 번 더 뛰면 씹어주겠죠.
And generally very good. Just look at the damage done of Roth. He of course also runs Grief Torch, but still, man, Brat Warrior is just such a beast at the moment here in these MDI polls. A lot of it also coming back to Spell Reflect, but not necessarily here on
야드 나갔고 야드 씹어주고.
One more leap going out onto the team. No rogue available.
25% 한 번 더 뛸래나? 만약에 한 번 더 뛰면은 용일이 정지장이 오니까 정지장 미리 설계해놔도 되거든요. 여기도. 확실히 전탱 가망 있으니까 가만히 딜하잖아. 이따가 리셋팀은 가망 없어갖고 돌아다닐 거라고요.
Team Sui is still leading this key here right now. We talked about the Halls of Valor as one of the keys that is rather long, so you are going to spend some time in here. It's not all lost for Risotto yet, but definitely Team Sui has the lead for now.
Yeah, 67% count, so they are going to be looking to pick up
맞아요. 오른쪽은 그냥 각자 잘하는 거.
They can head up to the Four Kings area. I suspect
우리 이번에 MDI 한번 나갈까? 뭐 이런 느낌?
See exactly what they choose to do. There are definitely some different options here. With the speed buff out, it looks like
봐봐요. 이거를 이제 한국 팀이 나왔다고 치고 설명을 해볼게. 한국 팀이 이렇게 자기들 좋아하는 거 이렇게 예선 통과해서 나왔어. 그러면은 야 니는 야 탱커는 뭐 양조밖에 못하는 게 뭔 대회를 나와갖고 망신시키냐. 야 법사 새끼 마법 하나밖에 할 줄 모르면서 MDI 대회 나온 거 싫어하냐? 막 약간 이런 식으로 얘기를 하겠지. 안 봐도 약간 비디오 같아.
If those wolves jump at you, you can actually dodge it by just being far enough away from where you were, and with the move speed buff that you get for having defeated two bosses, it looks like whenever those wolves jump, if they're targeting the evoker here, they're just not going to land. They're not going to do any damage, assuming that he's moving at the time. So really clever.
거기에 아까 이 팀 용맹 30분인가 나왔었으니까 야 용맹 30분 도는 게 뭔 대회를 나간다고 그러냐. 야 내가 해도 니네보단 잘하겠다. 이러겠지. 대정이 나왔네. 대정 왜 뽑았는지 모르겠는데 방금 대정 때문에 한번 삔 건가? 저게 그
to be taken
위에서
care of.
대전 뽑으면은 아래로 안
Yeah,
내려가는
Aija taking
걸로
care
알고
of
있긴
all of
하거든요.
those
펫이.
explosives in the background coming back to the team. You can see
펫 때문에
everything
초반에 좀
lining
사고가
up on
났었던 것
top
같기도 하고.
under the team sweet
약간
HP
굳이
bar,
느낌이에요.
making
예,
sure
삐뽕
they
때문에
have
킨 건 아니고.
everything available to them as they deal with these grizzlies here.
저는
You said
보통
it,
대전
they
펜리를
hurt.
잡을 때 한번
They're
쓰긴
not
하거든요.
an easy pack for your tank, and there's a marksman as
이거 봐.
well that's
야,
just shooting
전탱 없으니까
randomly
진짜
at people.
개고생하잖아.
Now
딜러.
a little bit of trouble there, but it seems like the evoker has
안
him
되겠다.
covered, putting him back to
용맹에선
more
전탱하자고.
stable situation for now as these grizzlies die off. Really nicely handled by Team Sui.
수드 내가 체포는 줄게 이러지 말고 가방 찍고 오라고.
As well, and Vampiric Embrace and Nature's Vigil expired, but he did a good job of backpedaling away from the pack, such that they were mostly not hitting him when that was true. And that's what you got to do as a tank is you can actually, with a little bit of calculated movement, you can effectively give yourself like a 70% damage reduction if you just make it so that 70% of the attacks that would happen don't happen because you're a little bit out of range. And that's exactly what Roth did there. So very well managed, an extremely lethal pull. But now Team Sui at 84% count. That's enough. They are ready to head upstairs. So they're going to be going and grabbing their mugs of mead before they make their way up to the final area of the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. They don't need anything else. There should be very nice on percentage here. It's only the kings and then two bosses.
잠깐 화장실 갔다 왔는데 뭐 이것저것 자꾸 태웠나 보네.
Over after Scovel, but Odin is of course going to be faced as well. You can see the Mind Suit coming out once more, making sure they're able to pick up all of
아까
those
에코가
mugs before they
21분이었고
move on to the Scovel area. They need these
레전더리가
divisions once more. They need these
22분대였나?
mugs to actually make sure they
23분대였나?
can fight several of the kings at the same time.
팀스위가
So what
확실히
happens
딱
when you talk to one of them, he does like a shout, and that
그
puts the
다음인 것
other
같죠?
ones into a mode where you can talk to them anymore. But if you put the muck of meat on them, they're actually able to be attacked right after. So a really nice little attack that has been around.
근데 이거
for
톱을
quite
안
some time.
쓰고 위 안 쓰고
Maybe
지나가는 게
be a little bit
오히려
speedier
로스가 더
here in case you
크긴
can deploy
한
it
것처럼
after
보이네요.
as well.
그냥 톱을 먹지.
Yeah, doing all four kings at once, it sounds scary, but it's actually
아니
kind of
벨트
safe.
마부 해도 되는데.
Normally when you do, the third and the fourth king together, they each have 3 abilities, right? So you're dealing with 6
벨트 마부 안 했나?
abilities between those two at the end. When you're doing the 4 kings at once, you're actually only dealing with 4 total abilities because they haven't inherited any of the others from one's dying. So it's kind of faster and safer if you can survive the extra melee damage that's going to be landing on your tank, which on 22 fortified is not a foregone conclusion, but
순회 공연 하겠죠
of
이제.
course, these teams have prepped and are ready for. So here comes that play. You can see the mugs.
간다.
Usually, so the
한 대 때리면
way
바로
I would
저렇게
say
뛰어야
to
돼요. 한
do
대 때리면
this
저렇게 바로
is
뛰어야 돼.
you do like a 4-second pull timer. Somebody throws a mug on 4. Somebody throws a mug on 2. Somebody
됐고?
throws a mug on 0. And then on 0
됐다.
also
말 바로 걸어야 되고.
the one that is not getting a mug thrown on them.
말 다 걸었니?
And then you need to make sure
됐다.
that the debuff for the mug expires on each of the
방금
kings.
딱 나온
Somebody
거예요.
is
이거 네 마리 풀링하는
so
법.
that they can instantly get that dialogue box.
네 마리 다
Otherwise
인식시키고
they'll just run back and then not actually be
Yeah.
interactable with. So
인식된 다음 저 몹이 제자리로 돌아가기 전에 말을 거는 거예요. 네 마리 다. 돌아가는 동안은 순서가 틀려도 말이 다 걸리거든요. 자리에 도착하면 말이 안 걸려요.
If you're a melee player, you need to be extra careful because there's a little bit of aggro loss on them. Doing too much damage to them, then you can easily get melee hit there.
뭐야 지금 창 5명한테 다 던진 뭐지? 창이 단검 왜 4명이 맞아
Make
이게?
sure your tank has a chance to actually get aggro on those before you completely YOLO into them. But Team 3 now at 100%. We see Resatois are making their
말
way
거는
to
순서가
those
살짝 틀렸나?
84%
방금
as well,
단검
trying to catch
4명으로
up
본 것
here
같은데.
with the Valha on the right side. But it seems like it's too little too late. God King Scoble coming in, and they will be engaged by Team Sui in just a second. Notably, they also used Bloodlust here to make that pull just a little bit safer.
킹이면 신의 왕인가? 신의 왕 스코발드인가?
On the bosses, but I think that's super fine on the 22-45.
Yeah, I think on
그러니까 맞아.
theoretical,
전체 딜
it's
보여줘야
very-
되는데.
hey, maybe the
신왕?
boss is really important on like
신왕 스코발드예요?
to multiple
아 맞네. 신왕 스코발드네.
Valor Jar buff, right? That buff that you get when you do the runic brand correctly. But on 22 fortified, I think it makes a lot of sense to just send it on the 4 kings.
맞네.
There's
신왕
we talk about
스코발드.
it being a strat that's reliable and potentially safe, but it is still just a lot of damage that's landing on your tank. You want to get it dealt with as soon as possible, and Yeah, I think it makes sense to just send the Lust there, even if it's maybe a tiny bit slower in theory, because traditionally Bloodlust, the haste value is a little bit higher in terms of how much time it saves you when you do it on a single target encounter rather than in AoE, but I think it makes perfect sense. With these specs, it may not even be true that that's actually even faster than using it on 4 target.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree.
암사
That was super fine. Just
용일
being
앞,
on
옆에
pole,
와갖고 서
so
있는
we
거
talked about
조금
the danger to the tank before. I think that also helps the healer and the tank survive just a little bit better. So definitely a respectable choice. I wouldn't blame them for that.
불덩이나 오리 던전은
I
다시
would like
나오려면
it
설계가
in
좀 많이
the
들어가야 될
so,
거예요, 디자인이.
yeah, baseline. But got King's Cobalt and now slowly but
그러니까
surely
불덩이나 오리 던전들은 네임드가 아니고 약간 일반 몹인데 쫄이 좀 센? 일반 몹인데 조금 센 그런 느낌이거든요. 일반 던전 뭐 돌아보신 분들은 알겠지만 그나마 그래도 무작위 되면서 많이 리워크 되긴 리메이크 되긴 했는데 그래도 좀 한계가 있죠.
We haven't seen any other teams in the Shadow Moon Burial yet. It's the second time we're going to see it. I'm really curious how the routes pair up there, because it could be the game where Ratatouille takes it back.
It could be, yeah. That would send us.
나락 같은 데는 만약에 나온다고 하면은
would be pretty unhappy about it.
무조건 그
I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for that to happen because of how annoyed it would make him.
잘라서 나오긴 할 거예요.
I'm not looking at him right now, but I can feel the deathly stare that I'm getting for just saying, oh, you know, they can still do it.
스트라솔름 이런데 쐐기로 나와봐.
그
뭐야 남자 코스.
I really like this encounter. It always makes me feel.
거기 막 로머들 많고 그런 거 막 애들 되면 아주 지랄나고 재밌겠다. 후문이야 후문.
I really like that fight with all of the runes. Yeah, that was a great fight.
Yeah, that was actually fantastic. I think Trial of Valor as a whole, some of the best raid fights. Yeah. Among many great raids, of course. But here comes the unfortunate thundering for Team Sui. They're gonna have to clear before Odin starts. And actually, I think that means that they're probably not gonna get one during a runic brand as well. So maybe right at the end of the first runic brand they will. We'll see. But here comes the boss.
팀 스위가 확실히 리셋보단 잘하긴 하는데.
There's also quite a bit of raid damage that comes out, especially towards the end, as you're getting multiple spears every time one of them is summoned, right? And each of those instances comes with huge amounts of damage on the whole group. So something to look out for on pull, and especially without Tyrannical being active, though.
근데 그게 좀 있어요. 그러니까 뭐라 그래야 되지? 두군 던전.
Obliterator kicked though. That's one of the ways that you wipe in.
두군 던전들은 조금 별로예요. 던전이 좀 단순하다고 해야 되나? 어둠달도 그렇고 지난 시즌에 정비소나 어디였지? 하나가? 그 선착장 둘 다 좀 별로였거든요. 재미가 없었어. 이게 확실히 쐐기를 위해서 디자인된 던전들이 아닌 경우는 차이가 좀 나는 것 같아요. 그렇지 않아요? 좀 심심하잖아. 쫄도 그렇고 네임드들도 그렇고 저는 선착장 정비소 그 약간 어둠달까지 다 그런 느낌이거든요. 분단 던전까지는 그래도 조금 괜찮은 것 같아요. 뭔가 좀 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 이 정도는 약간 허용 가능한?
Probably only something like 5 minutes or so, 4 minutes behind, but it is going to be Team Sui stopping the clock at 26-25 and taking a 1-0 lead in the series. Well played to them.
A little bit of a dance from Risatui over on the right side as Team Sui claims victory. I always feel like Odin gives up too easily. 80%? Come on,
조금 그런 것 같긴 해요.
You've got a little bit more in you.
이번 시즌 군단이 용군 그 뭐야 용맹하고 별궁인가?
What? Did you play back in Legion, Doa? Well,
yeah, I did.
용맹하고 별궁도 뭔가 살짝 심심하긴 해요. 살짝 심심하긴 한데 그래도 조금 나.
That's why it stops at 80%, because this isn't the real trial.
Dude.
근데 진짜 어둠달은 못 참겠어. 진짜 3렘 할 때마다 아 진짜 이거를 쐐기라고 만들어 놓은 건지.
Anyways, Team Sui taking the victory here.
아 맞아. 차라리 옥룡사는 좀 쐐기 느낌 나거든요. 옥룡사는 괜찮아.
That's
That is true.
That's
that
the
is
secret
true.
tech for Odin. I can't wait to see if a team. busts
의외로
that out.
옹룡사는 괜찮은데? 좀 오래된 던전이긴 한데.
Wants that fast Odin kill.
디자인 문제
I definitely hand selected to
라고 할
personally go
만한 것 같기도 하고.
I definitely chose every
can
single
verify
one of
this.
these. But yeah, no, I mean this was a a
어둠달,
pretty
정비소,
well-played
선착장 이거 세 개가
team
너무
sweep, right?
별로였어요.
I wouldn't say there
야,
was anything particularly flashy about
그군이
the run.
문제인가?
They did a couple pretty solid pulls here and there.
그레노의
Nothing
전쟁군주가 문제였던 건가?
crazy wrong for them. It was more kind of a game of mistakes from Ratatouille, right? There were tiny little mistakes here and there, spot deaths here and there. Maybe the pull didn't go properly for them, and that was enough of an opening for Team Sui to, take that gap and take a clean victory from them here. And I think that's something that Team Sui can just do. They seem like they're a team that's just a little bit more well prepared, a little bit more well practiced in these dungeons than Ratatouille. It's not like Ratatouille is a bad team or anything, but when you go up against a team that's a little bit more practiced and they also are playing a little bit more of a meta comp than you really have to overperform that team in order to beat them, and they just didn't do that in this dungeon.
폭사하고 서클 나온다는 얘기 있었잖아요. 저는 진짜 그 두 개의 던전을 너무 좋아했었거든요, 겨가 때.
Just to remind everybody that Legendary played that one with a whopping 16 minutes.
네, 저는 서클하고 폭사 둘 다 너무 좋아했어요. 힐러가 재밌는 던전이거든, 폭사는 특히.
So I'm curious, what are your predictions on what time?
님들 힐러 폭사 막nem에서 딜 얼마나 잘 나오는지 알아요?
I think Team Sui will finish in 18.
폭사 소라 나오잖아, 소라.
1812
Okay.
is my guess.
Wow. Historian Dratnos. Why is it
It's
any reason in
mathnos for
particular?
you.
No, I think about
I
the 2 minute
forgot
story.
though.
Famous
Yeah.
wars. Like Tettles was saying 19,
right.
whatever.
서클은 탱커 좋아하지.
1942.
서클 그거 주잖아, 약병 나오잖아, 약병. 서클 나오면 맞네, 약병.
Pretty reasonable.
Okay, so
76
그 약간 전탱 투신하고 쿨 딱 맞았던 것
The
같은데.
quickest life key with these affixes was just under 24 minutes. So
폭사
I'm
좀
going
길긴
to
하죠.
say 1924.
What happened in 1924?
폭사 1렘 그
Hopefully nothing.
박치기 맞고
No.
낙사하는 사람들
I can Google that. Hold on.
벌써 보이는데.
We're not using
세기로 나오면.
Browser in particular.
폭사 1렘 박치기 맞고 낙사하는 사람들 진짜 많거든요.
Terrible.
Terrible.
저는 왕한 약간 1렘 그 끔찍함. 왕한 1렘이 약간 힐러 진짜 수만 번 쉬면은 거든요, 누구?
Wow.
No.
Really exciting stuff.
1렘 힐 진짜 빡세요,
Look this up so we
왕한이.
can just recall it happening.
Yeah, exactly. You should know this,
could not,
though.
unfortunately. I've let my 1924 knowledge slip. I'll admit that. It's shameful, but
맞아, 입구에서도 많이 죽지.
my bad. There you
So
go.
Shadow and Burial Grounds,
See,
one of the.
who said you don't
맞아,
like
경화
it?
던전
Yeah,
재밌었어요.
right.
저택 이런 거
Why is
나와도
Tuttle's name
One of the
just still
dungeons.
floating here? It's like
저택도 재밌는데.
he's still with us,
Oh, yeah.
even though he's not.
In
Is
mind,
he gonna
he's
like
with
pop
us.
in randomly?
He's gone to the halls of valor.
아, 경화는
Over
맞아, 자유지대도
there,
좋았고.
He's haunting
sort of
us.
next to Mythic.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like here.
I kind of feel like.
네, 저도 경화색이 되게 재밌게 했어가지고.
Got it.
There you go.
But yeah,
well,
players are logging.
경화색이가 이제
Yeah,
그게
waiting for them to log over. Just
타락이
in case
너무
everybody's
재밌었잖아요.
wondering, or
그래가고
just sitting around talking
미화가
about
많이
how it's
됐을 거야.
floating on the screen.
이게 경화가 2, 3시즌이 워낙
For
재미가
these
없긴
players.
했거든요.
Now, is there any class, you know?
근데
This is kind of the
4시즌이
moment where sometimes
저가
teams
4시즌이
feel like
진짜
they
쐐기도
don't
그렇고
really have
쐐기
a
어픽스도
good
너무
chance
재밌었고
whip out a spec that we haven't seen yet. Is there any
타락
spec that
시스템도
you
너무
guys are waiting
재밌었고.
for?
In Shadow Moon?
아, 저 돌적이는 잘 살렸어요.
Elemental shot.
돌적이는 잘 살리는 편이었어.
Ooh.
Oh,
I love it.
interesting.
Yeah, this is a big Ellie Shaman. Like you can get value for Ellie Shaman on all
어둠달이네.
bosses
이
as
어둠달
well,
약간
in
Single
this
boss,
dungeon
yeah.
pretty well. Yeah, I think it's I think that's a good call. I like it. I'm taking that as well. Ellie Shaman. I think Resto Druid as well. You could play
Just
Resto
copy
Druid in
pasting
here.
others' results. Okay, Dratnos.
Yep, that's me. Yoink.
That's how Dratty P does. You don't know about him from the streets, makes. Drop some routes.
셀피
Well,
보관소.
I only know Mathnos. I'm sorry.
아 근데
I don't know the
하늘빛이
personality of yours.
피웅이 좀 그렇긴 하네.
Think about the
yeah,
routes that
seems
he
like
got.
we're
He's
ready.
just Stratos from the block. Yeah. There you go. Going to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
돌적이 브레스가 피하려면은 진짜 잘 빨리
Not bad fire
움직여야
mages as
되거든요.
well, if Reset 2 want to keep playing the,
영도 없으면은.
the fire mage that they've been using. I think this is a pretty good place for it.
그리고 그게
so.
브레스 맞으면 죽잖아요. 탱 원빵 나잖아요.
Maybe that's why they banned the Ruby. But Ruby is also pretty good for mage, no?
네, 격아는 원빵 스킬들이 좀 많았어. 맞아. 원빵 스킬들이 많아갖고 그런 게 피곤하긴 했는데
I think you could play it on either.
What
Yeah.
about,
I think they
그때야
certainly
뭐
have taken
유연
advantage of
전탱.
wood, I think.
저도 신기인데 유연 66% 막 이랬으니까. 님들 격아 때는 유연 66%였어요. 66%. 그냥 가만히 서 있어도 댕감이 33%였어. 그런데도 원빵이 났거든요. 근데 미치긴 했다. 그때는 3차 스텝 맞추기도 쉬워갖고 방피도 20%였어.
You can pad on the spiderlings, right? Tip the scales, fire breaths, you know, kill them all in one global and look really good on the damage meters. I think that's one of the big benefits of that spec.
It's always fun. Well, we'll see how standard it is as the
방피를 15% 이상 안 맞추면은 쐐기를 갈 수가 없었어요. 격아 때는.
to stay alive in Group A. We'll see if they can do it. Or
쐐기 갈 거면 막 방피 맞추고 오라고.
push on to face Legendary tomorrow. As these teams are really getting ready for Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
They're getting like double and triple ready, making sure they're ready, you know, not just ready.
네 맞아요. 제가 그때 복귀해서 처음, 그러니까 제가 격아 복귀 유저인데 1시즌 때 쐐기 가갖고 10단에서 전고 썼다가 전멸시킨 적이 진짜 있어요. 아탈에서. 아탈에 그 색 뛰잖아요. 그 한 점 유행하기 전에.
So like everybody else is ready, and I'm just like, oh no.
아탈 색 뛰는 거 그거 한 점 택틱 안 할 때 그거 뛰는 게 못 살리겠는 거 그래갖고 정보를 깔았는데 피병이 다 죽더라고요. 아, 이 족같은 게임이구나. 그러고 나서 바로 정술로 갈아타갖고 정술했지. 불사는.
And you know it just stays there during the pull as well. It's really good. So would recommend that for any atomic recalibrator owners.
복귀 유저들이 다 갖는 그 환상 있잖아요. 나 옛날에 게임 개 잘했었다고. 복귀해도 내가 다 쓸어버릴 수 있다고. 근데 10단에서도 못 살리는 그런 힐러가 돼 있던 거지. 복귀를 했더니 템도 나름 맞추고 간 거였는데.
Bolstering is active in this key as well, though, so that is something to look out for. That maybe something like an enhancement shaman for targeting the higher health mob.
네, 던전 결정 난 거 없어요.
I don't know.
Yeah, we did see bolstering become a bit scary for teams earlier today in this dungeon.
Seemed like the scariest things
were 저는 복귀했을 때 그 경험이 좀 강렬해서.
Several times.
Yeah.
I mean, there was only one person that fell into the water, and everything that happened
복귀자들 막 못하고 그러는 거 있잖아요. 다 이해합니다. 복귀자는 진짜 어려워. 와우가 쉬운 게임이 아니야.
Yeah, that's actually really sad. But like they were rescuing the DK with a leap of faith, and then somehow during that leap of faith they also fell down. I don't know how that happened.
팀수이 아까 보여준 거 할 수도 있거든요.
And we are seeing actually the Havoc Demon Hunter come out here right now.
아 이거 던전 시작 전에 투모를 먹었네.
So Team Sweet have been using this Havoc Demon Hunter in a couple dungeons.
아닌가?
It's something that they've been liking and we're using in some of their time trials, I believe, as well. But look at this as well.
Yep.
That magician on the side of Reset 2e does not have combustion. Actually has frozen orb being.
파열 만화차는 특성이 딜이 올라가요. 파열이. 그래서 안 쓸 수가 없어요.
For the MDI, for this season of the MDI from Reset 2e, unfortunately,
환난의 시기가 특성 자체는 괜찮은데 파열이 너무 좋은 특성이라서 못 찍어요. 아래줄은 포인트가 안 나와. 그거 말고 찍고 싶은 특성이 너무 많아요. 아래쪽에.
Team Sweet, on the other hand,
차라리 특성 여유가 남으면은 꿈숨 힐량 올리는 그런 걸 찍겠죠. 아니면 되감기 힐량 올라가는 거.
They're pulling everything and more on top of the boss. We saw them skip the very first pack, then adding stuff later. Now they need to be a little bit careful where they're stepping, but everything is coming in. The Shadow Bone Mender was mind controlled.
안 좋아서 안 찍는 게 아니고 포인트가 안 나서 못 찍는 거예요. 아 여기 악사가 나왔네.
Has been popped, and you can see the damage of that Havoc Demon Hunter for once show off really nice.
악사가 나왔으면은 굿플링 할 수도 있겠다.
Yeah, that's good to see. We do see, so their priest has talented dominate mind. It's possible that they used it here for a while, but yeah, I don't see it either. So either way, that's the first boss pull with bolstering with all that trash. That's one of those pulls that's only possible because bolstering won't affect bosses anymore. Back in the day, that would be extremely banned on bolstering week, but these days it's actually one of the best ways to save a little bit of time on bolstering is to find ways to pull some trash into bosses, since it doesn't interact with that affix. Team Sweet still having to deal with a 23 Sedana Blood Fury though, not something even without Tyrannical active that you can take lightly, because those Whispers of the Dark Star actually do a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see it on LFX there for a second. They also still need to take care of these defiled spirits here, as they do have quite some HP. You can see everybody switching over to this ad to make sure it doesn't reach Sedana.
근데 이거 MDI 강제는 구경 살짝 해놓고 이거를 다 보고 있네. 약간 이게 보다 보니까 재밌기는 한데 시간대가 너무 그래가지고.
Just looking at the trash count, they took a little bit more mobs to get here, but they're now also on a very similar bloodlust timing, so I'm curious how that one's going to line up later.
Okay, so looking at the racials here, you can see Serrated Belf is playing that rogue up in the top, but that's actually not a Blood Elf. That's a Tauren. That is some misdirection, some tricks of the trade.
맞아요. 에코 경기 보고 그 뒤에는 뭐 사실.
Something else is happening, but the Tauren
내일이 이제 조금 재밌겠죠.
Team Sui there. A little extra stop for something like those dark slashes in the earlier pulls, and potentially some of the mobs in this area as well. You can get some good value out of War Stomp. Plus, it's also a good damage race, but you get the same damage out of Dwarf as well. So usually you'd play that if you weren't planning to War Stomp anything.
Yeah, I think that's something we see even live rogues play a lot. The Tauren, now that it's available for rogues, it seems to be something they're very attracted to. But Restitues are on the 50% marker. They're making their way through that boss HP. Their rogue decided
근데 이제
not going to be Tauren here, but
몬카가 제가 계속 몬카 얘기를 하는데
these are evil. This is a 23 fortified. So
에코만큼이나 몬카가 잘하고 창의적이거든요.
And that nothing is going through that could potentially wipe your group. Really nicely done by Team Sweet.
Yeah, they're going to use Shroud of Concealment here as well to skip past that first Exhumer. The second Exhumer as well. Looks like they're
에코보다 창의적인 플링들이 있어요, 몬카는. 근데 약간 손가락은 에코가 조금 더 우위예요. 확실히 게임은 에코가 더 잘해. 그렇다고 해서 엄청 막 다 엄청 훨씬 잘한다 이건 아니고 비슷하게 살짝 차이 나는? 그래갖고 저는 그 몬카가 우승을 한번 했으면 좋겠거든요 진짜. 지난 시즌에 몬카 우승 못한 게 너무 아쉬워가지고.
Look at that rogue damage coming out of serrated short.
아까 예선 기록을 보고 왔는데
just showing off rogues for once. We
아
have
그래요?
seen
3월 초예요?
some of the groups, but usually not topping DPS.
다 다음 주인가 보네.
I suspect there was
그러면
moon used as
다음 주는 몬카가 안 나오는구나. 다음 주는 퍼플렉스드랑 거기 나오겠네.
Team Sweet now finishing off that pull here. You could just see the War Stump go out by Serrated. We spoke about a few seconds ago. Really nice to deal with these souls and the Dominators, getting them under control. Now they'll be on their way to actually pull this boss.
Yeah, this is an interesting boss because it kind of doesn't do anything. But then it does have that downstairs spirit phase where if you're not prepared for it, you can just get killed by the damage of being down there, especially if you're not playing with a healer that can toss a hot on you before you go down, right? Which Evoker can, so that makes it a little bit safer. Also, I'm sure that they have a plan for doing enough damage to those, but besides that, you've just got this Void Vortex, and you can see they're not even respecting Void Vortex at all. They're just staying in and doing their damage because it doesn't do enough to actually threaten them. They know they're
뭐 나온 거
gonna
있었나요?
Everybody's now sent downstairs. They're killing their souls. And oh, we've actually got the tech to see all of the players and their souls at once. They're grabbing their souls. Once you grab your soul, you get a nice little
좀 평이하네.
damage buff as well. So can be tempting to save cooldowns, but usually it's better to just get 2 uses of cooldowns, right? Not have them be off cooldown for too long and just send them on cooldown. Sometimes it can be worth holding a little bit so that you get them in your damage.
아까 레전더리였나? 이거 뒤에 쫄 갖다 붙인 게? 이거 잡다가 뒤에 쫄을 갖다 붙였거든요. 이게 뭐 무슨 기믹이 있나 보네. 문이 안 열려 있네.
But I think usually in keys you wanna go fast and use as much as possible. It does make sense. Often you get 2 of these amps here on Nalish as well. So sometimes one of them doesn't align, but the second one does. Risatoy is now also on their way. I'm wondering if they're also going to do the Dominator first. They're now finishing up on the Exhumer. Probably looking to skip on the right side as well. Let's see how that one goes. Seems like they're not proccing the Exhumer, and it seems like they're going right into that boss fight. Notably, they did get that trash count earlier, where Team Sui had less. So now they're getting closer to each other, and even though there's a full boss HP behind the 2 teams, there's still 4% more on Resatui. So these teams are a lot closer than what it might look like at just a first glance.
Team Sui are going to head over and do the other Dominator pull on the side here. This is another great source of count. Look what they're doing here as well. They're not interrupting the domination.
양쪽 다 지금 루트가 그냥 글로벌 루트라서
those mobs nice and grouped up. But as soon as you do that, those Dominators will start casting, and they'll start casting a lot of stuff that you want to interrupt. If you just leave them on their initial channel of domination, then they'll just keep powering up those subjugated souls and making the subjugated souls chase after their threat target. And it's actually can be quite a bit safer to just leave them doing that for a while until at least you're ready to interrupt all of their remaining casts for the rest of the pull.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw from Team Sui. You could see the boom go off, Domination just channeling, and then once they were ready to have the War Stomp, actually from the Rogue ready again, they interrupted and then succeed, making sure that none of these casts go through. Now,
맞아요. 지금 요새 대세는 영혼방지 쿨 줄이는 거랑 그 정수 6개 특성을 빼고 배감기 2개를 주는 게 유행이거든요.
Nigel is toggling down, getting some of the extra spiders, but seems like that is going to be it for now. They don't want to kite this one down and go a little bit bigger.
근데 저도 약간 영혼방기에 집착하는 편이라서
These bats do a spit, this bit hurts, so it does make sense that you want to keep it a little bit more controlled here from the side of Team Sui. It does require a lot of interrupts to
약간
make sure
별궁이라든지
you're not taking too much unnecessary damage, and to make sure that your evoker can also keep doing damage. Like every once in a while I glance at the details and I'm just looking at the healer DPS, and it's pretty crazy right now.
그거 살불 딜 1%가 아니에요. 그거 한 포인트당 거의 딜 5% 이상 빠져요. 그건 빼면 안 돼요.
Using that Broodkeeper staff, then the damage gets quite good, quite quickly. So one of the reasons that spec is seeing so much play is just how much consistent damage it's doing. Shaman though do a lot of damage as well. Is over on the side of Reset Dewey. You can see Zephyr in there keeping up 50k on this pull. That Acid Rain ability tied to the Healing Rain does a lot. Ooh, they've gotten that second Exhumer pulled in kind of late here. That thing is going to pick up some bolstering stacks, and I suspect this is going to be quite costly in terms of time, although it shouldn't be too dangerous because you can just keep those Void Bolts interrupted.
뭐 다른 거 안 하나?
I mean, they do run or you don't keep them interrupted.
약간 잘 꺾었거든요 지금.
It was safe. We were safe. We were protected. Everything's good. Like you said, they're going to be spending a little bit of time just single target DPSing a mob. That's usually something teams want to avoid at all costs, but it seems like it just wasn't triggered earlier. They then realized, so then triggered it just a little bit later. But Prostitutes will now be on their way as well to those spiders. And let's see how big they go, while Team Sui is on a very conservative pull with the Worm, just getting those bats in there in a second, I assume. but seems like Resatoys also don't want to go too.
아, 하나
big
남긴
here.
했는데.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about these bats because they do that
용
disease that you
출동하나?
mentioned that does a lot of damage. In theory, your priests could be playing a disease dispel. In practice, neither of these priests have talented that. They're saying, you know, just heal me or whatever, or we're gonna interrupt it. You know, I'm not using a talent point on that.
이거 뭐 그냥 제가 늘상 도는
that's some good DPS player mindset.
그거랑 똑같잖아요.
Some of those spits.
내가 늘상 도는 그 어둠따라고 똑같잖아.
You can also get out of it using some effects. Any effect that would remove a slow from you, because that disease has a slow component, also removes that. So something like Vanish, in addition to obviously stuff like Cloak of Shadows. And for Risatui, Tiger's Lust from your monk. If your monk Tiger's Lust the person that's got those, it will dispel them. The monk also can
심지어
play,
시간도 비슷한 것 같은데?
can play Detox, although in this case, again, not talenting that, but Tiger's Lust is something you do talent, so it can be used very effectively against that ability.
Yeah, nice little utility coming out of that monk. And
이것도 안 하네.
into this cup for Satois, we're actually a team that we're like, okay, our prot warrior is really not where we wanted to be. We feel much more comfortable on that brewmaster, which is why
이게 석화야, 석화.
playing that brewmaster. We saw him on the prot warrior in one of the time trials at the very beginning, just trying it
다
out.
두어프네.
And then they decided that comfort over meta, they're just going to go with the brewmaster, and they've gotten so far. So I think that's really good to see different specs. And
여기는 나일이 필요가 없거든요. 그 단일 타겟으로 씹을 스킬들이
yeah,
없어가지고.
Team Sweet on their way to the next boss. Now, earlier with Legendary, we had, I would say, a very lucky row of interactions with only 2 inhales over the entire.
간다. 그래, 이거.
That's what Team Sweet does. But
악사 저 땡기러 갔죠?
Spiders first.
이렇게. 하나 나왔네.
So, a little jump around the side there. Little piece of tech, and they're actually heading back.
제가 이걸
now
설명하고
to
싶었어요.
help bring the mobs over towards where they want.
이렇게 하면은 저 뒤에 거미 4마리 그 박쥐랑 거미에다가 이 새끼 거미들이 추가가 돼서 퍼센트를 좀 더 줘요.
For some reason they're there, and you can grab them if you pull that pack before Bone Maw dies by heading around the side like that. So, nice way to secure a little bit of easy count from those little spiderlings. And in theory, you could take this pull into boss as well, although it is a little bit more dangerous to do so. I'm not sure if Team Sui maybe do that sometimes, maybe would plan to do that against a team that they were more worried about on the time.
이걸 하는 이유는 새끼 거미들 때문에.
They're a little bit more playing it safe. We'll see though. We'll see if Risatui have a similar idea. Havoc Demon Hunter, one of the easiest ways of getting around there, right? Just a jump around and a dash each time. Although you could do it with Risatui's comp.
자, 3렘 시작했거든요.
Tougher though.
쉬세요.
Use like Potion of Gusts to get over there,
여러분들.
and Grip to get back, or you would be doing something really slow, like setting a Transcendence and then swimming all the way around.
네, 장실탐 하시고요.
Slow.
Yeah, we can see Serrated get a little bit of extra damage there for a second, but Bloodlust has been popped on the side of.
네, 근데 넘어갈 수 있는 클이 용일, 그러니까 용, 악사, 야돌. 야돌 같은 경우는 이충전이 아니니까 전사사제 조합으로 안 될 수도 있고 잘하면 될 듯? 근데 저게 약간 2단 점프했을 때 아니면 시야가 잘 안 나오거든요. 될 것 같긴 한데 된다고 확신은 못 하겠어요.
Yeah, a little bit of darkness value coming out here. Yeah, this is looking good, and a good opportunity for darkness, right? Pretty rare in an M+ dungeon that you can get all your range and all your melee.
3렘을 양쪽에서 하고 있어. 이게 무슨
Stays like that, but
야, 어둠달 진짜.
and able to press darkness for some good value. They do get their submerge phase here.
어둠달은 대회 던전에서 빼야 되는 게 맞지 않나.
But it's okay. The boss is at 24% health and dropping. Risatui though not far behind at all.
그거를 감안해서 경화로 짠 거 같긴 해. 그나마. 어둠달 어픽스 폭군으로 설정했으면은 진짜 이거 3렘 잡고 있을 때 시청자 시청자 진짜 반토막 났다 이거.
What if Resatui actually whips one out and does the pull that we saw from Legendary, where they pull the spiders, the bats, the spiders, and both of the voids into each other. I think that's a crazy pull, but they're not using Bloodlust on Bone Maw. So I'm kind of sussy. I feel like they might be doing that, and if they
폭군
do,
때는 이거
they
거의 한
definitely
5분
have
넘게
won my
잡아요,
respect for
진짜.
this round.
힘들어.
We're gonna see how this one goes as Team Sweet make their way to these two void spawns that we just talked about. These are pretty evil. It is
이번 주 어둠달은 꿀돌이긴 한데
these guys are just a pain to
힘들긴
deal
해요.
with, and I want you to keep a look on those HP bars. Of course, we have that evoker.
이게 25단인가 26단부터 원빵 나거든요. 그래갖고 이 뒤쪽에 보면은 살짝 틈 같은 게 있어요. 이 첫 번째 칸에는 없고 두 번째 칸에 보면은 살짝 숨는 데가 있어요. 샤프라는 데가. 샤프를 무조건 해야 돼요.
Are very, very nasty.
Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter.
샤프를 안 해도 괜찮은 거는 약간 맥시멈이 24단?
So many swirlies, and even though you're a melee DPS, you gotta find time to cast your eye beam. You gotta find
25단부터는 살고 싶으면은 숨어라. 네, 안 들어와요. 근데 이게 바닥 가는 패턴하고 같이 있으니까 미리 기둥 옆에 있으면 안 되고 패턴 올 때만.
On some of the players in the group here, so they gotta make sure that they are fully topped between each of those pulses, but they've done it. They've taken care of the last piece of trash in this dungeon. 100%, that's what we like to see. It always feels bad whenever you're like 97%, you're like, oh no, we have to come back after the last boss, but Team Sui have avoided that fate.
별 생각이 없다 이제.
Looks like they are going to be playing a little bit.
막냄도 지겹잖아. 막냄도 뭐 이것이.
Yeah, I was hoping that's what they're up to.
이게 막냄이 아프긴 아프거든요.
It would have been super fun if Versaturi would have just come out and been like, okay, we know we're a little bit behind. Let's just send it. Let's go.
정하면 나올 거고.
Just gonna go for it.
정하면 나올 거고 폭군이면 안 나올 거예요. 정한지 폭군인지 기억이 안 나네.
One death in this dungeon here, and we talked about the timer before, reminding you the legendary. It's funny, yeah, they're all legendary.
그럼 나올 거예요. 그러니까 꼭 제가 숨지 않더라도 팀원들이 숨는 그런 게 나올 거예요.
Yeah, we just passed 1812 there, so my prediction not working out. Ooh, Risatui. Okay, they've. Oh, it's a 1v1. Corpse Spider versus Frost Mage. Oh. Okay, ends up losing the 1v1, but Nitro gets there in time to get the tag, so we are good. Risatui keeping it alive, but Team Sui now 50% on this boss. Their priest is doing all of this baiting of these omens, because the way that those omens work is they will prefer to target a ranged DPS player if you have one. If you don't have one of those, they'll prefer to target a ranged healer. And if you don't have one of those, they just pick anybody, and so you'll get them in melee. If you have like a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver that's a melee healer.
패턴 씹히는 거요?
You just have one ranged DPS, so you know every time that cast is going to come out, it's going to be under your Shadow Priest, and they can be ready to move and placing
맞아요.
for the rest of the group as well. So the rest of the group.
그 폭군이면은 원빵 날 수도 있을 듯? 그래갖고 저는 그때 무조건 생존기 주라고 하긴 하거든요. 그거는 뭐 그냥 랜덤이라서 생존기를 미리 주고 대처하거나 한팅 맞고 힐업 바로 해주거나 그런 거밖에 없어요. 뭔 말하는지 알아요. 그 타액 2개 맞고 죽는 그거. 전 아직 죽어본 적은 없는데 그 타이밍이 워낙 아프니까 미리 콜을 하거든요. 그때 뭐 쓰라고 안 쓰면 죽어 뭐 이런 그 약간 제 말투에 그런 콜 있잖아요. 뭐 안 쓰면 죽을 거야. 그냥 랜덤으로 꼽는 거예요. 붙어도. 네, 맞아요. 붙어 있어도 랜덤하게 꼽아요. 약간 동그란 쬐깐한 콩알탕 같은 거 날아가면서 맞추잖아요. 뭐야? 여기 왜 전멸했냐? 쫄 1% 부족하네 또. 쫄 1% 부족하다고 포기했네.
Yeah, that's gonna be an uphill battle, I suspect, for Team Sui, but they've got to be excited about making it that far and about surviving in this bracket. We are saying
확실히 사고 날 단수가 아니니까.
I thought it was really cool to see what they brought to this tournament. I loved the Brewmaster, the Mage, the Frost Mage here. That was very cool. The damage done, not looking too phenomenal for that spec here, but you gotta remember they do funnel damage, so a lot of that is damage to important targets while everybody else is padding. So that's what you got to keep in mind about the Frost Mage.
And he wasn't really padding the damage meters, he was more padding the death meters, so he was winning at something. Now Frost is actually a pretty solid pick.
내일은 볼 것 같아요. 내일은 확실히 재밌으니까. 근데 다음 주는 모르겠네.
It's just, fire seems a little safer, but that's okay. That wasn't what lost them this dungeon. Like, really, there were just too many small mistakes over the course of it. Their pace through the dungeon was a lot slower.
오늘 약간 켜보면서 그게 약간 있었어요. 이게 저작권으로 뭘 이렇게 태클을 받거나 아니면 뭐 그런 게 있을 것 같았는데 그냥 아예 그 트위치 DM으로 오더라고요. 그냥 이런 거 작성하고 하면 된다. 뭐 그래가지고 작성을 아까 방송하면서 했어요. 그래서 이렇게 뭐 켜놓고 하는 게 문제가 없다고 하니까.
And they go on to take this series too. So just, well played all around from Team Sui. Of course, the question now is, since we're done with Day 2, we've eliminated half of our teams, how are they going to match up tomorrow against Legendary? Because that's going to be what this team has to worry about. They're going to be in our lower bracket matchup after our upper finals match tomorrow.
저도 약간 집에서 편하게 약간 보면서 하는 거라서 힘들지는 않은데 뭐 준비하고 하는 것도 아니라서 힘들지는 않은데 졸리네. 일단 내일은 그래도 좀 강팀들 하니까 뭐 재밌을 것 같아요. 내일은 일단 하고.
Legendary wasn't a clean run either, right? They had that.
암사 기용되는 거 처음일 거려 MDI에서는. 암사 많이 컸지. 야 진짜 암사 많이 컸다 이런 느낌이긴 해요 지금. 야드도 마찬가지고.
So we'll see how that goes tomorrow. But so far through to the top 4, pretty great performance.
MDI를 벼가 이 시즌부터 보긴 했는데 뭐 그 전에도 있었는데 뭐 아무튼 처음 보는 듯 암사 야드. 뭐 부죽음 기존에도 몇 번 나왔으니까.
That'll be a really good one. Remember, Sloth is one of the few teams out there that have taken dungeons off of Echo before. So this one could be fairly close.
Yeah, they showed up really strong, specifically in Shadowlands as one of the teams in the MDI. And I'm always curious to what they're do because they're one of the teams that
근데
come
좀
up with really cool routes of their own. So I am very curious to see what they do. I think
쉽다고 해야 되나?
for a surprise depending on
옹룡사가
what's going to happen.
단수가 낮잖아요. 단수가 낮아서.
To be the very first Azure Vault we see as it's not skippable.
그러니까 걔네들이 하는 게 어렵지가 않아요. 난이도가 높은 플링들이 아니에요.
Surely is something.
그리고 일단 그거를 감안해야 되는 게 걔네들은 완전 풀템이에요. 그러니까 완전 풀템에다가 사제 인내 맞죠? 피통이 되게 클 거예요. 그러니까 우리가 보통 세게 돌 때 32만에서 33만 요 정도잖아요. 그쵸? 파밍 좀 하신 분들? 뭐 조금 템 좀 잘 먹었다 하시는 분들은 뭐 한 34만 정도일 거고. 근데 쟤네들은 아마 그냥 템만 입고 있어도 피통이 아마 35만 정도 될 거예요. 35만에서 뭐 36만 이 정도? 거기 인내 받으면은 37, 8만 정도 될 거거든요. 이게 수치가 안 나와서 뭐 정확하진 않은데.
How much teams are going to try hard for this?
그러면은 약간 맞는 데미지 그러니까 비율이 다르잖아요. MDI 서버가 템랩이 높죠. 네. 그러니까 천천히 힐업을 해도 되는 거죠. 피통이 크면은.
Fortified sanguine volcanic. Like, don't stand anywhere. Basically just
복술도 그렇고 용일도 그렇고 서서히 힐업을 해주면은 힐하는데 그렇게 시간을 많이 안 써도 되는 힐러들이거든요, 둘 다. 이제 급박하게 막 힐업을 빵빵 해줘야 될 때 그때 이제 힐에 투자하는 시간이 많아지는 건데
Adderall is kind of our highest key. I think it's going to be one of the
피통이 크면
places
아무래도
that have the
상대적으로
highest
힐을 좀 천천히
opportunity
올려줘도
for
되니까.
some picks that are different than the other dungeons, right? Because these sorts of strategies that rely on mass AoE are probably broken not just by the key level, not just by the dungeon itself, but also by the affixes, right? Sanguine,
여기 보면은 옥룡사
Sanguine, mostly
20단
fortified, being
20단이야,
affixes
20단.
that maybe make it so that
이런 건
some
쉽지.
pulls would be a
20단
little bit
폭군인데
sketchy.
쫄고 가는.
I'm
아무리
curious if
강화라고는
your
해도.
teams have you know, something maybe Prot Paladin could be a vibe in that dungeon at that level.
I don't know
Interesting.
about that one.
You've been pushing the prop paladin. You think
I
we're...
think
팬랩이 아마
I think the
422
last
정도
dungeon we
될
haven't seen
텐데
yet is
422,
the
3?
place it could if it happens anywhere, it'll be there.
What do you think the best strategy in this dungeon is going to be? Because
그거 풀템으로 보는 데다가 세트 효과로 유연 100 이상이 추가로 붙어주는데 느낌이 다르지. 끝났네. 뭐 더 없는데? 뭐 그냥 총평하는 것 같아요.
Or there's another strategy where you skip every single frog in the dungeon, which is really nice, especially on Sanguine, which we do have. So I personally expect to see teams just go frogless route, and they'll just go boss at the end of the dungeon.
궁금하신 거 있으면 잠깐
Every single
물어보시고.
one of the rocks that appear at the beginning of the dungeon. Could see different stuff though.
Wouldn't be bad.
agree,
Well, we
yeah.
won't
I
have to
think no
wait too
frogs.
long.
얘네들도 지금
Yes.
끝나서 약간 좋아.
I think
끝나서
they're
너무
pretty
좋아.
good.
뭐 이런
They're
느낌이지 않을까
very
지금.
anti-frog at this point. Yep.
I mean, I do
Well-
like the frogs, but they're going to be trouble to deal with. So I think
Pro
we're
tip.
probably not going to see them much.
Pro tip for the frogs.
Pro tip.
암사 미만
Don't blame your evoker.
잡이라고
for
하기에는
stacks.
암사는
We can't
다른
get rid of all
캐스터들하고
of them.
딜이 비슷한데
10, you just die.
대무랑
So run away from the
마주가
frogs.
있어요.
Slow the frogs down. Just don't
거기에
feed your
있네.
frogs.
대무 마주
I always
있네.
group them
이거 세
together.
개로 그냥 종결.
Is that
Oh, there you
is that the
go.
halls of infusion frog?
딜이 똑같으면 당연히 암사를 써야죠.
What?
마주가 있으니까.
They do that in Adderall.
신기는 나올만하지 않은 것 같아요.
Am I thinking of
I think
different
so.
frogs?
The poison comes from the AoE, right?
Oh, I'm thinking of Halls of Infusion.
That's
Never mind. Okay.
different frogs,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it doesn't matter since we're gonna avoid the frogs.
암사
we don't have to
생존은
worry
좋아요.
I
about
don't
them.
like any of the
Future.
frogs.
It was already
I
in
like
season
any of
2.
the
Oh no.
생존이
It's been a long
좋다기보단
day. Yes,
흡선이
it's been a
조금
long
위력이
day. It's been a
괜찮아요.
long day.
흡선.
We'll see you in one sleep. Hopefully. we'll be
흡선이
able to
세미럽기
get some.
느낌이 나서.
Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been the Mythic Dungeon International. We'll see you tomorrow.
게다가 쿨도 1분이고. 이런 MDI 같은 데서는 그런 거 한번 땡겨주면은 워낙 빅풀이기도 하니까 힐러가 거의 힐을 안 해도 되는 수준까지 상대 힐이 들어오죠. 저렇게 뭐 10마리 저렇게 풀링해서 잡는데 흡선 한번 켜주면은 풀기가 없어도 근데 흑마의 존재는 또 다른 느낌이긴 해요. 그러니까 흑마하고 만약에 암사가 딜이 비슷하다? 그러면 이제 생석이냐 그런 걸로 갈리겠죠? 물론 딜이 흑마랑 암사가 완전 똑같으면은 그땐 저 같으면 암사 쓰긴 할 듯. 근데 파티에 전부가 없다. 그럼 또 흑마가 또 값어치가 생기지. 흑마는 전부가 되니까. 전부클에서 오는 강점? 거기에 생석. 그렇다면은 또 2타겟이 많은 던전에서는 흑마가 더 끌리겠죠. 그러니까 이번 시즌이 그 딜러들 밸런스가 괜찮아요. 선택할 여지가 있잖아. 어떤 클래스라도. 복술 난이도가 많이 낮아진 것 같긴 하거든요. 근데 다른 힐러에 비해서 힐이 빡빡한 거는 약간 부정할 순 없는 것 같아요. 근데 패턴 넘기긴 괜찮아요. 그럼에도 불구하고 제가 복수를 추천하지 않는 이유는 복수는 지금 글로벌에서 인식이 아직 안 좋아요. 뭔가 저의 선견 지명이랄까? 나는 복술이 버프된다는 소식을 듣고 바로 키웠잖아. 충분히 잘 갖고 놀고 있거든요, 그래서. 네, 맞아요. 용일은 너프 더 이상 하면은 확장팩을 부정하는 건데. 별궁 25단 아까 이넴 살렸고 24단 시클 했거든요. 약간 어려운 던전이죠. 어둠달 폭군 24단 살렸고. 뭐 용맹 23단 이거 역버프 안 한 거거든요. 이거 힐 됐고. 템은 용에 비해서 아직 많이 떨어지고. 그냥 복수를 할 만하다는 거예요. 제가 티어 같은 게 다 영웅 티어고 막 이래가지고 지금 뭐 다른 거는 그냥 쐐기템으로 퉁친다고 쳐도 아직 복수는 템이 좀 약해요. 그쵸? 약간 실력에 상관없이 그냥 추천하는 건 용일이에요. 그냥 취업도 잘 되고 성능도 괜찮고. 메모장이나 한번 볼까? 힐러 장단점 일단 사제 마주 단점은 사제도 괜찮은 것 같은데 지금 블러드가 없음. 이게 단점이에요. 맞아. 사제는 마주가 있는 대신 블러드가 없어. 단점 신기해. 전부 블러드가 없음. 마주가 가속 25%인가? 20%인가? 헤드 전부 길쌤 블러드가 없음. 근데 헤드도 블러드가 없음. 사제는 마주로 딜이 커버가 돼요. 대신 전부가 없지. 복술 하단 딜셈 자생기 부족 하단 딜셈 블러드. 근데 생존기가 약해요. 생존기가 약함. 용일 딜셈 힐셈 생존기셈 사거리? 용일이 지금 그래서 약간 완전체? 생존기도 좋고 용일이 완전체예요. 사거리도 시간 변칙으로 어느 정도 커버가 돼요. 거기에 블러드도 있어. 용일은 일단 용일하고 복술은 이 블러드가 제일 커요. 블러드. 힐러 다 봤죠? 빼먹은 거 없지? 빼먹은 거 없죠? 빼먹은 거 없어요? 네. 빼먹은 힐러. 빼먹은 힐러 없어요. 운무. 운무? 뭐, 근딜 시너지 5%. 예? 얘도 자생기는 좋아요. 음무도 자생기는 좋아. 근딜 시너지 5%. 아, 음무. 노움이 가능하다. 장점. 노움이 가능한 힐러. 사제랑 사제 맞아. 사제도 노움이 가능하다. 운무는 문제가 그러니까 따지면은 자생기도 좋고 힐도 좋고 문제는 블러드도 없어. 전부도 없어. 됐죠? 블러드도 없어, 전부도 없어. 그러니까 지금 힐러의 두 가지 요소거든요. 블러드, 전부. 사제는 마주가 있잖아. 블러드가 없는 대신에. 사제 마주는 엄청 커요, 크기는. 운무도 고치까지 자기가 쓴다고 치면은 그냥 모든 패턴에서 생존이 가능한 힐러예요, 운무도. 전부야 뭐 2명까지 되면 좋긴 한데 한 명은 무조건 있어야 되고. 둘은 쉽지가 않아요. 조합 구성이 쉽지가 않아. 생 전부 된다고 수도 데려갈 거 아니잖아요. 님들 수드 힐 하실? 수드 힐 해보실? 레이드 신기는 조금 심각하긴 한 것 같아요. 레이드 신기는 지금 너무 힐이 안 나와. 재미가 없어, 힐이 안 나오니까. 5명한테 고치 써진다고요? 그거는 좀 세긴 하다. 근데 지금 단계가 약간 살리느냐 못 살리느냐 보다는 또 아닌가? 살리냐 못 살리느냐도 아직 있나? 근데 뭐 엄청 고단을 돌고 있는 게 아니라 잘 모르겠네. 이거 없으면 쐐기 못 돌아. 근데 딜이 용일보다 복술이 좀 더 센 것 같아요. 고단에서는. 약간 그런 게 있긴 한데 계약이나 노쿠드 같은 그런 다 타겟이 많은 던전에서는 용일이 더 세고 그 외에 나머지 던전은 복술이 더 센 것 같아요. 그러니까 복술이나 용일이나 힐해야 되면 딜 안 나오는 건 비슷하거든요. 그러니까 제가 약간 그래서 내린 결론은 별궁 복술, 어둠달 복술, 용맹 복술, 옥룡사 반반, 노쿠드 용일, 하늘빛 용일, 대학 용일, 루비 용일 이렇게. 이 앞에 세 개는 복술이 괜찮고 나머지는 용일이 괜찮고 옥룡사는 반반. 저는 신기 로그 때려친 지 오래돼가지고. 그냥 TV 베이스에 연번 던지는 게 복술이 훨씬 더 세요. 3, 4타깃들이. 그리고 복술이 단일이 세. 단일들이 세요. 복술 딜사이클 1분 주기거든요. 맞아요. 복술이 딜할 때 손맛이 좋긴 해. 대충 한 37, 8K 수렴하겠죠. 대충 요정도네. 힐러가 딜한다는 개념은 글쎄요, 겨가 때부터 있긴 했어요. 겨가 때도 신기가 분단 때도 있었나? 분단 때도 있었나 보네. 이 폭수 번화 크리 터지면은 84,000이잖아요. 83,000. 이거 크리 터지면 2배잖아. 근데 제가 이 방어구들이 영웅다리인 거 감안하면은 이게 다 421만 돼도 그건 정술만일 거예요. 복술은 그냥 크리 2배일 거래. 그래서 코발드 같은 거 먹고 싶긴 한데 복술은 얘도 어차피 속현징은 못 먹을 것 같고. 템 세팅이 복술하고 용일이 되게 비슷해가지고 복술도 가속을 어느 정도 맞추고 나서 그 다음부터는 치명해 줄 듯? 이게 복술은 치명을 올리면 올릴수록 힐이 확 편해지는 게 있어요. 가속 20% 정도 맞추고 나머지 치명 유연 다 줄 듯? 그래서 저는 이 상태에서 룬은 치명으로 바르거든요. 아, 이제 쉬러 가볼게요. 해야겠다. 다들 좋은 하루 되시고요. 이따가 저녁 때 새벽 3시였나? 뵐 수 있으면 또 뵈는 걸로. 네, 다들 인사 한 번씩 해주세요. 그래도 저 간만에 시청자가 많은데 유튜브에 그래도 30분 넘게 계시고 트위치에도 160분이나 계신데 다들 좋은 하루 되세요. 빠이빠이.